Wait. C'era una dame gira, блядь. Holy moly, keeper crawling. Holy moly, keeper crawling, boys. თოდა ადრე მომიწია ჩართვა თუ არა? ყველაფერი რიგზეა მოკლედ. მოდი რა, ნუ გავართულებთ ყველაფერს. მოკლედ დავსერჩეთ. Привет, guys. გამარჯობა, დიტო ვაჟა. Hola. მე ვარ მეოთხე. Dawnbreaker-ი, ბაშია მარცი, ბაშია სნეპი არ არის ბანში და რაღაცნაირად მომენატრა სნეპფაიერით თამაში. და მოდი ვითამაშებ, რატომაც არა. Why not? Sorry guys. რა საშინელება ღმერთო, ეხა ვარლოკი ვოიდი. ძალიან Короче, რა ხდება? ვოიცი, ისედაც არ აყლდება სიცოცხლე პლუს ვარლოკი უდგას, მაგრამ სლარდარი ყავს იდეაში, სლარდარი ძალიან ძლიერია. მიდლეინზე ინვოკერს კარგად დაუდგება, მესამ ეს რა არის ბიჭო? რა ფერი? მინდრეინჯერი, პირველად ნახე ესეთ ფერის. ძვლის ვიცარი. ვერ კაოთხი სამიანი პაჭი. რატო მომცხიკვებს? ლამაზია.
Sometimes the deadliest weapons come in surprising packages. Tag 'em and bag 'em.
Prepare for battle.
Hey, little buddy, it's in the bag.
I'll mosey on over. Let's ride. Mortimer will get us there.
ვარდი რატო წამართვა იმან?
Sure as a gun.
ინტერო?
Don't need roads.
Just 30 seconds now.
I think you're completely wrong, and,
and
I'm sure you know you're completely wrong.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I'll take a tray on the way.
Dota
Who's making that gall darn racket? Don't make me pull out my piece.
Привет, Alex. იმან უნდა წამართვა და ამან კიდე დაადენაია.
Get along.
Okay.
Water in the gulch.
აქ კემპი დაუბლოკა.
This ain't no hayride. Lickety split. Which way, Mortimer? Artillery all day. Hello to my little friend. Sometimes he goes where he wanna. I could mosey. Nuh-uh. Crack shot. I'm under attack. Enough jack-jawing. Slow down, bushwhackers. I let my irons do the talking. I'm an old gun hand.
Cut down.
Moving.
Service of another's cause.
Ow! Nice and easy. Ugh. On the shoot. We'll see about that. Look at his waddle. I'll enjoy the ride. Oh. Time to get. What do you need legs for? Barking irons. Grab the apple. Nuh-uh. Stir the pot. Cha!
Hey, where
He'll
are
find his way.
This is the very
Pulling in the
definition of
pieces.
first blood.
To pay dirt. Packing iron. On the dusty trail. No guns and cookies. Cookies and guns. Aces. Let's have a look-see. First a blast. Then a bite.
Cut bait.
In the powder game.
Some things were just not meant to be.
4x4. Hurry. In your that'll wrinkle your spine. Well, he.
Let's try to kill Warlock, Slaughter.
By the by.
ვიცი მე აზრი არ აქვს.
I'm in for it. Crack shot.
Somewhere, someone lays blame.
Giddy up. On the prod. Ow, that hurt. Cross lots. I'm under attack. Slow down. Oh, we'll get there. They're on to us. Forced feeding. This land ain't big enough for the two of us. On a tear. Sure. I'll make it quick. legs are churning. Good for close quarters. Kickback style.
Те что-то, суки, компы банят.
This way, Mortimer. Wait along. Which way, Mortimer? Cha! Well, heal. Slow down, bushwhackers. Get some! Lickety split! Take the back way. Time to get. Put it in my pocket. Don't need roads. I'm under attack! Oh, we'll get there. Not.
So,
Moving!
Your middle tower is under attack.
You bet! Right side for you, too! Oh! Making tracks! Ow, that hurt! They'll find a way.
როგორ გადარჩა ეს ორლოკი? რამდენ დემიჯს უძლებს ღმერთოჩი?
Your middle tower is defending itself.
Water in the gulch. Should we hurry? Giddy up. Fight for each activity. Let's ride. I'll mosey on over. On the prod.
Don't mind if I do.
Four legs are churning.
Stuck.
I could mosey. I'll enjoy the ride.
killing
This
spree.
is a terrible test.
In the powder game. Sure as a gun. Hacking iron.
კარგი იყო ეს მომეწონა.
Run and gun. Artillery on the move. Invisibility. What a kick. This way, Mortimer. Can't forget this. Draw a bead.
Burns, doesn't it?
There's a
Ладно,
bug.
my bad, я ее украл.
To pay dirt. Mortimer will get it.
We'll take that.
Ты там тоже не пизди, пока стоишь. Слайм, почти.
Все хорошо, что хорошо
On the
заканчивается.
dusty trail. Nice and easy.
Не, все просчитано, я знал, что у тебя...
ბიჭო, არა, კონდიციონერმა გამარცივა
Kickback
просто.
style.
მიპოთი როგორ უნდა ისწავლო თამაში და ბევრი უნდა ითამაშო მიპოთი.
On the
ერთი ეგ
shoot.
შემიძლია გითხრა.
Sure. Get along. I'm in for it.
The enemy attacks your middle tower.
No, Mortimer, it's not playtime. And not sweet, anyhow.
The tower is under attack.
Grab the apple.
The radiant glyph is now active.
In you go, Wookie Party. That one they call him a big iron.
I'm used to that arrow this morning. Good night.
John Davo.
Time for a reckoning, I reckon. I reckon.
Blinks ვაწყობ იმიტომ რომ მე ავიღო აგანი მშარდი. აგანი მშარდი რასაკეთებს? იცი პირველს რო ესვრის ტანავ, ანუ ახტები გმირს. პირველს ესვრის ტანავ, მეორეთი ახტები და კიდეს ტანავ, ანუ ძალიან დიდი კონტროლი გაქვს რა.
I'll enjoy the
და
ride.
მარტო ულტზე და რაღაც იმეებზე არ ხარ დამოკიდებული.
Making tracks.
პოზიციის შესარჩევად კარგია. ეხლა ვერ ავაწყობ ისეთ აიტემს,
4
რომ
by 4. Eat this. Grab the apple.
რა force stuff-ი შეიძლება ან რაღაც ეგეთი, მაგრამ
Take the back way.
white bottom.
Should we hurry? This way, Mortimer. Time to keep
Fortified their structures against attack.
break out. I'm under attack. No good. No.
I'm sorry, Mortimer.
The enemy attacks your bottom tower. That which protects also requires protection. Your bottom tower is under attack. Where will the line be?
აურაციული ხარ მართოდ შემოსწავლეს.
To your bottom tower.
That was mostly luck on their part. Mostly. Smoke to see. On the dusty
The
trail.
enemy attacks your bottom tower.
By the by. In the powder game.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
Let's have a look-see. Let's ride.
The shadows.
Making people always helpful. Fats in the fire. Too late for you. I could mosey. Nice and easy.
You have chrono.
On the shoot. Like my scatter gun. Sure as a gun.
Some things were just not meant to be.
Water in the gulch. 4 legs a churning. Eat up. Mortimer will get us there. High caliber on the prod. He'll find his way. Wait along. I ain't looking for me. Run and gun. This is how your cook crumbles.
The enemy's middle tower passes into history.
Well, here.
Заблоченный кемпы.
Don't need roads.
A soldier's fortune.
Sure. Lickety split. Oh, we'll get there. Giddy up. Hey, dirt. Moving.
这波不亏，666。
Ну вот как они так гангают меня, что ли, когда я здесь за ними на 20 шли? Ну я никого не вижу, я не могу фармить тройкой, вышел медок, не вышли вот здесь смекал. Это самое последнее место, которое я думал не выйдет.
I'm not ready. You
Раздавать
А тут там?
двойку, мужик. Да,
Нет, не можно.
которые забанены.
Я тебе минуту назад сказал, что они заблочены, и я никого не видел. Они были в смыках, они вышли почему-то вот здесь.
well healed.
გამარჯობათ ბატონო გუგა, გამარჯობათ.
Which way, Mortimer? Cha! On the shoot.
Illusion.
Mortimer will get us there. Lickety split. Wait along.
Настройка... Ладно.
Making tracks.
Кемпы заблочены.
Time to get. Sure.
Не раз понял.
Look to your bottom tower.
Oh, we'll get there. Hold on.
Now the fight
Let's
resumes.
ride.
But will it
А
follow
куда,
the
куда
same
мне пойти?
I'm in for it.
monster kill?
This is how I.
Ты тупой сын шлюхи, нахуя ты это говоришь? У него иншит заблочены 3 минуты, сын тупой шлюхи.
Packing iron. To pay dirt.
The enemy attacks your bottom tower.
Let's have a look-see. Hang on.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Hunting bounties.
Has that tower stood against the rising tide?
I'll mosey on over. Four by four.
Your middle tower faces a terrible test. The tower is no
Grab the apple. Not rocket. Roads. Here we go again, Mortimer. On the prowl. gun. Sentries save lives, you know. 4 legs a churning. This way, Mortimer. Yeah.
3 минуты кемпы заблочены, они за мной по всякой арте бегали.
In the powder game. These are the Western. Police been wearing a bed. Not a hair out of place.
Money to burn.
Nice and easy. He'll find his way. I'm under attack. Take the back. Should we hurry? By the by. Moving. Kickback style. I reckon. Half cock. Run and gun.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Giddy up.
Блять, ну просто бегали.
That's with every barrel I got.
А, ладно,
I'll enjoy the ride.
Еще раз взять.
Water in the gulch. Get the back. Ready on the hurry. How's my aim? Guns blazing. Just a sec. Get a load of this. No crystal fills the belly. Making tracks. On the frog. No, you don't get 2 cookies every time now, Mortimer. 1 will suffice. He'll find his way. Wait along. Artillery on the move.
Soul to
Which way, Mortimer? You bet. To pay dirt. Whoop. On the dusty trail. Oh, what a kick. Oh, that hit the Wars win wars, you know. Get along. Hey, don't mind if you do. Hey, I still wouldn't trade.
какая. Когда ты летел, я отошел просто.
Hornswoggle! In the powder game.
Чё, можем Рос? Рос?
I'm in for it.
Гол купола нету. Катаклизм.
Mortimer will get us there.
Сардар, can you...
Возьми.
This way,
Или-
Mortimer.
Я возьму.
Привет, Гио.
Sure.
Double damage.
I'll mosey on over. Four legs and two. Blast you good.
Слайдер, we kill rush, come, don't farm.
Уёбище! Вообще охуеть! Какой ты пидорас, выблядок тупоголовый нахуй! Просто худший нахуй! Просто пизда! Просто уёбище! Мы игру только что почти выиграли. Ебанат кнопку решил нажать.
Immortality.
Roshan.
Water in the good, low down, bushwhackers. Sure as it goes. With every barrel I got. Steady on the hurricane. The bullet there. I'm under attack.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Ты игру в одно ебло проебал, дегенерат, я всех отхуячил. Ты просто нажал на меня нахуй кнопку,
Middle tower is under attack.
дебила кусок.
We'll
Middle
take that.
tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
ნუ რამ ხელა გოლდი წამოიღო იმისგან ვინდრეინჯერისგან.
Завали свое ебало, я тебя ненавижу нахуй, я бы тебе голову нахуй монитором разъебал.
Go smoke. No хрона.
Don't need roads. Time to get. 4x4. Cha! Run and gun. Should we hurry? You wanna moving. By the by. Almost good. This here's my phone. Really? Let 'em have it, Mortimer. As you like it. I can mosey. I'll enjoy the ride. I'm right up for you, too. Now,
Я не видел, что она здесь исполнилась.
არ უნდა ამ სტარტერს თამაში.
Предвидел эту хуйню ты, да, братан? Ты станом не попадешь.
Нахуя ты войс продолжаешь что-то говорить на игру, в одно ебло проебал уже, мужик, все, забудь. Не имеет права голоса вообще. Вот он эту игру в соло проебал, которая уже закончилась бы. Если бы просто был у меня не ты, а другой игрок, понимаешь? И линия не проебалась бы, и кемпы бы разблочились раньше, все бы было бы. Увы. У меня ты, который еще думает, что может разговаривать, что-то говорить. Забудь, правда.
We'll put them notions behind us.
The hungry rise again, battered but unbroken.
Lickety split. Good for pleasure.
Your top tower is
Let's have a
under
look. Hit back down.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top
Don't
tower
rush
is
me.
fallen.
I reckon.
Crush me!
Well, fight for the secret active. Going whole hog, Mortimer. On the shoot. What a purty hue. Let's ride.
Wash my head!
By the by. Slow down. What the hell fighting? Acquisitions. Lickety split. I can mosey.
Tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has been denied.
Don't rush
Every
me.
measure must be taken.
This way, Mortimer. Time to get. I'll mosey on over. Don't need roads. Where's it got? Almost ready. Need pace. Laser, where are you going? On the dusty trail.
Wonderful.
Wow, that hurt.
Неужели ты не можешь на Фадаре переложить из брайсера свои ебучие в досты? Нажать досты, чтобы я не подбегал к тебе. Неужели нельзя так сделать? Неужели нельзя купить шар?
Nice and easy. Hang on. On the prod. Just sit tight.
Смог.
Giddy up. Cha! Take the back way. Which way, Mortimer? Get a load of this. Giddy up. You're getting coming to you. Days is over, Mortimer. hurry. Let's have a look-see. How's my aim?
Рашები, რაც საშინელი რეინჯია ქამბა საგანი.
Если без бая, год трон.
On the shoot.
Там трона нет, голема.
Beg for mercy. Moving. I'm under attack. Half cut. Kill out.
The enemy's middle tower can withstand no enemy's top
Goodbye. Have a bellyful. Well, eat. Listen, Loki. I'll enjoy the ride. Laser fire. Armless.
这波不亏，666。
Lol. Mega lol. Raknis просто армис. თქვენ თუ მივხვით მოწინააღმდეგე თემა რა გააკეთეთ?
It is your man. 5 seconds.
საინტერესოა მეხუთე პოზიცია ვინ ყავთ? ალბათ დაუბრეიქერი ვითაობა. არ ვიცი.
I just make it look easy. Sometimes he goes where he wanna. Some people are starting to get mighty freaky when talking about the bag. So I'm not gonna do that. But if I were, you could rest assured that these here proceedings are absolutely in the bag, which has furthermore been stashed in a lockbox and buried in a secret cave. In the powder game. Wait along.
Downbreaker-ია მეხუთე.
Let's ride.
Seconds to battle.
ზემოდან შემოდით რა. გთხოვ ზემოდან. გთხოვ. ზემოდან თან დალიცაც ნახავთ. ჰა? მე 17 წამზე ვარ.
Welcome one and all to the main event.
Battle's about to start. This should be good. To pay dirt. I reckon. Oh, we'll get there. Cross lots. Oh! Run and gun. Artillery on the move. Oh! Aces. Pickbacks down. Making tracks. I'm under attack. Water in the gulch. Sure. Take the back way. Well healed. Moving. I'll enjoy the ride. We don't need roads. Grab the apple. Ugh. This here's my boomstick. This ain't no A-ride. On the shoot. Wait along. 4x4. I'll bake a tray on the way. Time to get. Yeah, I reckon. Reach for the skies. I'm in for it. On the prod. I got something for you. He'll find his way. Mortimer will get right something for you, too. Nice and easy. I'm under attack!
სისულელე გავაკეთე რა. ძალიან ცუდი რაღაც გავაკეთე. ველოდებოდი რომ просто გასტანავდა ეს.
Let's ride. Hacking powder.
просто არ გასტანა.
You bet. Get along. Which way, Mortimer? Say hello to my little friend. Hi, the bud. Ain't that a piece of pudding? First a blast. Get him. Should we hurry?
Look to your bottom tower.
Sure. I'll mosey on over. That one they call my big eye.
Time.
To pay dirt. Oh, we'll get there. Pickback style. I could mosey. 4 legs a churning. I'm under attack. Look at his waddle. Run and gun.
Dire structures are fortified.
Artillery on the move. Making peace. In the powder game. Oh! Hacking powder. This way, Mortimer. Giddy up. Water in the gulch. Let's have a look-see. Half cock. Giddy up. Cha.
That's easy. My blade has tasted better.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Извини, я время прыгнул.
Worse on the wing.
Making tracks. Snapping their eyes. How's my aim? Well, see.
Tiny.
Sure as it
Stones
got.
are hardly precious enough to collect.
By the bud.
Ешел.
Don't mind if you do. Eh, Mortimer? On the shoot. In the powder game. Giddy up.
Favorite customer.
Should we hurry?
Шестая есть. Могу куда?
4 legs a churning.
Нет, не могу.
Haste.
You gonna skin that smoke wagon? Packing iron. Grab the apple.
Mega kill!
Sure. Nice and easy. Oh, that Close quarters. Quicker fingers itching. Let's ride it. I reckon.
Double kill! Look to your bottom tower. Radiant have fortified their structures against
Arcane
attack.
boots. You bet.
The enemy attacks your bottom tower.
I'll mosey on over.
Your bottom tower is
Иди на
under
вот
attack.
этот твой.
I was meant to have this.
Mortimer will get us Mosey. Take the back way. To pay dirt.
Your middle tower is under
Time to get.
dire structures are fortified.
I got something for you. I'll enjoy the ride. Hot gun! Wait along. Down the lickety split!
I got to.
Run and gun.
The enemy attacks your
Sure as a
bottom
gun.
tower. Will Untill come to prevent this? Your bottom tower is under attack.
On the prod.
You've lost a bottom tower.
Moving! Guess your metal don't match your steel.
Your middle tower is defending itself.
Let's have a
The
look-see.
enemy's top tower brought to ruin.
Can't forget
Your
this.
middle tower faces a terrible
Artillery
test.
on the move. On the dusty trail. Get a load of it.
Middle tower.
Time.
Kickbacks down.
Tiny will come there.
They'll find a way. No.
Привет, Nankai.
Which way?
Regeneration.
Water in the gulch. Going whole hog 4x4.
To your bottom tower.
Blast you good. Well healed.
Dire have fortified their structures against attack.
Artillery on the move.
Someone blame.
Was здорово, бебри. კარგად მოვს შერობა.
გამარჯობა ძმა, გამარჯობა დოდო. მოგესალმებით ზემოდან. მარე გარაჟში შემოვიდეთ. სავარაუდოდ ამას არ ნახავთ, შეიძლება ჩავასრულებო. იმიტომ რომ იფხელა დილეია.
Which way, Mortimer? Run and gun.
დაბადარა. ო, დრო და.
Lickety split. Making tracks. Yeah, I reckon.
The enemy attacks your bottom tower.
Oh, chase.
On the shoot. Force feed. On the duck. I'm under attack. It certainly won't be good. Hacking iron. This'll save.
Давай!
Охуеть можно, блядь. Oh, what the fuck? That's not. Huh? Bauში არა. რავი. არა. იყო 1-2 ჯერს ეს თავი, მაგრამ რავი, არა.
4 legs are churning.
სექტემბერს გამოდის ლიჩკინგი, მე კიდე გამოვყლევდი, ისე ველოდები ერთ კვირა.
I'm in for it.
ლიჩკინს 26-ო, რომ ითხარი ვეგონა აგვისტოში გამოდის.
არა.
4x4.
პრეპატში გამოდის ახლა.
და რა ხდება პრეპატში?
What do you need legs for? Guns blazing. Need roads. Wards win wars, you know. Moving this way. Fight for the other. I'll mostly all know. Grab the apple. This way, Mortimer. To pay dirt. Sure as a gun. Mosey. On the prod.
Dive's courier has been killed.
Should we hurry?
26 სექტემბერს გამოდის და უნდა ვითამაშო. ვიტო. ძალიან ყოფილი ხდება.
The enemy attacks your middle tower.
Slow hands, mate. So slow hands.
Your middle tower can no longer be saved.
Sure. I'll enjoy the ride.
სადმე? ძალიან მაგარი ტიპები იქნებოდით ის რო გაგიქნებოდით. არა. ერთმეტის ვარ მოდი აქედან დავუწყოთ საუბარი.
და შენ გაქვს ორი სამსახური. ერთი. დალისთან და ერთი ეხა მუშაობს. ხო, ეს რა სამუშაოა შენ? hobby/work/
ანუ slash
და დონაციები აღარ შემოდის?
აი შვიდად.
ვარა ცუდია. ძალიან ტეხავს. ნეტა ვინმე დონაციებს აკეთებს. ნეტა ვინმე ხდებოდეს როგორი მემორალიზაცია.
ნეტა ვინმე ხდებოდეს თუ რამდენად მოტივირებული ხდები როცა რაღაც 2 კაპიკი ირიცხება ანგარიშზე.
$5 იყოს თვეში ერთხელ.
რავი.
რა თქმა უნდა, ხო,
Push is fallen to the dive.
Let's ride. Water in the gulch.
ნორმალური ხარისხის ვიდეოები, და და ეს ყველაფერი $5.
Time to get.
მექოს ტანს რატო არა
ვაუ, ეს Twitch-ი, ხო, Twitch.
Он без крутилки, საქართველოში გინდა უკეთესი ხარისხი.
და მგონი ჩემს კი უნდა გამოვა. ჰა?
Your top tower is under attack.
ანუ მაგაზე.
ვინც გოგო რა დაირია? თო მე აფრო და მიწა.
On the shoot. Giddy up.
კაი, მე ამოვალ და $5 სანამ ჩაცხავ, გუნდი არ ჩა.
მე ჩავრიცხავ სხვა ნიკნეი.
ან რა შოვა ხო იქნება ჩარიცხავ. არა, $5 სანამ.
კამერა არ მაქვს ჩარ.
Бля, тут всё
აბო, სანამ -$5 იქნება, ეგოჩი მინუსი.
Artillery on the move. They can't all be walkers.
А есть еще помощь сюда?
ბატონო რა წერია აკანა? რავი, ალბათ ერთი თვეა. ანუ აი აქ დააჭირე ხოლმე. ანუ ხორე გატშე. მე და ბიჭო, რავი, ტიტველი ვზივარ ხოლმე ძირითადად და იმით.
ტიტველი თორე შეცარგება, შეიძლება გაინახავ. ვიზი. მომის მიკროფონი. ვაფშე მიეც და
დეკორაცია.
არა, მართლა გეუბნები.
მართლა გეუბნები, რომ დეკორაცია.
ხო, და ეხლა მე გასწავლე. მაგ მიკროფონს ჩავწერ ჩემს გავხიდი.
ვერ ჩაიწე. შენ ეს მიკროფონი რომ მუშაობდეს ამ მიკროფონს
და იქნებ გავაკეთო. შენ დასწრა უი არა. თუ გავაკეთე და ხმა ჩავწერე და გავხიდე და გამოწერინეს მე მაქინამ პროცენტად ჩავიცხოთ.
არა, მესმის რასაც იცი. გამარჯობა ბადრი, გამარჯობა.
Should we hurry?
რავი ძმაო, ისევ შენ კეთილ, ისევ სტრიმზე ვზრუნდა და შენ.
Sure as a gun.
იმიტომ რომ მანაო.
Let's have
Там
a
Ай, ела пора.
ДБ с пультой. Сразу полетит.
You bet.
Не в смоках на боте.
Sure.
Чарт.
Run and gun.
Что вы без БКБ?
კოდიდი განწმენდი?
ჩამოვიდა, ხო?
ჩამოხვედი ბიჭო?
კი.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Pack an iron.
Потратили, лови их.
Dusty trail. Here's my buddy. Next ride. He'll find his way. On the prod.
Что-то я не поймал никого на УД. Они потратили ультапик. Запрыгнул сюда, ушел.
Разве?
Я запрыгнул, дал удар и все, и в темноту все.
Рау,
Потом
кот-кот,
я
а?
тень ворвался, и все.
ო, ერთ კიდე ერთ კაცი
In the powder game.
$5 დავაშინა ხალხი ბიჭო. ვისაც სტრიმი არ მოგწონს?
Making tracks.
და $5 თორე. აუ.
To pay dirt.
გაკოცეთ ვოლს გარაჟიდან დამიგეთ.
Lickety split. Water in the gulch. Grab the apple. What a stick. In you go. Take the back way. Get some. Mortimer will get us there. I'll make it quick. Sure as a gun. By the by. Cha! Get along. Time to get. Four by four. Don't need roads.
ნაბრაზებენ ჩემი დიშვილი და ჩემი დიშვილის ძმაკაცი,
On
რომ
the dusty trail.
იმი არ მოწევს ხალხს.
Они ульту потратили. Петух сзади вас, петух движение.
Double kill! Nothing is free in this world. You must earn
Should we
your
hurry?
ტენკი ძალიან სულია.
Take the back.
tower is under attack.
We'll
Tower
get
has
there.
fallen.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
აჰა.
Here comes the money.
არტენა თუ არა,
Dollar, dollar. Dollar, dollar.
საღლთედე.
In the powder
ქედემ
game.
დაუმტკიცა, ცდებია.
Сейчас кто-то улетит прямо.
You bet.
Tower is under attack. Long has that tower
может,
stood
смотрим.
against the rise of tide.
Wait
Your
along.
top tower has fallen.
Shotgun. These are called combustion engine. I could
Ну,
mosey.
ეს просто файл.
I was meant to have
Got something for you too. Let's ride. Fight those evils activity. I'll enjoy the ride.
The enemy's bottom tower has been demolished.
I'll mosey on over.
2 ТП ты стоп.
Artillery on the move. How's my aim? Well, here. Whoop. rod. I reckon. Let's have a look-see.
Mortality. But his fate will always be to
Packing
rise again.
iron. Lickety split. Grab the apple. He'll find his way. What do you need now? Cookie party?
Не зайдут.
Middle tower is under attack.
No time for standing still. Making track. Run and gun.
Middle tower has fallen.
Let him down, Mortimer. Which way, Mortimer?
Barracks are under attack.
No good.
Бля, я на фонтанке пришибну нахуй фарму, бля, убейте кого-нибудь. Пиздец, чел, 0 урона нахуй.
Завали ебало, блядь.
Нахуй ты такой хуёвый, ты мне все крипов, блядь, забирал. Нихуя сделать не можешь.
Всех нихуя себе всех. Может ты у меня, блядь, забирал, долбоёб, блядь.
Ты еблал мне 150 крипов нахуй за 30 минут, блядь.
Это моя проблема или чё?
Да, блядь, я тебе всех крипов вставлял, чтобы ты хоть что-то сделал за игру. Ты нихуя сделать не можешь, блядь.
I'll refrain from profanity for Mortimer's sake. Water in the gulch. On the chute. He's a quick combustion engine. Nice and easy. Sure. Giddy up.
Валоры ульт выбили, надо съебаться отсюда.
Water in the gulch.
Ебаться, съебаться,
Перед
съебаться. Да
БКБ
вот,
нажал.
да вот.
4 legs a churning. Eat lead. By the by. Cha! Sure.
Go.
Mortimer will get it. Underneath. Oh, Mortimer.
Хаოსია წარმოდგენა არ აქვს რა უნდა გააკეთო.
Не надо втроем вейспикеры.
Your top tower is under attack.
Me a home where the wild wings roam.
Your top tower is under attack. Where will the line be drawn?
This way, Mortimer.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen.
You don't need roads. Pitbacks down.
Is under attack.
Taking a split.
Рошан есть, надо подобрать.
On the shoot. What do you need legs for? On the prod. Giddy up. Got something for you too. I reckon. Making tracks. Speed up. Slow down. Grab the apple. Time to get. Get along. Artillery on the move.
这波不亏，666。
Midi.
Your bottom tower is
Let's
under
have a
attack.
look-see.
Primo.
He'll find his way.
Snappy for.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Batono?
I'll enjoy the ride. Shotgun. Spark an iron. I'm not ready. In you go. Attack! I still wouldn't trade this.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire structures are fortified. Bottom tower is under attack. That which protects also requires protection. Your bottom tower has fallen. Your bottom
რა შიშრები არიან ყველა ხაიფი დაწყება მე მიწევს ისინი ფაიო ტიპებზე ანუ ვერ მიწევს
Your bottom barracks has fallen.
აი ხა გავუსაცხდებით თუ ყველა და ველოდებით როგორ გვინგრევენ ბაზას სანამ დაგერით არ შევხვდები და რაღაცებს არ დავარ აი ეს უყურებენ აი როგორ ანგრევს ჩვენ ბაზას თუმცა ყველა ასე თუ ისე გიგოია აქვს მოდია აი ხა ხო დატრიალდა ანუ რო გაზდის მაგ დროს გმირი უნდა გახმეს ეგრევე თავი უნდა მოაწყო, მაგრამ არა.
Double damage.
Долбоёб, ты закрой ебало свое. Если ты не понимаешь, что прыгнуть в героев, у которых по 3 плюс тысяч здоровья, чтобы что?
А что смысла играть? Просто скажи. Так. Что смысла? Ждать? В базе или как? Какой БКБ? У первый скилл у Джаггера не было уже. Но ты ждёшь там. Иди нахуй, я короче, да. Я так скажу, да.
Packing iron. That one they call him a big iron. Run and gun. Take the back way.
Has fallen to the dire.
Да закрой ебал, чел. Я твою мать ебал. Ты понимаешь, кого мне кастовать? 3 героев с БКБ, твоя мать шлюха мертвая, тупая, блядь.
Შენ დედას შევთხარე, okay?
Такой идиот, блядь. Если ты
Translate.
ничего не понимаешь, то...
У тебя Google есть? Google Translate есть у тебя? Или в России нету такое?
Одну пачку потерпите, я, блядь, 25-й буду...
Да. Мы ждем еще 20 минут ждем. Go. Клеошен. Ждем. Ждите, ребята. Так, то мега будет, и мы выиграем. Не там сиди, там. Nice играешь, Антон. А это Антон.
Нахуй ебаная.
Алкаш ебучий, русский гандон, блядь. Русский. Тебе как не стыдно, что ты русский. Фу, как противно.
That's it. I'm not.
Видеокарты тогда начали. Русский. Фармить сраный игра. Амарамидис.
Короче, чат, очень простой тест для вас. Вот.
Beast Coast are apparently a team that like ride the highest emotions, like the lowest lows, the highest highs. They can't get like swept away in those emotions.
Guys, chatი, ცოტა ხან გავალ და დაგიბრუნდებით მოკლედ მანამდე.
They've bounced back from game 1 losses, so they seem to be doing pretty okay.
არლიკტონს ადევნეთ თვალით და ყურით. მალე მოვალ boys.
Game they've had, two that they have had so far, have been them losing game 1 and then coming back, winning game 2 and 3. Does that add a little bit of stability to your mental, even though you were getting fountain dived?
I think it's what you try and remind yourself, but to me, this loss does feel different. It's against OG, and OG, they're the best team in Dota when it comes to the mental game. Like the tips, the sprays, the fountain diving. Yeah. This kind of stuff gets in your head a little bit, and it sits with you. Like, that's a very demoralizing defeat. I think it's very different to like the game one against Outsiders, where they can maybe point at some holes in the draft, some things that went wrong. This one, they're not gonna. The thing they're gonna remember is Amar tipping them at the end as he triple kills them in the fountain and they GG out. Like, that's a. That's tough to come back from.
At the same time, you can feed off of that. There are some players that definitely can feed from all that bad energy, from all the tipping.
Seeking revenge.
Exactly. It's the revenge arc here for Beast Coast in Game 2.
That game was like weirdly sloppy though, don't you think, between both teams? Like, we've seen some real disciplined Dota in some games, but we had OG diving tier 2s, we had Beast Coast diving in return. Like, there was a lot of like, maybe it was the amount of fighting. Do you think both teams were like getting carried away with it a bit?
Playoff stage, elimination match, you bet. Like, this is them getting carried away a little bit way too much early on, at least. But it's what, like, we were discussing it. It's how OG likes to play. It's also how Beast Coast loves to play.
Do you think OG are going to get a little bit carried away having the confidence from game one? Could they become a little overzealous, a little overcommitted to some like team fights and how they play?
They can. It depends on how I think Beast Coast react. Like, I would like to see Beast Coast maybe slow things down a bit. I think OG, they almost baited Beast Coast into playing this, like, let's keep fighting kind of thing. Yeah, OG overextended once or twice, but they know if Beast Coast gets pulled into that kind of game, I think Beast Coast are just more prone to making mistakes. Beast Coast are going to shine, I think, if the game maybe slows down a little.
Yeah, also, like, Whisper, he was, like, lower net worth than Seb. Like, that can't be happening. You need to kind of slow the pace down when you feel like things are getting out of your control and try, like, that split pushing and stuff.
Especially when you think about the way this game started. Whisper actually had a pretty damn good start.
He was top net worth early on.
Yeah, the best player on their side. When it comes to the net worth, when it comes to the amount of damage that he was able to inflict on that offlane together with the Rubik, they were killing the Oracle multiple times, then rotating top lane as well, helping out everyone else. He's probably the reason why Pengu even got back into the game with that triple kill on top lane.
Do you think the Razor is cause for concern? Should be first phase banned?
It doesn't have to be. It's like, it's very much pick your poison. You know what you're going to get a lot of the time when OG first face some of these heroes, the Razor, the Viper. I think the tough thing for Beast Coast is they can't do, well, I mean, they can do what a lot of teams are doing against OG is you ban 2 of those 3 Amar heroes and pick the other when you have first pick, but you know, they took a different approach. I just don't really feel like we've seen Razor address the best, but I don't think Razor was the reason they lost that game personally.
The tough thing for me is this was pre-planned from Beast Coast. They had first pick, they went for that Marcy, they left the Shaker and the Razor in the pool. Yeah. If we could predict it, they could 100%. So their plan was Marcy bat against that, and it failed. After it fails, I'm not sure that you go for the same strat once again. If you do have first pick, once again, I think you have to adjust the bans.
Beast Coast have second pick this time around, so the bans will probably be adjusted. Why do you say oh no?
Well, they have to ban the Chen. They lose a ban.
That's true. You can't let, because OG would definitely first pick Chen if it gets through.
And the Chen was banned out in the first game, right?
It was.
Like, this sucks. You're playing against OG. You have to ban Chen now. You have to ban the Razor or the Viper or the Timber or all these things. You pick. You have to do something. They had a preparation last game. It didn't work like you said. I did really like the Batrider. It won its lane, it did good. Maybe the second phase was where more of their problems lied, so if they wanted to run back that sort of draft.
On a flip side, Batrider has been banned out already by OG. First stage, first ban.
Oh, wow.
So it does enable Beast Coast perhaps with a little bit of a breathing room when it comes to the picks.
So I think Timber is like the one teams seem to respect the most. They do have Whisper on their team. He is one of the greatest Timber Souls in the world. It would be nice thinking that if you have a player like that, you're able to kind of suss out drafts that would be good against it, but...
Would you first phase it?
Would first phase the hero? Well, I mean, OG do. As soon as they get it, they will first pick the Timber without care in the world.
The other option that I feel like no one's done yet against OG is just leave all Amar's heroes in the pool. Like, he's only going to play one of them.
So then but he takes the timber. He always takes the timber.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you just. I mean, you mentioned like game one, they had a counter strat in mind for the Shaker Razor. Like if they have some answer they believe is going to be good against Timber, get an extra ban on someone like Seb. You know, ban the Shaker, or you know, ban something else that you know that they really like to play in like the support role.
A Chun Shaker instantly banned out. I mean, it would be a different approach, right? Like we have seen OG
Timber through.
The way OG adapted to PSG LGD was basically banning out all Wise heroes, right? Like all 5 support heroes. So perhaps Beast Coast can learn something against that and use it against OG. But yeah, Timber left in the pool.
I'm trying to think about what like a response would be from Beast Coast if they did take it, because it takes away your Hector Wraith King. It makes your like spirits that you might want to put on Schofield a little bit harder to run. They would want like more magic burst. Maybe they respond with the Snapfire opening.
Yeah. And it breaks you mentally, right? Like you're playing versus this Timber. You know how strong he's been. Do you really want to let that through? Well, they did. Perhaps they have the best solution to it. So far, we haven't seen a solid solution to the Timber.
Yeah. It also takes away like Tiny.
There it is. There he is.
I was going to say OG is going to be feeling good about it, but the OG fans have to be feeling even better about Amar getting the Timber there.
Yeah, there was the meme, right? The teams would respond with a Grimstroke, and then Amar would just buy a Manta style. I think he is so comfortable on this hero. He knows how to play into every matchup. It's the same as Stormstormer, right? He's playing his Bat Rider into anything. He doesn't care. You have the same thing here. Very, very high comfort.
Do we see anything else comfort-wise for Beast Coast that they could dual open with?
Okay, they just open up with a simple Enchantress right here, securing those lanes, making sure that the laning stage, no matter what your carry is, should be decent, even against the Timber.
It feels like if you lose the lane versus Timber, the game just is over. If you're against like one of these, you know, S-tier Timber players, which Amar is, so.
There's a potential maybe for a Schofield Nyx. I think it's kind of worrying because you have to either pick a core here that you think you know is good versus Timber before the better ones get like banned out, or you take 2 supports and you hide your strategy, right? Because you're playing with second pick.
Beast Coast doesn't have a lot of Razor games under their belt, right?
That's true, yeah.
So they get the Ench and the Razor, and they leave this answer for Timber in the second stage. Now OG, they have all the time that's necessary in the world to actually protect the Timber with 3 upcoming bans.
I mean, maybe if they can play this Encha more greedily. You know, we've seen some going like, is it like Witchblades or Dragon Lances or something or another?
I would love to see it, yeah.
Right, yeah, because the pure damage from the Impetus is good against Timber. It is like an 80 factor that is a counter here.
Marcy, it's Timber Marcy opening.
It's a very strong opening.
Yeah, I mean, Tag is really comfortable on her. I feel like it's his most played hero this major.
Yeah, for OG, I'm really not surprised that Marcy's picked. Do you think that any other team, if they had this Timber and Tiny still in the pool, they would go for the Tiny instead?
Definitely a lot of teams would prefer Tiny, but OG just, you know, Tiger loves his Marcy.
Because it's the same kind of idea, right? Like you get this Timber Saw on Amar on that offlane, you don't necessarily have to babysit him all the time. And
yeah.
What hero is better than Tiny when it comes to these rotations towards the mid lane? Perhaps Marcy.
I mean, I like Marcy more. I just think like her way into the mid lane against the hero is much easier than Tiny's. But they're both really good. They're both good at different things, while being similar still. But
that being said, OG are the ones that ban out the Tiny, so they do not want to let that Razor plus Tiny offlane combination go through.
What is a good Razor offlane combo?
There's still the Shaker in the pool. Any sort of a melee brawler usually does extremely well with the Razor.
I want something more damage than Shaker, though. I do like it, and if they win it, I wouldn't be super against it, but you look at these kind of same-ish heroes, the Tusk does more damage, I think, is a bit stronger in lane. You have, you do have Usprit as an idea, like the Silence could come in really handy against the Timbersaw. You also have, like, again, I want to point out Nyx as a hero. He's been kind of underutilized this TI, but he has had some really standout games. And like versus Timber, you're able to just sit on him in a lane when you want to pick him off, and it sets up very easily for your kill.
And you don't have to get the melee 4. Team Spirit actually have been doing a lot of range 4s with Razor. Like they had games where they were doing like, I think it was a Rubik Razor game. Yep. So you can just say like we need more damage, and that's usually those range fours, and just go double ranged as well with that lane.
And they have played Rubik before, and that Rubik is kind of decent versus the Timber. You can use all of his spells against him. Do you guys think that there is a vessel needed here versus the Timber, like a vessel carrier, or is that demo day? Like, is that old school?
It does feel nice. I mean, it always feels nice. Wouldn't say it's a like 100% required element. If you're not getting Vessel, then you need to make sure you have enough magic damage to kill a Timber, though. So it's kind of like one or the other. Vessel can make up for a draft that has low burst damage and more like sustained damage.
Yeah. Timbersaw is a lot like Beastmaster in how he's going to control the map, though. Looking on the other side of less about counters and more about synergizing for OG, you have a hero who will want to take a very large portion of the map, and he wants his teammates to kind of come to him rather than him running around the map trying to make things happen.
They still go with the Shaker.
Yeah, it feels like a little bit of a swapsies on the draft. Beastco's getting the Razor Shaker.
It's extremely good versus the Marcy, and with the Razor, it's a decent laning partner. It enables the Razor. You can rotate towards mid, just as Marcy will be rotating from that OG's offlane.
It's risky though, right? Like we've seen Earthshakers in the past who try way too hard to make moves on mid. They use a lot of smokes and they get under-leveled. Like Beast Coast can be baited into a lot of fights here. They need to make sure they prioritize giving Shakers some farm.
I completely agree.
I love these picks from OG though. Yeah. Like you're up against this is usually Seb's go-to 5 when he's up against the Razor. He's going to be playing a bit more of the 5 this game. I mean, probably gets more farm than a Marcy, but he'll be likely playing in the safe lane with the Bloodseeker. And I think Bloodseeker, we've asked a bit like, what's the carry zone playing against Razor? Bloodseeker seems to do better than most. It just has a stable lane against, I feel like, everything. Like Hector didn't have a good game last game, but the lane itself went pretty well.
If nothing else, the Bloodseeker can always run away, right? Like with the Bloodthirst and with Ranger as well, she can do the same. By the way, the moment Bloodseeker came back into the meta, this was the pair. Like Bloodseeker plus Wind Ranger. They were played constantly on the offlane, but still, it's a really good pair of heroes.
Going full swap
Yeah,
draft.
I was about to say, I can't believe what I'm watching. It really is. Beastco's just taking a page out of OG's book.
Yeah, it shows that these teams have similar ideas about like what is good against, you know what, like the Bloodseeker and the Razor, one of the more manageable matchups, the Ursa, and then the Ursa into the Bloodseeker. It's like, okay, they have Bloodseeker, the Ursa's the good carry matchup, doesn't care as much about the Rupture. When you've got the stuns from a Shaker, it really enables the Ursa to dish out a lot of damage, so it makes a lot of sense. Plus, of course, Ursa, you know, has a chance at winning the Timber lane.
Yeah, I'm very, very curious to see what build Amar goes in lane, because on like Thunder Awakened side, Sacred on his Timber has played like the 1-2-0 build just to really go aggro on Ursa, and he did get like those kills multiple times. Like this was against Beast Coast, against Hector, he died twice in lane. Will Amar do that? Will he go the 0-2-1 build level 3? Like just focus more on the chain and not being super aggro with Q?
I feel like it's doable to be aggressive against the Ursa. Like Timbersaw can definitely win that game. A lot of these cores that are considered countered by Ursa aren't truly countered. Like even a Centaur can win against him. These bulky boys that you expect to maybe not do that well. However, my issue is Enchantress. Like this is a lane dominator. You're not playing only versus an Ursa, you're playing versus Ursa and Enchantress. Like, she does not care about you Timber chaining away. Brings that Harpy or any creep and just wails straight at you. If you don't have the armor, you will suffer.
That's true. I've seen them kind of substitute the armor sometimes by buying like bracers, but I do agree with you. Ench is a massive problem, so we'll probably see points in reactive early.
Do you think that Marcy perhaps evens the scales? Is she good enough, or...?
I don't think the lane with Timber is where she excels. It's the fact that Timber can be left alone and Marcy gets to go around and play make. Like, Marcy Timber as a lane isn't super scary to me, at least. Like, Timber's not benefiting from the rebound that much. The dispose can be nice to maybe set up some kills because you can hit your chains, your Whirling Death with it, but I don't think Marcy makes up for that scary Ench lane.
Still a few more bans to come out, and I assume it's going to be mid laners that we're looking for here. Are there any standouts for what's missing on either team? Do you think they have enough initiation playmaking?
There's still a chance we could see the Razor go mid. Chris Luck is absolutely versatile to the ends of the earth. He can play anything mid, pretty much. So I wouldn't say it's exactly a mid. I think they have good heroes that go in, like Ursa's fine front, like tanking front-wise. So they might just pick something that's just more like backline spellcasting for mid.
Beast Coast, if you look at their draft, they do have the last pick, right? So they can adjust to what OG goes for.
Like a Coddle could be like really good. Seeing how good that hero is from mid with just sitting back, blasting spells, getting an E-Blade. Oh, god damn it.
You made some really good calls that instantly got banned out. Like, you called the QARTULAD, the Nyx assassin just completely eliminated the same second you mentioned them.
These teams hate me, bro.
I mean, it is a good, strong hero at the moment, and I'm surprised that it went through all the stages until the last banning phase.
Right. OG now, they have Timber, who's down to just go in front for them. They have Rupture, they have like BKB piercing control, they have damage. Their team fight control, maybe not so good, but I feel like teams haven't been prioritizing that this much this tournament. They'll prefer to just go for more damage or something.
What happened to some good old Zeus? Like, there's not a ton of catch.
Yeah.
Zeus sounds good. Storm is the other option they've played a decent amount, but there's the Zeus.
Yeah, I like it a lot. Less team fight, more damage. That's definitely a theme in these drafts.
I feel like why Zeus good here is because of all the bans. Like, you have the Void Spirit banned out, the Storm, the Puck. There just isn't a hero that gets on top of him easily and eliminates him from the game. So he will be able to just constantly be on the outskirts, jump around like Super Mario, dish out the damage.
It sets up so many of your other heroes for success, giving everyone vision so you can find the Shaker, like not let him get these Blink Echoes off, like it gets everyone low for the Bloodseeker. It just really, like, it kind of gives that vision that they were perhaps lacking when a team fight breaks out, because some of these backline heroes, I mean Shaker in particular, you want to know where they are.
What about the mid matchup? What could Beast Coast pick that will do well against Zeus in lane and potentially give them an advantage?
Well, I'm looking at like two ideas. We have that jump idea, Void Spirit ban, but a hero like that, right? Or they can, again, just go for more damage. Maybe you see another Chris Luck Lino where he just buys a BKB and stands his ground when he gets ruptured, right?
Is TA an option? Like another hero that actually does well against him? Later on, the silence from the traps giving you vision.
It could pair really nicely with Ursa's timings, like...
It's just kind of greedy, right? Like you get Razor, Ursa, TA...
That's the thing though, it feels like none of these teams really care about that anymore. They're like 3 greedy heroes, it's fine, we'll just play to like respond to ganks. We'll play a bit more passively. It doesn't really fit in line with Beast Coast's, you know, like style, but...
You do have one hero then with the stun, and that's his only spell, so... Okay, Brewmaster.
Oh. Maybe it's Razor mid with Burr offlane. There is some flexibility there. This is, I mean, they're basically trying to one-up OG saying, okay, you don't want to get team fight? Well, we will, and we'll crush those team fights.
All right, yeah, it's going to be that Brew off Razor mid. Now we know the lanes. Where are you guys sitting with this?
OG looks so damn dominant. Honestly, I think the Zeus pick, that Lizard call, is just so damn good this game, combined with the fact they've got Amar's Timber, who has just been wrecking every single game during the DPC leagues. Even when teams think they have an answer for it, I feel like OG just have too much comfort picks.
I don't know, I'll go with Beast Coast. There's just too many fans here. I'm worried I need to get off the stage. I think there's a lot of hype going towards Beast Coast. And Brewmaster was a pretty decent pick.
Oh, the classes, they just want us to throw the classes already, but I'm going to give you time to talk cheap.
Thank you. Well, when I left earlier, the OG fans, they just ripped my Beast Coast jersey off of me, and they really just like gave me a beating, so sorry, don't hurt me anymore, OG. You got it in the bag, no problem.
We got both of you guys pandering to the crowd. We'll see how much pandering Gareth and Lacoste are going to do when we jump into game 2.
I mean, how do we start this? You know, let's go Beast Coast, maybe? With a bit of a chant from the crowd? Because OG do look so damn dominant.
They might need it. Looking at what OG has in this game, they also did a little bit of a switcheroo with the drafts, couple of heroes that I like the stubbornness, you know. I will show you how to play these heroes. We'll show you how to win with those heroes. Seb on his Wind Ranger, on a hero that he kind of reinvented during the Stockholm Major. Didn't see it too much during this Arlington Major, but yeah, Zeus plus Bloodseeker, this has been an amazing combo throughout the Dota history.
Yes.
And we've seen what Zeus can do. Once he hits that level 6, you start to play very aggressive on the side lanes. This needs to be calculated, and Seb picking up some early tips.
Yeah, Amar was farming Fountain early, now Seb farming all the tips up. Everybody's giving them to Seb, even Tiger. Yeah, you're right, these little switcheroos, 3 elements on Beast Coast Draft they've kind of taken from OG's Game 1 victory. Lots of laning prowess with Ursa, Razor, and then the team fight of that Earthshaker Brew, while OG, going back to the classic, gave them victories at the Stockholm Major with a Seb Wind Ranger. We'll see what he can do this time around, as he's got 1 Mantle of Intelligence.
30 seconds to battle.
OG's signature item at this point.
You play against OG. You don't ban Timbersaw because you think you can beat it, right? We've seen that movie so many times before. Amar will be playing in a matchup that is not good for him. If it was Ursa plus something else other than the Enchantress, I would still say that Timbersaw can win it. Like we've seen Timbersaw one hitting level 6 before Ursa, still getting a kill. You can creep skip. Oh, this
nice.
is a good Fisher. Rebound was already used, but they're not going to go for it. Stinger having no point in the enchant, going for a Nature's Attendance instead. So that means that they will not be able to chase.
Yeah, and it looked like Gojira there taking quite a bit of damage from those Zeus lightnings. Will have to wander his way back up to top lane. Seb with the Thunder Awaken line, bringing out that South American flair. But you're right, Amar, he had a wry smile when he saw that Enchantress picked. He was like, here we go. They're going to try and start countering my lane. Then the Ursa came.
I think this man has played against every potential counter to Timbersaw. Because this is the hero that they do first phase, and a lot of the teams do think they can let it through.
Oh.
Timber Chain misses.
Yeah, interesting. He was trying to go for a last hit secure there and a bit of harassment onto K1, but
buying some time. So they are putting pressure on him, getting the right clicks, while Taiga is dragging the creep wave, blocking the big camp, and gonna drag it behind Tier 1 and Tier 2 tower.
Yeah, sniping the courier as well. Going well so far for Beast Coast down in this bottom lane, while into mid, 4-2 for the Razor. Zeus always going to be able to secure last hits with his lightning, but he's also got 3 denies. Over the years, Zeus has had quite a lot of buffs to his attack damage, his attack rate.
Zeus had like 40 damage. It was impossible to last hit if you're not using Arc Lightning, and he does have Heavenly Jump to be able to jump away from Razor's Static Link.
Yeah, not too difficult a lane for him. While up at top, we've got Wispy here on that Brewmaster with Gojira. Double melee lane against the Bloodseeker Wind Ranger. What do you reckon is going to happen up here? Like, can Seb and Yuragi battle back into these two brawlers?
They do have a lot of poke, especially from Wind Ranger. Seb's having a really good time right-clicking, going for extra Mantle of Intelligence, knowing that he needs to be able to deal damage. They just made a new lane.
There's a new lane between towers. Tiger's been able to zone K1 away, disposing Enchantress in towards Amar. Rebound is good, Fairy Fire Force. Stinger has the stick. Can't finish her off, and K1.
And this is why Amar was laughing when they pick Enchantress. He's like, you think this is going to counter me?
Look at the tier 1. There's a full creep wave there. Stinger has had to TP to go and get that experience, maybe a few last hits, because it's all being wasted. OG, they've completely turned this lane.
And K1 will also TP, so that's 200 gold down the drain, unless you want to die and get to 1 for free.
Yeah, I'm still struggling to last it under tower. They should be able to manage things now, reset a little bit. But OG will keep dragging waves, messing with that creep equilibrium. And it's not comfortable for Beast Coast by any means. 11 last hits for K1, not where he wants to be. We see 13 on the Bloodseeker. Seb coming back towards Gojira. And he's just body blocking that small camp. Can't go for the courier kill. And a shackle shot will hold him back. That will allow Seb to get the bounty rune, which it looked like C-Smile was considering going for, as OG get both.
That's pretty big. Also, looking at the bottom lane, Timbersaw farming underneath the tower. 2 points in reactive armor. He survived what was supposed to be like the hardest time for him. During the game, like, Ursa will still have your number. This is a hero that you need to be careful about. Taiga lurking around the mid lane. I don't think they can kill Razor, but they could potentially deal some damage, and also this rotation could secure water runes for OG.
Yeah, force him out of lane, get those runes. Brewmaster down to half health. A little bit of chip there from OG. But you're right, this Timbersaw doesn't really need that many last hits early on. You know, you're sitting around 10, he's got that up to 14 now. He just wants to hit that level 3, level 4 to be able to stay alone while we see Tiger coming into mid, dispose back into BZM.
Good body blocks.
Good body blocks. More damage needed, and they've got it. BZM getting first blood on that mid lane. And that's what you get from a Timbersaw pick. You're allowed to leave Amar alone and gank and roam.
Yeah, also, Seb, I was looking at the top lane. He did manage to stop Earthshaker from getting the TP off, so potentially a save, because there was Gajira trying to TP, use the Fissure potentially, and save people. But yeah, BZM off to a good start. And we've seen so many times in the last couple of months what happens when Zeus gets that first blood. He's off to a good start, having Arcane Boots, farming the small camp right now, and also will hit level 6. So Ursa needs to be very careful. You know that OG is going to start to put more pressure here on him.
Yeah, because we've also seen the flip side of this lane. When a marble hit level 6, the Chakram and that Thunder God's Wrath could find them a kill, as Whisper getting taken down pretty low. Forced back to his base, and there we go. K1 zapped down. This is even before Amar hits level 6. Just a run forwards, Thunder God's Wrath, and kill that carry.
They had no region left. There was a couple of tangos on Enchantress, and they're going to get another one.
He's dead as well.
The power of this global presence that hits everyone.
Gojira has no TP.
Yeah, because he used it before. If he gets scouted, he's definitely dead.
Go on, Seb. Can you find him? Observer ward placed down by Gojira.
Amar did drop a question mark in the previous game. This time around, pausing. Just checking, you know, if everything is okay.
And just wipe the sweat off his brow after that early laning phase. Definitely has made up for things.
So far, so good from OG. They did manage to stabilize the lane for Timbersaw, getting the kill, securing the farm on Zeus, and also Bloodseeker. 24 CS compared to Ursa's 22. Level 5. Once you hit that level 6, like Earthshaker's level 2, your Brewmaster did die level 4, so they can still get level 6 on Bloodseeker, rupture him, and then get a kill before he gets level 6. That's pretty big.
Yeah, we're already seeing this net worth disparity where Zeus has 3,000 miles ahead of any of his opponents. Oh, Tiger in reverse. And now back the right way. He's having a good time. Well, he set everything up, hasn't he? He made that bottom lane difficult. He created that lane between the tier 1, tier 2, ganked mid. So far, he's been the real glue to stick this team together in the laning phase. So what's the plan for this?
He has a very important call he has to answer. Mar taking a phone. Not sure who's calling.
Well, he's got to go on Twitter and, you know, question mark there as well, doesn't he?
Yeah, got to post it on social media immediately.
That's Gojira thinking about his next move, because he is the one stuck in the trees up top. And Whisper, 10 seconds until he respawns. A little while until he'll be able to get back into this lane. But the big question for me is C-Smile here on the Razor. What's the plan for this? Because it's rare now we see him in the mid lane. Is it going to be the same kind of build with that BKB rush? Or do we go something more like, you know, the carry build we saw from Skitter with that Mom Maelstrom kind of deal?
They do have Ursa, so I think he needs to be able to get online as fast as possible, get that BKB, and get stuff done. Also, very important that you are controlling runes, because the other guy is Zeus, right? So if he gets Arcane Rune, if he gets a Haste Rune, he can easily go to the side lane and gank.
County offers a lot of damage. As we do have the reconnect, see if Amar can get back underway. Yeah, get that microphone right next to your mouth. Communication is key in Dota 2.
Not that close, Dan. Your teammates would not appreciate hearing you breathing.
All right, here we go. Back into things. OG with a 3-0 kill lead. Laning stage looking pretty solid from them so far. Beast Coast have got a lot on their plate.
Yeah. Amar checked the latest memes from Reddit, and now he's ready to go. Level 5.5, Ursa level 4. This now gets very difficult. He did put another point in Timber Chain, so more speed, more latch range, and definitely a kill threat on K1.
That's the most important thing. So when he hits level 6, he can burst K1 down quickly. And he's keeping him within that kind of death threshold. Oh, Bassi. Recipe grabbed up. C-Smile.
A bit of a bonk there. Not getting the rebound. Gojira still in trouble. There is a shackle, not going to connect, but he's definitely going to die.
Maybe denied to Roshan. BZM says no, absolutely not. Picks off that Earthshaker, but they kept C-Smile alive.
And this is big. C-Smile picking up the haste rune, so he can rotate to the side lane and potentially get a kill. I don't think they can kill Timbersaw, because that's a bit of a difficult task, but maybe if there's some kind of a rotation to the top lane, Bloodseeker could die. Bloodseeker about to hit level 6. There is Rupture. Where's Seb? He's coming in.
Yeah, Seb's in from the back.
TP rotation that I mentioned.
C-Smile aiming Uragi, but no stuns. Can they kill him? Uragi just TP's home. Nothing to stop him. And Seb there, perfect placement to come in from behind, find the shackle shot. And C-Smile unable to get anything done with that haste, because it also was scouted out. There was a dire ward near bottom rune that saw them get the haste, saw him moving, and they guessed the TP was coming.
You can see how well OG is communicating, not because of that microphone adjustment from Amar, but yeah, starting to play aggressive on Ursa when Zeus is about to hit level 6, Rupture. You know that Yuragi called for that. He's like, I need 2 CS, I need someone to stop the potential TP out, and the Shackle Shot was there available from Windranger.
And K1 now showing his face in the mid lane. Still level 5 on the Ursa, 7.5 minutes in. Difficult times for Beast Coast.
Another Zeus ulti is available.
And Tiger getting away from the Razor, but they're all pinging him out. Can they dispose him back, drag him around? The power shot comes in, Tiger rebounds in, and now we'll find C-Smile. Chase him down with his Zeus damage, while K1 and Whisper, they are arriving from the back end. The disposal there, stuns up K1. Tiger getting bullied by the Shackle Shot. Seb.
BZM's dead, he's in a lot of trouble here.
They'll kill the Zeus. That's the big one for Beast Coast. Fisher landing onto Tiger, but the follow-through is lacking.
These heroes are so hard to catch. You have Zeus. Every single hero besides Bloodseeker has some kind of a movement ability.
He's got Thirst.
Sure, but the active one.
Yeah.
Timber Chain, Heavenly Jump, Wind Run, and also Rebound that can help out your teammates as well.
Tiger wanting to play aggressively onto K1. Might pay for it now, though, as Stinger and C-Smile, Gojira even here in the mid lane, stun up the Marcy, force the Fairy Fire. But what's next? They're going to kill on a support. Can they push tower? It's just back to farming, isn't it?
It really is. And look at, speaking of farming, Amar, he loves to hit the creeps on the bottom lane, did manage to take down the tower. And he's also a hero that can protect the tower, because he's not afraid of Brewmaster. The only hero that can kill him is going to be Ursa, and I'm not sure if K1 wants to heavily commit with the team and try to secure a tier 1 tower on the top lane.
Sorry, can we just go back to the Timbersaw there with his item? Because most people have TP
Divine
scroll in their sticky buy. He has a satanic in his sticky buy. Man, what a guy. Whisper up top, the Brewmaster dead, Yuragi and Tiger pairing up to find the kill. And Yuragi, phase boots. Heading into that Maelstrom, should have the Javelin coming out on Courier, already scaling incredibly quickly. And Amar farming enemy jungle, so they're taking away these slices of pie that Beast Coast need. Not only are they grabbing their own farm that's safe, but playing aggressively to remove any advancement the Beast Coast maybe could find. Seb, the Tiger, high ground obs ward, C-Smile, and they're bringing the BZM Zeus here as well. Looks like Stinger will spot them out though. Try and bodyguard the Razor here. C-Smile back in, Stinger about to die, but the Nature's Attendants keeping him topped up while Amar goes straight onto the Razor and the power shot Chakram, Thunder God's Wrath, kill off too, just like that.
OG, again, a lineup that is really good from the distance. They don't need to heavily commit to get those killed. Yuragi pinging out Gojira.
Yeah, he's invis.
He needs someone to stop the TP, and Seb is already there. Does have a wind run, doesn't even need it. Will snipe him from far away.
Gets the power shot, and they've also forced the brew split down bottom. If the only death here is Tiger, OG going to be
I don't think they're
completely happy with
this. The magic one. Ooh, gets stunned. This could have been another split that they don't get too much out of it.
2 minutes.
OG, I mean, we said it. It's very difficult to gank these heroes.
Incredibly challenging. Whereas Stinger, he does have Whisper here to maybe bully them back. He runs in towards them. One charges in range drops. Seb, he will finally die, but Stinger turned on with the Chakram. The damage from Amar. Finding another while Yuragi, he's going to go for the TP home. The damage is coming, but there are no stuns. Back away he goes. How many times will we see this OG side just say, screw it, we'll TP?
Again, problem. They don't have, like, Earthshaker needs to be everywhere. He needs to be able to catch people, like, potentially during Heavenly Jump, block them off so that Windranger can get away. And K1 did manage to get some tower damage in the top lane, but still, whenever someone shows up from OG, they need to respect it. Another split available in 60 seconds. It's a long cooldown. It's 140 seconds, level 1.
K1 has caught up tremendously, though. Diffuser Blade, Morbid Mask. He's ready to fight, ready to Roshan as well if they do get a good battle around this top lane area. And that's where Beast Coast should be moving towards, but yeah, with no brew split, They are fully reliant, like you say, on this Earthshaker to be everything in their team fights.
Looking at Ursa, he does have a K1, A1, and D1. That's his score right now.
Can we get a groan from chat, please?
Please stop. Yeah,
Thank you.
They're gonna threaten Roshan kill. This is Ursa Radiant, so you know that Ursa's gonna be playing the top part of the map. You would love if they can kill a tier 1 tower, and I expect Beast Coast to make a move there pretty soon.
Yeah, get things going, get the ball rolling. Tiger again playing into this vision. They CC Smile farming very shallow in this jungle, close to his base.
Zeus does have Arcane Rune in the bottle, so that's a big one. That's massive. And looking at what BZM is going for, straight up E-Blade against Ursa, against Razor, so that's going to be another saving tool for himself, or also if he needs to amplify damage.
Another way to just TP away as well, right? Just E-Blade yourself, TP home. But Beast Coast scanned. They're in the pit. Thunder God's Wrath comes. Roshan nearly dead. The shackle shot trying to delay it, but K1 gets the Aegis. OG still thinking of fighting though. Tiger is going to dispose and get damage in onto the brew, but the split comes out just in time. Whisper, Cyclones Amar focuses Tiger to kill off the Marcy, while Seb, he's picked off as well. Ursa clears through her. Amar finally lands on the ground, and Stinger, he's dead now. A little stun in. K1, good damage, but he yules up. Sending theirs to Skywards and zapping down onto Whisper. BZM blown up with the heavenly jump. The Fisher misses. BZM is slipping away. The grasp of Beast Coast not strong enough. They need a firmer grip on this one as Amar, he's dancing around them. Even with the Echo Slam, they get BZM.
That was funny to watch, because Zeus, you stopped their cast time. This is one of the things that Heavenly Jump is like, people don't see it most of the time, and we've seen it this time around when Fisher was being used. Amar, he's still alive, wants to go in.
It does such a massive amount of damage, but Tiger's still dead, caught in that mid lane.
These are the type of fights that Beast Coast need. They need to put some pressure, because K1 decided to go for the Fusel Blade, and Amar, he's not going to feel too comfortable playing near Ursa. Does have a Yule Scepter, so that's going to be his mana regeneration. But those stacks, when they start adding up, and also mana, if you lose mana, you might be in a lot of trouble.
Makes things very challenging for you. But here's the blink, the reveal of Gojira. Doesn't have Echo Slam, but still will be able to reposition himself with these fissures and aftershocks. And with 3 minutes 20 remaining on Aegis, they do want to keep this going. Obs on high ground, seeing BZM, Gojira, K1, the heavenly jump into the trees.
Again,
he's on the run, he zapped him to stop the blink, and K1 trying to get in, but Tiger disposed back. They'll focus the Zeus though, diving tier 2. Beast Coast, have they gone too far? They still want to keep fighting though. BZM will take down Gojira, and OG, they're fighting back, striking in with the Yules on the Ursa, zoning out K1. Tiger disposes him to the low ground, and they're going to kill him the once.
They do have Shackle. Shackle is maxed out. They
line it up,
does
Sam.
Not have that ulti available.
Get the catch. Take the kill. And Yuragi on a spree as Beast Coast overstep their bounds. Shut out of that top jungle.
BZM managing to get out. Taiga with the dispose, keeping him alive and also giving him rebound. Heavenly Jump is maxed out. Now Zeus does have that Ghost Scepter, so doesn't necessarily need to care about getting initiated on by Ursa. Might buy him enough time to get out of the trouble.
I just love the way that Amar plays so forward. They win a little team fight, and immediately they are on enemy side of the map, pressuring into triangle, trying to keep tabs on Beast Coast. Now we still have ways back into this. Beast Coast team fighting.
Board providing a lot of vision. They see Gojira.
Oh yeah, that Earthshaker, the key target, and Amar beelines for him. K1 looking at Seb though. He doesn't have wind run for another second or two, and blasted down by the plasma field. Timbersaw, can he slip away from this with a chain across? He's still being drained of all his damage, and the jump in from Gojira will find another one. Beast Coast
around him way too deep from OG. They wanted to take this fight, but seems like Beast Coast, they do have an answer. They need to get stuff done.
Well, you know, they're the kings of team fighting, aren't they?
They really are.
In SADPC, at international tournaments, they're so good at finding these clashes.
Brewmaster getting closer to his Aghanim Scepter. That's a big time. But Brewmaster in the late game is very difficult to deal with. Once he gets that refresher, Eon Disc, Aghanim Scepter, these fights become very, very difficult.
Yeah, it should synchronize decently here. We see the BKB is picked up by C-Smile, so they'll have that at relatively similar times with the Ags on the Brew. Ursa now no longer with Aegis, needs his own defensive item, so BKB is coming up for him pretty soon.
Beast Coast will hit the big timing once they have that BKB on Ursa that you just mentioned. C-Smile did finish off his a bit low on mana, and also Aghanim Scepter plus the next split coming out in the next couple of minutes.
Well, Gojira just going to be the sacrifice here, trying to allow K1 to get away with the Ursa still being chased, and Rage already used the Yules into the air, sent skywards into the clouds and down to the ground, hits it with a third. Two quick kills.
Definitely going to be an item for this game. Against Earthshaker, he goes in, you break his combo. There's already one on Timbersaw, and I also see that Taiga's trying to get one, and getting very close. Needs a and of course against the Ursa. Just a kiting tool, he uses his end rage to buy some time. He lands, set up for a shackle potentially.
Makes a lot of sense.
კაი რა ხდება?
That shard, something that was very successful throughout the Stockholm Major. Also great synergy for setting up your shackle and also
გავაგზელოთ საინტერესო იგრა თუ ჩავრთო Dota boys.
That's handy. Such a nice flow to this game as well. I mean, we saw game 1 OG very dominant from the laning stage. Beast Coast always on the back foot. This game quite even. That 2k net worth lead from OG has been dipping up and down as Beast Coast do find the little punchbacks that they need. As we get now into 20 minutes or so. Next Roshan going to be at the forefront of all these players' minds. 2 minutes until fast spawn. Incredibly important, of course, for the Ursa team to get their hands on it. He needs Aegis to be able to play as aggressively as he wants. Farming a nice little stack of Ancients now, K1. BKB should be done. Yeah, that's enough catch for it.
It's time to smoke. They need to fix the lanes and go for the smoke on Beast Coast.
Yeah, it's go time. C-Smile and Gojira down near bottom, playing around their vision, making sure there's no easy access to this bottom jungle for OG. C-Smile likely just going to clear one more wave and then come back in towards mid, maybe smoke from their triangle and play up top.
აი ეს აღარ მახსოვს აუტსაიდერებს მოუგო ამან ამ BC-მ.
All of the timings hitting for Beast Coast. Now, what's it like for OG? If OG are the ones being jumped on, it feels like a much different fight to when they're the ones doing the jumping, right? If Timbersaw's going in, they're finding shackle shots, it looks great.
OG will need to reset the fight because there is a BKB on Razor, BKB on Ursa, and they want to kite that. Brewmaster, which might be a bit too difficult.
They're just going to echo slam him straight off the bat. Fisher in, C-Smile, trying to do damage, but the Ghost Scepter's bought a bit of time for BZM to get the Thunder God's Wrath out and kill Gojira with them on. BKB and TP from C-Smile is cancelled. The heal's coming from the Nature's Attendants while Whisper Yules a Cyclone onto this Bloodseeker, the Centaur stomp and smart. He's in again. The BKB from Uragi though with the Blood Right and the rebound forward. Aiming for the Razor and taking him down. Amar, the carry in this fight, blowing people up. But K1 can show off as well with a couple of swipes.
Wow.
Beast Coast kill 3.
Wow.
OG wanted to get the most out of worse situations. Zeus getting trapped and using ulti, using his whole toolkit to be able to deal some damage. They did manage to get a couple of kills, but Beast Coast with these Brewmaster split, he used both of them.
Sorry guys. Bicho, ანუ რა ხდებოდა აქ რა? ანუ გაუმართლა ძალიან იმან რა ქვია. გაუმართლა იმ პონჩი რომ ზევსი გაწიეს ძალიან მარტივად. პირველი კილი ზევსი აიღეს და
be taking a lot of damage. Sidekick dispellable, also dispellable, so that's going to be a huge issue for OG.
Yeah, these cyclones from Whisper as well. You know, you send Amar out of the fight. Bloodseeker removed. Focus down one or two of the other cores instead. As we have 1 minute to wait for Roshan to respawn. OG going to smoke.
Brewmaster-ს აღარ აქვს ამდენი. ანუ ორი ულტი ყოველ შემთხვევაში არ აქვს. მინუს შეიკევი. BKB არა აქ რაზორს როგორც ვიცი კი აქვს მაგრამ ბაშერი გვაქვს არ გვაქვს შეიკერის ვაიბექი მოუწიათ
Maybe some follow through, but nah, Beast Coast just sit by their base. Maybe with K1 running forward, they'll look for the aiming Uragi, but the speed from OG to retreat and reset.
Also using Gale Force.
Buyback from Gojira, he might be paying.
ცუდი, ძალიან ცუდი ის ხნა.
No mana left, but the E-blade.
საშინელი ფიჟური.
Save in behind him, the run out from the rebound. Tiger clipped by the plasma field, but unleashes while K1 and Whisper do.
რასაც შეისებენ გმირებს პროსტო შეხედე. ტრანკვილ ბუცით არის ბიჭო ბრიუ პირველად ნახე ტრანკვილ ბუციანი ბრიუ როშანი მე მგონი წაიღეს ხო
bottle but I feel like OG is going to strike 15 seconds until Tiger is alive and they can poke from distance.
I've got to. Look at how quickly Roche is falling while Amar is being zoned out. They've kept the Timber Saw off to the right hand side and they
შეიძლება ამარას მინუსი გაკეთდეს. დიდი ალბათობით ამარას უსა როგორ მოკლეს ღმერთო ჩემი.
Oh my Oh, Beast Coast.
This could be a disaster, but they did manage to kill
აქ დიდი ალბათობით რავი ტიმბერას ბაიბექი აქვს ტიმბერასაც შეუძლია თუ აქვს ბაიბექი
K1 he scouted power shot blood right they see him doing it Whisper he's popped the ulti Seb with a gale force the backline jump here forcing
აქ ძალიან მაგარი რამ ექნა ბრიუმ
but they desperately required it Cyclone and a stomp, finding Tiger, Gojira blasted, there's Zeus bringing so much pain down from the heavens.
Outzone
he finds Stinger with a rupture, Seb with a shackle, stops the TP.
They're getting whatever they can from these fights. It was a good decision in the end from K1 to buy back there and secure Roshan. Because whenever you don't go for Battle Fury on Ursa, you need to pick up the level 10 talent, which is Mana Region talent, and then you don't have the Furious Fight reset time, which is a big deal. Because against Roshan...
ო, საკითხავია, რამდენად ღირდა ეხა ბაიბექის გაკეთება უსაზე. ნუ იდეაში რო არ აიღოთ ამათ AGC ისინი აიღებდნენ უბრალოდ ანუ ხო რა საშინელება იქნებოდა ორმაგად საშინელება იქნებოდა რომ AGC OG-ს აიღო ამიტომ რავი რაღაც მომენტში ღირს ბაიბექის გამართლება ურსაზე მეჩვენება თუ მეჩვენება თუ ხო კი კონტროლი არის 0 თუ ბისტმასტერს ბრიუმასტერის იმას არ ჩაუთვლით ultimates ანუ შეიკერი უბრალოდ კვდება უმარტივესად და ანუ სტანი აღარ არის იმში თან უსა ბაშერის გარეშე არის
K1 used. Did he enrage? Still has his ulti. Seb with that gale force.
He does have a shard, so
Oh, shardit.
That's what I saw. Seb in trouble.
Კაი მინუს სები, ბაშე რეფრეშერი რეიზორზე. მინუს მარცი. Wow. Wow, და აქ შეიძლება ზევსიც კი, მინუს ზევსია. Wow, bravo. Sao.
How can get you out of the trouble? Keep getting away with this.
And look at Amar. He's going in like super aggressive, trying to scout things out. OG will need to reset with their tools that we said. Rebound Amar. He's gonna get it.
You just don't stand a chance.
And also we'll get a D ward because there was a Zeus ult.
პირველი ability სიცოცხლე რამ ხელა დააკლო დაინახეთ ბიჭო. ბაშერი მოუტანია უსას.
this Bloodseeker can't 1v1. Needs the backup in from Seb, and they've got this K1 Ursa completely
Refresh-ე. BKB უნდა მეთქვა. Never mind. არა უშავს. BKB-ია კურსას. კაი, სწორი თარგეტი. ხა და teamfights მოიგებენ. Nice, მოასწრო გაშლა ამარი ჰაიერში. უბრალოდ აწიე ჰაიერში ამარი. კაი, სები საო. ბრავო. ამარი თუ მოკლეს, კი, ყდარია ამარი, ყვამია. Nice chain. Wow, bravo, რა თამაშს ატრიალებენ არ მჩე. ჯანდაბა და ისიც დაიჭირა ზემოთ, ხო არ გადაო. Wow.
These are the fights that Beast Coast need. They need to lock onto a target and immediately kill it because OG is very
ურსას ბაშერმა ძალიან ბევრი რაღაც ხნა.
I see a four stab that is about to be finished on Seb, but yeah, finally K1 is he bringing a blink dagger because he does not have it. There's something coming on the courier.
Oh yeah, what's he buying? He's got paladin sword, it's a neutral item that he's bringing out to himself.
ო კარგი, სები მარტივად გაიქცა, იმიტომ რომ ვინდრანი აქვს და უბრალოდ დააჭირა ვინდრანს და გაბლინკა, გასაგებია, всё, ვიცით? აქ შეიკერმა ითამაშა, მე ვფიქრობ, რომ ეს teamfight-ი შეიკერმა დახატა. და საიდან მოდის უბრალოდ შეიკერი თუ დააკვირდით?
So yeah, Razor is super farmed and they're itemizing for Rupture, they're itemizing for Shackles, getting those Lincoln Spheres. So whenever you use Refresher, you get another Lincoln Sphere. Eventually, there's going to be a Lotus Orb of one of these two supports on Beast Coast and the Ursa. Also, he's a...
Neti გადმოვიდა ამათ ხარეს.
He absolutely loves it. Ultimate Orb already in inventory.
და რაც უფრო ურსა ძლიერდება, მით უფრო სუსტდება ბლადსიქერი. როგორც ქერი. რავი, მე ვფიქრობ, რომ ნუ კი 25 ლეველზე ძალიან ძლიერია ბლადსიქერი, თუ პლუს რეფრეშერს გააძრობს რა, რეფრეშერით უძლიერესია. დაიჭირა.
And Whisper straight up ulti. They'll pick up the Marcy.
ვფიქრობ, რომ ულტის საჭიროება აქ არ იყო, მაგრამ ბრიუმასტერმა დიდი ალბათობით იფიქრა, რომ თიმი ახლოს ყავს. სები ვიჟენია.
OG TPing back to their tier 2 to defend though. And nobody gets caught. Very defensive from OG behind their tower. And Beast Coast now with the win probability advantage.
What are these numbers, Gary?
Well, it was OG all the way, but I think I just saw like 53 or so percent, 57% in fact, is their chance right now. But it has been OG this entire game, only in the past couple of minutes. That fight bottom has swung things completely.
A bit too deep.
Shadowblade-ზე ფიქრობს გოჯირა, მაგრამ რავი, შარდი მე მგონი არ იქნება ურიგო. Razor-ის არკანრუნა. ო, ძალიან საშიშია. Razor-ი ზედმეტად საშიშია ამ რუნით.
Primal split. It looks like it's not quite off cooldown, even though the green light is on. 5 seconds until it's back up.
It's always shows whenever you pick up Aghanim Scepter that ulti is available, but it's not. So you need to click on the hero.
Well, he has one charge now. Prepping for the third Roshan. 40 seconds potentially.
Double Lincolns and also Razor have an Arcane Rune, so he wants to take the fight, lower the cooldown on that Refresher. BKB
Smoky. აქ დაიწყება. აქ გადამწყვეტი ფაითი იქნება, ვფიქრობ. Wow, ideალური shackle shot.
This is what you wanted from OG, but look at the Cyclone. They found and caught the Bloodseeker here. Coming in up the back.
Wow! ეკოსლამა. კაი, ენჩატრესი მოკვდა, არც ენჩატრესი არ მოკვდა, მოკვდა ენჩატრესი.
K1
თავის საღო ძალიან მაგრად ითამაშა, ძალიან მაგრად ითამაშა თაიგამ და სად არის შარდი შეიკერზე.
They can't find him. They can't catch him. Seb's also got himself away. Beast Coast some big kills, but it could have been even bigger.
კი. მართალია, მეტის მოკლა შეეძლოთ.
Behind enemy lines will try to TP out. There was a good hex initiation on Ursa, but no real follow-up. Also the problem.
კარგი დაელოდებიან ახლა როშანს. როშანსში შეიძლება იციციდოს აგანიმი.
It's still not dewarded. I mean, when the smoke breaks, there's a second of hesitation, like, wait, they're here as well.
Yeah, because they initiated with the shackle, and you'll see Amar following it up with the hex on Ursa, and the rest of the OG not.
აი, ფიჟურმა ცოტა გაახურა, მაგრამ მაგრად შეხვდა ძალიან.
Gets right on top of them, killed off Tiger, forced the buyback, and K1 after that side device with the help.
Plus vision-ზე იდგნენ OG-ის vision-ი იდო.
Also closing out onto his refresher orb with Aghanim Scepter, Spirit Vessel charges. There was a series yesterday when Aster played, and once that Brewmaster hits his item timings, Gojira, they don't have another stun.
No, they don't.
Not close enough to use his hex.
Using their tactics against them, just
კი, როშანში დევს აგანიმი.
Roshan scouted by an enchantress creep.
კი, ენჩატრესმა იცის. ლინკელნი ურსაზე ძალიან მაგარი.
That's a big one, getting that to either Ursa or Razor, most likely going to go to Ursa, so he can't.
კი, Razor-ი აბეითებს.
Always have that enrage available, and yeah, Hex is a way to deal with it, but not sure if they have enough damage to blow him up instantly.
Yeah, he's incredibly tanky with that Lincoln's, and once he's got the Abyssal Blade, even tankier still.
რატო არ ხსიან ამ visions ვერ
Radiant observer wards here. I think one might get dewarded. Yep, Uragi finds it. High ground vision not coming for Beast Coast.
ხო, რა სავარია იციან აქვთ ინფორმაცია რომ მან და არის vision-ი всё გასაგებ.
Into this Roche area from the dire side. They've got 3-4 ways to get towards the pit.
Razor-ის შემდეგი აიტემი. საინტერესოა Swift Blink-ი Hex-ი ძალიან მაინტერესებს. რა იქნება Razor-ის შემდეგი აიტემი.
Disarm them, does have Elven Tunic, so some extra evasion coming out real handy.
It's like disarm them, pop Lincolns, just do something. Gojira.
მე მგონი მინუსია სები. კი, მეორე თუ დაკე გვამია. მინუს სები. სხვათა შორის შეიკერის მინუსით ძალიან ბევრს იზავს. ურსაც აიღეს, კი არა და იმორტალიც აიღეს, ენჩატრესი არ კვდება. ძალიან მაგარი ფეჟერი გააკეთა. რავი, ამარიც ზიდის ალბათობით დამინუსდება. ნახე რა ბლინკი გაუკეთა Razor-მა. ნახე რა ბლინკი გაუკეთა Razor-მა. ღმერთო ჩემო. არა, რავი. კარგი თამაშია ძალიან და მე მგონი პროსტო OG წააგებს. აგანიმი Razor-ს აუღია, იმიტომ რომ push-ზე გამოიყენონ და არა ურსას. Cheesy ak Razor-ს ფეხებზე კიდია.
Beast Coast, and there's no timber for 45 seconds. High ground time for Sea Smile. Lincoln's gets popped by the Zeus, but they've got the tier 3. In we go with Tiger disposing. Bloodright comes from Uragi. They're trying to defend their base here, but Whisper will cause chaos and zone them back.
Nimby dies so quickly against.
აუ რანაირ შაკლებს ისვრის ეს ისასები რა უბედურება. ეს რა არის? ძალიან მაგარ შაკლებს ის. ბრიუ რეფრეშერით არის.
Going into Eon Disc next, it's so easy to siege the high ground. Very
Nidიაში სულ რო
I want to see how OG is going to approach this.
ბისიმ team fight-ი არ ეჭხოვონ. ბრიუ შეუძლია უკვე solo push ძალიან მარტივად. სატანი. არც სვიფტლინკი, არც ჰექსი, უბრალოდ ადგა და სატანიკს იღებს რეიზორ.
Oh, Beast Coast game 2.
Aiden loves that Aghanim Scepter on Razor. This is where these extra 20% are coming from.
სატანიკი ალბათ იმიტომ რომ high ground-ზე ადგება, ავა დადგება და ultimate-ით გაფუშავს რა. თუ საფრთხე შეიქმნება, აჭერს BK-ს და სატანიკს. და უბრალოდ უსებს HP-ს რა ეგ არის. ნუ კი ჭკვიანურია იდეაში. ჰექსი უფრო ისეთია. ჰექსი შეიძლებოდა რომ უფრო აი არასაფუშავად და ასე შემდეგ უფრო რაღაც team fight-ის აიტემია და არა high ground-ის ასასვლელად რა. ნუ სატანიკიც იდეაში team fight-ისთვის არის, მაგრამ ანუ ბევრ სხვა რამეში გამოგადგება რა.
See Smile keep on going, the Nimbus and the Yules will keep him at bay. So close to finding Uragi, but they get the Nimbus down. Creep wave down bottom needs to be shot, but Seb
ბევრ რაღაცას დაანგრევე. -7.
Blocking him in and getting the kill.
Does have buyback if necessary. They want to fix this bottom lane and go for the high ground potentially. Razor, a refresher is available. Uragi with the pause.
შიო, ანუ ეხა უყურე რა პრობლემა აქვს. ეხა უწევს OG-ს დეფი. ნუ, კარგია. ტიმბერა დეფისთვის, ასე თუ ისე, კარგია ზევსი დიფენსისთვის, კარგია დეფისთვის, ასე თუ ისე. ბლაციკერი, მაგრამ აი მარცი და ვერკაზე რა გითხრათ. ნუ ერთი power shot-ი აქვს თითქოს, რომელიც არანაირ შედეგს არ მიცემს და
with the timber so but if there's no timber they know that they cannot do it. There's just not enough damage. Spell prism drop.
არ ელოდა ჩემი აზრით OG ამ ხელა comeback-ს.
Straight up high ground, OG knows what's coming. K1 and C Smile a little bit irritated by the Gale Force. Another Lincoln's pop and Nimbus, just every tool that OG can use to try and force Beast Coast back.
Marcy tried to go for the dispose, but the big fish are right on top of K1, not allowing him to get displaced inside the deeper of OG's base. Zeus, Octarine finished, keeping Stormcrafter for now, so he wants to have another defensive tool.
And more lightning, right?
Yeah, where's that spell prism at?
There it is. Oh, that's Beast Coast one. Ursa just grabs one.
There's one drop for OG as well.
Amar.
გახდება. Whoa!
The timing there, still going to get hounded though by Beast Coast. The Fisher in blocks him, catching the Sea Smile and the pebbles thrown by Whisper's Earth Panda. Amar, he's dead.
Wow.
No buyback and Beast Coast diving.
Wow.
Seb falls. Uragi in trouble as well. Beast Coast, they've got Sea Smile BKB'd up. Uragi defended by the E-Blade. Creep waves are arriving for Beast Coast now into this dire base.
მე ვფიქრობ რომ GG-ია.
No bruise split, no BKB available on Razor. OG is going to poke from distance.
They're trying to.
GG.
But there seems to be no stopping.
ნუ ბაიბექები არა აქვს ხა იმათ და რა უნდა ქნა.
Refresher up, split out. Dispose into the blood right now.
Okay. Oh. აი, ურსას მინუსი რა ყოფილიყო, აქ კიდე შეიძლებოდა რაღაც. კიდე შეიძლებოდა რომ ცოტა რაღაც ეჩალიჩათ, მაგრამ
They still think they have one more fight available.
არა.
Eye of the storm.
Beast Coast not going for tier 4s
in 5 seconds.
უბრალოდ ადგებიან და მეგას გააკეთებენ.
Very difficult task. BZM keeping the distance.
არა მგონი ეხა ამ ურმა გმირმა იმ ხელა დემიჯი შეიტანოს, რომ რაღაცა უკან გაწიოს ბისკოს. თან მოკვდა ალბათ ლოციკე.
Yules and a bit of heal coming through. Nature's attendance is one and all that good stuff while the barracks they've all fallen. Mega creeps now what OG has to face.
ო, მაგრამ არ ამბობს OG, უკან არ იხევს, ნახოთ რა სიზავს. ჩემი აზრით დროს კარგავს, მაგრამ მაინც ყოფილა Dota ხო ულამაზესი თამაშია საოცრება ღვთისგან ბოძებული და არ გამოურიცხავ არც იმ ფაქტს რომ მოატრიალონ ეს თამაში მიუხედავად იმისა რომ რეიზორი აი ეს მდგომარეობაშია აქ უკვე OG-ს სკილი აღარ იმუშავებს აქ რაღაც ზედმეტი მაიმუნობები უნდა ითამაშონ უბრალოდ ჭკვიანურად გულისხმობ რა კარგი იქნება ანუ რეიზორი ასრულებს იდეაში აქ ძალიან დიდ როლს და ბრიუმასტერი არ არის თან აი ესე რომ თითი დავადოთ ეხლა მაგალითად გმირებს რა
It feels like one of those tough scenarios where for OG finishing items seems important and buybacks at the same time seem key. Choosing one or the other is difficult as Amar. He gets Cyclone once again sent down to the ground. Abyssal Blade, but he's got his Ghost Scepter up. Can't escape from this bear who shreds it.
Enchantress with the dispel.
ხო არ ვიცი ეს რა ჩანაფიქრი ქონდა ეხა OG-ს იმატყეში რომ შევიდნენ არ ვიცი სიმართლე გითხრათ მაგრამ აი რო ავიღოთ ეხლა თვითონ ტარგეტები თუნდაც ბრიუმასტერი თუნდაც ნუ ერთადერთი გმირია შეიკერი რომელიც შეიძლება რომ თქვათ სწრაფად მოკლან რა Enchantress-ი არ კვდება მარტივად უსა რეიზორი ბრიუ საერთოდ არ კვდება არა აი აგერ COGG Bravo, კაი იყო
show you how it's done.
Oh, goosebumps. Beast Coast taking game 2, tying things up. And there's nothing really we have to say. Just listen to this crowd.
Yeah, crowds, they want to see as many games as possible here. And we're going to go to game number 3. I also want to see the adjustments being made by both of these teams to see how it's going to be done. I'll tell you, Gary, we're going to see some different heroes. We're going to see some new heroes in this third game for sure.
We absolutely could be. I mean, the team fighting, the execution from both of these teams known for their kind of scrappy skirmish style of gameplay.
მე ვფიქრობ, რომ ეს მესამე თამაში საყურებელია.
As we head back to the panel one last time in this series.
These two teams are fighting tooth and nail. They did not want to be eliminated, and Beast Coast show up when it mattered most. Game 2 here, they looked great. They looked phenomenal. There wasn't a moment where it felt like OG were going to run away with it. Beast Coast were always
მესამე თამაში საყურებელია. აუ 128,000 ადამიანი უყურებს. ვაუ.
That razor going mid shape.
კი.
Dude, the big brain plays to be like, oh, you literally said on the panel, just give him all his heroes, right? Just let him all through. So he takes the Timber, as he chose, as he always does, and they take the Razor. It's like his first Razor game this tournament at least, and my God, he delivered.
You guys sound so sure, like I wasn't. For me, this did not look that simple, that clean from Beast Coast. It didn't look like OG were out of it from the get-go, from the beginning, because there were some problems, right? Like this Shaker, he gets the Blink Dagger afterwards. Not a lot of impact. Every time I see the Fisher, I also see the Shaker dying. I see Timber doing quite a bit early on. I see Zeus, that's way too difficult to kill. Like they try and they do take him down in a couple of fights, but he always survives for long enough to dish out a substantial amount of damage.
Right, but then they sneak the Roche. And
that was really such a turning point. Yeah, it felt like from there playing with Aegis made such a big difference because every single fight, it felt like Zeus was like blowing up the first series soul, but if that first series has an Aegis, suddenly things can go a bit differently. And Beast Coast, just their ability to control Roches and secure themselves Aegises was a game changer.
Yeah, they did really good with their buybacks, right? They OG do that smoke up, they kill Schofield, and then they look for that Roche fight. We see the buybacks coming out.
There was the buyback from your side as well, right?
I was skeptical when I saw that. I was like, is this really worth it? Like your carry buyback just to secure Roshan, but they proved it.
I was thinking maybe if the Timber saw bought back there and they fought, the game would be over. Like OG, if they buy back the Timber, if they win that fight in the Roche pit, the game is pretty much done and dusted. But Amar, he decided to hold on to that buyback. You give Ursa another chance, another life after the buyback, and they used that Aegis really, really well.
You say that you weren't convinced by Beast Coast's performance, that they weren't always in control, but who was a standout player for you that probably pulled Beast Coast into that lead?
She addressed. I did address by name.
If you addressed me,
I did
really
start the sentence with Lizard.
I would put it on the Razor, obviously. He did so much.
Bicho, რავი, ალბათ OG-ს რა.
Where Beast Coast won the fight and pulled ahead was his refresher timing. Like it felt like that showed up at just the perfect time where OG was starting to like pull ahead and look like they may just run away with the game. Suddenly he comes in with BKB refresher.
მაგრამ ესე რომ აი
and they win a fight off of that.
აი როგორ ვარ იცი, უბრალოდ მომწონს კარგი თამაშების ყურება, თორე აი რო გითხრა რომ აი ჩემთვის სულ ერთი ამ სიმართლე გითხრა TI-ს ვინ მოიგებს, უბრალოდ მომწონს როცა კარგად თამაშობენ რა.
I mean, he was there, it was great. Like
ლამაზი თამაში მომწონს.
No songs will be sang.
Answer no.
No.
It's the Razor.
No, Razor, shut up.
No, he was like off the back.
გორკარა შვება მანამდე სანამ მესამე იგრა დაიწყება.
Holy Windrunner portrait, what are you doing? Relax.
კაც იგივე სიტუაცია.
Since when does Windrunner look like that?
He hasn't built up stacks of armor. Timber without building up stacks of armor is actually relatively easy to cut through, so even like a Razor was able to take him down.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised to see him not go for an armor item. I feel like usually you see Timbers in these kind of games like a Lotus against a Razor, a Shivas just to get the armor. I think his itemization made him much squishier than he needed to be.
Yeah, sometimes you just want to be that ultimate playmaker, Yule's Blink Dagger, you know, you want to be in there, you want to have that high cap, high skill cap ability from the items, but this time around probably it would have been much easier with something like an armor.
Do you feel like there was a win condition or a timing?
Hero Herzog bicho, ეხა მესამე თამაშს მინდა უყურო ამ Beast Coast team-ის OG-ს. რაღაც ბოლო მომენტში მოვედი მეორე თამაშის და ძალიან საინტერესო იყო და დარწმუნებული ვარ მესამე ვაფშე საოცარი იქნება. და მერე შეიძლება. ეს ვინ არის ამდენი კაცი რო უყურებს? Okay, გასაგებ. ეს რა ჯანდაბა, ამას ხო არ უყუროთ ე?
Like focus on things.
სხვათა შორის ძალიან კაი კონტენტია. მეც ხო არ გამეკეთებინა ესეთი რაღაც.
What's your favorite? Oh, car.
ხელზე ბეწვები აქვს?
Did you say that the first time? And I just I'm down for anything, honestly.
საშინელება მე ესე მგონია. ვურთები აქვს დამაგრებული.
For some local celebrities, and look who I found. This is Ricky. He casted a bunch of Tier 2 Dota Division 2 NA here to support his boys, but more importantly, we got the Ricky fans. How you doing, Ricky boy? Woo! Now these guys printed out t-shirts of their favorite caster here. Can you explain why you have done this?
It's because it's his birthday today.
Wow, fantastic. Well, maybe we could sing happy birthday as an audience. Could you guys help us out here for Ricky? All right. Ready? Here we go. Happy birthday to you.
არ არის არა და ამ ადამიანის დაბადებული.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Ricky. Happy birthday to you. Oh, wonderful. Are you having a nice birthday, Rick? I'm just don't give a shit. Welcome back. That's that from the crowd. Back to you on the panel.
I'm not sure I ever want to reveal my birthday to Slacks after that singing. But shout out, happy birthday to Ricky if it really is your birthday. Sometimes I never know if I should believe Slacks or not.
Yeah, he didn't give him a chance to defend himself. No, it's not my birthday.
He was just like, is it? That doesn't matter.
He was about to say something, but yeah, Slacks.
Yeah, happy birthday, Ricky! Way!
For sure. This game though, game 3 is going to be coming up very soon. Do you feel like Beast Coast are in a bit of a predicament because winning game 2 was a sort of draft swap? It was what we saw OG have a lot of success with in game 1?
I don't think so. I mean, they'd be in more of a predicament if they lost game 2, so, you know.
Well, they would be out, so.
Yeah.
Maybe just take what OG has.
Crossword-ები შევავსოთ სანამ.
Yeah, keep stealing strats.
სანამ დაიწყება თამაში.
We'll see what OG
Ოპა, crossword-ები შევსება.
with after this break. It's game 3.
დავიწყეთ. ოღონ დაგუგლა არ შეიძლება, guys. სტრიქონი, რომელმაც 1666 წელს ლონდონი გაანადგურა. სტრიქონი, nice სტრიქონი. ბიჭო, კი, შეიძლება, როგორ არ შეიძლება. დამეხმარეთ, ეს ცოტა საბავშვო crossword-ები არ არის? პოლონელი მეცნიერი ჰელიოცენტრული სისტემის შემქმნელი, არ ვიცით. იტალიელი მწერალი, რომლის მოთხრობის მიხედვით გადაიღეს ფილმი ქვევრი. წარმოდგენა არ გვაქვს. ილუზიონისტი კოპერფილდი. ეს ვიცი. დევიდი. Okay, Saul Walls. უსაფუვროდ გამომცხვარი პური. საფუარის გარეშე დახმარევა. და ვადასტურებს. ხმიადი. ხმიადი რა ჯანდაბაატო? არა პირველად მის. Okay. საბავშვო crossword-ები. მხიარული crossword. აი ძალიან მიყვარს ბარბები. ვერ შევავსებთ ამას ვერ შევავსებთ. კაი, ისევ აქ მოვძებნოთ. მოიცა თავიდან ჩავწერო. აქ ვიყავით, ხო? სხვა crossword-ი. ცოტა easy რა. ამ მეცნიერის დისერტაცია მხოლოდ ერთ გვერდს მოიცავდა და ზედ ერთვოდა მისი ცოლის ხელის მტევრის ჩონჩხის სურათი. არ ვიცი. ბიჭო, რანაირი რაღაცეებია, ხო არ გადაო. ძაფი. იღებენ ჭიის პარკისგან. მე მგონი ეს ვიცი. რაღაცის ჭიაო რო ამბობენ ბიჭო, რა ქვია მაგას, დამავიწყდა. აუ როგორ დამავიწყდა ჯანდაბა. აბრეშუმი. ვაუ, საღოლ. აბრეშუმი. არ არის. არ არის lol guys. ბუმაკლია, okay? შუმი საღოლ guys ყველაზე ჭკვიანები ხარ
Beast Coast actually a little bit because they were the ones that lost game 1 came back in and it's always
ბიჭო ხო აი დამოვიწყდა კაია საღოლ guys ფრანგი მეცნი აი ხედავ ისეთ კროსვორდებს ვაკეთებთ რომელსაც ცოტა რაღაცა მინიშნებები აქვს რა ფრანგი მეცნიერი რომელმაც შეიმუშავა პროდუქტების თერმულად დამუშავების მეთოდი არ ვიცი სურნელოვანი ხსნარი კელნის წყალი არ ვიცი ამერიკელი დეტექტივი ალან
I guess stakes for both teams, like you said, OG being able to do the lower bracket, get first at Stockholm last major. Beast Coast, we haven't seen a South American team get better than 5th or 6th.
ყველაზე სწრაფად მზარდი ხე, რომელიც ბოტანიკურად ბალახს წარმოადგენს. B A M B U K I მე მგონი ბამბუკია.
Imagine like taking out the team that
went
to LGD. Does that mean that if they beat
No.
I know what you're trying to do. As good as LGD.
No, because Quincy Crew would be the best team of the team.
I mean, they are.
Are they not?
როგორც ვიცი ბამბუკია. დინარე, რომელიც სიმბირის ცენტრად ითვლება. არ ვიცი. კაცებელი ფრინველის ნარნარი ფრენა. რა?
What else cuz my brain's
Shaker Razor.
Yes.
მაინტერესებს. ნახოთ აბა.
It wasn't like they just went in with this plan to like steal their picks. I think it was
ეს რა არის? ტრეპტოკოკები. ეს ვიცოდი, მეცხრე რა იყო? დამაავადებელი ბურთისებრი ბაქტერიები, რომლებიც ჯაჭვისებურ გაერთიანებებს ქმნიან, ეს ყველა მიცის. დაგუგლებს არ ვართ.
You say if it goes through, would you like to see a little bit of importance placed on the Razor for a ban, or there's other ways to deal with it that you think are in the wheelhouse for both teams?
What did OG do? They actually banned out the bat instead, right? I feel that Razor is a much
ჩანთოსანი ცხოველი, მისი ახალშობილი 2 გრამს იწონის.
It depends who has first pick, right? If OG have first pick again, maybe they consider the Razor instead of the Timber. And then maybe Beast Coast respond like, oh, we can take like Timber +1. Maybe they take the Ench with the Timber so OG can't take it. I don't know how they want to play it out, but we could see like matchups going that way.
I think it's a really good point because when OG actually had their first pick, before they picked Timber, they used a lot of time. You could see Seb on the camera.
აბიჭო, ერთადერთი ჩანთოსანი ცხოველი ვიცი კენგურუ და 2 გრამს რანაირად იწონის მაგიშვილი.
Which was still in the pool, so I don't think it was like a clear cut. They knew what they were going to first pick when that Timber was.
ბიჭო, ხომ არა, კენგურუ არ წავედი კენგურუ. ერთადერთი ჩანთოსანი ცხოველები ერთამს მაინტერესებს. მარტო ერთია? არა, ბევრია, კოალაც. აი ესენი ჩანთოსანები არიან, ეს ყლინჯობა რა.
skirmishes, brawls, 5v5.
აი ეს ჩანთოსანია, ეს ჩანთოსანი კვერნა, ძალიან ბევრია და რა.
Also sneaking that Roche so early, I think it's just something OG need to be much more like present about, like talking about as a team, making sure that they are contesting it because their lanes went really well, right? OG were in a very dominant position from the laning stage.
ანდაზა იყო ძმარიო და გაერია წყალიო.
Back into the game, then you can just take that to a win.
Do you think that that's something OG struggles with as a team when they're on the back foot in a game? They feel like they're not coming out on top of team fights all the time?
Struggle with what, sir?
Like the being aware of Roche positioning around it.
Oh, but they were ahead. I think they just maybe got carried away, like they wanted to play bot or something.
Yeah, maybe they were just too aggressively try and make some moves or find some fights that were on other parts of the map.
But but to connect to your question, sometimes
they're
from behind when they're unable to execute in team fights because this team with this squad and the previous squads has always performed so extremely well in these skirmishes, in these 10 to 15 mark. But not necessarily team fights, but these small skirmishes around the mid-tier 1, right? That's where they want to dive you. That's where they want to really break your spirit. If you manage to play against that properly, sky's the limit. You can take the game.
Yeah, I think like when it comes to OG, if you remove if you put them on the back foot, they become a lot more passive. They will try and make smokes to try and make plays, but in general, they don't the aggressors as much. But they will always come back to the Roshan. No matter what the series is, they have always tried to take the top side of the map.
მარტივი კროსვორდი.
Like they will always fight for Roche most of the time, as long as they know that it's coming. Like especially after the first one.
Yeah, it's kind of unheard of. Like a team's never gonna like let the enemy get Roche when they're ahead in terms of just gold in general, like map dominance. Like they were
Scanwordi maleo.
One's putting Beast Coast on the back foot yet. They still snuck the Roche out.
Even when you are behind, letting that Roche number 2 go through is not an option. Like you just have to fight for it. The only question and the only problem is
რაო ბიჭო იმას იმხელა პრეში კეკ team fight-ის დროს თუ გაუსკდა წააგებ პირიქით team fight-ის დროს თუ გაუსკდა მოიგებენ team fight-ს ანუ ვაფშეტა team fight-ში უნდა გახეთქოს
to scatter across the map, split push, try to get that farm as sneakily as possible, which does keep you open to these quick rush ons.
Do you feel like you found that there was a weakness for Beast Coast where they
ბიჭო ხო რა ანუ
their play in game 2?
მინდა რომ თავი კარგად ვიგრძნო ეხლა ვერაფერი რო ვერ გამოვიცანი მაგრამ დავიწყო
which is I think Schofield and like his position. There was a lot of fights in his shape.
ხმალზე უფრო ძლიერად მჭრელი მე-6 სად არის ენა მოგითხარ აჰა გამოვიცანი თუ არა
I feel like they suffered in some of those earlier the mid game team fights.
პროცესი რომელიც მიმდინარეობს ფოთოლში და რომლის დროსაც წარმოიქმნება ჟანგბადი მერვე ანუ ვიცი ეს სიტყვა მეტამორფოზის მსგავსი არის ვაფშე მეტამორფოზი არა მეტამორფოზი არ არის რაღაცნაირი რაღაცას ეძახიან თქვენ უნდა იცოდეს ბოტანიკა არ გაგივლიათ სკოლაში მე კი და დამოვიწყდა
Like he summarized it perfectly when they were getting the megas, like his team is top, just securing the racks before the timber respawns. Scofield's bot side of the base is like feeding his life away, roaring heroes to run after him. It's just his playstyle in a nutshell. He sees a hero, he tries
რა მეტამორფოზი ჩემი დედავატრე სულ Dota მელანდება ყველგან საღოლ nice არაბის სარდალი მურვან ყრუ რომელიც 735 წელს შემოისია საქართველოს
Which one of those three?
ყრუებზე ძალიან ბევრი ინფორმაცია მაქვს სავანის ბინადარი ცხოველი რომელსაც სავანის სანიტარს უწოდებენ
particularly when yeah absolutely
ყრუ
Yeah, so you got Chen raising timber here kind of
მე-11 არის ალა პუგაჩოვა აჰა სახიობი სოფი შიკო რაო სოფი შიკოლონე რომლის პირველი ფსევდონიმი იყო ლაზერი რა ფსევდონიმით ვიცნობთ მას მე რა ვიცით პირველი ფოსფორიო ქიმიური ელემენტი რომელსაც ახასიათებს ნათება ბაზარი არა საღო ფოსფორი ხედავ ფოსფორი წერალი ალბერტო კვანტაკვანი სად არის აბა ალბერტო კაროჩე მეათე უნდა გავიგო თუ ეჭველი სავანის ბინადარი რა არის მეორე წერალი ალბერტო არ ვიცით მესამე კუნძული სადაც წარმოიშვა მაფია ისა სიცილია მესამე სად არის კი სიცილია ესა
They're taking so much time. Yeah, you could see. I mean, it looked like mostly Seven and Mar having a big deciding like what is the ban. Like they weren't expecting Beast Coast to ban Puck. It feels like OG at least their partner didn't go the way they.
ყვავი ბახალა მტრედი ხუნდი არ ვიცი ეს რა.
Very free. Do they even take like an enchantress? Like you take enchantress first Chen, you're like stealing creeps from each other.
სახიობი ჰათაუე.
Still on the pool. You want to use that to try and deal with Chen.
ჰათაუე რა ჯანდაბა.
Amazing responses to Chen. Like teams don't seem to have figured out the perfect like counter pick.
Can I say that I like the Timber actually? Like Timber as a Chen, not necessarily the greatest answer, but you can break his early game aggression. Later on the
Aptari.
And obviously does not care.
Dude, Chen has a party hat. Look at him go.
Abicho.
He's just enjoyed being picked in this
Aptari.
I think part of what worked decent against him last game was also having the enchantress to secure the lane a bit. It didn't I'm not sure
okay.
Secure lane quite as well as the Ench as well.
Probably not. Where he excels later on, like with all the utility, with all the heals. But in the lane...
Bicho, aptari რა არ იქნება, просто მიათე. სავანის ბინადარი. შეიძლება იყოს, ნახოთ აბა. ამამეტი იქნება რატო არის. ფაჯიკიძე მეშვიდე ელემენტი ალბათ. მე-18 n 18 რა არის? მსახიობი n m თუ n მე მგონი m არის.
Beast Coast can't just pick the Batrider for Whisper versus Timber, and that's why they're taking the Nyx. That was the hero that I guess that they're scared of then, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
სპარტანელების დევიზი ფარით ტრაკზე ფარზე.
The faster you pick, and you're using OG's draft time to think about what you're going to pick. So, Beast Coast really feel like they've got a solid opener.
არ ვიცი, სპარსეთი რაღა არის და იტალიაში არ მიმოღვაწევია.
Do you think they're going to try and run it back, pick up that Earthshaker again? Or do you think they're going to go for something different with this?
19 ცა, აუ ამ 200-იანებს მაგრა უგლაჯუნებს. ცოტა გრძელები გამოიცანეთ. ცა შეულად თუ თარაზულად. ამეშვიდე ცა. ამამეთ ესე იქნება. მოიცა აქ უნდა, მოიცა რაღაც არასწორად.
Obviously, I don't think Earthshaker plus Nyx.
რომელი თქვით 19, ხო? 19. 19 სად არის ბიჭო?
Still end up banning the bat anyway. Do you not feel comfortable in what their opening heroes are here to really dissuade the bat?
აუ დამეძრა.
Is the sort of a counter to Batrider if you always want.
19 ვერ ვხედავ.
It can stun him, but perhaps you just don't want that matchup against Timber.
Yeah, like Bat still gets a BKB, right? So and then he doesn't.
აი ალბათ ეს არის რა.
When you have a player who's comfortable on it as Whisper, it's best to take it.
მე-4 მთვარეო. წავიკითხოთ თან. ციური სხეული საიდან ჩამოიწ რეგოლიტი. მე-4.
We're panicking now.
მთვარე.
So when I look at
აი
this,
აქეთ კი რა უნდა
I'm still
წავსული.
thinking about this Venomancer that Whisper is so good at. It's quite nice versus Nyx, right? Because the Plague Wars don't
23 ანიონი ხო არა? 23 ანიონი. არ ვიცი რას ნიშნავს. 23 წავიკითხოთ, აბა. კათიონის საპირისპირო მუხტის მქონე ნაწილაკი. ხო არ მეღადაობები, ანუ წარმოდგენა არა მაქვს. ფარით ამ ფარზე, ბაზარი არა, საღოლ სანის გადაეცემა საჩუქრად ფარი.
They're setting up for a position 5 elder titan.
ხუთი მზე.
Wow, you are so insightful.
This position 5 is not really a position 5.
ბიჭო, ნო, ცოტა გაზარდი, აბა. ცა მეშ, რაღაცა კუ და რაღაცე. კუკარაჩას პერსონაჟი 34. 34.
Is good versus Nyx.
Hey, there it is.
უჩანე, ლევან უჩანეიშვილი არ არის, ეგა? ლ ე ვ რას ქვია?
It's great to just, kind of deathball with the Chen as well, those plague wards. This looks like a game.
კაი, მერე გავაგზავნე.
Once again, they're going to have full roast control.
მოიცა ბიჭო, კუკარაჩას პერსონაჟი უჩანეიშვილი არ მონაწილეო?
Oh no, they didn't.
Okay. Let's talk about it.
დედამიწის შიდა გარსი.
Yeah, so Yuragi Arquarden is magic build. That was his build. It's no longer the time of going boost of travel beyond him, split pushing the map. This is, we go friends, we get a Gleipnir. We're just fighting and casting spells. It's such a cool build.
მურტალო. მარა რა არა? Okay. ბაზარი არა, მე უცებ თვითონ იმ ტიპზე წავედი.
Every single fight. But if you can get to that level 25 with the cooldown reduction, the reduction on Tempest double.
მორავი არ ვიცი რა არის?
Like an alchemist, he's not gonna have on his side.
34.
Find an eggs or bite yourself. Like the amount of damage that you dish out is just ridiculous.
არა? მურტა.
A lot of kiting potential for the arc.
It does feel like Chen can be one way of answering all that magic damage. We've seen a few times like you try and blow someone up and Chen just brings so many heals to the table. You've got Mech, Hand of
Andrew Lloyd Webberis rock opera. ეს უკვე ზუსტად ვიცი იმ დღეს სხვათა შორის მოგასმენინეთ.
Never too fun to play as an arc warden.
Even if you're going 4-star, like you don't feel good as a
Edlis Shandali.
Moitza. For Hurricane Pike. It's a lot of
23-ზე ანიონი ჩაწერე. ანიონი
we also have to like think about his lane, right? You have Elder Titan who is meant to be a lane bully, but they've picked this clockwork to help try and deal with it. I think he needs to be the model between Elder Titan and the Venomancer.
Vationis საპირისპირო მუხტის მქონე
This is
ნაწილად.
a ranged carrier playing into it's much harder.
30 მირაჟი.
I actually think OG is
30 რა არის? დედამიწის შიდა გარსი.
like Arc plus Elder Titan.
არა რა მირაჟი კაცო. ბირთვია არის.
Really good versus like Arc actually is good versus Venom. Like Venom, what does he want to do? He wants to keep on the outskirts, just constantly spam you. If you manage to use your fox on him and follow him up with the spirits, you can take him down.
Yeah,
it goes both ways though, right?
It does look scary, yeah, for sure. Maybe Beast Coast can like, or OG can make like an early rotation with the Nyx assassin to that lane.
მე 20 აორტა.
That last pick, do you feel like it deals with some of the issues you guys just outlined that they had?
ყველაზე მსხვილი სკი მართალია 20 სად არის 20 სად არის 20 სად არის
give them this like really scary mid game timing. Talked about like how Chen Veno can control all these
13 კიცი 13
advantage with their lineup. TA just
საზეიმო ტექსტი რომლის ექიმებს კი მართალი ხარ მართალი ბრძანდებით
I love both of these drafts. It's so characteristical for both teams on one side.
მეშვიდე ნერპა მეშვიდე სელაპის სახეობა რომელიც ნერპა
storm the game very early on.
Okay. მე-14 გავიგოთ ერთი წამი boys. სახიობის სოფი შიკოლონე რომლის პირველი ფსევდონიმი იყო ლაზე და ფსევდონიმი ლარნაკი არა 22 ნაირობი
And what about yourself, God?
Nah.
This is just such a clash of different playstyles. It feels like OG are going to be able to stall things out, like pushing Arcborn ET.
ნიკელი 31 ნიკელი 31-თან წავიკითხეთ ლითონი რომლითაც ელექტროზის მეშვეობით რკინის აჰა ოკეი აქ რა მოხდა
25 minutes for Beast Coast.
Alrighty, well, I'm going to ask the
Lena,
same
12 Lena 12-თან წავიკითხო მდინარე ციმბირში რომელიც 32 რეი 32 რა არის სტიმ წერალი რეი ბრედბერი ეს არის ტრიცით ზვა და
It's going to be very difficult. It's a lot in
ვინც გუგლავთ გწვენოდეთ
delay the game as much as possible as well, but Beast Coast, they're scary. One more time.
14 სოფი ლორენიაო.
Radiant Ursa, Templar Assassin plus Venomancer.
Oh yeah.
These Roshans are going to belong to Beast Coast throughout the whole game.
Yeah, I mean Beast Coast with a
მართალი ხარ.
And OG.
მართალი ხარ.
Here in an elimination game. It's not
სუ
very fair.
40 სუ.
You have seen
სუ 40 რა არის აბა ხურდა ფული საფრანგეთში 39 ატლასი ბიჭო ზოგი ისინი 39 საჭანდაბაშია აი
Yet again we're seeing these outpost wards. Beast Coast this time utilizing it down in the bottom outpost.
41 პირველი ქართველი ქრისტიანი მეფე პირველი ქართველი ქრისტიანი მეფე ანუ ამ კითხვას თუ პასუხი Google-ის გარეშე ვერ გავეცით guys არარაობები ვყოფილვართ მე ეგრე მგონია მაგრამ ერთმა ადამიანმაც რო სწორი პასუხი გასცეს ყველანი ნამდვილი ქართველები ვიქნებით ამიტომ ამას გავცეთ პასუხი და მე გავაგრძელოთ
as early as possible against the Timbersaw, burn his mana.
პირველი ქართველი ქრისტიანი მეფე მირიანი ეგრე მეგობრებო
The extra one while he does have spike make a lot of difference and Beast Coast picking up Chen something that usually they don't
უცებ ანუ დილეი ხო აქ რა იმას სტრიმს და მე ერთბაშად რომ მოეყრება ხოლმე ისინი სახელები და რაღაც ნაწერები
win rate like 40 games.
კაი უყუროთ ეხა თამაშს, კაი თამაში.
You're absolutely right, not as much as some of these other squads especially here at the tournament.
მირიანი თავგარია.
Gojira with Whisper this clockwork Veno lane getting a lot of good early damage into Yuragi.
მოიცა, დამშვიდით, ცოტა ხან დოტას უკვე.
Oh, that was close.
It's going to be a difficult lane. There's going to be a lot.
Ვა, რა ლეინია, ბიჭო. ნახე, ვენომანსერის ლეინია. მე ვენომანსერის მესამეა, მეოთხე კლოკი, მეხუთე ნიქსი საშინელებაა, ნუ იმასთან შეიძლება არ ყვარდენთან რა, იმ პონჩი რომ რავი, არკია, რეინჯია და ცოტა ისეთი გმირია. რაც შეეხება მიდლეინზე რა ხდება, TA-ს და ემბერას დაპირისპირებაა. ანუ ეს როგორი ლეინია, იცი? რომელსაც ფეხი გადაუბრუნდება, ოდნავ პირველი ისკვდება რა. ანუ ემბერასაც ძალიან მარტივად შეუძლია TA-ის მოკლა და TA-ისაც მარტივად შეუძლია ემბერის მოკლა. აი რო თქვა, რომ ერთი მეორეს კარგად უდგას, ანუ ორივე მხრიდან რთულია, იმიტომ რომ ემბერა მესამეთი ძალიან მარტივად ხსნის პირველ skills. მოიცა იმას TA-ის და TA კიდე მელდით მეორე ability-ით ემბერს ძალიან დიდებს აკლებს რა. და ზოგადად ასე თუ ისე Psyblade-ის ხარჯზეც აჰარასებს. ბოტომზე რა ხდება? Ursa კერი, ნუ ამარას ისევ ტიმბერა ყავს, მაგრამ Ursa ტიმბერას კაფავს. ელდერა ძალიან ძლიერი გმირია. და მეხუთე ყავთ ჩენი. ნახოთ. არ მგონია ჩენს თქვათ კაი ამბავი და ატყდეს აქ, მაგრამ ნახოთ. On this Ember Spirit and the PZM, he's gonna go for it. აი ამაზე მქონდა მეგობრებო. აი ამაზე მქონდა საუბარი. გადაუბრუნდა ფეხი, ეგრევე წკაპანტყუპ.
Yeah, C-Smile got that bottle early, but still dies in the 1v1. Ember Spirit, so incredibly potent at finding these little turnarounds. Every time we see an Ember Spirit lane, we always talk about how it's a skill matchup. It's like 50-50, depends on these little nuanced moves.
Yeah, the side blades, how much you can get out from it. And
K1
could be in trouble.
Sebma რა უკნას ეხა შეხედეთ. Sebma რა უკნას დააკვირდით. Easy breezy. Topzets მიძაღლდა.
Kills in both side lanes. But K1, the bigger one there, as OG slay the bear.
And Seb, he did stack triangle already with his Astral Spirit, and this is where he's going to be taking the damage from, because you use Astral Spirit in the triangle.
ძალიან მაინტერესებს სხვათა შორის TA-ის spell build-ი როგორ აქვს.
Also knows that Force Stab has been the item of the tournament, especially against the Clockwork Venomancer Ursa. Kiting potential is through the roof.
Yeah, just keep drifting people around. Looks like C-Smile has returned to lane and keeps the domination in terms of last hits going. 11 on the Ember, 23 and 6 now on the TA. We expect a mid-game timing, like Gods was mentioning, for this Beast Coast lineup to be incredibly strong. TA around 20 minutes, Ursa same story. All will be looking towards the Roche pit, but Seb's here with a stomp on Templar Assassin, the Melt Strike.
Rato? აი დასა ტიპი არის, კი ბატონო, აბარა უნდა დაიტიპოს სები.
So very difficult. Ramses is like, what the hell are you doing?
Getting all the last hits. That's what I'm up to.
მე მგონი ყველაფერი დამთავრდა ნიქსასთვის. კი.
Carapace required, but it's just delaying his death.
შანსი ნოლი.
Gotta be careful with the positioning. You get
კი, ნამდვილად პოზიცია როგორც კი ფეხი გადმოუცდება, გმირს საშინელება დაემართება. კლოკვერკი ჯერ მარტო კლოკვერკი რო იყოს და არ ყავდეს ესეთი საშინელი გმირი, როგორიც არის ვენომა ლეინზე, მაინც საშინელებაა, როცა პოზიციას დაკარგავ. და ეხლა კიდე ვაფშე ორი ერთად ვენომა კლოკი ხო ვაფშე ჯოჯოხეთია. ხო, აქ ამარი ეხა თუ ამარმა თუ აასწრო 6 ლეველზე ურსას მე მგონია რომ ჯოჯოხეთს მოუწყობს. არა და იდეაში ურსა კონტრად ითვლება. counter pick-ად ითვლება იმისთვის. ტიმბერასთვის, მაგრამ რავი, მოახერხა, მაგრამ ახე. მოახერხა, რომ ესე გაელახა. პირველი რო გადაეტენება მოკლავს ახლა. ნახე სადლ დაივე.
Looking for the Ursa, but he has to give up.
That's timber chain level 1.
კი, ანუ იდეაში ყოველთვის მეც როცა ვთამაშობ ხოლმე ტიმბერით ტაუერში უვარდები 5 ლეველზე, როცა არმორი გამაქსული გაქვს, პასივი მესამე 3 ლეველზე როცა გაქვს შეგიძლია მაგდენი რაღაცის გაკეთება. მაგრამ რავი, ურსასთან ცოტა ხილობ ხოლმე, მაგრამ რავი, აგერ ნუ აქ სუფთა სკილია უკვე რა. აშკარად ჯობს როგორც პლეიერი ამარი ურსას. მინუს კლოკი.
3 to 5 with a mild 1k lead for OG.
ბიჭო, ჩენი როგორ არის, იცი? ჩენი ძალიან შემაწუხებელი საპორტია. მაგრამ თუ იცი ჩენს როგორ უნდა ითამაშო ლეინზე, ჩვეულებრივი კრიპია მოძრავი. უბრალოდ ადექი და 3 კემპი დაუბლოკე. დაუბლოკე ეს კემპი, შენი დიდი კემპი. დაბლოკე, ეს მინი კემპი დაბლოკე და მინი კემპის რო უკან დგას. კემპი ეს დაბლოკე. და იცადე რომ ვინისობა მოხსნის კემპზე ვორდს ფეხით ბადი ბლოკი გააკეთე კემპების. ეხა მეხუთე პოზიცია რო წავა და აქედან კრიპს წამოიყვანს. ანუ რამხელა დრო გაქვს იმისთვის რომ მაგის ქერი დაჩაგრო და ანუ საბოლოო ჯამში შეწუხებული ის იქნება მოწინააღმდეგე ქერი და არა შენ რა და ამიტომ უბრალოდ დაუბლოკე. იგივე შემიძლია გითხრა ენჩატრესსაც. ენჩატრესი უფრო ძლიერია თავიდან შენ წარმოიდგინე ვიდრე ჩენი. იმიტომ რომ ენჩატრეს ჩენს დიდი ის აქვს, რა ქვია, დიდ HP-ს აძლევს კრიპს, მაგრამ სამაგეროდ ენჩატრესი უფრო მეტ დემიჯს აძლევს, ამიტომ და ნებისმიერი ლეველის კრიპის გადაბირება შეუძლია ენჩატრეს, ჩენს არ შეუძლია. ნუ ჩენს ბევრიც შეუძლია, ხა 2 ლეველზე უკვე 2 კრიპის, 3 ლეველზე 2 კრიპის გადაბირება შეუძლია, მაგრამ
of BZM though burnt to a crisp by the flame guard.
ბიჭო, სანამ შეხურდა
bottom lane and bringing it mid to try and feed the Ursa more farm and delay the push of the Timber Saw. Really nice little play coming in from the Chen while Whisper getting shredded the Timber is
რა ბიჭო, რავია, OG მოუგებს რა. იმიტომ მოუგებს OG, რომ აი ფიქსაც რო გადავხედოთ მესამე პოზიციის ვენომა მაინც მესუსტება და ბევრად მეც საქმეს იზავს ეხა ჩენს არ გაახარებს. პროსტო ჩენს არ გაახარებს ტიმბერსო. ასევე კლოკვერკს აიმენა არ გაახარებს და რაღაცეებს TA-საც გაუკეთებს და ვნახოთ.
with a poke and prod from OG, K1's fine.
თან პლუს მიდლეინი მოიგო. მიუხედავად იმისა, რომ TA ნეტით წინ არის ემბერზე. ნუ მაინც ვფიქრობ, რომ მიდლეინი მოიგო. ემბერმა.
Does have that urn of shadows doing a bit more tick damage. Back into mid though. Gojira. He's just being hunted down non-stop.
Nice.
BZM is
got that urn. He's dead.
Yeah, he's on it. Maybe denied to neutrals. The ogre smashes. Yeah, he gets it. Beautifully done.
Nicely done. Using slight there, providing vision, and also using urn of shadows. But yeah, level 9 on Ember Spirit. A bit of a surprising that Timber.
ცოტა არ ყვარდეს აქ რაღაც სუსტად საქმე. მინუს ჩენი.
Enough of your nonsense, Stinger. You've got 2 dire creeps. You defended this bot lane, but you're dead now. Catapult wave incoming, so BZM and Yuragi can maybe shove it towards the tier 1. And they still have that ward in behind tower, scouting for any TPs or rotations coming their way.
The creeps are really afraid in this game.
Running away from everybody. A catch up onto Whisper. Lots of damage from Omar.
Taiga,
Smile.
at level 6. It's very important that both supports and Oja, these heroes are level dependent. Like Clockwork, he needs level 6, Chen as well, but if you look at Nyx Assassin, how his abilities scale, and Elder Titan, they scale much better into the mid and late game.
There's traps out here giving vision for C-Smile, so he's pretty comfortable farming out that small camp, keeping the pressure on top lane.
თამაში გასახურებელია ჯერ კიდევ.
Actually onto the rocket flare, but it did overshoot the Nyx Assassin.
ჯერ არაფერი ისეთი განსაკუთრებული მართალია 12 წუთისთვის ბევრი კილი აკაკეთებული მაინც. ესე არ ხდება ხოლმე, მაგრამ ნახოთ. მინუს ვენომან სერია. არა? არა? მინუს არ ყვარდენი და არა ვენომანსე. ხო, ტოპზეც დიდი ქაოსია. მინუს ჩენი.
Top of the net worth and finding kill after kill. The stuns, they'll come.
And they got the ET stop to slow him down.
TA down.
Every single time you kill Templar Assassin, you kill Ursa, you are delaying this strong mid-timing that Beast Code has. And Chen, still level 5, does have mech, 12 minutes into the game, so definitely needs to farm that XP somewhere. Gonna TP to the top lane.
Yeah, Whisper now jungling.
ნუ ჩენისთვის ძალიან ყოველ შემთხვევაში ზედმეტად რთულია. რთული ხელია ჩენისთვის, მოკლედ ესე ვიტყვი.
So now they want to strike, but Taiga, Taiga scouted them out.
Nyx Assassin, the pest in behind enemy lines, seeing them cancelling TPs with the stomp and the stun. Both of them stopped, and Whisper dived upon by BZM. Gojira has nowhere to run anymore. Does get the hook shot down and maybe a trade kill onto Seb, but he's going to lose his life regardless. The Spirit Vessel will finish the job.
Take him down, but nicely done, and also stopping the aggression potentially to the top lane. Taiga making some really nice moves with the Nyx Assassin. Every vendetta counts.
Diffuzalით არის, მაგრამ
inhibit slow, and the tip comes back the other way. Is he just remnants to safety?
არა აქ მარტივი თარგეტები არ ყავს ურსას რა. არ ყავს მარტივი თარგეტები, იქიდან გამომდინარე, რომ ნუ ემბერი გაურბის, ტიმბერი გაურბის. ელდერ ტიტანი ცოტა ისე პოზიციურად ეთამაშება, კარაპასიანი ნიქსი ყავს, სავარაუდოდ ნიქსი ეულსა აწყობს. დიდი მე რატომღაც ეგრე მგონია, არა, ფორსტაფზე მიდის. ნუ ხო. ფორსტაფით სიდიაში ძალიან დაეხმარებათ, რომ დაუსხწენ ხელიდან. ნუ აკაიტებენ, TH ისეთი გმირია, რომ ცოტაოდენი ან უნდა გაბარსო და უცებთავი მოაგლიჯო, ან ცოტაოდენი აკაიტო, უსა თლიანად საკაიტებელი გმირია. და აქ არ მოგცემენ ეხა როგორ უნდა მიცენ იმის საშუალება, რომ როშანი ესე მარტივად მიცენ, მაგრამ ხო საინტერესოა. ვაუ, ძალიან კარგი თამაში იყო აქედან ეხა ნიქსისგან და სებისგან. შეხედეთ. BZM, bravo. Bravo, Nyx, bravo. Wow. Oh, მარა კლოკერკმა იმენა. Shit. Kill. Ah. ბაიბექი და იმი დაბრუნდა, ბაი ორი ბაიბექი გაკეთდა. დედა რა თამაში მიდის. გადლაიქია ნუ.
16-17 minutes.
11 აქ 15 წუთზე 11-0-ზე აქ.
He's causing way too many trouble. Involved in 17 out of 20 kills, reducing the healing from Chen. This is massive. Like, usually we don't see this item, but it was a godly pickup this game.
Such a great adaptation. Gojira finds the back angle onto Uragi.
Bravo, QARTULAD.
By K1's Ursa, BZM, he's not done yet. Two-man chains and the stomp cancelled out by the...
Managarak.
There, a Seb couldn't land his spells.
Gets a spirit vessel. K1 is being chased by the ghost. Will try to deny himself.
Wow.
But gets a return kill.
Dead in the jungle.
Oh, these are the type of games that we enjoy seeing. 15-21. That's 36 kills.
All thanks to BZM's Ember Spirit. Like defending this Roshan, making sure
holding a fairy fire for a very long time. This is 15 minutes we're talking about, and then manages to get the stick off one more time. Spirit Vessel and TP's out. They had nothing to stop the TP with. Maybe he tried to take off a centaur, but a bit too late.
Yeah, a little bit too slow from Beast Coast. Yeah, a bit of despair from Whisper. So close to getting that kill. But maybe now, you know, the pinata effect. They've given all this gold across to the Ember. Once they kill him, it will all flow back into their pockets.
That's a bold statement, because right now he's still sitting at 0 deaths.
Yeah, it's difficult to kill him. Your one stun is the clockwork. You know, outside of Chen creeps, which he may pick up, the lockdown very limited from Beast Coast. They are all about tempo, keeping that pace going. And that's why Roshan is so important to them. But they're not going to make any move to go back in the pit just yet.
OG got huge benefit from that. We already mentioned how their two supports scale.
მაგრამ ერთი მინუსი ის არის, რომ
cooldown, and also Seb, he wants to be able to scale, going for the 4 snap neck just for more protection.
ერთი მინუსი ის არის, რომ აქ ემბერია ზედმეტად გადაფრიდული, რომლის საკმარისია ურსამ ხელში ჩაიგდოს ემბერის კილი, რომ holy shit. რომ უკვე ურსა ძალიან დიდ გოლდს აიღებს და ძალიან წაიწევს წინ. ან თუნდაც TM.
Going for a bit of a different item build.
უბრალოდ ერთადერთი საშუალება ის აქვს ის რომ კლოკვერკი ყავთ. კლოკვერკი თუ არ დაახტა ემბერს სხვა არ აქვს. არ არის საშუალება ფიზიკურად. ეხლა BZM-ის დონის მოთამაშე ჩენს ყოველ შემთხვევაში კენტავრებით არ დაასტანინებს სამჯერ თავს და ასე რომ კლოკის ინიციატივა ჭირდება კლოკის ულტიმეიტით რა.
He picks up a bit later compared to like arc wardens that we were used to see like a year ago. It was mostly power treads, but
ძალიან ძლიერია ვესელიანი ემბერი პირველ რიგში ემბერს ხშირად HP-ს პრობლემა აქვს და რავი ვესელი ძალიან ეხმარება HP-ს უზრდის პლუს უმარტივესად ხსნის TA-ს shields ზღუდავს heals ანუ ჩენის heals ზღუდავს ნაკლებად heal-ავს ჩენი მოწინა ანუ თავისიანს და აკეთებს დემიჯსაც ხო ვესელი ასე რომ რავი ძალიან კარგი აიტემია აწყო იდეალური აიტემი შემიძლია თქვა რომ აწყო ემბერმა ამ თამაშში
He's keeping them at bay. Stinger and Whisper still moving forward and back towards the Roche pit. Uragi's getting a solo.
საინტერესოა შარდი TM შარდი აიღო რომ საილენსი გაუკეთოს ხოლმე ემბერს მაგრამ ანუ უბრალოდ ფიზიკურად ვერ უახლოვდებიან რა ემბერს პირიც ამ შემთხვევაში ამ teamfight-ის ყველა ძალიან დიდი შეცდომა იყო ის, რომ თლიანი თიმი BC-დან ცდილობდა რომ მოეკლათ ემბერი და ამ chase-ში დაიხოცათ მთელი თიმი.
Set things up. There's so many tools that they can reset with, and this Heaven's Halberd, using it on Templar Assassin, buying a bit of a time.
ანუ ნეტით ვერ იგებს. მაგრამ ანუ ემბერსაკ ზედმეტად ბევრი ხვდები? და ნუ ტიმბერსაც შახედეთ, ნახეთ რამდენია.
Oh, you mean they have one clock.
ანუ უბრალოდ აზრი არა აქვს. მიუხედავად იმისა, რომ TA შარდი იყიდა, ნუ კლოკვერკი ვერ მიდის მოწინააღმდეგესთან ფიზიკურად, აი ვერ მივიდა ემბერთან, ანუ ფიქრობ, რომ ანუ თარგეტი უნდა შეცვალონ. და ანუ შეეშვან რა. ემბერს. თორე ანუ პროსტო აზრი არა აქვს. ჩემის აზრით უნდა მოკლან უცებ ან ნიქსი ან ელდერ ტიტანი, ნუ საპორტებზე უნდა იმუშაონ. ნუ არ არის მარტივი მოსაკლავი ხა, არც ელდერი, არა, ელდერი ბევრად მარტივი მოსაკლავია ვიდრე ნიქსი. Просто აზრი არა აქვს ფიზიკურად დევნას ემბერზე. ანუ ყველა რესურს დახარჯა უგმირზე, თელ რესურს დახარჯა უგმირზე და ბოლოს რა ხდება? ემბერი გადის. ეს ტიმფაითი წაგებული აქვს მინუს კლოკვერკი. всё, დამთავრდა. აი, შეხედეთ ახლა რა მოხდება.
K1 is on the clone, but that's not a real hero. Yes, you kill it, but what's up next? BZM still beyond godlike. He's up on the high ground chasing C-Smile. Amar zoning the Ursa away. Templar Assassin trying to come back in to kill.
არა, უბრალოდ შეადარეთ რა.
Under tier 2 has a bit of mana burn. Disarms the TA though.
ამ არის შესაძლებლობა და საქმე ამ თამაში და ვენომას.
Timber chain to low ground though. What else has he got up his sleeve? He's trying.
That's a big chunk of gold. Can it turn
ნუ
this
მოკლეს.
into Roach? Ember Spirit, the BZM.
Not too bad, მაგრამ რავი.
Will need to refill his mana with Remnant. And they take it fast enough.
What did Amar do there? He's like trying to
ბაიბექები თუ გაკეთდა ვერ შევნიშნე.
It looks like he disassembled arcane boots, bought a void stone. So I think he was trying to sell his bracer, buy the Lotus to dispel stuff off.
Dispel stuff because he had a lot of stuff. Beast Ghost once again being very stubborn about it. They want to try to take this
Oh.
They killed the clone. Oh my god!
Wow!
And you're all dead? Chen a clockwork, get obliterated. But BZM silenced up. See Smile with his beak.
Wow, nice.
To take down this Ember Spirit, but he continues.
დემიჯი არა საკმარისი TA-ის.
Giga Chat, BZM 15-0 and 11 picking up that
15-0-ზე აქვს.
I feel like Beast Ghost forcing way too much this roach. They're putting too much importance on it.
I'll try and spread now across the map. BKB coming up next for Whisper.
და არ ყვარდენიც უკვე ამოვარდა ნეტში.
K1 still near the pit. But OG have defended it so perfectly. Not a massive.
არ ყვარდენიც ბრავო. ერთ-ერთი უძლიერესი ქერია.
Will get claimed by K1, but a shock on cooldown needs to use that BKB to run away. Still has enrage as well. Will utilize it with a hook shot in Gojira.
BKB სხვათა შორის ეხლა ჩაიდო. არ ქონდათ ინფორმაცია, კლოკვერკმა არ იცოდა, რომ BKB ქონდა Embers.
Gojira down for another 40 seconds and tier 1 tower falling.
სავარაუდოდ ცები კვდება? ვიცი. ჩენი 0-ია, საერთოდ არ არის თამაში.
From OG one more time. Oh, is he going to drop C-Smile? We'll kill him with the trap.
Trapit mokla.
There's a lot of overtime damage. They need to tank up a little bit. Amar finally has that Lotus Orb, but yeah, he disassembled. I believe he disassembled it. Yeah.
He disassembled his arcanes.
Okay, and now he has it. Because I'm pretty sure I've seen it in the previous fight as well. Also, double 4-stab OG. One already down on next assassin.
Shiva იმაზე Emberze, ანუ ძალიან დიდი armor-ი.
Pausing the game, Amar. Needs to check his phone, check the freshest memes.
It's always him as well.
Აი, წყალს მოვიდა, boys.
Get himself in the right headspace. He's heading back to Fountain, low HP, low mana. But it is starting to become a challenge for Beast Coast against this Arc Warden scaling. He's been pretty much untouched. Top 3 net worth, all OG. Still ways for Beast Coast to fight into this, though. If we're allowed to see these hook shots used aggressively, if they can get themselves into a position where they have the initiation, but
it's very difficult for Beast Coast to lock onto one target and kill it. Ursa does not have a Blink Dagger yet, neither does Templar Assassin, so even if Clockwork gets a hook shot initiation, it's still going to be very difficult. Double Force Staff, you have this Arc Warden who's super farmed with double Gleipnir in this fight. He's also going for Pike, so going to be extremely difficult for Beast Coast to approach. Venomancer has been doing a lot of work dealing damage and keeping them low. If we could check the damage done by Venomancer, that'd be nice, because I feel like these numbers are through the roof. These are some Zeus damage numbers.
Yeah, Poison Nova with the Plague Wards doing a heck of a lot of damage. But you're right, BZM unkilled so far this game, having the perfect match. Shiver's Guard up next for him, so tanking up, but also the ability to give vision, scout people out.
Yeah, BZM looks like he's boosting at the moment, considering that he's level 19 and involved in 28 out of 33 kills.
Yeah, a lot of work to do for Beast Coast. It's a little bit sad seeing Whisper on this Venomancer. Not really the playmaker or the carry from the off lane that we do often see him on. Much more of this utility hero, planting himself in front of objectives and setting up for the rest of his team to really do the significant portion of team fighting and damage.
As a Venomancer, you are kind of limited in what you can do. This is not one of the heroes that you can go, wow, you know,
Poison Nova, wow!
Poison Nova and a Plague Ward, wow, easy clap. Definitely not that hero, but his positioning in the fights have been amazing, and here we go.
A few more chances for Beast Coast. They've got to hold on to their objectives, though. Tier 1 top needs to be defended. They're going to come down to bottom jungle to keep this in their hands as well. C-Smile needs to continue scaling.
Yeah, and there's that damage from Venomancer. More damage than Ember Spirit, actually. 32.5k.
Yeah, you're right. TA doing about 18,000. Trying to pick things up. Oh, but K1, he has to enrage. Has the BKB and the Bullwhip. Amar going to slow him down. The BKB TP. Nothing to cancel it, is there? Gets back to Fountain, but that's now no BKB, no enrage. And Ursa in Fountain, not near Roshan. And 80% win probability now for OG.
Another double damage on the bottom.
Oh, really? I see if BZM is not going to get it this time. Whisper and Gojira are going to guard it. TA traps in the pit, being dewarded. It does slow and silence Tiger just a little bit. But there's C-Smile with the double damage rune, and Deso nearly done. Does come back for it after the Dragonlance BKB. So a little bit delayed.
Decided to go for earlier BKB. Needs a protection. Like these heals from Chen, not enough. Early Spirit Vessel pickup. Taiga hunting.
OG's vision sees them all. They find Stinger's Chen. Another kill on the tally for BZM. Building this up.
Jamie uqidiyat.
You know, the panel was asking, Nat was asking, how long do we think these games are going to go? Sheepo said running in 25 minutes. I thought 25 to 30. A couple of the others looking at 59 to 60. But I think the real question is, how many kills is BZM going to get this game? He's going to get 59 himself?
Getting closer to 30 combined right now, and also picking up plate mail, understanding where the real damage is going to come from. Needs to protect himself against physical damage. And Venomancer in a lot of trouble. Does have a BKB.
He
does. Might try to use the
Oh, BKB.
No, just
არა, სხვათა შორის ძალიან კარგ ფარმზე არის Venomancer-ი, უბრალოდ რავი, შარდი კარგია.
Does have the stun on the Gleipnir route. K1 enrages up, and Gojira has the hook shot aggressively this time. But the Carapace keeping K1 at bay. He's got a BKB TP. They've killed Gojira, and there's nothing left to be claimed. Beast Coast come in with aggression. OG, they match it. Immediately snapping into a smoke move as well. We are yet to see Roshan get taken, but Chen, self-mech, not a lot of heal through the Spirit Vessel of BZM. Hand of God comes, but still dead. As the BKB from Ember Spirit. They know he has no BKB, you're right. He does have the enrage, though, to buy a bit of time. C-Smile with the DD rune melds and hides away. But Beast Coast always turning and running, unable to strike with a move of their own. And And OG take full control of this mid lane now. BZM's back into action after TP.
რა საშინელება უბრალოდ ეს არ ყვარდენ ძალიან ძლიერია.
Seconds did go for the meld dispel talent.
That's a big one against Leipnir, against Chains, wants to be able to move during the fight. Let's see how they approach this, because I don't think OG wants to go inside the Roche pit and just straight up take it. They know that Beast Coast relies on it, and they can poke around, see what happens. They do have good vision, especially coming out from Elder Titan. He's the one holding a Philosopher's Stone and more kiting items. This is Yule Scepter IC and another Heaven's Halberd for Seb.
Oh wow!
It's gonna take some time, but eventually it's gonna be there.
Yeah, gonna extend out his team fight. Something that Beast Coast don't really want. They want the big hit.
Hey, I morchens ეს თამაში და შევიდეთ low-ით თამაში.
Team fight with one move. All right, OG really are dangling the Roshan in front of them now, aren't they? It's been a good 15 minutes since Beast Coast first attempted that Roshan.
These Roche attempts did really cost a lot of losses.
See Smile. Meld dispels. Gets himself away.
კარგი ტალანტი აქვს სხვათა შორის. აღებული.
Not a bad item there for the TA as they
TA-ის მელდის დისპელი. ანუ მეორე მაგით იხსნი არკვარდენის პირველს იხსნი ემბერის დაბმას.
This is the second or third time I see Clockwork going in with the hook shot and trying to kill the
ну მოკლედ ორ მაგიას იხსნი, მაგრამ ორ ძალიან ისეთ მნიშვნელოვან magias ra.
For a team fight that OG might be forcing now. K1, yeah, he's taking tier 1 down bottom lane. Needs to rejoin his team if they want to battle because Sting is being dived into his triangle. Caught up a little bit in the tree line while BZM. Another one for him.
Puli არ არის მთავარი არის გული.
Forcing the BKB, K1 has arrived, but just look at this control.
TA-ის kili, PA-ის kili უნდა აიღონ ჯანდაბა ემბერის. ძალიან დაივია სხვათა შორის, ესეთ რაღაცაზე უნდა დაისაჯოს OG. ძალიან დიდი წინსვლა იქნება, ეხლა ძალიან დიდი ემბერი რომ მოკლას TA-ი. ნახეთ რა team fight-ია, არა, ანუ არ აძლევს თლად იმის საშუალებას. ნახეთ რა გააკეთა ურსამ. არ აძლევს იმის საშუალებას, რომ ეს დაჩაგრონ, არ აჩაგრინებენ თავს. რაც არ უნდა იყოს მელდი.
So challenging for him to stick in these fights, but finally K1 gets a
ხედავ, ანუ IG-იანი fight-ი აქვს და უბრალოდ არ ადგნენ და არ დადგნენ იმაზე, high ground-ზე, აი როგორც ხდება, რომ დაგვერხა და ვსიო და რაღაცა და მოდი high ground-ზე დაველოდოთ, IG-ი გაუვიდეს და რაღაც. ანუ არ არის ის ქოლები რა.
Oh yeah. He's like, we need something that goes through BKB, and I will be the one picking up the basher because why not?
Yeah.
ბიჭო, ანუ BK Facebook-ზე დამამატე რა. და იმას ქნი, რა ქვია, ჩაგიყრი ჩემ ტიტლიკანა ფოტოებს. გაიგებკო? გაიგე ძმა? ცუდი ვენომოუს გეილი გამოდახარჯა, ეხლა BKB-ზე გამაცა ერთ-ერთი კარგი მაგია იმან. ვენო და ძალიან ცუდად ითამაშა ემბერმა ფისტით გაღვიძა სხვათა შორის გმირებ. ძალიან კარგი team fight-ებია. ბრავო ვენო, ბრავო. აი სხვათა შორის შევწი რაში, იცი? შევწი ვენომანსერში. ცუდი გმირი ყავს მესამე პოზიციაზე. ხვდებით? ნუ ძალიანაც ცუდი არა, მაგრამ ნუ რაღაც მომენტში ცუდი გმირი ყავს, მაგრამ იმდენად კარგი და მნიშვნელოვანი აიტემები უდევს ვენომანსერს, რომ აი ვიდეოებს ჩაგიყრე. მაგ ვიდეოებიც აბაზანაში გადაღებული. ეს საწავიდა ბიჭო, ხო არ გადავა.
Around the mountain and away he goes. Oh man. Close though. While Amar, yeah, just disarms the TA.
კი, ამარცაც იდეალური
Amar just strolling at this point. Also, what Beast Coast did to OG in the previous game with Brewmaster, where you can't control like these units, you don't have enough damage to kill them. It's very annoying.
ამარსაც იდეალური აიტემია QNSLBertis სახითაც ყოფილი.
He does have Octarine core queued up, and also once he gets to that level 25, those talents are nuts. Like permanent.
Look, გაფრინდი ხა მე. რასაც სილო მაგია. ნახე, ბიჭო, როგორ მიფრინავს.
Going to clip across the crystals back towards his high ground, thanks to his jetpack. But tier 2 going to be forfeited here by Beast Coast. OG, they've got the bubbles. Keep those attacks going. Smile is up in the top jungle, double bounty rune there, but the TA scouted by the assassin and OG bringing some TP.
სხვადასხვა შეგიძლია ჩემი only fans page-ი გამოიწერო თუ როგორ ხდება მადარი.
BKB TP from Smile though, that will be safety
only
for
fans.
her again.
Next time around, it's not going to be that easy. BZM just picked up his Basher. We've seen Basher Clockwork yesterday, the first one.
We did, yeah.
And now Ember Spirit. I think I've seen couple.
Არი იმენა არას უთქებენ. ანუ ეს აქ რა, OG-ს. და განსაკუთრებით ანა და ტოპსონა როცა ყავდათ მაგ დროს განსაკუთრებით ესეთი სტილი ქონდათ თამაშის რა. სულ პრესინგი, ანუ არ გაძლევენ იმის საშუალებას, რომ რაღაცა გეგმა შეიმუშაო თამაშის პროცესში. ანუ კი თიმების უმრავლესობას ყავთ კოუჩები და აქვთ რაღაცა სტრატეგიული ტიპის გეგმები, ხო რა, რაღაცა ესე უნდა ვქნათ, ესე რა. ანუ OG იმდენად აგრესიულ Dota-ს თამაშობს ყოველთვის.
I'm not even joking. He's going to go for it.
Yeah, eventually.
Bro,
he loves these little
სulis შენ გეგმებს რა ყოველ შემთხვევაში რა.
And something that I mentioned in the previous game, Amar loves spell amp on his timber, so there are better items to be picked up.
ბიჭო, ტოპსონა ისა ანა რაღაც რენეგეიჩი თამაშობს რნგდში და ტოპსონა არსად არ არის. თუ არის, ტოპსონა არ არის არსად მე მგონი. ტოპსონას რავი ბაღანა ყავს, სტრიმავს. სოლი ყავს, შვილი ყავს, რავი, მაგრამ აპირებს მგონი რაღაცეებს.
And it's going to come down to that burst damage that they offer. And the jump on the Arc Warden, try and catch this Ember Spirit. But they need vision to do that. So traps very effective. But with this gem of OG, they are clearing the entire map.
Smile is trying to get some true strike Demon Edge. Right now his career is dead, but definitely looking towards that MKB, and also does have Enchanted Quiver, so another true strike that goes through bubble from Arc Warden.
That's a good little tool. Dealing with the clone down bot as Tiger continues to lurk and hunt. Sees K1, but he's under a sentry. Carapace not
to
stop the Earthshock. That ever-present threat of the Tiger Nyx Assassin, though.
ჯერერთი ცოლშვილი თუ მეყოლება თქვენი მიტოვება მომიწევს. და სწორედ მაგიტომ არ მეყოლება ცოლშვილი, რომ თქვენ არ მიგატოვოთ არასოდეს ჩემო ძვირფასებო.
What this hero does in the late game, it makes it look OP.
It might be just a little bit. But it's the fact they've got to this late game that's been a tremendous move from OG. Stopping those Roches, getting themselves past 20-25 minutes when the TA Ursa really are at one of their strongest peaks. And Beast Coast, considering the smoke, yeah, all gathered up. They don't see anything, it's a dark map for them. The only vision they have are creep waves, and Amar breaks the
აი გული ხო დავწერე. просто სხვა გული ვერ ვიპოვებ, პირველი გული რაც ამოაგდო ეგ ჯვრიანი ეგ დავწერე. Oh.
They get slammed by OG.
Seb on his positioning, whether we're talking about Earthshaker or this Elder Titan, really on point with the Earth Splitters, and this gave him so much gold.
ვერ დავინახე ხარ რა მოხდა სტრიმზე ვნახავ.
Nyx Assassin will TP out. They're getting very low from Vengeance.
Aha. გასაგები.
It's got to
რაო,
be demoralizing for Beast Coast. Knowing you've kind of missed your
შარდზე
timing
პირველი
and
ახოხებს
things
და
are only gonna
სტანავს,
get
ხო?
worse from here on out. You need
აი
these moves
გამეორება
to pay
კატასა.
off, and it was a good attempt. They find Amar. But it's
აუ, ნიქსმა კრიმენა რევეიჯი გააკეთა.
Potentially 4 if you count in Arc Ward and Clone. And they're not done chasing. BZM
It's into base.
Finish this game with 0 deaths.
ტოპსონას სოლი ეუბნება რომ ვიცი რამდენად გიყვარს Dota და მიდი დაიგაზე იყო, მაგრამ გააჩერა ძმამ სტრიმები და კონტრაქტი რომელიღაც გუნდთან როგორც ჩანს, მალე ვიხილავთ პრო. კი, ტოპსონა დაბრუნდება. ბიჭო, სხვათა შორის უყურე გიზო ეხა ძალიან მარტივ რაღაცას აგიხსნი. სადე ანუ ჯერ ერთი ანუ გეიმერი გოგო ანუ განა ცხოვრების სტილით უნდა მგავდეს ანუ ჩემი ცოლი უნდა თამაშობდეს Dota-ს ხვდები ანუ ის რომ გეიმერი იყოს და თამაშობდეს რაღაც სხვა თამაშს მაინც რაღაც დისკომფორტი გვექნება ურთიერთობაში ამიტომ უნდა თამაშობდეს Dota-ს ხვდები ჩემი მეუღლე ხო და ეხა უყურე მათ რა ხდება ჯერ ერთი საქართველოში ძალიან რთულია იპონო გოგო რომელიც თამაშობს Dota-ს. ნუ მარტო ის ხო არ არის, გოგოა და Dota-ს თამაშობს და სიო ადგე ცოლად მოიყვანო. ჯერ უნდა მოგეწონოს, რავი, ვიზუალურად ყველანაირად და ჰაი ხო ხვდები რა. მერე ანუ გოგო რომელსაც 800 MM-ია, ჩემთვის ის გოგო არა. ხვდები? ანუ არც ორკიანი ორი კარო აქვს. ანუ თუ მეყოლება შეყვარებული სულ მცირე, ანუ ცოლი სულ მცირე ჩემი რანკი უნდა იყოს რა. ან ოდნავ არა რა თქმა უნდა, ნუ ჰერალდს ცოლად რა ჰერალდს ჯერ ერთი სახში არ შემომაშვებინებენ ჩემი მშობლები და ოჯახის წევრები ჰერალდს. გამორიცხული. დედა ჩემმა მითხრა რომ პირადად ჰერალდი სახში არ მომითხრიო. მაგაზე ვილაპარაკეთ.
Trying to force them away while Amar caught up with a hook shot and a fury swipes. They're dealing with a timber saw, but they use with a chain. He's away again, and Seasmall's BKB about to wear off.
ხოდა. ანუ უნდა ყავდეს შენზე ერთი 300-400 MM-ით მაღალი რო ყავს სოლი. აი მად უკვე კაია. რაღაცეებს თვითონაც რო გასწავლის. რა შენი სათრევი რო არ არის. ეხა ეგ მაბუსტინე კიდე იობანი ვროტობლია.
Do what she does best. Instantly kill it. Roshan is going to be respawning in 20 seconds. Taiga scouting things out as we speak.
Oh yeah, Yuragi's clone. He really is the sixth man here for OG.
And did pick up.
აი ჩემი MM-ერი იყოს და თუ გინდა ვაიპერი სპამოს.
Spark Wraith makes another Spark Wraith.
Yeah, I mean look at Stinger. Spark Wraith.
ეჩენი კიდე 0.14 წია გადააშენონ გააგდონი.
So Tiger dives and gets the kill. There's no one here to save him.
0.15.
Stinger's just dead.
2.11 წია მამეთ ამ ნიქსასაც, მაგრამ
It belongs to OG.
And another Yule Scepter just finished on Taiga. You don't get to play the game when there's way too many disabled. Like these Yule Scepters, 4 staffs, and the kiting.
Well, even more kiting now, right? The Aghanim Shard on this Arc Warden going to be pushing people around. Pushes people outside of the bubble.
And the big part of it is also having magic resistance. So if they put down a bubble against the Venomancer and have that extra 40% magic resistance.
That works wonders for them. OG, they're on Gojira. Does he have buyback? It doesn't look like it. Dead for 50. He was just frontlining. BZM's now diving. 2-man chains, his BKB's up. The bash, the catch, BZM, Remnant's back. They kill off Stinger instead.
ნახე გაცოცხლა და
It is desperation time, but his Yule's mid in range.
გაცოცხლა და ეგრევე
with a sight device. They have rooted C-Smile and forced his BKB, but K1 back to Fountain he goes, while OG, they're losing Tiger, go Scepter up. And Whisper inside that Gleipnir while K1 dead to Spark Wraith. They've got no buybacks.
It's time to close it out. Buyback coming out from the Venomancer, but they are unable to kill any of the OG heroes right now.
ბიჭო, ვუყუროთ, რავი, ნიკუშამ ვითამაშოთო და რავი, ვუყუროთ რა.
There's not much you can do about it.
It's 2v5 now. Yes, Clockwork and Chen will respawn in a few seconds.
კაი იგრა იქნება მესეგრე მგონი. მანამდე კროსორდები შევასოთ სანამ დაიწყება. რავი, სად გვეჩქარება იდეაში ღამე ვითამაშოთ ის რა ლოურა.
A hook shot from Gojira. They're trying to start it off on Tiger, but Amar, he blocks them out. Still with no Ursa. Tiger's still alive, dies to the cogs, but Clockwork's gone for a minute now.
Tiger will use buyback.
It seems the crowd.
OG.
The OG fans making some noise.
It's time to close it out, Gary.
They've got tier 4s in their sights. There's nothing stopping them now. Another one dead in the fountain. 100 seconds with no Venno. And Beast Coast. They're not on the ropes anymore. They're out of the ring. GG is called and OG.
Okay, GG is called. ერთი რა მაინტერესებს, იცი?
Mar dropping a bot in the old chat after clipping K1. Amar, he came here to play.
მაინტერესებს ამ აი ამ ტიპის ისინი. რა ქვეყანაა ესა? პერუელები არიან, ხო? ამ ტიპის main hero-ები მაინტერესებს.
49 out of 58 kills he was involved in.
Cheni ვის ყავდა?
Sick performance from BZM and Ember Spirit.
Cheni ვის ყავდა?
Some bonkers stuff from them. Commiserations to Beast Coast. They did make top 6, put up some really great performances, but dropping out here to OG, it is, there's no shame to it.
It really is no shame considering how well OG has been playing previous major and this one as well. This means OG will be playing against Team Aster later today after PSG, LGD and Team Spirit figure out who is.
Bicho. Where გავიგე Cheni ვის ყავდა?
With a sportsmanship, come out, give the handshakes, call the good game.
Am ამას არ ყავდა?
Got this far before.
2 times in a row, 2 majors, 2 times top 6. Pretty good result from the team. They definitely wanted to go further. But
მოიცა ერთამს ეხა ვეგი.
Yeah, and looking towards TI, of course, both of these teams qualified. These kind of games are the ones that really make tournaments. Game 1 and game 2.
არა, გოჯირა არა და ამას X-Stingers ყავდა, X-Stingers, კაცო.
Game 3 as we are ready to head back to the break down this series.
There is a little bit of heartbreak for Beast Coast being
вообще ის არის Teptan.
But OG game 3 they shone. They looked amazing.
Tuski Wenje Wintera.
In mid lane. Did the matchup go how you expected, or were you just so impressed with how BZM played?
I mean, you're not meant to get solo killed in mid nowadays. That's probably a
რატო დაფიქეს ის ვერ გავიგე?
What a god. You're meant to have too much regen now for that.
რატო დამიცეს Cheni თუ წარმოდგენა არ ქონდა თამაში?
Like it's free every game.
Yeah, you get every game that you have that good start, that solo kill usually tends to snowball in your way, right? And Ember definitely executed it to perfection.
And he was playing his hero to the limit. So many of these fights, I don't know if it's this one, but there's one around the top rib where he's on like a sliver of health, still like sticking around, dishing out damage, throwing spells, like absolute perfection. The fact that so many different team fights.
What else was so perfect for OG? What other combinations of things added to this game being so phenomenal?
It's just the fact that in game 1 and game 2, they went with the meta. Game 3, they were like, screw the meta, we'll go OG. And that's what they did. Like this, Ember throughout the year, right? And it worked so damn well for them.
Მოიცა რა მაინტერესებდა რაღაც უნდა მენახო.
I thought that TA plus Ursa would be able to come back to maybe even have a stronger late game performance, but versus an Ember that 27-0, like it doesn't really matter what you have.
Yeah, they got hunted. I mean, the Chen and the Clockwork, 17 deaths, 19 deaths, and also K1's Ursa just got completely destroyed by some of the itemization. They had double Halberd, triple Yule Scepter. He couldn't do a thing in so many of these fights. Every single time he's popping in rage, he's getting cycloned up in the air. It just felt like they itemized well and they were playing from ahead, whereas a TA Ursa draft, they want to be the ones ahead, controlling Roshan. That's probably the other big thing is, I don't know about you guys, but it just felt like OG played around that Roshan pit perfectly.
Yeah, and why does that happen? Because they set up their lanes really well. We saw them sack this Arc Warden a little bit. He had a rougher lane. In return, they put the Elder Titan with a that way, he's set up to be able to take that top tower and just sit there in front of it. He was a massive wall. Beast Coast could not take towers. They try and take that, not working. Tiger constantly rotating there, killing Whisper over and over again. They try and push mid. There's an Arc Warden spamming spells, an Elder Titan with his spirit. They just can't push.
That's an amazing point, Shi, because yeah, you're delaying the Midas a little bit on the Arc Warden, but it doesn't matter because the playmakers are getting way more than necessary to actually carry you through that mid game. And Elder Titan, he was on the offlane. He was also stacking a ton. Like he had that triangle stacked up a couple of times. Not only does he get the spirit buff on himself, but he also allows the Ember and his teammates to get that farm later on.
Yeah, the other thing standing out for me is why they weren't able to punish a Mars Timber the same way they did in Game 2 for Beast Coast.
I mean, it was just setting his lane up to be really good, right? He had the great game the second game, but the problem was they took that roach, right? They found a way back in. This time, no. They move the Timber top, they focus really hard on the top side of the map, and that way you're trying to take a roach, it's not going to happen. There's too many heroes standing around it, able to break smokes, able to check their pits.
Also, when you have that mid laner dominating, that means that he will be able to rotate, help you out a little bit. Every time you're making an aggressive move, you have that BZM backup coming from the mid lane.
And BZM shone in this game. He looked absolutely fantastic. And I do know Banks is on stage with one of the OG players.
Thank you very much, Nat. Arlington, was that a great opening series? I got Seb with me, and well, you managed to get the win in this one. It looked really strong. Do you think you won this crowd over?
I'm not sure. I think they also
ეს
had
ტიპი
a lot of
არის
support and they deserve it. I think it's amazing. You know,
ეხა
the
ვისაც
community
ვესაუბრები
is amazing, and I think all the teams are gonna be
ისა
able to feed off it. So props to you guys. This is really great.
Now we also got to ask, right?
იტალიელი ტიპი არის, რომელთანაც ერთადაც თამაშობდა ხოლმე ჩემი ძმა დაახლოებით 7 წლის წინ. ერთად მალტაზე ცხოვრობს, არის ესეთი კუნძული იტალიასთან და მე ჩემი ძმის აკაუნტით ადრე ვუსტაობდი ხოლმე, ხო აიგრე რა, 1-5-6 დაჟე უფრო დიდი ხნის წინ რა, 5-6 წლის წინ და დაუმეგობრდი.
I think they're an amazing team.
ძალიან დიდი ხანი ამ ტიპს ვიცნობ, მაგრამ რაც თავი მახსოვს, ტიპი სულ ეს ესეთი რანკი არის. ესეთი რანკი არის სულ. ეხა კიდე დიდი რანკია. Fucking retarded shit Giovanni.
With zero reaction time, you know, they had no doubts in what they wanted to do. And I think we kind of had to learn from them because that energy is what wins you games and lands, and I respect it a lot.
Lovely, respect all around. That's what we're here for sure. Now, when it comes to this next game you got though, right? You get a break now, but then you've got Aster. You had a great game against LGD. But how do you rate Aster? Do you think that's going to be a similar team to be kind of star-wise for you to deal with?
Very strong team. Amazing players, legendary players. They've been here for forever. I remember losing to them in grand finals and like 6 years ago, and they were already kind of nailing it, and here we are again. So we have nothing but respect for them. Obviously, we're confident. We know we can take it. And yeah, we'll get back to work.
15 წუთში იწყება ესე იგი, ხო?
Right. So how do you do this compared to when you have like a whole evening to prepare yourself and get yourself ready?
I think you have to prioritize.
Obviously,
we have already
არკადა
into Aster just in case. Not us specifically, mostly our backup team. You know, they're looking at Aster and they're gonna fill us in really quickly. As for us, we'll just focus on resting, finding the right energy level, and obviously the drafts and the prep. But
okay, ეს დავამიუთოთ. ეს რა არის?
Меня бьют, короче, убивают, я беру так сюда в текстурку, оп, и то есть могу сделать ТП аут. Да, все, я на фонтанчике оказываюсь, нормально. Хайпом.
ოცდაოთხი რა არის ამდენი ხალხი? კი, PSG LGD.
There's no way.
Will he go for the steal? Please, no.
Yeah, they bring this down.
ამდენმა ხალხმა რა უნდა გავაკეთოთ 24 კაცი ძალიან ბევრია. რომელ ხუთ თამაშს ავიყვანდი?
Some scourge of the battlefield. 10 seconds. 5 seconds remain.
კარჩი აი მიდლეინზე მიჭირს ძალიან არჩევნა, ანუ მიკეთს ძალიან მევასება, აბედაც მაგრად მევასება და ტოპსონაც მაგრად მევასება. კარჩი ტოპსონას ავიყვანდი მიდზე, მეოთხეზე ავიყვანდი კრიტას, სამზე ავიყვანდი სებიკოს, კერიზე ავიყვანდი იატოროს და მეხუთეზე ავიყვანდი დუბუ.
Seconds remain. 5 seconds.
I'm well aware of it. Yes. From the great mystery.
ბიჭო, ანუ ეხა ეგრე გამომიტოვე, მაგრამ რა თქმა უნდა. ყველას ვერ ჩაასვამ, ხო? იატორო მირჩევნია ეხა ამ ეტაპზე. ამ ეტაპზე მირჩევნია. ეს რა?
Is my arcane incantation of incineration.
მილიარდელობა ვაფშე არ ჭირდება, ვაფშე როდის გაკეთდება. მაგრამ რავი, კი, ალბათ გავაკეთებ რატომაც. ვაუ!
I know I should respect the dead. First, you have to earn it.
From the one side of Mercury above.
აუ რამდენი რაღაც ვარდება და მანების ხავ.
escape with you.
ვერავინ ვერ მოვყალეთ.
I left my hoofprints in your class.
ჯაკი რომ
Well away. Known only to despair under attack.
No need to waste snakes on mine. I'll be out of your hair.
ნახე მე მომადგა.
My sprites are with us.
ამას ქრონოს სულად კაცო. ქრონოს სულ რატო აქ კულდაუნებად შედის აიტემი არ გვაქვს.
ეტა რა განუკითხაობა ამ მეფზე რა უნდა იყო აქეთ აიზებიო
ვინ მოვიგე? ჩვენ მოვიგეთ. Easy boys. Easy you fucking returns. Damage neti. არ ვიცით, damage სად არის? Damage 157,000. აუ, ამას სევსმა რამდენი damage გააკეთა? Kilები 19. ყველაზე მეტ ჯერ მოვყალი, არავე. კაი და მაგარი გასართობი არის, სხვათა შორის რო არ გავატრაკოთ. რა ხდება ეს აქ?
You forgot, it's all right, we got you here. Now,
you
guys, right? You just added the analyst, you just mentioned it came out on Twitter during this event. I want to see, as you've added someone else to come help you guys, what kind of things has he helped you improve on? What extra help has been given?
Of course, good games against good teams, and when you're playing against good team, you're improving. And also, it's our first game with a stage, with the crowd, and I hope it will help us. And it will. I was looking forward for you guys, so I think it will help us. Yeah.
You're going to be a crowd pleaser, that's for sure. No, it's very hard to hear, right? They're very loud. I just want to ask about your analyst, the new guy that's been added to the team. What has he brought? What has he done for the team?
The analyst, he doing some analysis about the game. And also he's a great Chen player, so that's why we picked it last time. And I think our Chen is strongest in this tournament.
Ooh, do we think the same here, crowd? They're kind of on your side. But LGD have been a tough team for you guys this year outside of TI. Do you feel like you've improved enough at this event to get the win today on stage?
LGD is a great team, but I don't feel the same strength like on TI, to be honest, from them. They was really scary for me on TI, but now it's not.
Ooh, he's not scared. All right, nothing to say. When it comes to this match that you played against OG, right, that series was very close. But even though you won, what do you take away from it? Did you see some mistakes? What did you learn? What did you improve on?
那么上一轮我们跟 OG 打的一个 BO3，那从那个系列赛以来，我们学到了什么？
就回去复盘了，就我们前期打得没那么好吧，然后还有一些就是视野的问题，就学到了很多东西。
So when we go back, we watch the replays, and we found out that our early game got some problems, and also we learned many from their wars and sites.
Nice, that's what we want to do. Keep making those improvements for sure. Now, when it comes against Spirit, right, this year you guys have beaten them very comfortably. It's looked good. 2 matches with 2-0 score lines. Do you fear Spirit at all? Do you think they're stronger here now in Arlington when you've looked at their games?
那么今年我们面对Spirit 战绩是2个2-0，然后他们现在就是通过这个系列赛也在进化，显得越来越厉害。然后那么这一次我们感觉怎么样？
就还是比较有信心吧，因为我们3个比赛赢过他们，然后就比较熟悉了吧。
So we are quite confident, like we won them like a few times before, just before, and yeah, let's go.
Let's go. I think that's the perfect way to end this. Texas, Arlington, are you guys ready for this series? Arlington, I want it a little bit louder. This is going to be one epic series. Make some noise! That's more like it. Let's get ourselves back to the desk.
Thank you so much, Banks, and to the 2 players, good luck to you both. I mean, let's go, they said, right? So I want to bring that back to that Chen conversation that Nothing to Say in Toronto, Tokyo kind of had. So I find it very interesting because Team Spirit, they did hire
ბევრად უფრო კარგი საყურებელია ვიდრე
What's going on there?
სხვა დანარჩენი რა სწრაფია ბევრად და ძალიან მაგარია.
Okay.
მე მირჩევნია ჩემს.
Who's stronger now,
So
the thing about Chen, you know, as somebody who's level 2.
მართლა ძალიან ანუ ტემპია რა, ძალიან დიდი ტემპი არის ჩემო დოტაში და მიყვარს ეგეთი.
You do? Yeah, that is definitely one of your most played, better played heroes here. Oh, Lizard, look, you look upset over there. What's going on?
What you got, 35s?
I got some 35s here.
Yeah, I got 40s.
But no, in all seriousness, it is interesting that they brought somebody who does stats for them and knows a lot about Chen, because Chen is quickly rising to be one of the more popular heroes of this tournament. Right, initially it was Entity that spammed it the most, like Fishman had it for like 8 games. And then everybody was like, I can also play this.
Right.
So that's kind of the direction where it's going, and I think that was Team Spirit in their previous years were able to actually play Chen for the first time in this tournament.
Yeah, it definitely came out as a surprise.
Do you think that it's maybe a little mind game there as well? Like, yeah, we have the Chen analyst, we have the best Chen in the tournament.
Oh, for sure. I think they were never really a Chen team for me. So obviously them getting a win on the hero is huge for them, especially because LGD is a team that likes to play Chen as well. So I think it is an important hero for this series. I think it was also interesting to hear NTS say that they learned a lot with the warding from OG, because that's a very specific thing to take from a series that they learned a lot from the Vision. So I think the 5s comparing to each other is going to be really important.
Yeah, I think that's great that you brought that up, because I wanted to talk about this head-to-head situation between the two captains, E and Miposhka. This is the Chen territory, I suppose. And for me, the most fascinating thing that I found with how these supports have been playing is that constant roaming support duo, that constant pressure that we're going to be seeing here. I guess you're also captain, Tal.
Yeah.
How does that feel, like having to dictate the pace and the play of the game, as well, like making those call-outs in game, as well as just trying to play it?
Yeah, so I do think there's a fine balance, and it's not really only onto one player. So like the position 4 player also makes a lot of the moves, and he's going to make the calls. It could be anyone else as well. So it is going to be a combination of everybody in the team. I will say when you play a hero like Chen, you also have to focus a lot on your own game, because you're microing units. It's not this traditional hero that just runs around and casts their spells. You need to play around neutral camps. So it's a little more complex, I think, and that's when it really helps to have a teammate that can help direct you as well while you're focusing on other things.
So Chen is a little bit more demanding, right? And
yeah, definitely.
I do think it puts a lot more pressure on the 4 player to kind of take a lot of that role, because most of the time the 4 player, when you have Chen, won't be hitting creeps as much and will be the one moving around the map, placing a lot of vision and stuff. So, yeah, I think that's one thing that works for Spirit, is that Mira is definitely a good player playing like a 4.5. So I think it does fit their team. So yeah.
Do you agree that right now we have 2 4.5s and not like a real difference between the 4 and the 5?
I think it depends. I think actually in this tournament there's more of the heavy force, like a melee force or a spirit or a shaker. I think they're more back in this tournament than they've been for a while. But I do see some tendencies that some teams prefer to have like 2 4.5s. So yeah, I think it's just team dependent.
And while we're on that Chen watch here, it is through the first phase, so it is definitely a potential here. And it is going to be LGD on that second pick, so Spirit, do you think this is what they're looking to open, or do they have something else a little bit out of pocket?
I feel like there will be a Chen pick here. I'm actually surprised that LGD decided to ban Viper, considering they've been able to beat Viper almost every single time. And they were also able to beat Spirit's Viper not long ago. And we do have the Chen first pick, so here you go.
Spirits called the bluff. They go with the Chen.
Oh, okay. A Crystal Maiden. What are we feeling about that?
Is this the old school counter to Chen with Frostbite? Does it work still? I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean, it's like the easy way out. I think like they just grab an early 5 response to Chen that can deal with him in an early game. I think it's okay. I don't think it's like something that's going to ruin Chen, but it's like something that will alleviate the pressure for LGD.
Is Chen even about the creeps as much right now in that early game, or is he about the utility and the heals later on?
I think Chen kind of gives your carry a stable lane in almost every game, because you have the heal, you have the headdress, you can get some good creeps. I don't think Crystal Maiden is like, oh my god, I'm playing against CM. It's just something that's decent in the game. Can potentially, you know, like when Chen makes a rotation, you might be able to kill his creep. And your spells are decent against Chen. So
and to quote Toronto Tokyo, he did say he is the best Chen, right? I mean, that might be fighting words for you, Fly, but that's what he's just saying. I'm just putting that out there.
I think you have to be a good Chen team, and I think he said that as well. They're the best Chen team because being individually the best micro player or something like that, it's not going to matter as much as your understanding of the hero as a team and how it means you're going to play out the map. I think that's really important.
And these were the two options, right? Like Marcy or Earthshaker. That's what we see the most with Chen. They go with Marcy. They get that rebound off of creeps and whatnot. Is there something else with the combination that I'm missing here?
I think there was an option for them to pick a core hero here instead of just opening two supports, because it's very obvious that that's their support duo. You know, for LGD they have the
სწორად არის ნათქვამი, სწორი რაღაცა აღნიშნეს. არ არის ზოგადად არ არის არ მაგარი ჩენის მოთამაშეს არ აქვს მნიშვნელობა. შეიძლება ყველა
LGD is going to have to reveal a core next.
ანუ ამ დონის მოთამაშეები ჩენს ყველა რაღაც კარგად თამაშობ. ეს მაიკრო ყველას კარგი გონდეს რა. ანუ განსხვავება არის რაში, იცი? თუ რამდენად კარგად თამაშობს team-ი ჩვენთან ერთად. ანუ
some of the LGD and the Chinese
უნდა იცოდე მათ გმირთან ერთად თამაში და არა რაღაც შეიძლება რაღაც კარგად ამოძრავებდე შენ კრიპებს, რაღაცეებს, ყველაფერს იდეალურად აკეთებდე ჩენზე, მაგრამ გიხევდნენ თავს. თავარი არის რომ team-ა ითამაშოს ჩვენთან ერთად კარგად რა. ეგეთი გმირია ზოგადად ჩენი.
I think it's a good hero. I think it's a little bit underused probably by the West, which is a bit weird because it used to be more of a Western hero. And now it's the Chinese teams playing it, so yeah, I think it is a good response to Chen in the way that he can kind of just annoy him by killing a creep instantly.
So PSG LGD, they banned out all of these three heroes that we usually see with the Chen Marcy. The offlaners that are kind of range, right? These static laners, the Razor, the Viper, the Death Prophet. Is there anything else that comes to your mind?
Yeah, I'm surprised they banned Laundry themselves because that's one of the better heroes of Marcy. So they're running a little bit out of options for like the sidekick combos and the early game combos. But Marcy is like the type of hero that will always just make something work. Like it's hard to have an entire lineup where Marcy just doesn't do anything. Sometimes sidekick will be less useful, but then you'll use rebound to give somebody movement speed, and that'll be the way you enable your core.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be an interesting second phase for Spirit because I'm not really sure what Collapse is going to have to play. And, you know, they do have the possibility of sending Chen into the offlane, but considering CM is there, I feel like it's less likely to happen. So I'm trying to think of another hero that combos well with Marcy right now for Collapse.
We've seen him do some of these Enigmas and Beastmasters in the past even. I don't think Lycan is banned here. Like, do you just like go full out Zoo? Is that something that they want to consider?
I think it's a little bit unlikely just because when they play those heroes, they usually do it as like a counter pick, and in this situation they're gonna have to pick two heroes and LGD has the response. Also CM is kind of a decent response to those two heroes, so I think more likely they'll pick some hero that's going to be alright regardless, with a Marcy, like some Night Stalker or some Timbersaw, this type of hero. Other option is they might pick something that they will flex for multiple roles, like some hero that can go both mid and a side lane. I think that will be a good option for them if they have a hero like that. I'm not sure if they have any. There's no Pango, so.
Is maybe Bristle? No, actually Timber.
LGD take the Timber.
Yeah. Timber, that's a good response to Chen. You don't really do much to this hero. Maybe you can get a mana burn creep. But as a Chen, you generally just leave the lane when you're level 3 and you're like, good luck, my friend. You know? So I think this was the hardest pick for LGD in this draft. After this, they're going to see pretty much everything. So now Team Spirit has to respond to this Timbersaw, and they're going to be asking Yotoro, what do you want to play here? Ursa and Bloodseeker are banned. So you can see how LGD set this Timber up, right? They banned Ursa, they banned Bloodseeker, they banned Death Prophet. 3 good heroes against Timbersaw. I expect some Luna here. Okay, the monkey.
Go with the monkey. It's also a good option, right?
Yeah.
Like versus Timber in the lane.
It's a good Yotoro hero. He's played Monkey before. He's very comfortable on it. So yeah, good response. I like the Monkey game.
Yeah, I think he'll be fine on this lane, but I do think that Monkey Chen is one of the worst combinations. I think Timber will be perfectly fine on this lane, especially if he has a Tiny there. Like they'll just be able to manipulate the waves and make sure he gets like level 5 on Timber. So then he doesn't really care about Monkey that much after that. So I do think it's a good one-to-one matchup, but the supports might not be the greatest for Spirit to have this matchup against Timber.
Okay, this pick is the hard one to predict.
Monkey,
so I'm curious if you guys have any thoughts, because I'm guessing it will be
Collapse hero, or
it'll be some hero that helps kill the Timber, is what I'm thinking. Is Batrider in the pool?
Batrider is still in the pool, actually. That's a really good call.
I could see Batrider.
Because usually when the Timber was picked, Batrider would get banned out, right? In the
Yeah,
previous series at least.
it's a bit weird because you're gonna get countered, but I'm just thinking because Collapse can play the Batrider, and I'm assuming Toronto can play it, so they need like getting a hero that can be flexible in terms of mid and offlane is kind of good here. Okay,
that is quite ballsy. I feel like they just picked this hero because of the flex too, because they have played it on Toronto. It's definitely a Collapse hero, but I don't know if it's the greatest in this specific game. Obviously, Timber very good against Mars.
I have a feeling this is a pretty free Timber game. There's mostly mostly physical damage.
How do you feel about some playmakers from the mid lane, such as Storm, hero that has been banned out quite a bit?
Oh, Storm is definitely good here. It's good against Mars in lane. It's good against Monkey in the game.
If that bet gets picked up, maybe that's an answer.
That's true. So I can see them going for something like Storm Spirit. I think it's very solid here.
So as we're talking about, like with that Mars first appearance, talk to me a little bit more about that hero if it is going to be on Collapse in the offlane. Like what sort of struggles like we're expecting for him?
Well, I think it will depend on this pick. I think if they see an option to get a free counter pick here, like they will see a mid or they will see a safe laner here, and then most likely they'll just respond for Spirit. I think they have to get one core counter pick here. It's gonna be hard for them. So I think they don't know yet if it's gonna be offlane or mid themselves. They're just waiting to see what LGD is gonna show.
As LGD is going through the reserve time here, I suppose like always curious. Oh, but hold on, it's a Phoenix coming into play. How do we feel about this boy?
So it's the tiny core confirmed?
Yeah.
That is interesting. So
Phoenix is definitely good against
Spirit's heroes, and I'm thinking, you know, Xingqiu is going to play it. He's probably going to buy Vessel. It's a very good Vessel game against all of Spirit's heroes. So I'm thinking that might be something they discussed, like, hey, we need a Vessel hero. We can put the tiny mid. It's pretty okay against Mars. So it's an interesting approach. I think it's good.
I think it makes sense, yeah. It's very good in the way it team fights against both Mars and Monkey, like the big circles, and then you kind of have this triumph. The egg, you can't really do anything about it. Marcy is kind of decent, in my opinion, against Phoenix. I think it's a matchup you want to play if you're playing Marcy, like you like playing against Phoenix, but other than that, the other heroes are not a threat for you at all.
Is that because of the ulti and just
it's just you feel good about having the option to actually commit on it. Like you can actually help your team kill the egg, which is like very unlikely for usual melee force. So Marcy is like an exception.
I have a thought here for Spirit.
Majority.
Snapfire.
Yeah, I mean, I think Toronto does play Snapfire.
So you would put the snap on the mid lane or something like that?
Collapse also plays
Collapse could also play, yeah.
So it would be sort of a flex. That would make the Phoenix very sad. As a Phoenix player, of course, I'm biased towards countering my own hero here.
You could ban the Batrider, so...
They did ban the Bat, so we'll see.
You would also get a ton of magic damage in that arena, a ton of magic damage versus the Timber Saw as well, so could be helpful.
I think it's a very good pick, yeah. I think they need a hero like that that just pumps out damage and kind of helps them with the response to the Phoenix.
So as we're rounding things out for these last picks on the side of Spirit, is there anything that they're missing as far as their lineup is just based off of what they're looking at on LGD's side?
I think they do need kind of like a second core, because Monkey's not really a hero that just solo carries games, and he's also kind of getting responded to, so they need like a hero that... there it is.
Oh, nice.
Snap. Nice call.
Yep.
Yeah, I think it's a good snap game. They have Snap Mars. It gives them a lot of damage, and in theory, they can still change how they lane. They can put the Mars mid, or they can put the Snapfire mid. So they got good options, and now basically it's up to Ame what he wants to play, considering the information he has.
I mean, on the side of LGD, now that they know the 5 of Spirit, is there any other adjustments? Like we're already saying, like, yes, Tiny's going to be core. With the Phoenix here, perhaps like maybe shifting anything around or trying to lock in probably a harder carry?
It's probably a bit more straightforward on the LGD side, right?
Yeah, it's just going to be a carry.
They just need a carry.
Yeah, you can see he's kind of talking a little bit, because usually you probably want to ask your carry player what he's thinking here, because, you know, it's the last pick of the game, like, hey, what do you want to do to win this game for us? He's kind of smiling. He's feeling good about it.
I think it's like some default TB pick or something like that.
PL, TB.
Yeah,
I was wrong. But it starts with a P.
Wow.
That's a volatile choice.
It's a different one.
Why do you say volatile?
Because I think it's a hero that's not really been picked much this tournament, because this hero needs to win its lane, and CMPA, it can be a strong lane, but it's not like a guaranteed like kill lane. You know, they're playing against Mars.
მე მაგალითად LGD-ს გულშემატკივრობ. ჩვენ guys
Yeah, I'm a bit worried that if they don't win their lane on Spirit, that or on LGD, that it might just not catch up on PA, and then it could be a fast game because of the champ.
I do worry that maybe this PA does not have enough roids, like you don't have any minus armor, nothing like that.
That's true. PA is definitely a volatile hero, and
it'll
be interesting to see. I think I'm slightly favoring Team Spirit just because PA is a very strange hero to kind of like determine how good it is. But close drafts and like two great like masterminds going at each other as teams.
ჩემი სახელია მე ვარ ანგელოზი ვარლინიონი.
Big brain decision here on the panel. Let's see what our casters have to say. We have Lyrical, Trent, and Gunner.
Thank you so much, panel. You know, I really appreciate what they were saying. They're picking Team Spirit, but I just gotta feel like I'm feeling like it's LGD this time. I don't know. Not sure if they quite got what it takes to make the right picks here. What do you guys think?
I like this PA.
Oh my God, it's very heavy. Oh God, I'm done.
Got some mercy in him over here. I'm pretty impressed. Do you like the PA though? Yeah, it's a cool hero. I've seen even Yotaro. He's been playing in the pubs. They play it to more crush the lane and snowball off the lanes, which is not really that big of a thing right now. A lot of the carries go off the lane, they go jungle, they kind of play the map rather than playing their lane. So it's kind of different, but it's also the CM. The Crystal Main's a new hero. Very exciting to see. Obviously, LGD coming into this one thinking a lot about, okay, what are we going to do if they just open Chen? And they had their plans set and ready to go. And so that's what we're going to see here. And we'll see how that's going to play for the rest of the series. And of course, moving forward, as this is the upper bracket, you might meet them again. So if you can find an answer to that Chen, that's going to help you in the long run.
Well, game number 1 started with a pause, but Team Spirit versus LGD, a match that at some point we all anticipated, we hoped we would see, and you know, got a little bit of a look at True Sight right before this as well. I feel like it just sort of set the stage for another absolute classic.
That was exciting. Dude, that was a nice trailer. I'm excited to go watch it.
It's interesting too because it's like when you get to see that behind the scenes, it just completely changes your conception of what the game, what the series, what all of that stuff was supposed to be and what it looked like.
Or how Zhao 8 or Java, how he sounds and how we, you know, we kind of have this imagination of the director. The director. And, you know, and the strictness and everything. Has he gotten soft? You know, in the old days, so inspiring.
That's true. I love to see that.
Even for this year. It's setting the stage for this year. Some of his quotes. He knew. He knows how to make a good trailer. If I say this now, it's going to look. You can be an actor? Yeah.
You know, if I'm honest, I don't think that's what he was thinking about. But there's a possibility. There are a couple things that, you know, as we get into this game with the pause, I kind of wanted to talk to you guys about. I've been calling for PA for so long. They're picking it. What is the drawback to this? Why is it that we haven't been seeing so many PAs recently?
One big thing is Battle Fury is kind of a necessity on the hero in most games. And most of the carry players have kind of fallen off that item. I think Ursa is kind of the only hero that people are buying Battle Fury, and even that I think as the tournament has gone on has kind of shifted back and forth, going back to the Diffusal Blade to try to be faster. And PA is a hero, if you try to rush this Desolator and you lose a single fight, you're going to fall off very quickly. So you can see he already has it queued up, this Battle Fury, and they're going to play a little slower game. And the Tiny's going to have to make a lot of the early moves for his team.
Not often that you see 4 heroes get hit with the Nova and Mira. Pretty far forward there as a 3-person boundless strike. They throw out the scatter blast. That's going to stop LGD from stepping forward anymore.
Early 5v5 just for the fans here. But it will okay, yeah. They did it for you, that's right.
Crowd already loving it.
This is also a mid Snapfire, which we didn't talk about too much. We've seen this, I think, like South American teams really like running this. I think it's either going to crush the game or it's going to look lackluster. There's a lot of different timings on the hero. Yes. He especially needs a BKB. Some go boots of travel. And it can be hard to line up all these timings in a way that you're able to use your hero consistently through the game, but you're also not falling behind. Because once you fall behind on this hero, it'll fall flat. This level 20 talent, very big on the hero. But it's a long time away. You need 20 levels. It can have a very strange mid-game fall-off, especially for a mid-hero, where you're expecting to sort of be peaking there to like provide for your carry, but sometimes as a Snapfire, maybe you don't perfectly snowball, and you have to wait for that later, like BKB, heavy physical damage, and get into the little shredder later on. So we'll see if Toronto Tokyo can keep it rolling in his favor. The one nice thing is one of the big issues with the hero is your team will get baited into being like, guys, I'm going to blink stun them. I'm going to buy the shard. And when you need to bait your team into that, it forces you into a role where you don't have a BKB. So this game he has a Mars who's going to go first. He's probably going to blink on the Mars, so he can feel better to sit back, maybe press his ult, get a couple rounds of spells off, and the initiation is not all on him.
Yeah, can play a little bit more cleanup and hopefully accelerate a bit better off because of that.
Cool.
And at the same time, he's also versus a Phoenix. So he has a different role in the team fight. He has a lot of magic damage for the Timber. So it's a very good snap game. He has the tools that he can use this game.
Well, we'll watch if he's able to make it happen. Gonna need to get out of that mid lane first, and can see Miposhka take that pendants first. So wants to be able to get some good pressure there onto Faith Beyond. If they can catch him a little bit out of position. Need to get that level 2 first, though.
Yeah, pretty tough versus the Phoenix, though. And yeah, maybe get that level 2, find a creep that could help out in this situation. Be it like some mana burn, maybe even a dispel.
Why? Getting ran down, gonna salve, try and run. Does have another blast. Needs to Nova to keep Mira away, but the dispose. And that's gonna be first blood. Drawn by Mira, taking down Crystal Maiden.
Oh, the
tip also comes out. Mira's also going to pull this next wave, so this lane's going really well for Spirit right now. Every time you get multiple pulls off in a row, your off laner is just going to get really farmed. And Mars is the type of hero that he kicks the enemy carry once he's level 6. Even with a Snap. Snap is one of actually the best heroes to TP because of how long range her ult is. That if any time that the Mars gets Arena and the Snap is level 6, they can just TP to a kill to any side lane.
Yeah, one of the most proficient teams in the world that is Beast Coast. They would do that all the time, where they would just have these side lanes with stuns, usually Hector having a stun, setting up for the early rotation from the Snapfire. So Toronto Tokyo, I'm sure, will be looking for those early kills. Tough to get on a Timber, though, of course, with that low cooldown on the Timber chain at all levels.
Trying to get up close there, and does get the count to 4. Yatoro trading hits with Faith Beyond in the trees. And you can see the value that you get just from getting that extra pendants out from Miposhka, a couple more punches. So far, so good up top, as Timber a little bit behind, not a huge amount, though.
Yeah, this Timber saw here is something that's been really popular for a very long time. It seems he's pretty stable.
Spear? Can they do anything else here to Ame? Mira thinking about it. Rebounds in, goes for the dispose. They turn to fight a couple more times. The frostbite's there. Collapse, still getting chased down by Y, and likewise Mira chased on the other side. A good spear away, and with a Phantom Strike still ready, Ame will not be punished.
Definitely one of the downsides of PA as well, like constantly filled sticks on both heroes in your lane.
Oh yeah.
It's also, he has no built-in regen, so anytime that the PA takes a lot of damage.
Oh, bottom Mira?
Maybe.
He's, once again, the sticks.
Going back in.
Spear. Well, they find a kill instead onto Ame. So got a little bit too aggro and punishing with that stick bait.
Oh, it looks good too. Coming up from under the tower, thinking this is their chance on the Marcy, but punished hard there.
These lanes always are forced to be aggressive, just the nature of the hero, which is why a lot of people say it's volatile. You're never really going to sit in the lane and sit back. And the dagger is better when it's used aggressive. It's been nerfed so much mana cost that it sometimes will give more to the enemy when you just cast on them.
Yeah.
Well, as we were talking about, going to be watching for some of those rotations in a little bit here once they get up to level 6. And in the meantime, it's just kind of a battle of the bullies as Miposhka is going to chase Xingqiu all the way back across the river there as he's trying to get into the Tranquils.
He did get his guy, though, right?
Oh, yeah.
Got the Purge creep there, so very helpful. They're trying to make it go into the Timber, perhaps, and those Fire Spirits come out.
Yeah, mid's going nothing to say way a little, and we're probably going to see a big rotation from Tiny as well. Both of these mids want to get out of their lane as soon as possible to kind of break down these lanes. As you can see, both side lanes are kind of close. No one's crushing too hard.
Chase. Why? Again, under fire, and Team Spirit get another kill. The spear there just to apply extra pressure to Ame, and yeah, this bottom lane, it is just going all Team Spirit's way.
And I have serious concerns as to how this is going to go once Snap wants to move, because like Timber, not a great target to move to. Like sure, maybe you'll get the kill, but bottom just looks so much safer. And like, what kind of a response can LGD mount if they decide to come to this bottom lane? And if you kick this PA out early, she's not the quickest farmer of the jungle.
Yeah, she doesn't want to jungle. She kind of needs to take a lane, so she'll probably end up taking this Timbersaw's lane. And when she goes to top, the Timbersaw is not really going to have a place because, again, he won't survive this arena Snapfire combo either. He needs to... They probably are going to need to group up their heroes really early in this game. Maybe use this 5-minute siege, this 10-minute siege, and try to take a tower.
Well, so far, they've had some really good answers here. And we see, I mean, this hasn't even been off the first pick gen. It's just that sort of later rounds of the draft that we saw, the Mars pick that has worked out so well for them, pairing together with this Marcy. And for LGD, they need to come up with some answers. And right now, I mean, PA is just getting nothing here.
დაუფასებელი მოთამაშე არ არის აქ. ხა პროსენაზე ვინც თამაშობს, ხა ფაბიგროკებს არ ვიძახი. პროსენაზე ვინც თამაშობს, რავი, ყველა დაფასებულია ასეთი არ არის ეს სფერო, რომ მაგარი მოთამაშე იყო და არ დაგიფასდეს რა.
Little slower heroes that want to get their spells off, but they also need levels.
Magari motamashე რო ხარ იგებ.
Crystal Maiden is okay if you're able to win the lane, but when you start losing lane on Crystal Maiden, she's very slow. She has no mana, no levels.
She's kind of like a volatile support in that sense too. Kind of similar to the PA, you know. Sometimes you feel like you're absolutely owning on this lane. You get like your jug or something, but when you're just trying to protect a PA like this, and she can go toe-to-toe with a lot of the fours, I find, but just not those like really top ones.
But at the same time, if their supports do get these levels, which is probably going to be enabled by Nothing to Say making these rotations, they are going to have a strong mid-game timing. They have a lot of ways to protect the egg with the Tiny and the Crystal Maiden, and they have a lot of team fight and damage.
Getting close to those higher levels for Faith Beyond there. Level 6 now done on Collapse. They pull back in Y on the Crystal Maiden. Don't want to use the... Well, they'll use the arena anyways and move on in for the finish. If there was any attempt for a turnaround with XinQ making the move, it definitely is shut down now. And in fact, XinQ, he might be in trouble.
Oh, that's pretty sick.
Toronto Tokyo in the area. A good dodge, but the dispose is there after the fact. And, I mean, XinQ can try and run, but they have the rebound. The chase with the Fire Spirits, even drop it. Just the ulti.
Rato
not messing around with the early kills.
All I'll say is he made them work for that. Like, they had to spend so much more than they wanted to. Just because he was like so perfectly spaced, like avoids
nothing to say. This would be a big turn if they get at least something here. But the rebound, how is this hero fair? What was that? Mira tries to get away, disposed to escape, but in trouble. They finally bring down that Marcy.
What's the thing about Dota? No hero's fair. You know, we want them to all be a little bit unfair. That's what makes the game fun.
Well, come on, I mean,
it's very fair when all your spells have two things they do every single spell. But that was probably the first big rotation from Spirit. They used both their ults on the Mars and the Snap. They got both supports, which isn't the best, but anytime you're able to actually get these spells on cooldown, you're able to make them move, rotate, even the Tiny has to leave mid. It never feels bad to get kills.
ანუ როცა იგებ რაღაც ტურნამენტს ან თუ კარგად თამაშობ ესე იგი ტურნამენტს იგებ ხდები სულ მცირე რავი ნახევარფინალშიც რო გახვიდე ან მესამე ადგილზე ან მეოთხე ადგილზე ესე იგი კარგად თამაშობ და როცა მესამე მეოთხე ადგილზე ვერ გადიხარ ესე იგი ვერ თამაშობ კარგად და როცა კარგად ვერ თამაშობ რავი რა უნდა დაგიფასდეს სუდად თამაში რა დონეზეც თამაშობ მაგ დონეზე ფასდება აქ ამ თამაში ყოველ შემთხვევაში ეკრია
get the kills. Team Spirit just look good.
That may have been the first time I've ever seen the Ogre smash actually hit a hero. He was stunned for so long.
So much chain stun.
It's a lot of damage, but it's probably the last time we'll see it this game, if ever. And the Mars is still farming up. He also has the Blink queued up. The Snapfire, he has nothing queued up. I would assume a Boots Travel. It also works really well with the Chen. He can always teleport to creeps. He can show up to every fight. And he'll probably be the one that's going to collect a lot of the farm in these side lanes.
Wow, another spear thrown out and more pressure being mounted as Mira will run away from the mid. That's the DD used on Nothing to Say. But they can't find anybody to really grab a hold of. Is Team Spirit aggressive where they need to be and holding back when they don't have that strength? Up top is where another rotation goes. Toronto Tokyo is there with the rest of them, but...
Ooh, miscommunication there.
Yeah, the lanes are starting to feel kind of bad for LGD. Tiny's in a position where his only good rotation is to the bot lane, but his bot lane is so weak right now. This Crystal Main's not laning there. The PA is level 7 with really not much. No pressure on this Mars, and even Collapse kind of smells this out. So anytime that Nothing to Say misses a move, his Blink Dagger gets delayed. And even though they're a little behind, they need this Blink Dagger timing like as soon as possible so that it gives space for the supports.
Man, Mira just contesting that rune. It doesn't end up being there, but yay, it's Marcy, so it's fine. But yeah, that ward placed down there on bottom from Mira, scouting out those potential rotations there. And now an arena drop, but unfortunately not able to grab the kill they wanted there with Yadoro being there as well. And so they have given Faith Beyond this space.
Yeah, they're going to take this tower. The siege wave is coming, and You can see Toro goes bot. Even though there's no arena, they just want to use the siege to actually force their own pressure. Because there's a nice move by LGD to take this tower. They need to open up this map, and whenever you open up the map, if you're able to trade, you're going to try to trade.
And they see people
Which
TPing in, and as soon as Faith on there, everybody from Team Spirit runs out, collapse. Misses his chakram, and they actually decide to go on this here. They get to dispose. The catch is there. They have the kisses from downtown. Will it be enough?
Yes. Როგორი პლეიერი, იმდენად ცუდი, ძალიან მაგარი იყოს და იმდენად ცუდი თემი ყავდეს, რომ ტიპი არ ჩანდეს. Პირიქით, მე ვფიქრობ, რომ კარგი პლეიერი ცუდ თიმში უფრო გამოჩნდება, როგორც პლეიერად, უფრო გაქვს იმის შანსი, რომ გამოავლინო შენი შესაძლებლობები. რა, ეხლა წარმოიდგინე, ხუთივე მაგარი რო ხარ, შენი სიძლიერე იმდენად არ ჩანს. მაგრამ როცა ერთი კაცია თიმში ხუთიდან მარტო ძალიან ძლიერი ჩანს, იმას, ანუ ეს ისეთი თამაშია, რომ არ არის რა, მილიარდი მოთამაშე კარგი, ხო, ესე ვთქვათ, ანუ აუცილებლად სადღაც თიმში და მაინც დაგსვავენ სათადარიგოში.
But still eyes set on that Battle Fury, and this could be a tough one. I mean, again, you look at sort of the state of the game and how hard they're hitting, and it feels like Team Spirit's really strong. But does the Blink Dagger change enough that you feel?
აი 10 ლამაზი გოგო რომ მოდის, ძალიან 10 ლამაზი გოგო რა, ანუ 10-ვე ლამაზი როა, ერთი სილამაზე ხო დიდად არ გამოიკვეთებო, მაგრამ ერთი ლამაზი გოგო რომ ძალიან მახინჯებში დააყენო, ერთი 12 მახინჯი გოგოში რა. ანუ ის გოგო ხო ძალიან ყველაზე ლამაზი ჩანს, მაგრამ ლამაზებში არ ჩანს ლამაზი. ეგეთი თემაა დოტაში. შეიძლება ცუდი შედარება იყო, მაგრამ მე მაინც კმაყოფილი ვარ ჩემი თავით.
Ava, toss, interrupted, but it's still enough. Mira goes down, and Toronto Tokyo also in trouble. Xingqiu, that Sunray, they come on in and make a quick couple kills. LGD, they strike back.
A nice pause. You wait. You know you got to talk about who you're gonna gank, who you're gonna jump on for the minute of pause, and you execute it perfectly. Spirit also probably. You know, maybe you take a step back, you forget what's happening.
Yeah, you know, and Smopochka says, you know, I'm definitely not going to hand God you guys. Just, you know, you're definitely dead, so save that for a better looking fight.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Yotoro in the tri-count.
Stunned. They turn, they
find him.
These are really big
go!
Right now for the side
go!
of
LGD! Go! Go!
The Monkey King is going for a Battle Fury to kind of match this Phantom Assassin Battle Fury, but when you die on the way to the Battle Fury, it slows down every timing in the game. You're already playing for a slow timing, and just every 30 seconds, every minute is just exponential.
It's like a worse feeling Midas.
But it gives you damage.
With the invis, the toss back. Toronto Tokyo, hand of God.
Wow,
but will it be enough to keep him alive? It is. So a very, very clutch save there at the end. Team Spirit get out the Snapfire.
Nothing to say though, immediately also TPing down bottom to help with the collapse.
This would be another one. Ame tries to get it, but the arena down, walking outside, gets the pushback, the spear onto the outside of the arena. Collapse trying to hide, but the scouts him out. And Ame,
these are really nice moves by LGD. They're able to hold this tier 1 bot, which I was very worried that they would lose it to this big 5-man rotation from Spirit, but the kills from that rotation, this Mars kill, even this pressure on mid where it forces the supports to TP and use, you know, Hand of God on this, on the Snapfire, it's a small plays that kind of give them this edge even when they're behind.
Like you said, I mean, even when it was looking good, it was still only about 1,000 gold lead.
მიხარია რა რეალურად რომ ყავს საიბერ სპორტში წარმატებული ქართველი ადამიანები. ერთ-ერთი მათგანი არის ვიშა ხო, კერძოდ იმ თამაში, რომელიც მე ყველაზე მეტად მიყვარს. მაგრამ მო რეალურად უნდა შეხედო, რომ კარგი მოთამაშია, ძალიან კარგი მოთამაშია, მაგრამ ანუ რეზულტატსაც უნდა შეავლო თვალი რა. რეზულტატს ხო უნდა შეავლო თვალი, კი? ტოპშია, რა, მეათეზია თუ მე რამდენეზია არ ვიცი. ანუ იდეალური რანკი აქვს ტიპს, კარგი სკილი აქვს, კარგი მოთამაშია, მაგრამ ანუ ნუ ხო ხვდები რა, რასაც ვამბობ. ანუ ძალიან ამაყივი იქნები და გამიხარდება, რომ რამს ძალიან სერიოზულ თიმში გაიჩითოს და მოიგოს. რაღაც აი სულ მცირე მაჟორი ხვდები? ნუ სამწუხაროდ არ მოუგია. რავი, ანუ რა ვთქვა მითხარი?
But because he's kind of been on his own
ვერ ვიტყვი რა.
This tier 1 bot took forever for them to take. They've never hit this mid tower once. It's full HP right now.
ანუ რადგან ქართველია იმას ვერ ვიტყვი რომ აი ვთქვათ იმას ჯობია ტოქსონას ჯობიან მიკეს ჯობიან აბედას ჯობიან რამე სერიოზული მე ვერ ჯობია რომ ჯობდეს სხვა თემა იქნება ამასობაში აქ რაღაც საშინელებები დატრიალდა
The rest are going to back out. Collapse and Yadro, the two left alive from Spirit.
Nice back and forth. I also want to say I really like the Snapfire build chain.
Skilliani მოთამაშია. კარგად თამაშობს.
And he's going to go shard. I think he kind of recognizes that these fights are getting hard and he needs to have an earlier timing. Because this PA, if she does get her items, is going to be really scary. Especially with her Battle Fury going to come around the same time as the Monkey, which is very surprising based on
იცი რა არის? არა, უდგება ეხა ვიშას უდგება. კაი, ხომ როგორიც იყოს, არა, ვიშა სერიოზულად უდგება. მაგრამ ანუ ხო არსებობს რაღაც შესაძლებლობების ზღვარი. ანუ ეს კი რაღაც კარგია ადამიანისთვის мотиваცია რომ შენ ეს შეგიძლია შენ ყველაფერს შეძლებ და რაღაცეები, მაგრამ რაღაცეებში ერთი ადამიანი მეორე ადამიანს ჯობს. მაგალითად იმაში რომ
So they baited the fight up the hill and they kind of used this choke
Vishas jobs ბევრი მოთამაშე დოტაში თამაში.
Even the egg is on that little tiny piece of high ground. And it forces all of them to just go into a place where that LG just get spells
rank 7 მაგრამ ამ თამაში არ არის მნიშვნელოვანი რანკი ხვდები? ანუ ზოგჯერ ვამბობ იმ თემას რომ ვემხრობი ზოგჯერ იმის ნათქვამს დენდისას რომ MMR just a number მაგრამ ზოგჯერ არ ვემხრობი გააჩნია როგორ მაწყობს მაგრამ იდეაში მოთამაშეს როცა აფასებ Dota 2-ის მოთამაშეს აფასებ ანუ გააჩნია რა მხრივ აფასებ და რადგან ეხა ესეთ თამაშებს უყურებ პროლიგაა და ჰაი ჰუი და რაღაცა ვაფასებ იმის მეშვეობით თუ რამდენ ტიტულების მიხედვით ხვდები? აი ვიღაცას ევასება მაგალითად ფეხბურთის კლუბი ფენერბახჩე. მაგრამ ფენერბახჩია რა. ანუ ვერასდროს ვერ მოიგებს რაღაც სერიოზულ ტურნირს. თურქეთის იმას თუ მოიგებს. ხო და ესე ვარ ჩვენ. კი. ვევასება გულშემატკივრობთ ქართველ მოთამაშეებს. მაგრამ მეტი გვინდა. აი საქართველოს ნაკრები აიღე ხა მაგალითად. გვიყვარს გვინდა რომ მოვიგოთ, მაგრამ არ შეუძლიათ ფეხბურთის თამაში.
But with Chen, you know, you do like those static objectives, so it could be something that
კი, Walker რაღაც არის მაგაში
სიმართლე. From LGD. They're going to try and take over this dire triangle right now. Get some good vision in this area.
Yeah, the smoke afterwards, and a ward probably up on the high ground here from Y. Seems that Team Spirit are at least somewhat aware of this, hiding behind their tier 2 tower. Toronto Tokyo only just peeking out for a moment there.
There's no arena for 20 seconds though. It's hard for Collapse to fight into this.
Y walks forward. They get a vision right away on Namira. Needs a rebound target. Root tries to escape, and the mech is enough. Wow, they jump in.
Wow.
The cookie, you can't cookie what's dead. And Team Spirit need to back away as both their supports are gone.
Team Spirit's in this awkward position where they need to get gone on because they're not strong enough to jump LGD, but they have no one that wants to go in first. They need the Snapfire to be far away to ult, they need the Mars to get his arena off, they need the Monkey to get his arena off, and the Chen wants to heal. He needs someone else to get gone on. So it's kind of on this Marcy to be the one who gets gone on, but it doesn't feel good either if you're not
კი, ანუ ძალიან გამიხარდება თორნიკე, მართლა ძალიან გამისწორდება და რავი. ყოველთვის თვალს მივადევნებ და ვიქნები გულშემატკივარი, რა თქმა უნდა.
Roche is gone. Oh, this would be a great pick for them, though.
Can they get it? They have the arena, they have the spear. Try and bring them down.
Wow, bravo.
To follow. Nothing to say.
Wow, bravo.
The rest of Team Spirit just try and backs away. Hand of God, Collapse. Gets a little bit of separation from Faith Beyond. Somebody is, well, unless TP out, Toronto Tokyo gets away at the last second. So, It's LGD securing Roshan, but Team Spirit find the pickoff onto the Tiny. Still, this is a scary Aegis right here for Spirit.
I love the confidence here. Still heading in with the Aegis despite not having the Tiny.
Blinks in. And will they end up getting punished for that? I don't think so.
აი ხარ რაზე ვფიქრობ, იცი? ჩვენ რო ინგლისში ვცხოვრობდეთ რა. ანუ ალბათ აქ ყოფი უმრავლესობა ანუ ჯერ ქართველებს ხო ძალიან მაგრად გვიყვარს. ფეხბურთი. მაგრამ ანუ იმდენ რა სამწუხარო არის. რა სამწუხაროა რომ ქართველებს გვიწევს გუგულ შემატკივროთ სხვა ქვეყნის კლუბებს რა. ვაუ რა, ჩხუბები მიდის ხო არ გადავა.
Phantom Assassin gets taken down. He just got that Aegis. Oh no, Shades of TI. Why gets thrown back forward?
Oitsa magari thamashiya.
By that timber saw. Yadro jumps in.
Habze არ ვიცი, არ მაქვს ინფორმაცია ნიკოში.
Chakram coming through. Toronto Tokyo interrupting the great cooking stun. Yadro still living. Can they find any extra bits of damage? As they bring down the Monkey King. Toronto Tokyo tries to get some extra separation. Arena round 2 collapse solo. They kill off the CM. And a second toss, but can't get him out of there. Has nothing to say, turned upon, one by one, they're going. And Toronto Tokyo trying to finish off this Tiny. They need a few more hits and they get it. 4 dead so far, they're looking to finish off the 5th. A full team wipe likely to happen as Faith Beyond 2 will
Nice.
die. Team Spirit, they come back in style after that Aegis.
Well, maybe sometimes confidence.
მე მგონი ეს იცით რის იბრალია, boys.
Very thin sometimes, unfortunately for LGD.
I was really surprised they were able to turn it at the very start of the fight, but I think they chased a little too far. They got these kills, they felt really good. They saw, oh, we can toss on the Monkey King. You see, I think
SPD იმის ბრალია, რომ თავში აუვარდათ. და დოტას ჩვევია ეგ. ნაკლებად პროსენაზე, მაგრამ დოტას ჩვევია ის, რომ როცა დომინირებ, მერე უკვე ეტენები.
He gets caught.
And then poor Y, I've never identified more with a pro player. He just has no mana for this entire fight.
Face Beyond also has no mana in the entire fight.
Yeah, this is the life of playing Crystal Maiden. He's just standing around trying to get charges like, oh man, my ult is really good these days. If I could ever cast it.
It's hard to imagine how different this fight would have been if the Timber Saw had a lot of mana.
They would have been
able to actually sustain. Maybe that dive works out for them in the end. But unfortunately, he had low resources.
I mean, it's still very, very even in this game. 5 years smoked together from Spirit. Yadro breaks smoke.
ეხლა წარმოიდგინეთ საქართველოს რომ კარგი კლუბი ყავდეს, მაღალი დონის კლუბი რო ყავდეს, რამდენად ამაყები ვიქნებოდით რა.
He found them.
მე კიდე ანუ ქართულ ფეხბურთს კიდე საერთოდ აღარ უყურებ და მაგრამ ანუ როცა მესმის რომ რა ვიღაცას მოუგებ ძალიან მახარებს ეგ ფაქტი რა.
And if you get kills in that area, you get a team fight in that area, you're really happy. But if everyone walks away, you got the area you wanted. And whenever you smoke 4 kills, it ends and you don't get a kill, that's when you feel bad.
Even things up.
რან გამახარებს. აი ხა მაგალითად რა.
The sad thing right now is the LGD, these BKB timings are going to be slow. Both of them went.
ერთი დღე არ გადის კვარაცხელიას ნიუსები რო არ ვნახო რა.
Had he actually finished the death at that point?
He had it flying through on a corridor.
დიდი გულშემატკივარი მაინც არ ვარ ფეხბურთის, მაგრამ ანუ ისე მიხარია რომ ეგ ტიპი წარმატებული გახდა რომ აი რა ვერ აგწე. ძალიან მისწორდება პროსტო აი საოცრად. გოლი გაიტანა და იქ რაღაც აღთოვანებულები არიან მაგის მაისურები იყიდება. რაღაცა შემდეგ. მაგაზე ბედნიერება რა გინო. და თვითონ ტიპიც თავდაბალი არ არის რა მატრაკოც არა და წესით უკვე უნდა ავარდნოდა თავში, მაგრამ არა უვარდება მაგ ბიჭს, იმიტომ რომ კარგად გაზრდილი არის. ჯერ მაქედან დავიწყო. კაი ტიპია რა მოკლედ. და იმსახურებს
spells. And LGD, if the PA gets caught, if the Tiny gets caught, they have nothing to stop the arena and the Sapphire ult.
Yeah, they are lacking a bit in terms of the sentries, though, all under this vision from LGD, so kind of just like grouping as 5, moving around, potential that...
ხო და ამ ლაპარაკში კიდე Team Spirit-ი გაიჭრა წინ, ხო?
That's going to happen. And the question is, will LGD manage to...
შეაკლეს თავი.
Both the BKBs are here, so they're going to...
კიდე ერთი თხოვნა მაქვს, guys, თუ არის საშუალება, რომ
davala ikot stream-ი. And the only hero that can deal with it right now is a PA, but PA can't deal with it if she doesn't have her own.
იმიტომ რომ ანჩელოტი, ანუ წარმოიდგინეთ რა. ანუ იმდენი ლაიქი რომ მოვაგროვოთ სტრიმზე, რომ ანჩელოტის ამოუგდოს ჩვენი სტრიმი. რა მაგარი იქნება, არის ტყვის ესენი ვიყოფილანო. ამიტომ დიდი თქმა უნდა იქნება, რომ მომეხმაროთ, რომ ანჩელოტამდე მივახციოთ.
They're able to get the space off of this now.
ანჩელოტი ვინც არის, იცით ვინ არის? მე მგონი არც მე არ
So I wouldn't be surprised if LGD just tries to
ტრენერია,
push
ხო?
up their lanes and be off the map as much as possible. Because again, this is Spirit's timing. They hit all of their items at the same time, and whenever you hit your timings, you want to take your fight as soon as possible.
Yeah, get out there, fight, get some kills, try and progress on the map, and now leading in towards that second Roche, that's what they're going to stall for in LGD. That's what they're going to try and get that BKB set up for from Ame, and it looks like they're going to hit that timing. Even if
wow, ეს უკვე სხვა ბაზარია.
You can see how these teams are moving around the map. They're kind of letting one hero push the lane, and the rest of them are moving as a ball. Because they want to always constantly be ready. Both of the teams have the ability to jump. They have the ability to team fight. They have very good team fight. And no one wants to be caught farming away from the team.
No.
Even LGD, the only time Faith Beyond goes to push his bot lane out is when his whole team is in the same jungle.
ბიჭო, ეს მაჟორი არის, რომელიც ხშირ-ხშირად ტარდება ხოლმე. და როგორც მივხვდი, პოინტ აქედან გროვდება, უყურეთ ეხლა რა ხდება ბოის რა. შეხედეთ. აქედან გროვდება პოინტები. აგროვებს თიმი პოინტებს. კულებს, რომელსაც მე იყენებს TI-ისთვის და რაღაც ტურნირებისთვის რა. ანუ პროსცენაზე რომ მოხვდე, აგროვებ ესე ვთქვათ კულებს. აი ესეთი პატარ-პატარა ტურნირები.
It's good versus the Mars for bulwark. It actually lets you kill him. So it's a really nice pickup. A lot of PAs will sometimes skip it instead of not care about the break, but even the damage. I think it's 12% of their total health. Not correct.
It's a lot of
or 16%. Marcy gets jump.
Whoa, minusი. BKB აქ თაინის. მაგრამ ნახე რამ ხელა ჩეინსტანია და გადარჩა. ღმერთო ჩემო, რამ ხელა დემიჯი აიტანა თაინი. არანორმალური გმირია. კატი ანჩელოტი ვინ არის? აუ ნახოთ ეგეც, აბა.
Oh my god.
You were so close.
That's right. I mean, that's a pretty good there for Spirit. The fact that Mars will be back up. An instant spawn would have been devastating.
მაგიშვილია? ხო, არ გვაინტერესებს.
Anytime you buy back and
ამამისთან გვაქვს საქმე.
Watch your whole team TP out of the fight as you finish. It's really scary, but he was able to blink away. Here's the Aether lens, so
ნუ ეხა ეგ ჩვენ გვეჩვენება $500,000 და სადაც TI-ზე 40 მილიონს ხდება საპრიზოები.
So it doesn't feel too bad. They're going to have all their BKBs, so they have the
და სხვათა შორის ტურნირები რო ტარდება ზოგადად ეხა ჩინეთში ტურნირი რო ჩატარდება და მარტო შიდა ტურნირები რო ტარდება რა თქვათ ევროპის ან რაღაცის სადაც თქვათ სხვა რეგიონებიდან არ იწევენ არ ვფიქრობ რომ იქაც ნაკლები იქნება ხოლმე საპრიზოები ეხა იმათაც ევროპა ბეთი ყوار დააფინანსებს 2000 და 3000 ლარი არ იქნება ტურნირები იქნება ბოლოს და ბოლოს Face-ით ატარებს ხოლმე 1000 და $2,000 ტურნირებს და არის ტურნირები სადაც 100,000 არის საპრიზოები
Again, this is on the earlier side for the Roche, so we'll see if Team Spirit get
არ ვიცი TI-ზე რამდენია 2022
The scan comes out, they know. That pillar
არა ცოტა არ ამგონია
direction and the Spirit Ward has already gone
1,600,000 lol
It comes too late. Toronto Tokyo spots Faith Beyond. Wait, are they going for more? Collapse? Nothing to say.
მოიცა აკმა. კარჩი просто შეხედეთ ფენიქსის ის რამ ხელა საქმე. Raise Pacti. ფენიქსის ისა Sunray. просто უკვდავი ხარ ჩათვალე.
He's not going to deal damage to the PA because of all the evasion she has.
არა, ეხა battle pass-ი რო გამოვა, ავარდება ძალიან prize pool.
Tiny's able to jump in every fight and he gets, 12 spells casted on him and he's still half health, especially with the Phoenix healing. So LGD's health is a little too much for Spirit right now.
არა, battle pass-ია გამოსული, ანუ Dota-ს ეგ მიყვარს რა ზოგადად, ვალუს კარგი ის აქვს რა, რომ Battle Pass-იდან შემოსულ იმას, რა ქვია, თანხას, ანუ როგორც ვიცი, შეიძლება არასწორად ვიცი. Просто წილს ანუ არ იტოვებს იმას რა. რა ქვია, პროცენტს. მთლიანად prize pool-ში ჩადის.
Yeah, he sees some heroes in the creep wave.
Taro got caught. Got his tree cut.
Battle Pass-ი როდის დაანონსდა არ ვიცი. არ არის ჯერ ნახე ანონსი და ჯერ დაანონსებული ყოველ შემთხვევაში Battle Pass-ი არ არის. 83% მოგების შანსი. კილები ერთი და იგივე. მაგრამ 9K დიდი არაფერი, მაგრამ არ ცოტაა. უბრალოდ ძალიან ბევრი უდევს. PA-ს უდევს აი უამრავი. ჯერ თაინიც ძალიან ძლიერია და პლუს ძალიან ბევრი უდევს PA-ს. ეხა სატანიკი და მე ალბათ რავი რა, შეიძლება რომ ჩაიდოს, ალბათ ბაშერს ჩაიდებს და ასრულებს ყველაფერს. აი ესეთი კილები არ უნდა მიცენ, მაგრამ არ ყვდება პროსტო, ნახე რამ ხელა ჩეინსაინ გაუკეთეს. პროსტო რამ ხელა ჩეინსაინს უკეთებენ, წარმოგიდგენიათ? ეს ანუ აი ეს პლეი კარგი აქვს. აი ეგ მომწონს ზოგადად პრო თიმში, რომ ანუ შეუძლიათ რომ გადმოფიდული გმირი პროსტო არ გამოუშვან სტანიდან და მოკლან.
One crit and you're full. And it's, I mean, I don't even know how you're going to bring him down. But let's just say, last time they were ahead, they were looking good, they hadn't Aegis, but they decided to go when they didn't have nothing to say.
That's true.
So, maybe this time, I want to hang back a little bit here.
შემდეგი აიტემი PA-ზე ძალიან მაინტერესებს.
Which can change things a little bit with an MKB maybe on the Snapfire.
He's getting close. He also has the quiver, the true strike for one hit, and a little extra damage, which could be the difference.
Yeah, level 20 done.
ხო, არა, სნეპი ეხა დიდ დემიჯს გააკეთებს, უბრალოდ ვერ შევამჩნიებ. BKB აქვს. BKB თუ აქვს, სნეპს BKB თუ არა, გაზრი არ აქვს მაგის 20 levels. ეს საძის ნახე.
The PA or even the Timber. The Timber will have so much armor that his damage numbers will be too low.
Yeah, he's really relying on Toronto Tokyo. I mean, the core snap, it kind of reminds me of like an Ench when you get later in the game and like, oh, Impetus is doing damage now. It's kind of the extreme version of that.
კი, snaps BKB აქვს. დაედალუსი არა, MKB. მე დაედალუსი ვიფიქრე, მაგრამ MKB-ც ბევრს იზავს. ანუ, ყოველ შემთხვევაში snap იმას Phoenix მოაგლიჯავს თავს, CMK-ს მოაგლიჯავს თავს, მაგრამ PA ძალიან ბევრი უდევს რა, მოკლედ. არა, 0 ფერზე მიდის. ანუ როშანის დროებით როშანის ადგილზე ჩადებს, მე ანუ იმორტალის ადგილას მე შემდეგ იმორტალზე ვუც გადაიტანს და ალბათ დაასრულებს თამაშს. ანუ ჭხუბი უნდათ ეხლა, უნდათ რომ გამოიყენონ იმორტალი მოკლედ რა. არ ეჭხუბებიან, არ ფიქრობ რომ არ უნდა მიუახლოვდნენ სანამ იმორტალი არ გაუვა PA-ს, უბრალოდ აზრი არა აქვს. ან ბოლო წამზე დაიწყებენ. მაგრამ ნუ ხო. ნახე რამ ხელად ემის სიტანს. ბრავო, ბრავო, იმენა ტყვეთ ყავს. ტყვეთ აიყვანა, ტყვეთ. რა გააკეთეს? ჯანდაბა. ვაუ! ბაიბექი გაკეთდა ფენიქსისგან. ვაუ! და რაკნა ფენიქსმა რა გააკეთა შეხედეთ, ღმერთო ჩემო. ანუ ტიმბერამ პროსტო დახოცა, მაგრამ ყველაზე დიდი დემიჯი მაინც ფენიქსმა შეიტანა.
How bad does that feel? You take down this tiny when he jumps in, you take down the P, and there's just another one. None of their cores are weak. All of them are so strong. And Team Spirit kind of runs out of juice.
ბიჭო, არ ვიცი. კონტაქტი არ მაქვს ვეგასთან. ესე ვიცნობ რა. ერთი ინტერესები გვაქვს უბრალოდ და ალბათ რავი საქმეს აკეთებს თავისას არაფერს არ გაძლევს ზოგადად სტრიმი გარდა იმ ხალხის სიყვარულისა რომელიც გიყურებს ხვდები ვიღაცას ფული უნდა და სიმდიდრე და ჩემთვის სიმდიდრე თქვენი სიყვარულია ჩემო ძვირფასეო თქვენ ხართ მოკლედ ჩემი სიმდიდრე და არა ის შემოსავალი რაც შეიძლება რომ იყოს მაგრამ დონაცია თუ გაკეთდება არ იქნება ურიგო ხო ძალიან კარგად მიიღეს ფაიტი სხვათა შორის მაგრად იფაიტეს აი იდეალურად უბრალოდ იმუშავა იმ
LGD kind of too deep. They have a lot of these
Goldma რაც მეტი აქვს იმას.
They have the Marcy backwards. They have the just arena to hold them in place. Even the snap Q pushes them a little far backwards. So they're able to constantly move the fight backwards. And if the game was any closer, fights like that would be so in their favor.
Well, Scythe comes out though, and unfortunately, it is not a very close game at this moment. 16k lead now for LGD.
Nullifier almost done on Ame. He's about 300 gold off.
But the MKB is finished though, Toronto Tokyo. So without an Aegis being there, that is of actual concern, I would say.
I think this LGD, they players have a lot of ideas about Nullifier.
Ბიჭო, დღეს ძალიან თუ დააკვირდით ძალიან ემოციური და სენსიტიური ვარ. ანუ ისეთი რაღაცა არ მითხრათ, რომ ანუ ყველაფერი ძალიან გძნობიარე ვარ რა მოკლედ დღეს. იმიტომ რომ გუშინ უყურე იმას, რა ქვია, notebooks ფილმი რო არის. და ძალიან იმოქმედა ჩემს. ანუ მოკლედ ცოტა ისეთი უხეში შეფასება რომ მივცე ამ თამაშს LGD-მ თავი გადაუფრცხნა Team Spirits რა ესე ვიტყოდ.
Well, he definitely knows there wasn't a ward there.
მოიცა რა ტალანტი აქვს? Attack speed is nice.
The line is drawn.
Okay. Attack speed is ტალანტი ძალიან საინტერესოა.
They're probably going to just end up trying to end the game.
Crystal Maidens.
They finished the second Roche. They got a Rax with the second Roche. It's kind of the whole game plan, you know? The first Roche you get gold. The second Roche you get 1 Rax. The third Roche is when you try to
დაიმახსოვრეთ სხვათა შორის. დაიმახსოვრეთ PA-ის ტალანტები. ნუ ამ შემთხვევაში Triple Dagger-ის ტალანტი აქვს, მაგრამ ბევრჯერ მინახავს რომ 7% ultimate-ის იმასაც იღებენ ტალანტს. მაგრამ კანონია, რომ 10 level-ზე მარჯვენა იღება PA-ზე ტალანტი და 15-ზე მარცხენა, ანუ მიხტომის range და duration-ი blink strike-ი თუ რა ქვია არ მახსოვს მეორე რა. PA-ს.
The Scotty is finished on the Monkey King. I think he has a Demon Edge flying to him as now. So they're kind of getting all these big timings. And the Mars Refresher is really important for 2 reasons. Either if you get 1 spear, you get to follow it up with another and chain stun them for 4 or 5 seconds. Or if you arena and they force their BKBs, you get an arena for free when they have no BKBs. And this spell does so much when the enemy team doesn't have these BKBs, which is why he's such a powerful hero.
I actually feel like this is one of the times where I almost wanted the Refresher if I was LGD. Just for the BKBs, but
they see this. They immediately find him. Toronto Tokyo push back in.
რა აღარ მახსოვს რა შემპირდი მართლა არ მახსოვს ნიკუშ
LGD saw them place that ward and that's what caused them to come out of the pit and chase after him. And this is going to be now Aegis cheese and
ანუ მოდი ესე ვიტყვი რა guys რა ანუ ძალიან კარგი გმირია შეიძლება ფიქშიც იდეალურად ჩაჯდეს აგანიმიც დაიწყა შეიძლება ფიქშიც კარგად ჩაჯდეს სნეპი ძლიერი გმირია მაგრამ მე მაინც ჩემი პირადი აზრია რომ არასერიოზული ფიქი არის სნეპფაიერი მიძე არ ვიცი რავი შეიძლება არ მაქვს მაგდენი ცოდნა, მაგრამ ესე მეჩვენება, რომ Snapfire-ის mid-lane-ი არის იმენა არასერიოზულობა. Omnis ხო, ისა სამხრები, ხო, თუ ისა ბექი. გონი ისა ბექი, ხო, ბაზარი არა. რამდენი ხანია Omnit არ მითამაშია?
So they're going to take another tier 3 tower, and in fact, they might take more.
აი გასაგებია არ ვიცი რაღაც უნდა მოიფიქროს ეხა ალბათ team spirit-მა რომ ცოტა საინტერესო გახადოს მოკლედ საინტერესო რო გახადოს თამაში თორე რავი ისეთი შეგრძნება მაქვს რომ რავი easy game რა ანუ ვა საღოლ ყოლაფს რამდენ ხან ცოცხლობს გმირი გავგიჟდი მარა რა ცოცხლობს ბაზაში უარდება
The stun onto Toronto Tokyo. Faith Beyond turned upon.
Oh!
For the Timber Saw, they're looking for more. They lose collapse. GG is called.
GG რა თქმა უნდა.
LGD, they had what it took.
Certainly moments of this game where Team Spirit felt like they had the opportunity. You know, you saw the heroes semi-synchronized there, this Chen draft, able to try and move it a little bit more onto that Radiant side of the map, and especially when they actually defended their territory from LGD, but overall, LGD did feel like they were in the control for the vast majority of this one.
I like the map movements a lot from LGD, the way that they kind of flushed out Spirit from all the jungles that they wanted to hold, the way that they forced them up these small high grounds over and over in the fights. They bait these fights so perfectly. You kind of force the enemy to chase you because you don't give them any inches, you know.
კიდე მორიგი ხელი, სადაც ნახეთ, რომ ჩვენმა არ გაამართლა. ანუ მე მაინც მხარს უჭერ მაგ გმირის სიძლიერეს და ყოველთვის ვიტყვი იმას, რომ ძალიან ძლიერი გმირია, პროსტო იქ ტორონტო გამოვიდა თავიდან და თქვა, რომ საუკეთესო ჩენის თიმი ვართო. და ეს განერა? შუა განერაა, ბიჭო. ეხა ვიცან. რანაირი ტიპი ყოფილა. ხო და მაგ უყვარს ისე მაგას ეს მეტიჭრობა და ტრაბახი.
The way that people use talk, the way that it kind of lanes versus every hero in the game. And the biggest worry is Chen now.
Whoa.
A lot of the teams have been using Chen. They kind of get the Chen out of the draft.
Sheila უკეთ ვითამაშებდა.
Anytime you lose with a 5 Chen when it's kind of been your strategy, it feels bad.
Well, feels a little bit bad for Team Spirit. LGD looking good after game number 1. We're going to head off back to the panel, let them break down the action.
Thank you so much, guys. LGD looking to become an absolute Goliath this tournament here. I'm going to go to the panel to break this game down. So many points here as far as just LGD and their movement on the map, but a standout player, Fly, you told me, has been, nothing to say on the Tiny?
I think it's a combination of both Faith Beyond and Nothing to Say together. I think how they played this game where they were able to defend their areas and they were able to take more of the map from the enemy constantly together, using each other. They really stood out to me in this game. I think they controlled everything for their team. So yeah, props to those two guys.
Now we talk about map movement, not math. It's another note that I had. I mean, same thing with Yi and Jin Q. They're all it's just constant map movement here on the side of LGD, and Team Spirit didn't really seem like they had much of an answer for that, right?
Yeah, I think this game was very clear, like two different game plans, where Spirit knew that they had to put on the pressure early. You see them go to the bottom tier 1 Radiant Tower, but LGD bringing 5 heroes to protect it, and I think it shows in the draft too that they have to kind of respond to everything Spirit do. They can't just let them have free map because they have this.
აი დაველოდოთ შემდეგ მატჩს, მანამდე guys გავაგრძელეთ. მე-16 ქიმიური ელემენტი, რომელსაც სისხლში ჟანგბადი გადააქვს. ვიცით? აი, არ ვიცით. ქურუმი, რომელსაც ტუტანხამონის მკვლელობას აბრალებენ. არ ვიცით. რომელი ქალაქის სახელით არის ცნობილი კრამიტი, რომელიც ბათუმში ჩამოქონდა ცარიელ გემებს ბალასტის სახით. არ ვიცით. დედამიწის შიდა გარსი ხო დაუწერეთ ბირთვი. თუ ესე უნდა დაგვეთ. 30 ბირთვი ესე არ უნდა დაგვეწერა, ესე იგი არ ჩაგვეთვალა. ესე უნდა დავწეროთ მაშინ ბინტი. ჰემოგლობინის, რომელი? ქიმიურ ელემენტებზე 16. არა, რ-ზე იწყება. ბიჭო, გემოგლობინს არ გადააქვს 16-ზე, ეს არის მარტო. ოკ. კაი. ჰემოგლობინია ის ბიძია. ბიჭო. განმუხტვა დამუხტულ ღრუბლებს შორის. რკინა. რა რკინა ცოტა მარტივია რა. 30 მირაჟი, 30. რა არის დედამიწის შიდა გარსი, მირაჟია მართლა? მოიცა აქეთ არ უნდა დამეწერა. მოდი მირაჯი იყოს რა მეზარება გადაკეთება. $36 ჟოზეფინა. რა ჟოზეფინა? ამამეთ მირიანი ნ-ზე რა შეიძლება დამთავრდეს? მსახიობი მაგრეგონი. ევან. მოიცა ეხავე. ევან. $38. რა იყო? განმუხტვა დამუხტულ. ელვა. ოკეი. ელვა. ევან. ოკეი. გასაგებია. 24. ქართველების დასახლება ბაიკალ-ამურის მაგისტრალზე, გრუზინსკაია. ნიუ ისა. მე-20 არტილერიაო. არტილერია 20. რა არტილერია რა სიძახი. აორტა ეგ გვიწერია. ნიკელი 31. 31. საღოლ გიზო. გამოიცნო 100. კი არტერია ხო დაუწერე. აორტა კი არა. საათ ბიჭო. მე-20. ბიჭო მიწერია. მ 37 რა შეიძლება რომ იყოს? კედლის შანდალი. ბრა. What's up, bro? ანუ ხო ხვდებით რა ლამერები არ იმენა. What's up, bro? კაი, next. დედამიწის შიდა გარსი. მან რამდენჯერ მითხრე სამათმა მანტია ჩაწერე. ხო, ბაზარი არა, sorry, guys, my Christ. Proper plans. Brr. 27 ამხანაგი ჩე, ანუ ერნესტო რაფაელ აზე არა ვარ. თა საიდანაც მტრედმა ნოეს კიდობაზე ზეთისხილის რტო მოიტანა. არარატი. მართლა არარატია, ბიჭო? მართლა არარატი ყოფილა, ბიჭო. კაი, ფოფსომხები რა ამხელა იმით სარგებლობენ? პრივილეგიით? Nice. მაჰმადიანთა სულიერი წინამძღვარი არის მოლა. არ არის მოლა? აბა ვინ არის? ჩეგევარა? ო, ჩეგევარა. ოცდაშვიდი. სად არის 27? მამით პალანი ყველგან აგერა, აი პალანი. იმამი. იმა. ბიჭო დაგუგლულებს არ ვართ. რა ხდება? ეს არ დაიწყო? კაი, რა დაგვრჩა? 29. რომელი ქალაქის სახელით არის ცნობილი კრამი? ხო? მ რაღაც shit. 28A. რა A? რა A? ქურუმი, რომელსაც ტუტანხამონის A? დარწმუნებული ხარ? ნაირობი. აბა ნაირობიო. ჰინდი ნახე რა 25-ზე. HINDI ჰინდი, მაგრამ აქ უნდა იყოს მურტალოა. ბიჭო, ახალ კროსვორდს მოვხოდავ, მაგრამ ბარემ რო 24-ზე რა იყო? ქართველების დასახლება ნოვ ალბათ? თუ ნოა სიბირსკაია რა, მე მგონი ეგ არის. ნოა სიბირსკაია. ხო რა, პოხუი რა, კარჩე რომელიმე იქნება. 28 ბ არის სწორიო. 28. აბ. კაი, მოდი 29-ში დახმარება გამოვიყენოთ. მარსელი. მარსელი ყოფილა, ბიჭო. სიო დავხურეთ? შემოწმება. რა ხდება, აბა? მოიცა. 24 ნიაო. ნია სიბირსკაია, ანუ არა აქ მნიშვნელობა ისეთი. მე მგონი გენიოსები ვსხედვართ, ხო აქ? როგორც სტრიმის სათავეში, ისევე მაყურებლები. მარსელის კრამი არ გამიგია, კრამიტი, ანუ მე მარტო დასალევად ვიყენებ კრამიტს. ისე ვაფშე არაფერში არ მაინტერესებს. ეს იყო 64. Next. რა უნდა ვიცოდეთ? კაი, გავბექოთ. შემდეგი კროსვორდი. 66-ზე გადავედით. Go. ეს არ დაწყებულა კიდე. რთული გაჩითეო, მეტი რა რთული უნდა გავუჩითო. ეს კროსვორდი არის 60-დან ზემოთ. მთა საბერძნეთი, სადაც ძველი ბერძნების წარმოდგენით აპოლონი და მუზები ცხოვრობდნენ. ერთადერთი მთა საბერძნეთში, ვიცი, ათონის მთა, რომელიც არ არის. აუ, რუბერ საღოლში. საღოლ რუბერ. ჩემი. მაგარი ისეთი იქნება, ხო, პორნოები. ოლიმპო. ათონის მთა ოლიმპოს მთაც ვიცით კი ო ლ ი მ პ ო ბაზარი არა ოლიმპო რატო არ თქვი რატომღაც მეგონა რომ ათონის მთა თქვი ოლიმპოს პონჩი აი დავივიწყეთ ო просто თარაზულად წერი ო არა ლ ი м п ო არა არასწორად დავწერეთ ძმა ოლიმპო არ არის ეს თარაზულად არ არის შეუულად არის კაი მიწის ზედაპირზე გამოჟონილი ნავთობი მიწისა და ცხოველების ნარჩენებით 19 ლილიპუტი. კაი, თქვენც მომეხმარეთ, ოკეი. თქვენც მომეხმარეთ, თქო და არა და სულ ესენი აკეთებენ, მე არაფერს არ. ჯუჯას სინონიმი, კი ბატონო, არის ლილიპუტი. 19 ვერპო, ლილიპუტი. რატო მიაგენი ლილიპუტს? აი რა მაინტერესებს იცით? აი ესეთი კითხვა დაისვა. ამაზე რომ დავაჭერ, ბიჭო, მინიშნავს ავტომატურად რა ლამერი ვარ. კაროჩე, ძალიან იშვიათი ნივთი. პაწაწკუნტელა. ძალიან იშვიათი ნივთი შეიძლება იყოს ვისთვის როგორ, ხო? ჩემთვის შეიძლება სხვა იყოს იშვიათი ნივთი. ზოგადადაც რავი ხვინჭკარი არის აი უიშვიათეს. ტიტანი, რომელიც იყო ურანოსის ცისა, ურანუსის და გიას დედამიწის შვილი, ზევსის მამა. ურანუსის კრონოსი. ეს კი ვიცი თქვი ახრებო. არ არის კრონოსი, ტო. ჩემი დედავატირე. კი, კრონოსია. ნა, სუკა, გამოვიცანი თუ არა ჩემით. თორმეტი. ერთმანეთთან ქიმიურად დაკავშირებული რამდენიმე ატომი. მოლეკულა. სამი მუშკეტერის პერსონაჟი, რომლის ფსევდონიმი იყო სიმარა. ანუ სამი მუშკეტერი, ათოსი, პორთოსი და არამისი ხო არიან? ათოსი, არამისი, არამისი. რატო ვერ წერ ერთი არამისი. ბიჭო, ერთი ძალიან ბევრი ისმოდის ინფორმაცია, მაცადეთ. 21 ანტიკვარი, 21, სად არის? ბაზისადი. ანტიკვარი. მერვე. მუზეუმი სანქტ-პეტერბურგ, ერმიტაჟი. რა ხდება? კათოდი, მესამე, ანოდთან დაწყვილებული ელექტროდი, კათოდიო. მეც მინდა რომ ჩავწერო რაღაცები, ეს თქვენ თუ მითხარით რა გამოვიდა. 25 ლიმაო. 25 პერუ ზედაქალაქი, ლიმაჩკა. 20 არის ია. ანტიკვარი არ ჯდება. არა, ხო, ანტიკვარი. ანტიკვარი. კაი, მოდი გადაუბრუნდეთ Dota-ს boys.
First phase?
First phase, yeah.
Okay, so the Chen,
over the
Chen was the puck, okay.
Yeah. Do you guys feel that this tiny might be an answer to the puck? Like, we've seen 2 or 3 answers. One is tiny.
18 გაყლებებო. აი, 18 რა არის, აბა?
Knocked out by that one.
ინფექციური დაავადება გაშიში.
I
ის ვან.
Unless there's some mind games.
პირველი არტური, ბიჭო, ამასაც მაგარი ის უწევს. მეფე, რომლის ბრგვალ მაგიდას ამშვენებდა დევიზი. ძალა ეჯერ კიდევ არ არის სამართლიანობა. სამართლიანობა კი არის ძალა. მეფე არტურჩიკ. არტურ ვისრამიანი.
Looks like LGD wants puck for Racer, right? They ban out the tiny. They don't want to play against the Racer into tiny when they get.
აუ, კაი ვერ წერა.
They're giving the Razor away.
ჩემი ის ვინა.
Inch puck maybe.
They're fast on their response, so they're ready for it.
All
They knew
right.
exactly what they want.
We've seen this one before.
Oh, actually avoid.
Yeah.
Something that's banned out against the Chinese region almost every single game.
This is one of the lanes that they like to run against Racer. It's one of the lanes that I think they're confident in regardless. Like they will just pick this lane and they know it's going to be their safe lane, and then they move on with the draft, you know. So it's very good for them to have like already settled that, like, they know the Racer most likely will be bought and already respond to it.
So is puck an option now, or do you go for some Razor securing lane like a shaker or something similar?
No, that is a good question. It depends how many heroes Mira has that he's comfortable with. So, you know, he plays Clockwork, I'm sure he can play Shaker. And like you said, they can go for something like a puck because Razor is already their first pick and the enemy already responded to it, so they could pick something else and ban for it if they want. So this will be an interesting choice. I think Spirit is more likely to pick just a support here, like Mira's hero. I think that's kind of more along how they think.
Yeah. Do you think that it's a problem to open up with 2 cores, or?
No, I think it's one of the things that first pick has got going for it right now is that you build up a solid first 2. Like you pick your whatever hero you want first, like a Racer, like a core you think is strong, and then that second core is like really valuable because you can ban for it. But they end up going for the 4, so I guess they didn't feel like they had enough options for Mira. But yeah, I mean, I've seen him play a lot of different heroes with Racer. He's played Rubik with Racer, so I'm not sure why they decided to go for Marcy. Maybe they just value this combo very highly.
Yeah, I think it's just how they draft in general. I think it's pretty rare for them to pick 2 cores, especially as first pick. But it is a good combo, right? Like Marcy Razor, very strong. You can dispose out of Chrono for some reason. So that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
It sounds like a good mechanic to have on your side versus Faceless Void. But they also ban out the puck, so they definitely don't want to be the ones picking it. They don't have first pick in the second stage as well.
Yeah.
What do you think about that, Prophet? Is that maybe one of those heroes that PSGLGD could play on?
Marcy Razor.
Oh, I think for sure. Yeah. They like the hero with Void. I think damaging Chrono.
Banaluri da
building damage to it.
ამავდროულად ძალიან ძლიერი კომბო.
One of the easy choices for them.
I think it's
აკეთ რა ხდება.
That's why second pick we say is usually easier to draft. Is that LGD's like they kind of got away from the hard part, right? Like opening something, and then their next pick is going to be slightly difficult. Like, hey, most likely it's gonna be either a flex hero that can go in multiple positions, or it's going to be some position 4. And
Hello,
that,
Crystal
the
Maiden.
draft just plays out itself. So like,
Wow.
hey, what do you want to play
Angoga,
against, you know, Ember Spirit or something? It's very simple.
You have the last picks anyway, right? So
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Team Spirit, they have to think about a lot of different things. Like
Enchatresi
what are we
voidi,
gonna pick as our, you know,
ჯერჯერობით
combination in the
ვერაფერს
next
ვერ
phase, and they
ვიტყვით,
have to
იმიტომ
ban
რომ
for it. So it becomes
არანაირი
it becomes
საერთო
kind of complicated. This is the hardest part for first pick.
არ აქვს.
And I think they did a great job in the last game. I thought their draft was really good for a first pick draft. So I want to see if they go that with some sort of similar approach where it's going to be a hero that can be flexible. If they're willing to maybe put this Razor in the mid lane, there's different ways that this could go.
So some of the 4s that are still available for the side of LGD, if we're thinking that this is going to be a 5, and would be things like the Dazzle is still in the pool, Earthshaker. I do not see him banned just yet. Is that something that they'd be
ბიჭო, რატო იცი ნიკუშ?
I think Dazzle looks pretty good for Spirit.
მე ვფიქრობ, რომ ამერიკელებს იმიტომ შობიან რუსები და
it would be very much them to just pick
ინდონეზიელები და ესეთი ხალხები, რომ
very straightforward, you know, they've played it before.
ამერიკელები ანუ სხვა ქვეყნები უფრო უყურებენ შემოსავლის წყაროთ და ანუ უფრო სხვანაირად აღიქვავენ ამ თამაშს ვიდრე ამერიკელები რა. ანუ ესე მასიურად ვფიქრობ, რომ ამერიკელები უფრო ერთობიან ამ თამაშით და ევროპა არა.
And either one of the prophets, right?
Shaker and shaker.
უფრო შემოსავალს ხედავს რა, ეხა ინდონეზიელი წარმოიდგინე ინტერნეტ კაფეში როა გაზრდილი შიმშილში, რამხელა мотиваცია აქვს იმ მხრივ რომ მოიგოს და ფული იშოვოს და რავი. ხო არ ვამბობ ეხლა რომ რაღაც
They just cover all their bases. They have solid, you know,
ამერიკაში ყველას უხის, მაგრამ მაინც რა.
And then the dazzle as one of the supports that's harder to answer for. And then you
მიზანი აქვს სხვა მოკლედ ინდონეზიელებს დოტის თამაშის და ამერიკელებს სხვა სხვადასხვა.
Does it surprise you like TA straight like this?
I think TA is it can be good against Faceless Void, right? Because it's sort of this tempo hero. You get this Deso, you play for Roshan. Very important to get Roshan against Faceless Void, right? You want to be able to tank a Chronosphere. If you don't get Rosh against Faceless Void, you're probably going to be in trouble the later it goes. That's
Yeah, but I think it does open some avenues for LGD.
ვერაფერს ვერ დავაბრალებ. მეც ბევრად მეკომფორტულება დაიერიდან თამაში.
It's pretty good against both Shaker and Ench.
ალბათ სინათლე ყოველთვის ჯობს სიბნელეს და
I think
მაგითო.
now LGD has a pretty simple, you know, road again ahead of them. They just say like, hey, what do you want to?
მე ღამე მირჩევნია ზოგადად ყოველთვის.
He can probably still play his Death Prophet. I think it's pretty okay Death Prophet game. Yep.
Yeah, DP is fine. I think they could go for Reno if they want to go a little bit harder.
მაგრამ მაინც.
Reno, not sure if it's that successful this tournament, but it is good against TA.
It had a couple of wins.
Yeah. But in theory, it makes sense here. So I think DP is like the stable choice for them. Makes the most sense.
By the way, you mentioned Clockwork is pretty good versus Ench. Is it with the new battery?
ანუ ეს წერებიანი ნიღაბი რა, რომელ გმირს ასახავს, აი ეს რომელი გმირია ვეღარ.
You also have this ability to follow the Ench around.
ეს ხალი
Ench
მეგონა.
wants this freedom to kind of move around the map with the level 2 creep, attack any sort of lane that she wants to, and Clock is one of the only heroes that can match her pace.
Oh, they get the storm.
Storm. How do we feel about this one?
კარგი, აქ ეხა რა ხდება? რეიზორი მარცი მიდიან.
It also tells me that they have a lot of options for offlane because they
დიდი ალბათობით რეიზორი მარცი ერთ ლეინზე წავლენ.
That's my guess. And then
არის აქ ის ჩანსის რომ რეიზორი მარცი წავიდნენ ოფლეინზე. ქერიზე შეუძლია რეიზორს წასვლა, ასევე ტემპლარსაც შეუძლია ქერიზე წასვლა. ნუ მაგრამ რეიზორს მიზზე არ გაუშვებენ იქიდან გამომდინარე რომ
It is a good Storm game, right? They don't have a great way to catch him, you know, just like only the supports.
იქიდან გამომდინარე რომ
it's fine in mid lane against TA or Razor if
რავი, მარსთან ერთად კარგია რა მოკლედ ყოველ
So it's a good Storm game. Their lineup just looks very solid and yeah,
ძალიან
there's going to be
კარგი
some options
კომბოა.
for the last pick. We see DP getting banned out, so we'll see if they ban
ხო,
DP,
ჰერცოგ,
Veno.
ანუ მე
There's
ვფიქრობ
probably
რომ
gonna be
ჩვენი
something
სტრიმი
else out
ნახეს
there,
და
maybe a
აპირებენ ეხლა მაგას.
So I do think LGD has options, and Storm doesn't really lose mid to many heroes. So we'll see if Team Spirit wants to kind of counter this Storm with something in the mid lane, which I think makes the most sense.
Yeah, I feel like they need a Toronto hero, or the other option is Mars. Otherwise, I think they're going to have issues with team fight.
ამოიც არას იძახის ზიად არა რომ ქვემოთ ანუ სიბნელის მხარეს აქვს მეტი win rate-ი მე რაღაც არ მჯერა მაგას
I could see something like Dragonite being okay.
Yeah, so
they have very little time. They go with Void.
Void Spirit.
Okay.
Void Spirit.
Sort of along the same line where it's a hero that can also help them in the game, has some disables, has a way to get in, get out. And these guys pick fast. All right,
they know what they want. So looking at both drafts here, where are we feeling as far as sides is there a bit of a concern on the draft of Spirits?
Toronto მე მაგალითად ეხლა Toronto-ს ადგილას აგანი მსგავრაშავდი. აი ეგრევე ავდგებოდი და არ ვაფშე არაფერს არ ვიყიდი და უბრალოდ აგანი მსგავრაშავდი.
That's a good point. They know what their responses are. I definitely got to go with LGD on this one. I think they just got a very stable draft. And like you said, they show confidence in how they're drafting.
არ ვიცი რატო დაუშვეს ის ფაქტი რომ დაუნბრეიკერი დაუნბრეიკერს როცა არ ფიქავ უნდა დაბანო მას.
Just secure their draft is solid. They have good responses.
იმდენად იმბა.
What Spirit showed. I think they're going to be very confident that if it goes late, they have Void, they have Storm. So I think, yeah, they did the same thing as the first game. I think Dawnbreaker, same as Timber saw, a hero that can alleviate pressure. So yeah, it made a lot of sense.
All right, well, there you hear it. The panel is going 2-0 for LGD. Let's see if that is actually going to be the case with our casters, Lyrical, Trent, and Gunner.
Thank you so much, Nikki. One game, it's just a little bit of an appetizer. Game 2, that's where you get into the meat and potatoes. And we got a heck of a cool draft coming out here. Dawnbreaker in the last phase. Who would have thunk it? How has this happened?
I think the Void was really cool in the first phase as a Razor response. I think they kind of walked into this knowing the Razor would be picked. Spirit very values the hero. Collapse has been owning, his Midas Rush, as we've seen before. Maybe we'll see it again. But it looks like a lot of comfort for Spirit. They have been picking Marcia a lot, Razor a lot, Void Spirit a lot, even TA. So it kind of looks like they're playing what they want. They're going to go out of this game, whether win or lose, confident in their draft, feeling good. And I don't know, I think it looks good for Spirit.
If there's one thing we've seen throughout, I'd say this DPC and some of the majors is these players who are on the heroes they're very comfortable with can sometimes make these big plays or get this itemization that maybe you're not quite expecting. And there's so much comfort on the side of Team Spirit right now.
Like the Seb winner, right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Just make it work, right?
Make it happen. That's what you love to see. And I don't normally love to see Void Spirit, but when he plays at Toronto Tokyo, that man does pop off more in a little bit. As we get ready to go in the crowd, you all feeling pretty excited for this game number 2. Let's get ready here to hop on into it. Team Spirit facing off against LGD, not wanting to drop down.
რაღაც ანუ ყურების დონეზე ეცოდინება ცოტა ხა შეიძლება ყველა კარგად ვერ თამაშობს, მაგრამ ყურების დონეზე ეცოდინება.
Is this going to be a good storm game?
რო ელემენტარული გაარჩიო.
I'll tell you that much.
კარგი თამაში და ცუდი თამაში.
It's generally a pretty easy one for Storm. The Void is good versus physical damage with his block, but the Storm is all magic. So he's going to be able to kind of zone him out of the lane, but I wouldn't see it being a one-sided matchup.
Oh my goodness, 82%. That's with 88 on Dire.
საინტერესო თამაში იქნება.
I think
იქიდან გამომდინარე, რომ
right now is this Dawnbreaker. We've seen her used a lot in the previous tournament.
კლოკი ახტება გმირებს, მარცი ახტება გმირებს, ვოიდ სპირიტი ახტება გმირებს, შტორმი ახტება გმირებს, შეიკერი დაგერით გმირებს ახტება, რავი, ვოიდი გმირებს ახტება, ანუ ძალიან კარგი საყურებელი თამაში იქნება, მე ესე ვფიქრობ. ქაოტური teamfight იქნება, მაგრამ მაინც სასიამოვნო საყურებელი იქნება.
Fisher might even be able to block that out too. So some concerns, but Maposhka is going to have the Clockwork, one of the more stalwart position 5s at the moment. So we'll do his best to try and give Yadro a good lane and try and contest this top room, but force back.
Yeah, and on the other side also.
რაც შეეხება ხა ლეინს. Dawnbreaker-ი სამიანია.
Give it up on the TA.
შეიკერი მეოთხე. Dawnbreaker-ს არ უნდა გაუჭირდეს და არც გაუჭირდება. TA-სთან დგომა. იმიტომ რომ პირველ ability Dawnbreaker-ს ვერ უთიშავ, პლუს მეორე ability ძალიან მარტივად ხსნი იმას. Shields TAs. ასე რომ წესით უნდა დაუდგეს. ნუ ბოტომზე რაც შეეხება ვოიც აი ეს უნდა მეთქვა ეხა უბრალოდ ადგება და გადახტება რა. მიდლეინზე ცოტა ოდენი უპირატესობა აქვს Storms. იქიდან გამომდინარე რომ range გმირი არის. Range-დან გამომდინარე. აი, დაიწყო. დაიწყო. წამება TA-ს. კი, აი ტარგეტი შეცვალეს. უბრალოდ აზრი არა აქვს ოიდან. ფერდლადი. ოიდან აზრი არა აქვს რა, ანუ რა, ვერაფერს ვერ უზამ. აი, აქაც მინუსია, სანამ ბუცი არ ექნება Razors და 2 ლეველი რო იქნება მარცი კიდე შეიძლება. იმიტომ რომ MS-ს აუსწრაფებ რა ბოლოს და ბოლოს Razors ისედაც მაღალი MS-ი აქვს და კი, ლეველის ფაქტორია რა და უფრო გაძლიერდება offlane.
Because both of the cores are kind of they have these defensive spells and refraction and the time jump or time walk.
time lock-ი კაია. სწორად აიღო ვოიტმა. მაგრამ ანუ top lane-ს უბრალოდ downbreaker-ს ვერაფერი ვერ გააჩერებს top lane-ზე. ვერც clockwork-ი და ვერაფერი. ძალიან გაიფარმება, ძალიან ძლიერი იქნება downbreaker-ი და ამ თამაშს downbreaker-ი წაიყვანს რა. იმიტომ რომ ანუ უმარტივესი ლეინი აქვს.
A little time dilation and a chase down. And yeah, it is something to consider. Is like the implication.
Time dilation-ი ამერია, time lock-ი არის პასივი რო ბაშავს.
Finals eventually. Obviously, Astra and OG going to have something to say about that, but very strong as the fissure block off into taking the bounty room, but ZinQ.
ნუ აქ ეხა არ მიეხმარება voice spirit-ი და უბრალოდ იulis შეიკერე, არაფერი ხელს არ შეუშვს. მაგრამ მაინც რა გამაღიზიანებელია clockwork. რომ მოგზევს სოლოზე. აი downbreakers რაღაც ეხა soul ring-ით ითამაშებს ალბათ.
They pick the faces void to deal with the razor because the idea is that you jump
ხო, ჩვეულებრივი ამბავია. რო ლიდერობს, რო ჯობნის რა მოკლედ შტორმა voice spirits. დააკვირდით, აი ნერვები რომ ეშლება ხოლმე სოლოზე ენჩატრეს ჩემიანები რო იღებენ. არ აქვს მნიშვნელობა მე 4 პოზიციას თამაშობ თუ მე 5 პოზიციას თამაშობ. ენჩატრესზე ენჩანტი არის ყველაზე ძლიერი ability დასაწყისისთვის. 3 level-ზე heal-იც კი არ აქვს გაძლიერებული, enchant-ი აქვს აღებული. ეხა დაბრუნდება, მაგრამ შეხედეთ, ანუ მაგაზეს ვისაუბრეთ ხო დღეს. ძალიან კარგი განკი იყო უბრალოდ ფიჟური ვერ გადაკეტა. შეხედეთ რა გაუკეთა მირამ თითქმის ყველა კემპი დაუბლოკა enchant და დრო დააკარგინა რომ წადი მოდი ცოტა დიდი დრო ჭირდება, ხვდებით? და ძალიან დიდი დემიჯი აქვს გადაბირებულ კრიპს ბონუს დემიჯი. ენჩატრესი ისეთი საპორტია რომ შეიძლება ვერ მოახერხო და არ პულოს ტაკო და ასე შემდეგ ხა აქ ესე მარტივად არც დაგასტაკინებენ არც დაგაპულინებენ, მაგრამ ენჩატრეს აქვს იმის საშუალება რომ დაგიჰარასოს მოკლედ ლეინზე გმირები ძალიან. ნუ რეიზორი მარცი ცოტა რთული და საჰარასებელია, ძალიან ძლიერები არიან. როგორც დუო. მაგრამ რა ვიცი, ცდილობს ფაქტია. It'll eliminate a lot of pressure from his void and the Earthshaker's going to already walk to mid and take the lane. Storm Spirit-ი 6-ია. აი ხა საინტერესოა 6 წუთზე რა მოხდება რუნაზე. უკვე მიმასქნა. ვაუ, საინტერესოა უკვე. თან კილით წავიდა. აქ რო კილით ვერ წასულიყო, საწყენი იქნებოდა შტორმა. კი, მოკვდა, ეხა შეიკერი მკვდარია, მაგრამ აქ მეოთხე პოზიცია გაიცვალა მესამე პოზიციაში. და პლუსში მაინც ვიტყოდი, რომ LGD გავიდა, იმიტომ რომ კილი clockwork-მა აიღო და იქ კიდე Storm Spirit-მა. ნეტსაც რო შევხედოთ, შეხედე 400 გოლდებით უსწრებენ კერის მესამე მიდლეინერი პოზიცია და ნუ 300 სადღაც 200 გოლდით უსწრებს იატორო ამის, მაგრამ დიდი რაღაც უბედურება ეგ არ არის. სიო მკვდარია, კიდე კოლაფს ვერაფერი ვეღარ უშველის. აქ შეიძლება მარცეც ჩეისი? არა, ენჩატი გამოუყენებია. ხო აქ ორი ისეთი გმირი დგას და იმიტომ დარბიან ლეინებზე რომ ერთმანეთს ფიზიკურად ვერ მოკლავენ, ვოით სპირიტიც გარბის, შტორმ სპირიტიც გარბის, ერთმანეთთან ჩხუბს პროსტო აზრი არა აქვს რა. რა ვოით სპირიტს კაი აითემი მიუვა ეხა. შეიკერი არ მომწონს, პოზიციებში ცოტა დაბნეულია. მიდლეინზეც არასწორ ადგილზე იყო, როცა ხედავს შენი თიმი დაბლა, დანარჩენები არ ჩანხართ, ხოლმე ნუ რაღაც პოზიცია გაუჭირდა. რეგენის რუნა. ხო, რა უნდა მეთქვა, ხშირად ვხედავ პროსცენაზე power threads-ით. ვოით სპირიტს მინუს ენჩატრესი, power threads-ით. ვოით სპირიტს და რავი, საინტერესოა. Wow, nice. Nice.
Nothing to say with the last bit of mana there. Finishes the kill. That's that soul ring value.
These are the rotations you want from Storm. Generally going to your safe lane is really easy for
Ну, мажория, Лосо.
And anytime you kill them, it feels the best. If you kill this TA, he's going to respond, go to the jungle. He'll maybe lose 200, 300 gold, but the Razor, a Razor with a bad game.
Big chance here. They spot him.
კი არა, Razors, რა თქმა უნდა, bad game-ია. Wow! სად არის ფიჟური? არც დაჭირდათ დაჟე ფიჟური. ჯანდაბა რა, GG-ია ძმა. აქ ვოით სპირიტ მიდლეინერის ქერი, არა, აქ nothing to say სიმენა. ცოტა ხანში ვერაფერი ვეღარ შეაგყავებს, იმიტომ რომ რავი, ამდენი kili. საინტერესოა მათ ჩვენონ, აბა რამდენი აქვს? 3-0-ზე. კაიაც საკმაოდ მალე ექნება.
Even nothing to say is always at this bot lane, always ready for these kills, these fights, and even again, it looks like they're going to walk to bot. Yeah, and this.
არ იქნება ამ თამაშში.
I guess that's how you bring Toronto Tokyo, right? Now try and punish.
Oh, this is not good though for him.
არ მოკვდება ვოიდი, არა, შანსი არა, ვოიც ვერ მოკლავ. და მაგრამ მარცი მოკვდება, ძალიან კაი სტანი გააკეთა, მაგრამ მარცი მოკვდება. მგონი ტყუილად მისდევს. რავი, ვერ ვხედავ საჭიროებას. მაინც ვერ ვხედავ საჭიროებას და არა, მანა დახარჯა და შეიძლება თვითონ მოკვდეს. კი? აუ! Soul ringi. ნახე რა სწრაფად განვითარდა მოვლენები უბრალოდ დააკვირდით. რა სწრაფად ანუ წინა თამაშში არა, წინა თამაში მოიცა რა თამაში იყო, ხო? წინა თამაში ესეთი სიტუაცია იყო, ანუ რავი. ნახე რა, არ ჩერდებიან.
Maybe a little trauma from the previous game, but still such a great fight from LGD. Yeah, that vision again, right? Up on the pillar. Last time it was the outpost, this time it's the high ground. They see everything there. They know that this clockworks are like running in circles. And I feel like Team Spirit almost got baited by the fact
არა, კომენტატორი არ მინდა რომ გაუჩნდა. მე არ კომენტატორი, უბრალოდ ემოციებს გამოვხატავ ჩემსაც. ნეშონპალა ბაზარი არა. სად იყო ეგა? სცენარი, რომელიც ერთ ცხოვრზე გაწმენდი ნაჩვენებით იკვება. ბაქტერია, რომელიც ბინადრობს დანაკლავზე. კაი, მერე ვნახა.
But the biggest question is when he's going to start involving himself in the game. It looks like he's going to go just for a blink first, which is a little unusual for carries. A lot of the time they'll go for Deso.
ვერ ვიტყოდი რომ იდეალური ტაიმინგია ეხა მიუხედავად იმისა რომ
But he probably feels a lot of pressure on the based on like the Razor's game.
კილები აქვს და ასე თუ ისე კარგი თამაში წამოიღო შტორმამ. მაგრამ რავი, 12 წუთზე არ უდევს მაინც. კაია. რაც ცუდია. ხო, TA-საც კი, მე მგონი არ იქნება ურიგო. ყურადღება რომ მიაქციონ და მე მგონი მიგვამეს კი ბატონო. ანუ კი იმან კონდიციონერმა გამაცივა აი ეს ძალიან მაგარია ზუსტად რო იციან ვიზზე სად და როდის უნდა წავიდნენ ექვსია მაგრამ ოიცპირიდან ენჩატრესზე შენი 6 არ ჭრის მარცისთან შენი 6 არ ჭრის კლოკვერთან ჭრის თუ ჰილი გამახსული აქვს ცადი ამას წინ ვითამაშე სხვათა შორის
is going for Mask and Maelstrom. Even Faith Beyond's just going for a Desolator and I assume a Shard. So the silence is going to be really powerful soon.
ძალიან დიდი სპეისი ექნება ოიცე ხა იმისთვის რომ ფარმოს გიჟივით. კი, აი ზუსტად რასაც ვამბობდი. რას აკეთებს ოიც სპირიტი, რა შავს ეგრევე აგანი მიჭირდება, იმიტომ რომ ზედმეტად ისეთი ability-ები აქვს LGD-ს, რომ აქ სხვა საშუალება არ არის რა მოკლედ რა silence-ი გჭირდება როგორც შტორმასთვის silence-ი გჭირდება როგორც შეიკერისთვის ასევე void-ისთვის და ნუ downbreakers-რისთვისაც კარგია მაგრამ ცოტა რთულია იმიტომ რომ downbreaker-ი team fight-ის საწყისში არასდროს არ არის მოდის ულტით ჩამახედონ სიამონები ჩავხედავდი კიდე ოიც სპირიტს ხო არა პასიურობენ ჩვეულებრივად ან ჩვეულებრივად ძალიან მარტივი თემა არის არ არის დაუნბრეიქერის ულტი არ აქტიურობს თემი გადაეტენება იქოლება არის ვიო წავიდა იჭხობა
For the side of Spirit, the Void Spirit level 12 is a really big timing for him. The way that it increases the cast range, it decreases the cooldown, it increases the damage.
კი, ზუსტად. აგალიმზე მიდის, ეგრევე არაფერს არ ყიდულობს, ერთ power threat-ს იუდევს. Downbreaker-ზე მეორე იმაქსება. და ამ შემთხვევაში მესამე გამაქსა. ნუ ძირითად შემთხვევაში მეც როცა ვთამაშობ, ოღონდ მესამე პოზიციის Downbreakers პასივს მაქსავ, იმიტომ რომ ბევრად მეტი დემიჯია, ბევრად მეტი lifesteal-ია. მით უმეტეს როცა დეზოლატორი კიდევს.
It's really nice how LGD is moving. They're kind of like flowing around the map. They're going from objective to objective, but it never feels like they're rushing it. They take the camps, they push heroes out of the jungle they're in. So Spirit's always kind of like moving away, and at the same time, LGD is able to just take every tower.
No თავზე დაადოვარ. მაგრამ გაიწირება. ვოუ, ეს უკვე ძალიან მაგარი იყო. Bravo. Nice one. მაგრამ აი მანა დარჩა. Lucky number. თამაშს უყურებთ. მე მგონი შენ სტრიმი გაქვს ცოტა გადახვეული.
Too is that Faith Beyond sitting mid here on the Dawnbreaker, and we've talked about this idea of like, you know, you're kind of an off-lane hero that gets to act like a Spectre, you get to farm until you have your chance to ulti is up top. They are going to run to Y here.
Yeah, and this one, I don't think he has quite the same escape patterns as the Storm.
Აი, მინუს ენჩატრესი.
But you know, he's up there dying, that's okay, because like, you sort of get to build off of the innate survivability of a faceless void.
შეიკერი დაგერით. ნორმალური ტაიმინგი, ნორმალური კი არა, კარგი ტაიმინგი. Razors მაიდასით მოუწია თამაში, ეგ იმას ნიშნავს, რომ კარგახანს პასიური იქნება, კარგახანს რა BK-ბამდე. შარდიც უყიდია, არ ვიცი რა, რამ შეიძლება რომ გააჩეროს Downbreaker-ი უკვე წარმოდგენაც არ მაქვს. ამასობაში რა ვოიდს არ ჭირდება იდეაში ბევრი აითემი იმისთვის რომ დემიჯი შეიტანოს, უბრალოდ კარგი ქრონო და ამ დონის მოთამაშეებს კიდე კარგი ქრონო არ გაუჭირდება. როგორ გაიგებს და მოვა ამ დრომდე. მოვა ამ დრომდე და გაიგე. ხო, ეგ საინტერესო კითხვა.
Especially for supports. Yeah. They feel bad when nothing's happening on the map.
Yeah, because you're not doing anything. Sometimes your hero can't grow at all in these situations.
Whenever you're a core, your farm makes you feel happy. You hear the sound of gold. You hear your last hit number goes up, your gold goes up, but a support.
Is this where all our arguments start in games? Is this what's happening right now? I'm starting to like understand it. We just need to bridge that gap, you know?
We need to make it a team.
There it is.
We need to play as one.
Oh my god. Wow, it took a long time playing Dota to realize this.
It's all good.
And so now LGD take this bot tier 1. This is a really big tower. Even though it's really difficult, it allows access to the enemy tri-camp. So now Ame is going to take these ancients. He's going to maybe block the camp or just keep farming here. And the gold. This is when the gold lead starts going up. When you take this bottom tower and you're able to actually play on the map, people sit under towers way more from the enemy team. They're not able to hit their own jungle, and you kind of end up only getting like a third of the map.
ხო, კოლაფსა ძალიან შეავიწროვა შტორმამ. ზედმეტად შეავიწროვა.
Even just like Earthshaker, of course, can cover such a good distance from these tier 1. So now, you know, they are getting out there. They're going to limit that farm spirit, but it's also the riskier part of the map to play.
This is the big thing, though. They just got the Aghanim.
აგანიმი. პირველივე აიტემი აგანიმი და ვოიდი მკვდარია. ანუ აუცილებლად მკვდარია, კი?
They find the finish and Faith Beyond now chased. Mira does have disposed, but the short.
ჯანდაბა რამხელა მინუს. ვაუ! ძალიან მაგარი გავრა გამისად, მაგრამ არ გაუშვა. ნახე ეზიზღება, იმენა ეზიზღება რეიზო. მაგრამ ძალიან კარგი ულტი იყო შეიკერის. ხო, ენჩატრესიც მოკვდა.
But it was a better timing, and that was what Team Spirit were waiting for.
Oh, they crossed the river, you know? Things get a little bit more dangerous on that dire side of the map.
They were doing, they were making a move with LGD heroes. They were walking to this big camp, the big jungle top, and you can see 4 heroes are all in this top rune area, and they leave Ame bot. I think he was really confident. They had no way to kill him. The Marcy doesn't really go on him. The clock only stun him for a second or so.
მე მგონი უბრალოდ რო გაქცეულიყო ყველაფერი. არა, კოლი იყო შეიკერის რო უახლოვდებოდა და კი დაიბეითასავ.
You're relying on this solar guardian to help you with the time walks and get you to the extra survivability. So exactly what Team Spirit needed in this game.
მოусვინოთ.
Here we go again though.
A little happy about it, but yeah, nothing to say. In some trouble now. They bring him down. Q dead.
Did they still not know about it?
აი ცოტა დაუწევ მაშინ.
Excuses starting to come up a little bit empty on it. Team Spirit.
That so reminds me of the Boom game, where like they started making these plays again before the Solar Guardian was back up. You know,
this is the scary thing where LGD, you can see nothing to say. He has an Aghanims queued. Faith Beyond is working on the BKB and Ame, but both of them are so far, and they kind of relied on their spells to be able to cast their spells. You know, Faith Beyond does have the BKB during Starbreaker with Shard. Ame has his jump, but this Ag.
I'm not sure if it's going to be good.
And
Mira comes in to bring him down, and that is enough for the Blinkle. Maposhka up on the high ground, and it's looking like it's Roche time. They head on in, kill off the creep. Team
Easy
Spirit
bait.
in a decent position. Faith Beyond wanting to tempt fate. Yeah, they're actually not going to go for it.
They used both jumps on a Faceless Void Illusion that he got, so he lost a lot of mana, no cooldowns, and it looks really scary for them. But this has been really nice for Spirit, the way that they get their item timing and they instantly make this move. You see them spoken to the tri-camp, they know that LGD is trying to get every little
Hi BKB ცოტა უფრო საშიში გახდება ვოიდი მე ვეღარ მოკლავს
They can't get his Aegis potentially for a Storm Spirit even. You know, you got Dawnbreaker and the end. She could probably get in there if you had got a couple more kills in that top area of the map. So delay that Aegis, give the time for the BKB for Collapse to come out on this Razor as he's just finishing it now, and he suddenly has a game out of this off lane.
Yeah, BKBs are both finished on the Spirit cores, the Razor and the TA, and LGD are still about 2,000 gold away total from both of their cores. So it's a little scary right now in terms of taking this fight. So I think LGD is probably going to take this tri-camp and even go Roche.
They got to be careful though, because Team Spirit, they're wrapping around right now. The smoke up with 5, and it looks like with that tower down, they're going to head right into that area. Faith Beyond the one that's going to be first contact. We'll see if they
Dawnbreaker's killi ძალიან მაგარი რამე იქნება.
Doesn't break smoke, he just heads out of vision there.
There is 4 staff on Y as well.
They see him. Faith Beyond heading through. Zinq
also
available. They find the backline. Shaker's
gone.
Faith Beyond in trouble. Zinq, he's got to run. Can the rest of Team Spirit group up with him? He might be a little bit too separated from the rest of his team. Collapse trying to play intercept, and it looks like they'll be able to get the disposal. Coach got out of trouble.
It's not the worst. Faithbeyond does a buyback as well, so if Team LGD decide to take the fight on this Roshan, they're going to be able to be 5 heroes instantly. Maybe a chrono follow-up, but it's so scary for the heroes to walk up into this Void Spirit.
There's also some concerns, I'd say, this draft with the Chronosphere in general, right?
Wow,
Like,
I'm going to show you.
Draft, but the actual damage going to the Chrono is not really spectacular in this match. They have follow-up and control after, so it can be a setup for other plays like
Argi
Starbreakers, as well as just like Echo Slams and everything in general, but overall, there's no like fear factor, I feel like, when you get chronoed.
And you can see this too. The Storm decides after queuing up that Aghanim's even buying a component that he's going back for BKB now. So nothing to say, realizing I can't go for that rushed item. Need an answer for Toronto Tokyo because these are going to be the moments that decide the game.
I think it shows a lot of experience when you kind of know that you really need a BKB, especially. And you have part of another item, and you just have to go back and change it up.
You just made a mistake in the end. You know, you anticipated something that never came.
And it's a lot better, you know, to make the BKB 1,000 gold shoulder rather than waiting an entire 4,000 gold for the Ags and never being able to fight.
That's the old sunk cost there I think you're talking about. As they head on into the Team Spirit. Roche
Roshan's
about a quarter HP, and LGD not in a position nor in a position to really be able to fight. But they claim it, pick it up for Yadaro, and Team Spirit trying to push this to game 3 here.
კარგი შეიკერს რავი, რაც ჭირდება იდეა შეუდევს აკანიმ შარდი დაგე. ეხლა ჭირდება უკვე რაღა დარჩა. შესაფერიცი მომენტი რომ გამოიყენოს ეს დაგე.
But if you're able to kill the TA once and you chrono on top of her and she doesn't get her BKB off, you're able to just kill her a second time.
მეტი არაფერი.
The question is the first time.
Glass half full kind of guy, huh?
შემდეგ smoke. რამდენ smoke-საც დააჭირეთ?
We have Echo Slam, we have a
გამართლა, ვნახოთ.
Thank you.
No. კარგი შეიკერა.
And Storm on the bottom side of the map can't really come on in to help this pressure at all.
He's really scared of it.
ანუ ძალიან მარტივი რამე არის, როცა მოწინააღმდეგე თიმი იღებს. როცა მოწინააღმდეგე თიმი იღებს როშანს და უჩინარდება თიმისგან, ისა მეპიდან სადღაც იმის ალბათობა რომ სმოქში არიან და ნადირობენ არის რაღაცავი 80%.
But you're going to see Faithbeyond is about to get his BKB. I think Ame just finished his. So there's a good chance that there's going to be a really big clash because everyone's going to have BKBs. And I think they're all 9 seconds still, actually. So it's going to be a pretty insane fight.
Oh, they've got a couple things coming out here as well, though, for Team Spirit, the gem from Aposhka. So
Marci, ეგრევე დაგრიზეწავი რა.
Control over the map right now. And it's not that forward division because when you're trying to get back into this game and you've got Chronosphere, you got Storm Spirit, you even have another shaker there. That forward vision is what's really going to help.
BKB finished on the Storm, and it looks like Collapse is going for a Halberd, which is a little different than his other games. He usually goes for more of the, I think he would go like a Plate Mail to Refresher. Both games I saw him play it earlier. But he has the Halberd and the Blink Dagger and the Refresher queued up, so a little different. I think he's probably playing to protect his team from the Chrono. Right. If he gets the Halberd on the Void.
It's also not bad if you get it, but, you know, just extra evasion for himself too.
Yep. A lot of Status resistance is really good versus Earthshaker because of how it forces him to click his spells really fast rather than playing for his own stunning, chain stunning perfectly with your 1.5 seconds.
Smoke up is 5 now, and LGD, they're heading actually through the mid lane.
Top jungle.
Yeah.
არ გეძინება, მე მაგიტომ სომხო.
Find something up there.
არ გეძინება, გაფხიზლებს ყოველ
or just wait on the mid lane.
So be careful. Quite spot him there. No vision up on this high ground. Why? Runs into collapse. They see it, drop the ward, but it's not actually vision. That's a little unfortunate there. I've never seen that one.
It looks like it's on that top step. Right. But they're going to all walk away. It doesn't feel that bad. And if anything, these plays...
ეს შეცდომებია უკვე, რასაც LGD აკეთებს არის ჩვეულებრივი mistake.
They want to hit these smokes on their timings. Everyone does. You don't care about the Aegis. You have to make a reason to fight, make an excuse to fight. And everyone's kind of missing it out on this game.
Well, that, like you said, missing those timings there, definitely frustrating.
E-Blade is also almost finished for Toronto on this Void Spirit. So if he catches probably the Earthshaker, I would think the easiest because of the no BKB. But even if he catches anyone with the BKB, they'll die before they get it off.
Nothing to say down bottom here. They saw him walking over a couple of traps. Knew he had the BKB.
Forces it out. Jumps very far.
Whoa!
You God!
nothing to say. Tries to get out of there. They don't quite connect on the rocket.
ხო არ გადაობ ეს რა გააკეთა ბიჭო.
Storm, what a ridiculous hero.
Shades of the null talismans with that jump rate.
Yeah, I thought he had no mana.
So I think that the trap vision doesn't see that far.
No,
he's trying.
The trap vision showed the path.
Yeah.
So he just kind of made an assumption of where he would land, and he hit the hook.
I tell you, that thing's not that long these days. That's gonna be like max range right there from a post.
Oh, ეს რომ მოეკლა ეხა ვაფშე დაგვირგვინება იქნება.
These teams are dodging each other so well.
Well, they take advantage of it though. Sure, you didn't get the kill on the Storm, but you know there's no BKB. He is not going to come into this fight if you jump in that mid lane, and that obviously means the other cores don't want to commit to it either. So using the flare, using the jump as well from here, they're going to grab another quick pick.
Yeah. And like you said, the fact that he had to walk all the way back means that there's a long timing here where Storm's not able to play Dota, and that's going to set him up to take this tier 2 tower. Team Spirit
highlighted moment.
The position advantage feels like it's in their favor, but I feel like I've seen so many of these LGD games where they can pull back.
The supports in this game are taking a lot of beating.
Yeah.
Zinq has 6 deaths, and Y has 7, so it's a lot of it is on them, which is kind of unfortunately for them, it's allowing their cores though to play the game. They're not getting caught, they're not dying, they're jungling, and that's why this gold lead is kind of being similar, because LGD is spreading out on the map. You see nothing to say, he's constantly bot pushing these lanes. Ami's kind of going between his tri-camp and top, and Spirit is kind of having to group up because of how much catch there is on LGD and how fast their heroes can group. It's allowing LGD to play a little more spread.
A lot of that gold on the side of Team Spirit though, it is funneling directly right up to Yadoro, so maybe that's the one that they could try and target down at the start of these fights.
The big thing right now is he just has expired and there's a chrono. Void is so good in these kind of one-to-one matchups where you're the strong hero and there's one other strong hero, because you have such a long time to kill that one guy, that if this T goes down, there's such a big deficit, I think. LGD is a balanced team. They're all kind of at the same time, where Spirit's all their eggs are in one basket.
Well, the smoke comes out from all 5 of LGD. There is vision on the high ground by the rest of Team Spirit, and LGD also placing one up on the high ground. They take it away actually there. So Team Spirit a little separated with Razor, slightly far away. Dire scanning, realizing they're not in that part of the jungle
at least. They think they were right behind them.
Yeah.
That scan was basically where they had just been standing.
Yeah, and you can see Team Spirit, I mean, they're so aware that this was going on. They're not going to get caught out by it.
According to the theory of Gunner, someone's going to die pushing mid. Is that correct?
They're all going to be looking. You can see they're kind of on this hill, but I think they're too scared. Mid lane's a lot of team fights. So if LGD might think they need the jump to start the fight, so they don't want to be the ones to get jumped on mid. But they'll smoke up and jump you on mid. And at the same time, you can see Spirit, they're going to smoke because they also want the jump. I think both of these teams are feeling like if they're the ones who initiate the fight, they're going to win the fight.
And this is the same place that they were at before, and they see everything. Jump forward, but they don't.
Wow, shitstorm.
Oh, that's not great. That's not
Fake Beyond drops a little dot in the chat.
It's the
unfortunate
crash, it would seem.
Yeah, that's true. Well, let's see.
He's back already.
He's back into it. Tom Breaker, he's got Blink, he got Solar Guardian. Toronto not in the chrono. He was able to dissimulate out.
There's an E-Blade on Toronto Tokyo, so maybe he can save his Marcy from being bursted. The TA is BKB'd, so she can't get E-Bladed, but...
Well, he's had the time to think about it as... Oh, ready? Wait.
It was a half ready. I mean, obviously they just want to go, so...
It's true.
Everyone's antsy up there. No one wants this to be paused right now.
Ping 300. Uh-oh. All right, disconnecting. We're all coming back into it. Hold your horses, everybody. They'll give him the tip.
This fight is going to be a little scary, I think, for LGD, actually. I don't think Yatara will go down in this chrono, and I think Toronto will instantly kill the Earthshaker, who does a buyback, and they are on their side of the map. So there's a chance for them to turn, but the way that it's set up right now is not the greatest. All the emotes coming out.
There's some memeing in the old chat there. Yeah, regen rune on Storm. Oh God, this is one of those tense moments. Think about how different that would be if Mapushka actually got the stun onto the Void. Just a little bit off the mark there. Although then we have the PC crash and Chrono hasn't been used, and it's even more awkward.
The scariest thing I think right now is if this TA doesn't die, the Chrono. So if they're not able to control the TA,
მოდი განვიხილოთ. შეიკერკვდება. ვუი სპირიტი კლავს, მაგას მეორე აზრი არ ჭირდება. არ არის მეორე აზრი.
E-Blade still has a pulse left there as well for the control right after too.
Razor შემოვა.
BKB used as well on the TA if I'm not
mistaken. The TA is BKB right now, yeah.
Okay.
Would you like to go one by one? We have the
უოიდი გავა ძალიან მარტივად.
cooldowns.
ულტი აღარ აქვს კლოკის.
I will say one of
და
the
შტორმა დაახტება ვფიქრობ
very different in this situation versus when the pause happens
მარცის.
immediately.
არ აქვს
Does that change anything for how this fight is going to play out the rest of the year? Like does one team just say like, all right, we can't do it.
ნუ ვოით სპირიტი ყოველ შემთხვევაში გავა ფაითიდან, კლოკი მოკვდება, მარცი მოკვდება. და შეიძლება TA-მ вообще TP-აუთი დაიწყოს ეხლავე.
He's probably going to TP to the tier 2 mid. I think
მაგრამ შეიკერი არ ყავს. შეიკერს ბაიბექი აქვს. შეიკერს ბაიბექი აქვს. შეიკერი კვდება და ეგრევე ბაიბექს აჭერს და ესენი ბექავენ.
Keeping him alive. E-Blade ready, just walks in for the finish. Can they bring him down all the way? No. Yadaro stays alive for only a moment before he's brought back down. And with Toronto Tokyo trying to zip out the four step, it's not enough.
შეიკერს ათხარ. ვაი, აი რაზე იყო საუბარი, მაგრამ ვერ დაბექეს. ვერ დაბექეს. ძალიან მაგარი რაღაც გააკეთა შტორმა. ვოით სპირიტის თარგეტი რო აიღო და არა რაღაცა კილი შმილი. ვერ დაბექეს. კი უნდათ, მაგრამ არ გამოვიდა.
And that fight gets all the items now. Nothing to say is going to finally finish that Axe. He won it so much earlier. Ame is going to be half of his Scotty done. And the Faith Beyond also has the Blink Dagger, which worked out really well. He blinked right after the Chrono, was able to stay on the TA. They bursted him down, and he didn't even get a hit off, I think, on the Void.
Well, 4,000 gold lead, and we talked about the way that Chronosphere can be so effective when they don't have the Aegis. Now, the only unfortunate thing for LGD is that Roche, 70 seconds. How long we got?
40.
It's going to be a minute and a half, so everybody's going to be back alive, and Chrono also will be back up again.
Mir's also working on BKB right now. I think the big thing is these BKBs, they seem really good at the time, and you need them.
What a turn.
But the worry is, Void is such a good hero versus BKB. You have Bash, you have Chrono, even the Dawn I think might go for a Basher at some point after this AC. And all their damage goes through BKB between those two heroes. And it's not going to stop anything.
And that AC is going to be so nice there as well this game, right? Razor, TA as well. You're not finding these plays off the cogs, perhaps.
I think also once Ame finishes as a Scotty, he can get baited really easily. They have the healing from the Dawnbreaker, but more importantly, they have the turnaround from the Shaker or the Storm. They have a lot of these AoE stuns, AoE damage, and Team Spirit's going to have to play very split.
It's very hard to find those perfect fights, particularly when you need to kind of have one of those heroes that goes in and they don't have the best save.
დარწმუნებული ვარ, სულ სხვანაირად განვითარდებოდა მოვლენები და პაუზამ მართლა ძალიან ბევრი რამ შეცვალა.
No oracles, no Omni Knights, none of these dazzles. It's everyone's taking the damage that they're getting.
So still set up in their own jungle, Team Spirit. The only hero nearby that's sort of spottable is going to be Y. And Roche respawn.
საინტერესოა Razor-ს ქონდა თუ არა BKB დახარჯული ან გაშლე ან ვერ
Roche is up.
You see why he has buyback and he has the gem, but I think he's more importantly going to use his body to try to force them to go on him and enable his team to get the vision.
Fissure, they know there's vision up here. Eaten through the hammer, Oposhka takes down the high ground ward.
Shios is going to be the next item for nothing to say. Ame is going to be finishing the Scotty and probably TP top. They saw the Roche respawn. The second Roche. This is the big Roche. This is the Roche that kind of solidifies the state of the game.
It's
good versus both the TA and the Razor. It kind of lets them, it slows them down and lets this Razor not walk all over you.
Hello, so much more.
Chrono's ready. He's got himself the shard as well, just in case things go a little bit south in these fights. LGD looking like they can press forward here whenever they want.
This is a scary time for sure. They're going to get together, and it looks like with the butterfly, maybe
butterfly
they decide to go for a smoke play.
I mean, Y was sitting there with the empty slot, so yeah, the second courier's there, the smoke is in, Solar Guardian set, ready to go.
Collapse is hoping that he gets his refresher right now. I think he's about 400 gold off, but unfortunately for him, I think the fight's going to happen sooner.
Y stepping forward. Wants to scout if there's anybody up on this high ground. The smoke breaks right away. They spot him. Jump onto Mira. Jumps away. Dispose before Fissure, before anything. Mira under control.
Whoa!
With the Chrono, but the
He's going to try and back out after him. Aposhka calms down. Yadro turns to fight. He gets the side.
ძალიან ბევრი ვაიბექი გაკეთდა. просто უნდა დაიბექოს ვფიქრობ. -2. ღმერთო რა კომბოა! ღმერთო რა გაუკეთეს! ვაიმე რა კომბო გაკეთდა. ეს მოკვდა ესეც. ჯანდაბა, rampage, please. Just rampage, გთხოვ. Wow! Down!
We've noticed the patch of the offlaner, and I feel like Faithbeyond hasn't got that same credit for becoming a carry, but between the Timber and now the Dawnbreaker and now a Rampage, getting double Rampage in fact, I think he should be in that conversation as well.
That was too good. Collapse is trying to go back in.
Dude, give him another
the refresher.
Did you not learn before? Faithbeyond losing all of his damage, but I don't know if it's gonna matter. The delayed triple rampage collapse. He stands tall. Y tries to move on and collapse up on the
Nah.
He places the ward while dancing around the razor.
The bloodlust will not be sated.
Nice, კარგი იყო.
A nice little rampage there. That was a great reinitiation. I think 2 or 3 times from nothing to say. Ame gets.
ძალიან მაგარი რამე გააკეთა.
Then he goes out, then he gets another a 4-man pull. And just the
ნუ ეგ არის შეიკერი არ ყავდათ ჩათვალ.
They constantly bait their health pool, their lives, even the buybacks on some of their heroes. It's just really nice to watch.
Yeah, even that initial TP out, right? Like Faithbeyond going back to the fountain and coming back in for this play right here with the humongous pull into the AoE damage from Faithbeyond.
Jeez.
არ დაგავიწყდეთ. თუ დააკვირდით, დემიჯი გამოწოვილი ქონდა Razors იმაზე, Dawnbreaker-ზე. მან დრო გამოწოვილი არ ქონოდა იმენა ეგ გაქრებოდნენ.
Wait, there's still shard on the ground. ZQ moves on in, tries to pick it up, then 4 staffs out. But rebounds away. Mira still capable of escaping, but Chrono is back up again. TP coming from the Void Spirit. It's not enough for the save. Tries to assimilate to get out. Toronto Tokyo chased, but won't be found.
Well, I might miss with every swing, but I'll take 900 damage from a ball lightning slicing through that Templar.
Y got
the Aegis. He bought back in that previous fight to get them the win, so now he's able to, bait for the fight, bait for Void, and he'll have a second life.
Collapse, right?
Yeah.
This is mine now.
I actually think he's going to just walk up into the base and start hitting heroes and hope they go on him.
There's a chance. The very unafraid deer. There's not many heroes to hit him, though. As 3 are still dead on Team Spirit with no buyback. Collapse 8 seconds away. But LGD, they're cleaning up the buildings.
It's been a tough second half of the game, I'd say, for Toronto Tokyo, right? Like going into this E-Blade build with the Aghanim Scepter, obviously you're sort of like a one-shot opportunity, and the BKBs just absolutely ruin you, and not getting the opportunity to really contribute a lot in these engagements.
I think it all goes down to that one fight in the Tri-Camp, where Spirit walk up into the Tri-Camp, they miss the hook, and because of that they get the big chrono, and they just kind of get wiped. And ever since then, it feels like LGD has gotten all their team fight timings, and it just seems really hard to fight into
ნუ ერთი იმას ვხედავ, რომ nothing to say, ანუ 100 ჯერ უფრო მაგარი mid laner-ი არის ვიდრე Toronto.
And the weakest of the team fighters on the lineup, why, he just goes in, he just walks, because what do you do in a fight, right? You might have that extra little bit of damage at the end, but you can get that after a buyback.
One of the big things about fighting is actually getting vision so that people can cast their spells.
უდაუარ ბევრად ძლიერი mid laner-ია.
Wolves or anything to scout. Spectre as well has been in this tournament. But I think right now it's just Y using his body.
I mean, the other thing about Y is that after those couple of staying alive throughout the entire fight, he's the same level as Toronto Tokyo. The Ench and the Void Spirit are right there, equal to each other. He's slightly ahead of them, and has gotten a ton of farm on this Ench.
Yatoro's about to be capped out. This Swift Blink is going to come out, and that's kind of it for him. And so it gets really scary once you start getting to the 6 items, and it doesn't feel like it's enough for you to win the fight. Especially because they have one spell they click on you, they click Chrono on you, and you can't play the fight.
Well, if you count Collapse refreshing his Midas, BKB, and Halberd, he kind of has 6 items.
That's true.
Wraithband counts as 2 as well, because of the double at 25 minutes.
Yeah.
Does it count as 2 with the refresher also, or is it no? It doesn't work that way.
Unfortunately, there's no active, so we'll only count it as 2 and not 4.
Okay,
but
got it.
I like where your head's at. The Satanic as well is going to come for Ame. It's really nice Satanic, not more so for the healing, but because of the Dispel. There's so much silence from the Void Spirit. Also the E-Blade that was casted on him in the last fight. He dodged it with the BKB, but it's going to let him like play the fights and not feel bad when his BKB is down.
Yeah, it's pretty annoying. He's like BKBing to deal with an E-Blade while he's still halberd. He's just like, man, you guys are kind of obnoxious. Like, I'd like to get some damage numbers in here.
The biggest thing for Spirit right now is you can see that anytime LGD doesn't have BKBs, they die. Right. LGD have to win the fights in these BKBs, especially because of the Void. He does so much damage and AoE damage and burst damage that nothing to say dropped to what, 100 HP last fight just to the Void. Ame instantly died the second his BKB was out. So they have only like 6 seconds or so to win these fights.
Those 6 seconds are pretty magical when they come out. A Lotus Orb finished for the Dawnbreaker. And at 40 minutes in and 23,000 gold lead, TI champs, they're going to need a little bit of help if they want to push this to a game number 3, as LGD looks like they have taken the right stuff in this tournament, looking undefeatable.
A nice read from Nothing to Say. He was going to go for the Shivas, but after this AC got picked up by Faith Beyond after these fights, he's going for a refresher. He just really wants to win these team fights, have these BKBs, and at the same time, Faith Beyond picks up a Lotus Orb. Probably to help Ame, probably to help himself with all these silences, help these purges. So you can see that they're all building their items to help the other people on their team, and just win these team fights. Everything is for the team fights.
It's like a little bit more oomph after the BKBs, or potentially even just giving you a little bit of space before the BKBs, right? So you can savor the most important moments.
And even on Xin Q, he's going to buy a BKB. So he's actually able to go in and stun the Void. He doesn't have to worry about getting silenced. The clockwork doesn't affect him anymore. So it's really nice how they're building in a team fight.
Well, again, the Aegis about to expire. On the Inch, not the most impactful of heroes, but that refresher done. You got to imagine that at this point, LGD not afraid of taking any fight that comes their direction.
With the 2 charges of Starbreaker, if they can get like a double pull off from the Storm too.
Oh, it's dirty. Yeah, it's not good.
Right now,
Spirit is going to be used buybacks.
ძალიან საშიში იქნება Dawnbreaker-ი, ბევრად საშიში.
Kill the Dawn, the Storm, and the Earthshaker. This Void has been going down in the fights, but it generally feels you have to use so much resources that you're going to get counter-initiated and you're going to die because he won't die fast enough. So the supports are kind of the goal right now for Spirit, and without buybacks, like Toronto Tokyo has no buyback. I think no one has buybacks actually on the side of Spirit, which I think is really scary for them, especially versus Void.
No,
and they're just going for it all, huh?
You got to just hope that you find the good fight, I guess. They have BKB on that shaker like you're talking about.
MKB also is about to be picked up by Atoro. I think he's going to probably sell his boots when he gets enough gold. He drops them already for his Courier to pick up. Well, so they're kind of all in on this damage to burst either before the BKBs or after.
And last game when they were in a similar position, they went out of the base. You know, they didn't really have a great way of getting vision of the pit necessarily, and so they tried to fight for the Roche. They tried to leave the high ground. They didn't want to give that for free, and they kind of gave up the game at that point. So Team Spirit, this time, you know, do you want to try and fight in the base, or do you want to try and actually move back out there again? I feel like moving out at least has some opportunity to perhaps pop a bad BKB.
Actually sold his boots there, Yadaro, because he needs that extra bit of gold to actually finish off the MKB. 500 gold away.
Satanic is finished for the Void, so they're kind of hitting all their timings. The refresher on Storm, he still has 3,000 gold after buying this refresher.
27 პლუსი უკვე
the 6 item. Every time people get the strength blink, you know that they're gonna lose too much gold for their roll.
That's fair.
It's an illegal item, yeah.
Well, they are getting close to that courier over there. Make sure it doesn't get dropped down.
Itoro goes micro it. You can micro out of the map so that it's kind of invisible and you can't see it. So he's gonna just put it on the side. I think he'll probably send it to the Radiant Secret shop because he knows they're not playing there right now.
No, he already got it.
Oh, he got it. Nice.
So MKB done, and that is the timing right now. Team Spirit.
ბოლო ფაითი არა.
They're going to push out the wave one time with Collapse.
That's so scary.
They see the hammer mid. That might give the idea that they can go for something here.
I think what this play does is it gets you down here and try and lay down some traps, right? But the only problem is if you put it in an Ob Sentry combo, that can give you away, so it's a bit of a catch-22 in that situation.
So right now, Razor's the only hero on Dire with buyback. So they're probably going to try to make him walk in front, get spells casted on him. But Poshka is just, he has to be in front though, because he's their initiator.
And then Arcane Rune for Storm. Yeah, that's big.
Wow, everyone's been playing a lot of pumps, huh? You guys?
They know what's dangerous.
At least it's not a puck.
That's true. I mean, when you're playing against it, though, Storm feels just as oppressive.
They're going to be locked in their base, and they have to hope that LGD goes too far. Maybe they only have the one chrono, they don't get the refresher shard from Roche, and they're able to use their buybacks. But again, like they don't really have buybacks. Everyone's buying out their items. It's only Razor, and Razor buying back is generally not too happy. You want both of your ults running. You want your full BKBs, like the double BKBs with the refresher.
Yeah,
and
it's essentially a transformation hero, you know?
His ult, you know, you have a 50% uptime, but when you die right after popping it.
Any other 25s that are coming up soon? We've got a few of them online. Definitely not Clockwork.
Definitely not Maposhkas. That is for sure.
Y is about to get it. I think he actually might take the heal.
Okay.
But he's going ag, so he's going to take the damage because he wants to carry.
Oh, we're going to get the Sproink?
We are going to get Sproink.
Do you think? I don't think we're going to make it.
There's a chance. I mean, they're waiting for Roche. That much is very clear. Keeping the creep in the pit.
LGD still playing safe, even though they're up almost 30,000 gold. They're still playing as 5. They're still pushing these lanes very safely because the game is not over. All these games, you lose one fight, you lose. This third Roche is the biggest throw you can do in the game. It's so much gold if it's an Ags. Even a refresher can help these team fights. If they get like a refresher on the Void or a refresher on the Razor for a third set of all those spells, that's how you do lose a game. It's like a 10k swing just for getting the third Roche.
I mean, LGD have been there. They've come back in games where they're down 20k.
So I think for the side of LGD, they're probably all going to look to say buyback, get their buybacks ready for this Roche fight, and be willing to spend 5 buybacks. And the side of Spirit, they're kind of just keep buying out their items because they need these next set of items. They're so far behind. They're kind of hoping for this perfect fight to show up for them.
Step out a little bit more.
That player's going to see the Roche spawn, so they're going to know now on the side of Spirit.
It's a refresher shard on this Roche, so no Ags.
They're starting to take it, and it looks like Spirit will spot this out, but they need to get here quickly.
Clockwork's trying to give a bad angle so that it's not incredibly obvious where they are, I guess, but...
Poshka coming on in. Collapse. The fissure is there. The jump forward. They find him right away. BKB out one time. Hook jumps forward on to that Enchantress, but is it going to be enough? Collapse is stuck over here. They pull him all in. Tries to bring him down. They kill off Poshka, and now finding Collapse, destroying him. Did not stand a chance. Toronto Tokyo TPs out as he knows this fight cannot work for them.
კი მოქმედებს. BK ჩართულზეც მოქმედებს. კი.
So hoping for that like one good opportunity to start things. Unable to grab their
BK ჩართულზე მოქმედებს, რა თქმა
And you can see Toronto went for a blink dagger, which is a little strange.
და რეფრეშერი რა თქმა უნდა და სტორმას აგანი მიუდევს ორჯერ შეუძლია გმირი მიიწვიოს. მაგრამ ვოიც მიცა. თვითონ აქ რეფრეშერ ორბია წყობილი?
But he also can't do anything once until their BKBs are down.
Yeah, and they're still holding on to 2 of them right now.
The buybacks
and Void.
They're ready to go. They have that BKB on TA also ready. But you need some follow-up there. Clockwork about to respawn, wants to maybe go twice if they need it.
Hello?
It's so terrifying with the Shaker hiding in behind as well. They need everything off a single BKB of Yadoro.
And they're just going to give it up, it looks like. I mean, is this going to be
მაგაი თამაშები იყო კარგი.
chances against Mega Creeps, try and wait for that perfect fight, but LGD, I don't even know if they're going to wait for Cloud to respawn. They just might keep going here.
Why wants it? Come on.
He took the heal talent.
Yeah, he took the shard. You know, there's just heals all over the place.
კი, არა, იმენა აფორთხიალეს ისა.
დღეს არის კიდე რამე თამაში?
ბიჭო, არ ვიცი რა, მაიცა ვნახო. მოიცერ დამს ბოლო მომენტია. არა, აზრი აღარ აქვს უკვე შეში, ამ ტურიეს თავპირი. ჩატრის ვეღარ კლავ.
შურიძე ესტია ისე?
ხო, რავი, სადაც დაიჭირეს, გაუწყვიტეს თავი. ეს ისი ტორონტო ხო ბლატაობს რაღაცეებს იძახებს და ათრიეს.
აუ ძალიან სუსტია ეგ ტორონტო ხო.
აქ რო ვიყო გავქაჩავდი? კი, გავქაჩავდი იასნა. აი TAT განსაკუთრებით.
მენა კურიერის მოვალეობა შეითავსებდი.
რაღაცეებს მიუტანდი.
They switch on in the refresher, maybe a chance. Collapse. No, there's the echo. Collapse is gonna fall. Chrono round 2.
ის დატოვეს. კაი, მიდი ერთი რემპეიჯის. რა შევიდა, GG.
Unfortunately for Ame, only getting an ultra kill there. So Faith Beyond, the only one to rock a rampage in this one.
Короче, easy game, რა. თამაში ამოიცა OG team-მასტერიო? კი?
უყუროთ მაგას.
OG team
თამაში უფრო მაინტერესებს. არა, ეგეც კაი თამაში იყო.
ბიჭო, კი, ეს Beast Coast-იც კაი თამაში იყო, OG Beast Coast-ი, მაგასაც უყურე კიდე რა. ხო, ეს team-მასტერის არ მიყურებ.
ეს ტრიმალ ვალოდიამები ნება დაგზავე?
პირველზეო. ანუ უკვე უნდა იყოს? თუ რა ვერ დავწე.
აი, წება ახლა კომპიუტერებს გადავაწევ.
კომპიუტერებს გადაარესტარტებენ?
ხო. სცენაზე ამბობენ თამაში. თამაში იყო თავისი.
ეხლა Dota-ის სტრიმებია და მე UFC არის აღამე და კაროჩე მაგარი.
UFC მორჩა მე მგონი მგოშ.
ესე უცებშიჩი.
ესე უცებშიჩი. მოიცა Twitch-ი გავთიშე თუ რა ჯანდაბობ.
რა დაიწყება მითხარი.
You will lose. I know that's a crazy thing to say.
Now my panel, I mean, I don't know, there's a lot of very surgical decisions made by LGD here, but I want to start things off with that double rampage on the Dawn.
Yeah, I mean, crazy team fight. A lot of crazy team fights this game. That one just, I feel like Spirit, they got the void and they were like, oh, this fight's looking good for us, but then there was 2 more cores that they had to deal with, and those cores just, they kept killing them, unfortunately for them.
Yeah, and you can see like the
internet
was so far ahead out of like, you know, Spirit's
შენ Dota-ს ვერ ითამაშებ, ხო?
You know, the cast was saying that all 3 cores on LGD were
ტელეფონის ინტერნეტი თორ ტანკებს ქაჩავს.
He died in the fight first, but yeah, you know, anyone can carry the game.
იმაში შედი მე overthrow-ში ან რაღაცაში და გაიგებ.
And in this case, Faith Beyond, I mean, the guy is just, he's kind of the GOAT, I'll be honest. He owned this series, he's been owning this whole tournament. He's the MVP for the tournament.
ეგეთმა გაიგეთები, ალბათ ტელეფონის ფიქსირუაში არაფ იმა.
არა, რავი, არ დამჭიროები.
7 წელს წინ შემთხვევით გავიგე, რომ ეგრე მუშაობდა და ეს დამჭირდა.
კარგად, GG boys. რა მაგარი ტიპები არიან ეს ორივე ნახე.
哎，sorry。问我们是不是读透他们了，或者怎么样？
没有吧，我感觉每把胜负都很接近，大家打的都很认真才能赢他们，但是实力是很相近的。
I don't think so. Every game for us are like very close, are rough games, and we are just like slightly better.
Just slightly better. Okay, well that's a fair enough way to say it for these guys. But I got also thoughts about this Chen that keeps coming up, right? Was it risky?
Хорошо, მიდი ნიკუშ. რა თქვი ისა?
为什么第二把放沉？为什么第一把放沉？
我们有研究。
ბიჭო, ისა აქვს სპეციალური კლავიატურები აქვს და მოუსევი პატარა.
There we go. So you got some studies on it though, but how hard is it for you guys to play against that?
放沉感觉难不难？怎么样？
大家都看到了呀。
Everyone see that?
In terms of now you've got to the grand final, another event you could potentially come and take the win for. How confident are you? Do you feel like you'll face Spirit again? Do you feel like it'll be OG, Asta? Which team do you think will join you in that grand final?
所以我们又进决赛了，然后有可能面对 OG，
有可
能面对茶队，问怎么看？
希望是 Asta 吧。
We hope it's an Asta game.
we want to see the two Chinese teams in the grand final. We'll have to see if that is the way it goes. But Arlington, make some noise for LGD. And we'll go back to the desk.
Thank you so much, everybody. Now, I mean, what are your thoughts on that two Chinese teams? I mean, it makes sense, right? This is the major that they're making their appearance in. I don't know. I mean, LGD are looking strong, though, right?
I just love Zinq's answers as well. As quick as their draft, like very simple, concise.
არა, ამ GQ-м თუ რაღაცამ ძალიან ცუდად ითამაშა ბოლო ხელი.
I want to say it's like, you know, we didn't have the Chinese teams in the
აა შტორმამ დაგლიჯა რა და დაუნბრეიქე.
Just destroying teams left, right, and center. RNG had a stand-in, unfortunately, but we can see that the Chinese teams, how strong they are, right? And that was a question that was on everybody's mind, like how is the West going to compare to the East? And as usual, LGD is proving everybody else it just looks way weaker.
რაზე? ხმა არ გესმით?
Yeah, I feel exactly the same way. I feel like it's...
მარტო ეს ფანჯარა უნდა გავაზიარო, ხო? ხმა რო ჩაიგდეს.
I want to go back to figuring out, like, for this matchup,
რომელი ფანჯარა ეს არის?
Oh, it's easy for me. Faith Beyond's just the MVP of the tournament.
Just because of the
overall.
ისმის ხო ეხა?
It's very hard to find someone who's able to play all these different roles that the offlane, you know, like most roles you have to play one or two different ways, but the offlane you might be playing 4 or 5 different ways depending on what you do.
ზოგადად პუტკუნები, კეთილები და საყვარლები არის. და ბოღმიანებიც არიან, ვიცი.
Solution on whatever he's given, and he's very, very rare to find somebody like that.
He can play these Dawnbreakers, he also plays the Nature's Prophet, the Dead Prophet, like these farmer types, these initiating types. It doesn't even matter, he performs just as well on any one of these heroes.
Exactly.
I mean, we've kind of been noticing that's the strength of this matter right now, right? Is the off lanes have been so impactful. So with the Dawnbreaker as well here, but like you said, it's just Faith Beyond overall for you. I mean, I kind of have to give a little bit of a shout out to the supports. I'm always a big fan of the roaming support duo. So
supports are useless. Don't mention.
Oh, why are you shooting yourself right there? Right?
I know. I'm just kidding. But he did get last pick of this game on Faith Beyond and the Dawnbreaker, and he made it work. When you get the last pick of the game, you have to make sure it counts, and he made it count.
Do you agree with this assessment here?
Yeah, I think he always does his job. That's what you can really always expect it from him. Like he never really underperforms. And I think having that in your offlaner is
Bicho,
like gold. Yeah.
ამოძრავდება ნენელა სურათები.
We see here the player comparison of Faith Beyond and Collapse on Spirit. I mean, Collapse had a decent game, I felt like, too, right? It's just, what was the issue with the Spirit's draft there, or just maybe their movement on the map?
Of course, the averages are also skewed to the winning team,
sure.
right? So because of that, Faith Beyond having a bit of a better average in kills in GPM and XPM.
რა ამარას ვერ ჯობს მაინც.
The eastern scene when it comes to
რა ამარას ვერ ჯობს მოვალი ხლავე.
When it comes to all the offlaners, and he's just maybe give them this series. In the next one, he's gonna bring his A game back.
Right. So I suppose. I know Aster was already called out, but OG is now down in the lower bracket. Spirit as well is joining them, each and every one of these teams. Like, yeah, okay, we still have to deal with, our matchups down here, but all eyes are on LGD here. What, in like your words, do you feel like they need to do to address this Goliath that is PSG LGD?
That's a good question.
That is a good.
Everyone is trying to figure it out.
I think they want to know what you all think. Like everybody's just. I'll take every note from anybody right now.
I mean, I think from Spirit's point of view, it's pretty noticeable how different the draft is on second pick for them compared to first pick. I think that's the biggest takeaway for me from these games. They kind of got exposed a little bit in how LGD prepared for them, and I'm not sure if they came in as well prepared for being, first pick 2 games in a row. So I think that's a big takeaway. I do think Spirit is still an amazing team. They're super consistent, and they just need to make sure that their game plan is going to be, ready for whatever LGD has to offer. Of course, they have to deal with the first opponent, like whoever it is, OG or Aster. But yeah, LGD, you have to make sure you go even in a draft against them. And I think they had a shot in the first game. I think second game was a bit harder in my point of view.
Yeah. I think the trick for now for Spirit is to not think too much about LGD because they have a tough opponent coming up next, and it's kind of hard to shake that loss off. Like you're just thinking about how do we beat these guys, how do we beat these guys, but they have to get there first. So for them to get over this series for now and make sure that they can actually get there, that's probably the first step.
Sounds good. Great words from the both of you. Big thanks to Crit and to Fly for joining us on the panel. We will be going to a short break as we get ready for the last series of the day. It's going to be Aster versus OG.
ბიჭო, რავი, ამ იმაში, რა ქვია, ამ მეტაში იმას თუ არ ბანაო, რა ქვია, Dawnbreakers უნდა დაფიქო მაინც და მათმა კიდე დაადგნენ და დატოვეს.
ორი რემპეიჯი გაუკეთებია, თო.
Dawnbreaker-მა მოიგო.
ბიჭო, ხა ძალიან გალახა. Early game-შიც და late-შიც.
ორი რემპეიჯი.
თანექსასწავლო მისტერი ოფლაინე. აგმირჩევნია მე ყველას Facebook.
ბიჭო, კი, ძალიან მაგარია. ხო და
ბიჭო, Facebook-ის
last pick-ზე
არ არის შეჩემა ეხა ის კოლაპსატო, არა?
რა?
Facebook-ის ნაი გამოსული არ არის კოლაპსა.
არა, რა თქმა უნდა.
ეთიკია იქ ნათამაშები.
ხო, მაგრამ ანუ ყველაფრით მირჩევნია ეს Facebook. ყველაფრით ნუ შევა არა, მაგრამ
რამდენი წელია თამაშობ. აფში ყველაფერი ნათამაშებია, ყველა ჩემპიონატი.
ესენი ყველა ერთნაირები არიან?
კი.
იმა თუ ჩვენც ეგრე ვართ, ხო ისი?
კაი, რა ჩვენც ეგრე ვართ მოატრაკ.
გეუბნები, ზანგების გარდა.
ხო, ზანგებიც ერთმანეთს ყვა.
ეს რა მეტიჩრობა, ეხა ორივე წამყვანს რო ეს რაღაც Cowboys იმიჯზე რო არიან, კაი რა.
ეგეთი ის არის რა.
მოდნა ვაუწია, ვაფშე ფერებს.
2, 3, fight to the death. Okay, Sheepstick making her way. She is running, chasing after Jake. Jake has disappeared. Now, it is predator and prey. And the cookie straight on top of her. There's the shot. But what does he have? He is hiding now. This is a snake in the grass maneuver. And there come the cookies. Oh no! She clamps! My God, can she make it out? The high ground. Oh, the evasion. Oh my goodness gracious there.
გოგომ წააგო, ხო, იასნა გოგო წააგებდა.
It is with crystal clear quality on this monitor that I could see you absolutely shame poor Sheepstick. How do you feel after game 1?
That's right. Are you gonna keep the bit with the noise?
They actually are noise canceling. With this button press, it will light up and cancel the noise. How do you feel about
the
game?
იქ ფენომენი ვერა მოხსენი ვერანაირად.
Fantastic. Game 2 coming in here. Refresh.
I'm gaming
cooldown, refresh your HP. Sheep, you
ბიჭო, ეს დედამოწმე თავი
Everybody rev
ხალხსასაბია და
up
კაცსაც
your
თითები იმასაც
beautiful
არის
monitors.
ამასაც.
Get those
რატო უნდა
headsets
იყოს ესე
ready.
გლობალურად
Back to back.
იდიოტები ეს
Here we
ხალხები?
go.
გეფერა.
2,
აი მართავე ვიტყვი რა.
go.
რაღაცა
Back to the
ძალაზე
desk.
რო
All
იყოს
right.
სიტყვაზე ვიძახი ან რაღაცა.
Okay, oh my goodness, the
კიდე
cookies.
მესმის.
Sheep is in some
კი
serious
დაობაში
issues
და
here.
იმაში რაღაცა ძლეოსნობაში
Alright,
ხალხი.
here we go, here we go.
ამ აი აქ
BKB popped out. Where the kisses
რატო
are gone.
ვინაჭერე
Jenkins now moving in.
Bicho, არ ვიცი.
The BKB waiting it out. He does not have a lot of help.
ამოუხსნელია.
She takes her time. Nice cookie. Almost takes him out. Oh, and that is some good data listen right there. Jenkins on the
Zani
run now.
Khalisani.
Here we go. I'm staring at this beautiful
ანუ
monitor.
6 კაზი არის ერთი ხალი, ხო? თუ არც აქვს.
Bicho, არა, არიან. არიან, ძალიან ბევრი არიან, მაგრამ
არის რომელიმე ხალი?
7 კაც არის, 9 კაც არის.
საძმა კაცოს თითებზე ჩამოთვლი რო რამე.
That is just great news for me. I am enjoying this so much with these two wonderful talents. One more item, new item. Can I use the same as last time? Use those brains. As now, we get the final choice. He could be anyone.
არის ერთი რუსი, არის ინვოკერი თამაშობს თან რა, გოგო.
ხო, ინვოკერი გერლი ვიცი მაგრამ ახლა ეგ რა ის კაი მოთამაშია.
An arcane, a risky maneuver here. Back to back now.
როაკარი რა.
One step.
რა მასკელა სადაა.
როაკარი.
3 step draw. Here we go. Here we go. Cookies just blindly shot out. Absolutely no idea where she was. One cookie, one kiss has landed. And now that's slithering. Jumping out in a blink. Sheep absolutely stunned right now, mentally and physically.
მაგას ყველაზე ადრე
ქონა. APMO თუ რაღაც
Oh my goodness, she found him. Now here we go, nullify up on that high ground. Try to take him out on the high ground. The jump down from the cookie on the low ground. And the blink away. The arcade blink. Oh, but those stinking kisses. Oh, Jenkins taken out. Taken out there. Best of 3. All right, it's over. Any words from our champion?
This man in every round, he run away to the opposite side of the map. It was disgusting, cowardly behavior. This was not, my grandmother would not approve.
Thank you to our sponsor over at Sony, and we'll see you again next time for the next Snapfire dueling.
Win.
ეს დაუნიჭე პირველ სლაქს.
Cowboys იმაში ფორმაში რო იყო რა. ეგ იყო ძმა 200
Switch.
რა ისი რეკლამაა? მოსასმენის.
Sony-ს რეკლამა.
აი ეს კაბი ძმავაი და ავშია. ოთო საფოვიჯე ფილმი რავი. ვერი მოსწინ დავამოყავე რა.
რა რომ მიეჩვევი მაგის გარდა სხვა სკამზე ვერ დაძიდე. ან ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანი რამე არის.
ბიჭო იდეაში გეიმერის ან სწორად რო იზიდა წელი და რაღაცა გასაგებია, მაგრამ კომფორტული არ არის რა. რაღაცა გახეხებული იზი.
ბიჭო ეს კამი ვისთანაც ნახე რა ჩემპიონატებსაც და ჭრიალებს ყველასთან. აგიტო აღარ ანუ ვაპირებდი ყიდვას გადამი.
მე კიდევ მგონია რომ თუ მიეჩვევი სხვაში აღარ დაждები.
არა მინდა. просто ჭრიალ მაგადა აფიქრებდი რა.
Scientists will tell you that it comes how რო ძველდება ჭრიალს იწყებს იდეაში რა.
ხარისხობის მანქანა.
აზეთავა.
In the play with perfect ping in the runes and crystals.
ეგ ხარი დიდი ხანი რო ზიქარ კარჩის კამზე და რაღაცაზე იმისთვის გაწვრილი რომ სწორად იდე და წელი არ გეტკინოს და რაღაცეები და აი კომფორტული ჩემთვის მაგალითად
ჩემთვის ძალიან კომფორტულია როცა კისრის მიდენა შემილია გემრიელად
ხო
Welcome back, everyone. We have another elimination match coming at you today here at the Arlington Major. It is Aster versus OG. And I have some super cool people on my panel. Sheep, Trent, and Stormer.
IO.
How much can we go? It's a formation.
You look so happy.
რა
He
კომანდა
was all
სიწვევენ?
smiles. I love it.
I mean, what do you do?
It's
Stormeri ის არის.
I mean, Dota all day, you know. I have some good
Top
matches
1
ahead.
invokerია.
It's been an amazing major so far, so keep going.
Yeah, are you ready to break it down here in the
ანუ
panel?
იმაში რა Dota Waffles rankingში.
I just want to point out, by the way, about that content piece after I won. Jenkins said, I
Still
have never
marginalized.
played Snapfire before in my life. I did not know how his spells worked.
That's true. That was his excuse. He said he didn't know how to use the ultimate.
Yeah, he was like, how does the ult work? I don't know.
Oh, man. Well, I mean, okay, I've heard enough about you. I'm curious a little bit here of our lovely guest panelist here. How has the major been treating you so far? Other than, you know.
ვერც ერთმა ვერ ითამაშა ჩვენ და მაგრა გამი.
Like playing group stage, playing everything was an amazing experience all in all. Like playing teams from the entire world, playing like other regions than EU only. And playing on main stage, especially.
არა, ვერ
with the crowd
ითამაშეს
everything
რა.
was like a really new
თუდად
experience.
შეასრულეს.
So, just amazing, honestly.
This is your whole team's first major event, right? Is it first LAN or just first major?
Just first major.
Yeah.
I mean, for 3 teammates, I think the first LAN as well. But
wow.
for the entire team, the first major, yeah.
Yeah, how has the nerves been coming? It's just a whole different environment, right?
Honestly, like pretty relaxed. I mean, when you play the group stage from the hotel and everything, you don't really get too many nerves. Like everything was pretty chill. Just when you got to the main stage, and especially that the crowd came in, you could see like how you were trying to do things that you're not possible. You went for plays that are way too crazy and stuff, just because the crowd was like cheering when you do that. So, but no, I think the nerves were pretty good actually for the first major. I think pretty chill.
That's awesome. Were you all able to try out like any good cuisine so far being here in the US? I always love to ask the food questions.
The food question? I mean, the Tex-Mex has been really nice so far. Like I'm a huge fan of like burritos and all that stuff, and quesadillas and all that. So I enjoy it a lot.
The Tex-Mex buff, yeah. No, that's awesome. Now I'm curious, as the teams are still getting ready up on the stage here. I saw a fantastic interview with you and our good friend Tsunami, and some of the things that like he talked about with you guys is just like your team comms and how you constantly try to stay calm. Like, does that apply like, when you're in the same room setting now compared to like just like having to play online? I think, like, were you all at boot camp together, or was it a little bit split? I think, right?
I've been to boot camp playing the DPC, like at least some part of it, not all of it. The communication, of course, when you're in the same room is always a bit. You have to be a bit more serious, I guess. Like everybody's really. Pretty good. Online is always like also pretty decent, but people are like maybe can be a bit more chill. Relaxed and the comfort, which is also a good thing. But it's not as serious, maybe, I guess.
I love to hear. I'm constantly putting you in the hot seat here, but we do have a series that is getting ready. So let's talk a little bit about Aster and OG. And on this side here, Sheep, as far as like, hi. What are you feeling here as, I mean, obviously tournament life on the line for both teams, and is there anything standout performance that you feel like might be a little for one or the other?
It's hard to say, right? I think both teams have been taking like games to like three games. There's a lot of like back and forth. Everything's kind of close. I'm not sure like if teams are struggling because like we see the peak performance of OG versus say like LGD, then they struggle versus Beast Coast. Like is Beast Coast just playing way better, right? Or is OG not as good? It's hard to like tell. I think everyone's looking really highly skilled though. I'm really excited to see how these teams match up. It's obviously like two different regions. Like Team Spirit were talking about how they were feeling pretty good coming into the major because they had the experience versus the Chinese teams at the Riyadh Masters, right? I'm assuming OG might feel the same way.
Yeah. Do you feel the same, Trent? You're smiling over there at me.
I think, you know, the tournament's progressing. We're starting to see a few more heroes starting to come up these last couple of days, which is always nice. Like, we're getting, the meta gets a little bit deeper, but then suddenly Beast Coast relying on
Divine და Ancient rank-ი შეიძლება თამაშობდეს Immortal-ზე კარგად Invoker-ს, მაგრამ უფრო დაბლა რავი, მაშინ აღარ იქნებოდა ეგეთი დაბალი რანკი.
Incredible offlane heroes, and well, sometimes, you know,
arts Divine-ი არ შევა თამაშობდეს.
Invoker რავი, მე მინახავს Divine rank-ები. აკეთები იმენა რომ
annoying heroes. You know.
სასწაულებს აკეთებენ. აი რო შემოაგდებს ივანის სამს ან რაღაცას ორს ინოკებს იღებენ. დიდი ლეველი სიმაკერები ყავთ, მაგრამ მაგრა თამაშობს.
We're back again and it's the final
ჯერა
time
მე არ მჯერა რომ ტიპი
for
მაგრა
our
თამაშობს
series.
და ვერწევს.
Arlington, how we doing?
ან შეიძლება ვიღაცა მაგრა თამაშობს და ცოტას თამაშობს ყველაზე და ძველი იგროკია. მაგრამ 30 ლეველს ინოკერება ყავს. ესე იგი ბევრს თამაშობს.
That did not sound very good. Did you hear me? I said, are you been enjoying
რატო
it?
მე ხა მაგალითად 300 ხელი ყოფნის 30 ლეველი.
Did OG convert some of you guys to cheer for them? Have we got the OG fan house?
თუ მოიგებ კი?
ძმა, ანუ 2000
And what about Asta?
რამდენი მაქვს? 300 ხელი მაქვს გუჩერზე ნათამაშები და
Okay, we see much more in favor of OG.
რამდენი?
So let's start by taking a look.
შედა პლეიოსი.
7 ლეველიანიაო?
Dota პლეიოსი არ მაქვს არაზოს. Dota პლეიოსი რომ მაქვს არა. კარდებს არ იმოწევს.
მე ვასწავლე.
OG had the tough task today of having to play 2 games. They've been down in this lower bracket after that incredibly close game against LGD. Now they'll be playing up against Asta for the first time where these two lineups have met before. This is going to be an interesting one with their backs up against the wall. Can OG do it? Arlington, it's time for OG Esports!
დავაი, აბა ვნახოთ. რატო არ ესწრებიან ისეთი ტიპები?
ერთი ადამიანი მაინც არის OG-ში ვისაც ვიცი.
LGD wants to see them in the final beside them, but they have to do some big damage. Let's take a closer look at Team Asta.
არ ყვარდენი და ანტიმეიჯი? ბიჭო, ქართველებიდან რა ავიტო? ვინ თამაშობს ანტიმეიჯი და ისევ არ ქერიზე ხო ეხა ეს ექსელა თამაშობს ყველაზე კარგად ასე თუ ისე?
რა გამოიცა უნდა იკითხო ერთ და იგივე სახელი.
ხო, რა ეგ თემა. იმიტომ რომ ყველაზე მაღალი რანკები ვისაც აქვს, ეგენი თამაშობენ ყველაზე კარგად.
They found themselves a way to beat entity that was very hard to do. The unpredictable team. Can they go a step further here? Can they make it work in Arlington? It's time to see if Asta can shine here. Guys, make some noise.
Visha და ნანდე რა მაგოც აქვს ყველაზე მეტი.
ნანდე?
ნამდენი აქ ნანდეს.
ბიჭო, რამდენზე ავიდა? 10-კაზე ავიდა მე მგონი.
ეგ ნანდე ვერ გავიგე ვინ არის, ანუ ბავშვია.
ბიჭო რა. არც ისე ბავშვია.
სველებიდან არის ვინმე და სახელი შეიცვალა თუ აი ვერ გავიგე.
არ ვიცი, მე მგონი ცოტა ახალია რა.
Oh, I see this. There's a lot of the ODs shouting going on here. Oh, I'm in for a treat. I didn't just get several times around. Now, Chen's been looking good the whole tournament, right? But how do you feel it's been affecting the drafts overall? What do you guys make of it?
I mean, about Chen, I mean, I really don't care about Chen, to be honest, but my team keeps caring, so I guess we will see if they care or not.
We will have to see for sure. Now, you said, Seb said earlier, you guys are getting a lot of backup from home, the team members who can't quite make it. I want to see what things have they been doing for you, how have they been supporting you, what's the support staff been doing for OG?
არა, ახალი ავსტრიაში ცხოვრობდა შარშან გაიჩნდა საქართველოში.
I mean, OG has been very supportive, like
არ
as an organization, like they're supporting us.
კაინერები ექნება.
ყოფილა ქართველი კაინერები
giving us the comfort that we want, like they're making us
ქართული.
Make sure for us to stay in the comfort zone
and
like
getting
forced to do something.
Well, it seems to be working out so far for you guys. But Asta over here, right, you had a great game against LGD. when you're looking at
რა
Asta,
პატარა
how they
ბიჭო
compare
ესა
to them, do you think it's going to be
სიმაღლე
easier
თამარჩიკა
opponent for you? Are they similar stylistically?
I mean, for me, I respect every opponent. It doesn't matter who he is. For me,
არა,
as
ის არის
like
ძალიან
any
მაგარი.
other team, not easy, not hard. Everything is depends on my work. If I'm good enough to beat them, I will beat them. If I'm not, then I won't.
And how are you feeling? Seb told about the importance of energy, right?
ბიჭო ხო შეიძლება
How do you feel now going into this game?
No,
მე არ ვიცნობ ყოველ შემთხვევაში ჰაბში იყო
use the
თემოს
speech so everyone gets ready for the games, kinda.
All right, fair enough. Thank you very much. Now, yesterday, when I was speaking to Asta, I asked about the Chinese region, if it was the best. But I want to find out from these guys, what do they think about the other regions? Which region has developed and improved the most?
რატო ღელავს ეგრე ნახე როგორ ტოკავს
就是中国战队是不是
ისა
现在最
ამარჩკა
强的？然后那现在想问一下你，就是现在
იმიტომ რომ რამე ისე რომ გააკეთოს თავის ქვეყანაში რომ ჩავა
其
დაწვა
他的赛区，你觉得哪个赛区是最发展最好的？这个势头最猛的？
თავი საიდან
西欧赛区也很强。
I think Western European groups teams is really competitive. Yes.
ბიჭო ის რო არის ხო ის მიშა მაგათი კაპიტანი მაგათმა პრეზიდენტმა იბაზრა რომ სახში არ უშვებთო ბუტკემპი და როგორც ჩინე ჯარში არ წაიყვანონ
ვისო ვის არ უშვებთო
就是现在之前是不知道会打 OG 还是另外一个队伍嘛？所以你们之前是怎么为这次战斗做准备的？
我们就是做两手准备，就是做好打两支队的。
არა იორდანია არ არის ეგეთ განუვითარება მე უფრო რაღაც სხვანაირი მეგონა
We watched the game this morning and we prepare for both teams.
Smart way to do it for sure, but this is the first time they've played up against this version of OG with the young players coming in. I wanted to ask, how does he feel they match up for them? What does he make of this version of OG?
就是这一支 OG 战队，
它是
有很多新鲜血液的，然后我们也是第一次跟他们打比赛。你是怎么看待他们的？
就是他们换了人嘛，但是 OG 就是一个很有底蕴的战
რა
队，
შვებიან
就是
ისიც
很强的对手。
ჩინურად ლაპარაკობს და ესეც
I think
არა
even they change many players, but they are really competitive and have rich history and achievements.
That's for sure. Well, thank you very much, guys. You can take your seats. Good luck going into this game. And there's one thing I'm going to say as well. These translators that we get up here, they are fantastic. They are volunteers. They're doing the best job they can for us. So you can say whatever the hell you like to me and about me.
რეკომენდაციას უწევ გეიმერ იორდანიას მე როგორც ვიცი კარგი ჩაი
So if you've got a problem with translators, come and speak to me. But Texas, are we ready for the last series of the day?
გაჩაი ეგ
კაი ჩაი არ ვიცი მაგრამ იორდანიდან არის იაბზორა მირაკლე და ბასტრაივერი და აშკარად
აშკარად კაი დოტა კაი დოტის იმაში
ცოტა მაგრამ ღმერთი
Let's get it on!
That was so hype and intense.
მარტო მირაკლე რო ყავდეთ კამარა ყველაფერში
Down here on the panel though, Aster OG. I'm going to throw it all the way on the other side as
სადაც არ უნდა იყოს იმენა ღმერთი არ დაბადებულა მაგაზე კარგი არა
What do you think OG needs to do here for us to prepare for this draft?
მირაკლესნაირი
Actually, like I think you just gotta stay in your comfort zone yourself. Don't let it get into your
Transgender ყოფილა.
Big good
აუ თუ ვინ ყველაფერი იყოს რაც კი
I
არის
think as long as OG stays in their comfort zone, they do what they want and they
მასე ვერ ვიტყვი ჩაჩხონ თუ რა თქვი
So I think that's all they have to do honestly.
აი ის მო ვინიბადება მირაკლე კი არა შეიძლება ვიღაც
შემა სამი დაიბადება დოტა მოკვდება
You felt pressured by the most. Like, I think Spirit mentioned they were good at like hiding on the map and like
Tranquil
making people
left
look pressured. Did you feel the same way?
Gameplay-wise, I mean, I always just picture them as a really stable team. That was really like our outstanding point. They didn't really do like any risky plays. If they do a play, it's good. That was basically all. Not taking too many risks. Like maybe I don't know an SE team, like, for example, would just like to love to rush at you.
ხო და მირაკლეს დონის არავინ არ არის
I guess like in terms of I don't know strategy warding.
აი მირაკლე რო თავის პრაიმში იყო მაგისნაირად არავინ არ თამაშობს
Wow, I think just very stable. That was what we thought about him.
Thankfully, we luckily had you also face up against OG. I won't spoil the results.
Ice BZM, yeah,
too far, Fennel. panelists here, but playing against OG, was it a similar feeling or less stable?
Sometimes, I mean, actually tough to tell. I mean, OG is just very special in the way of drafting. Like OG to us always was a standing because they have Amar in their team, and Amar is like this guy where he has like his comfort picks, and you draft your play or you plan your draft around this guy. He loves his Viper, he loves his Timber, and you basically decide like you can only ban 2 heroes. What do you do?
Let's do my
deal with that though, like when first pick, you have to ban the Chen as well. So you're letting through like 2 heroes. Is there one that you would prefer? Like,
I mean, I'm like Amar. I actually don't care about the Chen at all. But Toby always cried about it. He's like, just ban the Chen. It's only me in lane. I'm like, yeah, okay, sure, whatever. Just ban it. Like honestly, you just team up with your 4 other teammates. You're like, okay, we got this.
ბიჭო, კუროკას შეხედულება დოტაზე ძალიან მომწონს, მაგრამ როგორც პლეიერი იმენა ლეღვი არის ჩვეულებრივ.
Basically, you look at your hero pool and you're like, we can maybe make this work. Give them the Viper or whatever. We're gonna prepare for it.
How do you feel about the current meta right now with the gameplays are almost like all pseudo carries themselves, and just the constant like pressure, like high octane is the term I think that is being called as but just curious, like taking your brains off of that.
Magis marketing war gazdi.
For me, especially the silence, it's like 2 carries basically almost. That's how I picture it more. Like everybody pictures it like 2 off.
Bobokას უფრო გავს ვიდრე
I always looked at it as like you actually have like 2 silence almost every single game. And I think that actually OG was a team who implemented that as well with Amar. I think before into Dota, I think it was very common to have
ამახო გაატრაკა საქმე ამ მარცით მართლა რა. იხაც მარცის დაუფიქაო.
And then this Amar guy comes to the scene and all of a sudden you're carrying the
ეს არის ყველაზე მთავარი.
Now everybody is basically doing
it. ეს არის coin.
Money. That's carry. მაგარი გუნდი ყოლია ბობოკა მონე, hello. არ იქნება მარტივი თამაში.
ხო, მაგრამ ამარა წავა ეხა ტიმბერსოუთი და გაახლიწავს თავტრაკს.
That's your preference.
Do you like being more of that carry style mid, or do you actually prefer being the playmaker?
ბიჭო, იმის პლასმასისა აქ ერთი ხე. ანუ ვერ ხრის კი არა, ვერ შლის. იმიტომ რომ სულ მონიტორთან, კომპიუტერთან რო ზის ხო მოხრილია რაღაცნაირად და ვეღარ. BZM-ი კაი მიდლეინერია, მაგრამ ძალიან ბევრი მირჩევნია რა ამას.
I felt like you guys did a really good job.
და ვისი ადგილიც დაიკავა კიდე ის ხო ვაფშე. ვინდა მიკე? მიკე ამ ტიპს ბევრად მირჩევნია.
აატარაგე. რაღაცა ერთი თამაში ნახე გაგისწორდა მიკეს და
ახლა არა, რავი, რამოდენიმე ბევრი ვნახე სხვათა შორის და ძალიან მაგრად დგას просто. ძალიან.
ერთი ტურნირის ფორმით აფასებ შენ ახლა. BZM-ი ძალიან მაგარია. თან ბავშვია, ბიჭო 17 წლისა ხო არ მე ის მოკოდა ბერდებს. Is ჩვენ ხელა ის მიკეში.
I think like Amar for example he's very comfortable playing Timbersaw into the Chen.
ვაბუქებ ახლა არა დიდი ძველი იგროკია. ნახე რამდენისა. ჰონიდან მოდის ხო არ გადავა.
მიკე არის ზეტა 23 წლისა. ესა
ხო და ის 17-ის იქნება 18-ის.
If he's for example ready to play like the conventional timing or something else in prep for it. Maybe some TA you often see also today he really kicked off on the Ember which
Maxi არავის გაერჭოს ერთს და მეორეს.
As a mid laner
TA ვისა მართლა ყველაზე მეჩენ მოგებული
ორჯერა კომანდას მოგებული და ყველაზე მეჯერ არავის არა.
Supposedly owning your sidelines all the time with some nasty creases and
you just don't see it.
ორჯერა ორჯერ.
ორჯერ ხო? იმას რა ქვია
არავის არა აქმეთი ორჯერ მარტო
They also like the storm, which I think is really fun. The hero has a really high win rate this event. We've been seeing him more and more, like OG pulling out the storm IO combination and stuff. I would love to see that hero a bit more. Obviously,
Wiperi რო დაბა. ამარა სიმენა.
And we've seen that be really effective.
ამარა დაკონტრეს.
Like what?
ძალიან ტოქსიკ ისა
Is there other matchups that you think are making people pick this storm
hero.
spirit?
კი, საშინელი ჰირო.
I think like
არეზარება ხო იცი? ვაიპერი თამაში.
I see it a lot paired with the Dawnbreaker hero.
აუ, ფულს აკეთებს რატომ დაიზაროს. ჩვენ სავით 20 მემერი კი არ ემატება.
Like a combo that both Aster and LGD love to pair up together. I think that Storm Spirit, for example, in comparison to a hero like Puck, is still like a tier below. Like I feel like Puck is just outstanding.
არა, აბარჩიკა ხო რა.
Oh, they picked the tiny right into it. Like.
ეხა მიშჩა რო არ არის შეება, ხო?
But yeah, like let's see if OG is actually going to pick the puck into the tiny here.
Yeah, I feel like we've been seeing some tinies today, but I mean, have we had a puck? I mean, not many.
Right?
They've usually been banned, but yeah, they're banning out the Chen.
OG კაია.
Putting the puck in play, but with the first pick on the side of Aster, they're like, well, let's see you
არა
try.
ძველი OG-ს ხაცვით ბაიში.
ეგრე ვარ
Games from the tiny heroes pretty terrifying, especially versus the puck. They don't really want to go for that mid lane matchup, as it's very difficult. So. OG, unsurprisingly, will grab themselves another Earthshaker here, as it continues to be Seb's most played hero and potentially his again here.
Yeah, they also have like two. They have a lot of.
დაუფიქონ Underlord-ი ან რაღაცა.
The Dazzle, the Wyvern, both in the pool.
აიგმირი მიცენ რა ამარჩ.
Supports like that.
რაზორს
I don't know if they want to hold a Enigma pick potentially for Tiger. The Chen is gone. I like Tiger taking on more of this pause 5. Now that Seb's really coming into his own on this shaker.
ნახე mid lane-ერი რო გამოვაფიქრეს.
This tiny first pick. So if you
გაუტრაკეს რა. შეიძლება სები ვიქაოს ვაფშე.
არა მგონია სები.
And OG decides to just pick the puck into a matchup that is arguably like a bit tiny favorite, just to not give it to Aster here.
And then with Aster having that tiny now, that I mean, they're presuming this will be the mid matchup. They can of course flex it later on if they want to. I feel like by not having to like get a 3 early, you feel less pressure to do this like Razor plus Marcy or like Razor plus Shaker, some sort of like a dual lane, and you're able to get this high value position 5 at this point in the draft, which not too many dazzles popping up today, so I'm looking forward to seeing it.
Yeah. And a nice little trivia asterisk here update is that they still have not lost, as far as I've checked, with this combo of Tiny Dazzle on the side of Aster.
Nice.
So I suppose the question is like, you know that there's that Dazzle sustain in the lane, in the fights. How do you address that if you're OG?
Well, you definitely want to try to get something that can get on the back line. Like this Dazzle hero, it's just annoying if the fights are really long. Like with the new Juju spells and stuff, like you have this constant aura, like armor stacking and pretty low cooldowns. And also this Grave spell, you see it more and more, how it's like really kicking in those team fights if the Dazzle doesn't tie first. Puck is arguably already pretty good at finding the Dazzle already, so you already got somewhat the problem solved. But maybe OG will look into finding like one more hero, like for example, like a Night Stalker or something that can go into the backlines, find this Dazzle, to pick him off first.
It's nice to have those vision, like the Night Stalker, Zeus, anything that highlights the backline and finds them otherwise just playing around really good wards helps. It's also nice that Seb has moved off from rushing Shard on Earthshaker. He's now actually getting that blink rush. We saw the impact of it in the last series where they are able to just take a team fight mid with the blink, get that 4-man Echo Slam and take mid tower and start to push objectives.
So, correct me if like I'm wrong then, I'm just curious, like Wyvern is still in the pool. Would she be a decent enough pick for
Baby Shark, bicho, ginda hoti.
They kind of address that Dazzle heal and sustain.
Abem sanam თამაში დაიწყება, Baby Shark dance შეასრულა.
5 Seb, Shaker and like Tiger, like sure.
მე მთხოვა და
he could definitely play the Wyvern.
Baby Shark.
Did he play in this tournament?
Baby Shark.
Baby Shark.
ყველაზე მეტი ნახო კი აქვს YouTube-ზე და ყველაზე მეტი ფულს კი წერს.
Like
Wyvern
game or free Wyvern game, you can get a curse off, you can insta kill a hero or something, and you basically solo kill somebody. With this Grave spell in the game, you got like 2 things that you have to take care of.
Yeah, it's nice seeing like the amount of bursts you need to kill a hero in front of a Dazzle if you're playing behind. I've enjoyed a lot of how Chinese teams play.
მინდა რომ ჩემ ყველა სტრიმ სამდენი ნახვა ქონდეს.
Save, counter initiate, see the impact.
Dora.
Baby shark, baby shark, baby shark.
He is so
Mommy shark, mommy shark.
Problem. That's why I want to see some vision
არ
from
მე
OG
ვახსენე
or
რა,
just
მაგარი
something that
ბანზი
can
სენდება.
run in as a tank just to force Aster heroes out to use spells on them and reveal their position.
Yeah, and you can see them targeting that from Aster, right? Like getting rid of Marcy as a potential secondary support. They can get that jump into the back line or help enable the team through. Even just simple relocates, playing off of vision. Probably, you kind of hope to get a ranged hero, obviously, for Taiga to make things a little bit easier for Amar, but, you know, he can just play whatever in the lane too, so.
I mean, I believe like earlier today they had what the Oracle. He's playing.
Phoenix in the past too.
The Oracle. That was fun. I mean, what a flawless game that Oracle was as well. It felt so impactful. It's not a hero that's picked very often, but it was dedicated right to countering the bat.
The Phoenix hero right now is also something that I'm looking at. OG will have the 15 pick. I know that Taiga plays the Phoenix. I'm not sure if they prioritize it high during this major actually, but Phoenix always used to be a decent counter to the Tiny if the Tiny were to be put to the mid lane. And it's a very decent combo.
What
it also does is denies the enemy's option to pick the Night Stalker, because Phoenix is a very common counter to the Night Stalker, but they decide to go for the edge.
This looks like the safest in terms of just picks right here, right? You don't reveal anything.
მთელი დღე ამენ ჩატრესებს და ჩენებს უყურებ და არც ერთ თამაში არ გამოსდის და ნერო
They grab the Ench, probably looking to play in a similar fashion. We just saw why doing like trying to get that vision in the back line, being the body in the front. And of course, it does present its own set of problems in terms of the drafting phase. You might have to watch out for this dispel, and it puts a lot of pressure on you in the laning stage as well to try and block out these camps.
This is also that body that I talked about that I wanted to see coming out from OG. Ench has no problem running into the fog, use that heal, you're instantly really hard to kill.
Whoa.
Yes, I love the punch.
The punch.
The China punch.
I was thinking about this already. So actually Ori loves the punch into
Aji, ეს უკვე კაია. Carry
previously that they had the Tiny in the puck matchup already and they still picked the punch over it. Now that there was an enchantment, like the hook obviously can kill the
Akse, bicho, akse, man tamasin იმიტომ აწყო, რომ ილუზიები ტრიალებდნენ, ანუ რო ურტყავდი და ძლიერი იყო და ეხლა აღარ არის. მაშინ მეტაში იყო აქ.
Like countering into the puck, so.
It's also they have like the diversity of item builds. You can go the Ags, but I think nothing to say played with the Blink Rush and just understood his position as a playmaker that game from mid.
I think OG should have seen this coming though, possibly. Like this exactly happened, that they actually had a puck into Tiny situation and Aster still picked the punch into it. So let's see if OG actually has like any preparation done for this.
Well, as a mid laner, you know, would you still take the puck into the punch? You're just like, you know, we don't, I mean, swap up's pretty tough at this point, unless Amara's going to grab it.
No, absolutely. Like, I'm pretty sure that he still played the puck mid. BZM is also one of the and punch is an annoying matchup mid because the punch is like 25 more damage and you're on the first wave, so you will eat something nice and stuff. But honestly, the longer the game progresses, like the punch does also not really touch you as the puck. So if you get to like that late game stage where you have like your 4 or 5 items, like puck still does puck things.
So this is more like
how I consider the timing counter. It counts the beginning, but not the entire game.
Yeah, and they opt for the Monkey King, so obviously like the Monkey and the Ursa there as well. Downside is that, you know, you obviously have to reveal your carry. You won't get that like end-all be-all matchup perhaps in terms of like Aster can find that like, you know, ultimate late game. Maybe you can find some sort of condition, but, you know, coming back to the
you will get dual side.
Still looking pretty good considering they don't have the final pick.
There is the Chinese preference for putting Lone Druid with Pudge too, which could be a consideration because you get the shard on the Pudge later down the line, and the amount of heal, like you eat the main bear if he's ever in danger. The bear is still attacking.
Can you eat the bear as well, or only the hero?
I'm not sure. Probably both.
That would be interesting.
But it's cool because as soon as the main hero's dying, he just eats them. The bear is just killing everyone, and there's nothing they can do.
And, yeah, back to full HP.
ჩემ ხმას აუწიო. ეხლა როგორი? ანუ მიკროფონი მქონდა გაწეული, წეღან ჭამდი და იმით.
Between Yoragi and Amar. Amar has been playing into the group stage as well and got a 12-minute win off it. Also, Monkey with Puck is one of the most old-school combos ever. You have the Dream Coil Wukong's command combination, which you can pull off the entire game. And I think Monkey is also a Pudge killer. Like, if Pudge ever gets caught in that ring, like, and there's no force staff or something, that he can actually die in that. So I see a lot of reason in this pick. This is a good one.
Looks like both teams have very strong team fight. I'm a little curious how this laning stage is going to play out for both of them, or is it just going to be like very...
Oh, bicho, okay.
You mean because of the like the enchantress?
Okay, Luca.
Yeah, these heroes definitely love rotating.
Просто დავიღალე ძალიან დიდი ხანია ჩართული მაგ სტრიმ.
აჯი
პაჯი დაფიქეს. აუ, ეხა დენდირო დასვან, მაგრა გაასწორებს.
დავაი და ქერი ფაჯი რა.
ქერია.
Of chain stunning the puck. So
ან მესამე.
If you're Monet right now, I mean, greedier
TI არის TI როდის არის ბიჭო ოქტომბერში? ხო, ოქტომბრის 21-შია მე მგონი.
ის ყველაფერი 21-შია, ხო იმენა?
არა, 26-ში არის ლიჩკინგი და 21-ში არის TI.
აი, მაშინ ყველაფერს 20 და რაღაცა.
20 და რაღაცაში არის.
Also something still like a faceless void in the pool. They don't have the best chrono damage
Prepashi
unfortunately.
20 და რაღაცაში.
Void combination.
Pachi 20 და რაღაცაში, TI 20 და რაღაცაში. Dragonflight 20 და რაღაცაში.
შვიდიანებთან
Oh, it is something that obviously the region absolutely.
რუსთავ ხო მოგეწონა რუსთავი? ხო სიგრილე იყო ჩანკი.
Not knowing, just sort of heading into the void there.
What do you think of Spectre as a hero? Because China really likes it when they plays it.
It
comes out more from them.
ბიჭო არა.
Is it? Oh, troll. That's fun.
ცუდი სკამებია.
It's not specifically countering any sort of zoo or illusion hero, but it has looked really solid this tournament. I think as a tempo carry that can get.
ჩენი ძის, მაგრამ ეს ჩენის კლიპები არიან სულ ყველა. ყველა რაღაცნაირი იმის რატო არის წარმომავლობის. ინდორელები და ჩინელები არიან.
არიან და მან ყველა ცხოვრობს.
ამერიკაში ყველა ცხოვრობს.
ეს 3 წლის როა რატო დაბერდა?
ბიჭო, მე 6 წერა. დენდი საუკეთესოა.
It does make it really hard for Monkey to fight into him too. They can't.
ტროლი აიღეს, წააგეს მაშინ. მესამე პაჯი არის. აბადონი? ამარა საბადონი?
Did he play that this tournament yet?
I don't think so. The last time I remember Ava Cole being played was just Hector on Beast Coast.
Pachi რა უნდა
every game.
პაჯს მანკი გალახავს მაგრად ლეინზე. აი ისე გალახავს რომ რა.
ტროლი მიძი არის.
ლეინზე რა ქერი არის?
I think I've never seen that.
თუ მიდერია, ორი მიდერია, მიძია პაჯი.
Oh, this is going to be
და მიდერი მანკი.
This is some crazy draft.
იცოდნენ კაროჩე მიძე რომ მიდიოდა.
Pulling a lot of stuff deep into their like pockets today it seems.
თუ სვაპავენ ლეინს.
არ ვიცი.
ქერი აიღეს იმათმა.
ტროლი ყავთ რა.
So what I see is that Aster has an enigma that has no
ტროლი ვინ აიღო უჯი?
No BKB black hole counter. On the other hand,
არა, უჯის არა უღია ტროლი.
მაშინ ხო ორი მიდერია კაც.
BCM has a pretty free game on
და სამი? არა,
სამი ოფლაინია, bro.
შვიდიანებთან კრისტალ ბეტია მგონი რა გრილია დავიძე.
It's really tough to tell. I think I would lean towards the
არა რუსთავში არ დაიწყებოდა.
A little bit like concerned about the avatar.
რაღაცა სიტყვება.
How good this of an offlane hero is, but maybe
რუსთავში ცნობილია თავისი სუფთა ჰაერი და სიგრილი.
და წყლით.
ვანე ხედებით.
და წყლით. წყაროები.
ქერი ახლა
მე ვფიქრობ რომ თითო კაცს რო გამოხდა და ერთი ხერო დათესოთ.
Welcome everybody. This is the lower bracket semifinals with Suns fan Jenkins.
აი კომიკური კომედიური ჟანრის ფილმებში რო არიან სამი მეგობარი ეგრე გამოიყურებიან ესე. სადღაც ლუზერები რო არიან და სადღაც რო მიდიან რა. და რაღაც უბედურება რო შეემთხვევათ.
These lineups are kind of crazy, Jenkins.
That's right, we got a pudge. I don't give a shit about any of these other heroes. Did we get a pudge? That's right. Ori, yeah, he's very good at this hero. Hits those beautiful, beautiful hooks. I'm looking for some of those this game.
All right.
Snake,
what do you think about the lineups? Because we see the
Jack Anzarestos გავუპიკო იმით ლისით.
არა. აუ. ებიჯო გახუკე ხა.
Fissure blocking a little bit, but the toss back up looks to be first blood for Aster. Only question is who gets it.
That's a
flesh sheep, though.
That is a flesh sheep.
What
are your thoughts on the lineups?
I think it's really important for Aster to do well in the Enigma lane, where the pressure is going to be. And if they can win this lane against the Monkey King, I think they will have a very good snowball lineup where the Enigma will get the Vlads and kind of take over the map.
Actually started with a Basilius on Enigma.
Yes.
No regen, triple branch.
This is a XXS special. He loves doing this when he plays offlane Enigma. So his Tiny will be able to have a lot of spells, and the Tiny just needs to buy these fast Tranquil boots, and then he'll have HP and mana sustain in the lane.
All right, and thoughts on Core Abaddon? It has been a hot minute. One of my favorite personal heroes.
Core Abaddon.
How Hector used to go the old Radiance build. We've seen
Core Abaddon is ჯერა მე
Echo Saber be a thing as well. Do you guys have a preference on any kind of item build? I mean, what is the identity of this hero in this specific game?
I think OG has very little safe and healing from their lineup against this black hole. So it'll be really important if he can get a good lane and get an early Aghanim Scepter timing, because that will completely nullify the black hole combo.
Okay.
აუ რა გალახა.
It looks like he's queuing up.
მოჰუკა და წააპნია ეთქო.
Yeah, but he does change his mind and go right click.
აჯი მაგრაცებს პაკს რა დავე.
How dedicated he is to being an actual utility offlaner.
ავი პაჯია რა.
Snake, do you have issues with offlaners being a little too greedy at times?
I mean, it's becoming a tri-core patch. Oh, that missed toss on Enigma. It happens at all.
ჩაძირვა ჯერ არა.
Because he's the 5 and 5s get
რატო დატყოსა ენიგმა ეგ
homogenization of all the roles, right? You're farmed in every one of your games.
Yes, Moonmeter actually caused me to pick his position 5 in the game.
ბატონო?
I'm actually like a +1 when I play.
დნიშა.
დნიშენა это ტაინე და
და.
I mean, the last hero I want to talk about is, I mean, of course, we're going to end up talking about Pudge for about 20 minutes straight. I'm just kind of holding it off for a moment.
აუ რასაცოდაობა დაზლი რო ყავს და პირველ მაგიას რო ვერ იყენებ.
Pretty good against the Monkey King because of the mischance coming from only axes, but this hero has been kind of hit or miss. Not the most consistent position one. Thinking, what are your thoughts on the hero right now?
I think the hero in general is actually very hard to run because he pretty much doesn't have an ultimate, because when you press that ultimate, you lose all control of the hero.
ბიჭო მე OG-ს ვალეში მაგალითად ძალიან მეწოდება ეხა ეს მეორე თიმი, იმიტომ რომ გაასაზიზღრებენ, მაგრამ მაინც OG-ს ვალეში.
რაღაც არ ეტყობა რომ
ხორავი ხა 2-0-ზე კი აქვს, მაგრამ
with Enigma Black
მაინც ფიქრობ რომ
dismembering, like tiny AoE stuns too in the toss back. Like I do think they can actually set up
კი, ამარა მოიხოდება ეხა მაგრამ და
I guess Puck and Monkey King both do have
კარჩი მე ამარას ფანი.
dodging the troll, which is an issue, but that's where the stuns come in.
Yeah, precisely. And I think this Enigma lane is actually doing quite well and better than Magic, because people often pick Ench and Chen to counter this Enigma offlane. You just skill Ench and Holy Persuasion and just take over his creep, and you can actually out-trade the Eidolons.
Yeah, they gain so much HP. It's basically like one super Eidolon versus 2, and you almost always win that trade.
Yes, and the Giga Chat always wins.
Yeah, it does.
ბიჭო მაგრა გამოუგო მიდლე.
BZM getting a bit harassed here.
გეუბნები უგებს მეთქი და ხა.
Puck. Who gets the advantage here? Puck feels like a hero you just can't really counter in the laning stage.
Wrong.
But Pudge is the counter.
That's wrong. Pudge is the counter. This is the hard counter. We saw it before. We cast it with Owie. It might have been Ori.
Yeah.
It was playing the Pudge before.
Okay.
It's the same thing. They like this as the counter.
The Fissure coming out to try to aggress, but
არჩე ერთი ბუზი კი არა და კოლღო არის ჩემო თავში. აი ეგ მომაკულებინა და მეტი არაფერი არ მინდა.
მაგრამ განგავშვებთ.
აი იმენა მესამეჯერ დამგანკა უკვე. თან ეგრევე მოდის, არც მოკი არაფერი. მოდის გიჟივითა.
აუ თან მედნესი აქ ჩემს
კი, ძალიან სწრაფად თვითყვევინე.
Puck still farms, surely.
I think
საიდან გამოიტანა ეგ ფარმი არ
mid just becomes a farming matchup. I think with this hook stealing Puck's rune and then Pabuka's on the bot rune, it slows down Puck's game a lot, because he needs a lot of regen and sustain to keep farming the small camp. And you can see both of their elastics are extremely high.
XXS getting jumped on by Yuragi. Nice blocks from Taiga as well. The Jingu procs, and Yuragi wanted to get the kill, but just not in range, so Taiga will clean it up instead.
Yeah, that's the result of Baboka heading mid. And I did actually want to ask you, Snay, like, is there any scenario in this patch where the supports don't head mid to protect the runes? It feels like it's more and more these days.
Yeah, the runes matter a lot, because mid is all about resources these days. It's mostly because of small camp. If you have more resources, you're going to be able to farm more. You can even farm the enemy small camp if you have
enough resources.
Amara დაიფინეს პოსტო.
Orthotic shield will keep him alive just barely.
კაჭო, რომელი მეოთხე რო გადის ოფლენერს ეგრევე სახესაც.
He's got the 0-2.
არა ის მოკლეს ეს ვერ. პლუს.
ამარას ვერ მოკლავენიას.
Yeah, he's, you know,
თან აბადონი ყავდა თან კიდე ტაქში ზღოლი.
Rather than aggressive ones.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of CS, 19-2 versus the 17-9 of the Enigma on the other side. So if you look at it that way, about even. He's going to get turned on though, but the Aphotic Shield taking off the poison touch. Here as well, but the right clicks are just too much. Simon's Cat really racking up the kills on this Dazzle.
Yeah, this early game is favoring Aster a lot because Enigma will kind of have eventual pressure on the Monkey King, especially.
აი იფიქრა რომ გაიქცევიანო, მაგრამ რა რატო უნდა გაქცეულიყო ენა 4 HP ამას ხონდა იმას.
გალშვილი აქ იყოს ესე ეთქვა და რომ 1 HP დგომას ქრობია ხანდახან მოკლავს.
Almost level 7 in fact. Second in net worth already as he's making his way towards the bot lane with the help of Baboka potentially. Might be just looking for some farm though.
კარჩი ბობოკა დამიძახეთ ამის მერე რა.
Depending on this 6-minute rune that's spawning right now.
I think so. And he got it. He won the 50-50.
მე მგონი ყველაფერი დასრულდა. მაგრამ იქიდან ნახე ვინ მოდის.
Ori's arms gets off the dismember, but the nature's a 10 that's healing up a decent amount, but the hook and the right clicks are too much.
Stani ar daxarja
tu another flesh heap stack for him.
Doesn't need to use the hook to
ზუსტად ეგრევე არ
get the repositioning here from the toss. They've actually got a lot of repositioning between the toss and the hook in this game, which is what they need for troll. Like
მოდერია და ჩემი ძიად ახალ ხო.
მაინც მაგარია.
You know, obviously lock units down, but not only that, bring units in towards him.
როტი უნდა განავითარო, მაგრამ მე-4-ზე მესამეს არა ანუ
ერთლეველზე ტოვობენ რა.
Fat boy indeed. Ori gets enchanted though. As top lane looks like we have a little action. No kill will come from it. Although the hook is sidestepped again by Taiga, who's done that a couple times already this game. Used to playing against these pudges in this tournament that have. I wonder what the win rate is. It feels like it's pretty decent.
No, don't worry. It's bad.
So we don't want that nerf to come, of course. That's right, it was like 40% last we checked.
Yeah.
A couple days ago.
Alright, Snake, do you actually think Pudge is a good hero? Or is this just mid-tier?
I think it's actually quite a viable hero, and Ori makes it actually look very good. And I think Nisha also plays a very good Pudge. I think what the mid player... Oh, hold on to that.
Initiation onto Monet in that top lane. The counter is that poison touch from Siamese Cat, and again, we've seen it all tournament long. Is the sidestep here from Baboka, the toss back with the Ava.
ხო, რა ვიცი, ულტის ხონა იმტებს და ხო კარგად არის.
Ori tried to TP in, but he got his TP cancelled by BZM, who did have to use the coil. So
ფაჯი ბანახტები უძებს რა.
Actually could have gone a lot worse for OG if Ori was able to show up to that.
Ori using the little horse to neutralize him.
იმათ ავივე ჩაიზრდა ბიჭო.
როგორ ჩაეძირა და
დააბლინკდა და
hook, Ori, okay. The invisibility was taken from Yuragi though. Ori obviously wanting to hook the rune instead. Siamese Cat. He gets some cover from Baboka's avalanche.
აინი მენასახ.
არჩე, რავი.
Covered a lot of EU and NA.
ვაფშე ვერ თამაშობ სამ შეიკერცები და რა გაუტრა ეს საქმე.
On a consistent level. But Snake, what are your thoughts on?
რა უნდა ქასე ხამხელში შეიკერჩი.
არა, ხელზე არ ვიძახ ზოგადად აბილიტებსაც ყოველთვის იმენა რაღაცნაირად.
რავი, მაგის ერთ-ერთი ტოპ გმირია.
ბიჭო, ხო, მაგრამ
просто მაგრატე ხო შეიკერო ყავს და არც ერთ ლეინზე რო kill პოტენციალი არ გაქვს.
Being able to get the runes too with that hook is.
ეს იმ შეცდომას უშევს
I think that's a big reason that Puck is.
იმ დროს ჩვენ როგორ თამაში.
When they added the water runes, like seeing Puck take 2 runes whereas
ვინ პაჯი
He's initiated on and brought down even before
ხო, მაგრამ ის ფერი იყო და ეს კიდე მიდლეინერი.
Some counter action here. Avatos into the dismember. Centaur's coming, but no stomp to come. Illusory orb though keeps BZM alive just barely.
ვიჭო, გადარჩა ყველა.
Limping away as well. So Aster not
დაჟე კენტაურის გადა.
BZM able to live there, pretty incredible.
Yeah, that's huge.
მე უფრო კაი 타이밍ზე მქონდა ის.
And Monet in that top lane, top net worth in the game already. So he's just turning the pressure onto Amar. Amar is level 6.
დატოვებული არ აქვს კი.
Ends up putting the point finally in his ult as he was about to die.
So Amar's role in this game is really important because he is going for the Holy Locket Agonist build, which completely negates the damage of Black Hole. But the problem is he's very underfarmed.
So
and he's not going to be able to control whatsoever. He's controls top of the net worth chart, and even when OG rotates heroes to help him, he can't really do anything to his troll.
And he's going for a Battle Fury on Monet, so he's going to get very farmed in this game. Uragi on the flip side, he's going for the Echo Saber build, so playing for more of an early game presence.
That's Torch. Like host
He's going to take a Malefice for his trouble. Ori gets the hook.
Oh Lord, თუ არის სამაში
different pudge cosmetics.
Go for the Dota Cinema one.
That's right.
მართლა
This
ეს რაღაც თოირო არის საუკეთესო აიტემია.
both sides as the tip comes out. But Aster holding on to a firm 1k lead. The tower is getting pressured though by the pine cone. And a catapult, of course.
Yeah, and he's got enchant up again too.
Oh,
Ne?
This time he has the vault.
ნახე რამდენი შვება.
Dismembered, but the fissure blocks.
ესე მოუშველ.
Ori. Looks like they'll be able to run him down eventually.
ძმა ჰუქს რატო ვერ ატყავ?
აი გამაგრა თამაში.
I mean, he has died a couple times this game, but there's some impressive.
ხომ არა, ანუ ჰუკი რო გაარტყას ერთხელ რო გაკაიფოს.
He's confident, man. I mean, that's how you dodge punch hooks. You just
ერთხელ რო გაკაიფოს და ჰუკი რო გაარტყას.
Know with certainty that that's not where he's going to hook. If you
ხედავ რა ებს აწყობს ქერია და დააფეთქებული თუ რომ ეხუტე პოზიცია.
especially at that range.
ის რაღაცა ხალი ენჩანტრეს.
ენჩა არა საწყობლა.
Dragon Lance.
He's just going for the Battle Fury build, so not going to see anything too crazy. Obviously the
ramp is slow. ესეთი ტანკისტები ყავს საკეთო
It's really important if Monet reads this and be able to escape this gank. Because they're already getting a free tower in bottom lane. He should know something is up.
Yeah?
In the
trees. There is a monkey king now, so he's got to be a little careful about that. Man, he is a lumberjack. He is cutting through all these trees.
Aghanim's არა იმას.
Going to be A-okay as I don't think Aster is going to defend this.
ენიგმა დაგერის გარეშე
early grave.
რავი იმ დროს ყავდა ვერ ნახე.
არა ორივე ფეხი როა.
There's the phase shift at the last moment, so everybody's playing around with Ori's hook these days.
He doesn't really need to sidestep it. He has phase shift. He can just keep walking.
Yeah, but it looked cool.
It did look cool. Yeah, you always go for it. Ori knows he's not going to hit the hook and he goes for it anyway. It's fun.
Yeah, of course. And he is.
ეხა მიხვდით რა ტოიდებს დაგერს?
So once he gets that, which is
ვერ ჰუკავს პირდაპირ თორმეო.
ხო, ანუ ვერ არტყავს უკებს და დაგერს ჩავიდებო.
And Amar now.
არა ესე ფაძზე რო ჰუქს აცილებს სერიოზული.
ბიჭო არა, ამარა არ არის საპორტი. იმენა ქორია გიჟევი.
აუ თუ ჩახედე აიტემ ბილდზე მეგონი საპორტია.
ბიჭო არა ხო, მაგრამ
ები ჰუკი არის რა ბოზი.
იმას უკვე ტილტია.
რომ მივწერო არ შეიძლება?
ეგ უკვე ტილტია.
ჰუკი გაარტყი რა ძმა.
აუ შეიკერს მე 5-ზე ვფიქრობდი ეგრე ხა. შეიკერი მე 5-ია, პროსტა ლეინ სვაპი იყო ეხა. აგიტო მაგი.
მას ბუჩერი აღარ მიცეს შემიდე დავატე ხოლმე მაგ ჩარგო ნავდიან და არკანას თავზე დავიღე წაუ.
აგანემ ჩაიდეს მე და ესა ამარა ბლეკ ჰოლში არავინ არ მოკვდება.
კი, რა თქმა უნდა.
Holy
Locket და უფრო მოჭხუბარი ტიპი იქნებოდა.
Holy Locket და ის. აგანიმი და არავინ არ მოკვდება არასოდეს.
და ბუჩერმა გადაიქცა დაგერიჩადება ხო?
Snake, what are your thoughts on?
Oh, I'm build up because they know me ხუთე შეიკერი და გააცო.
In the early stages of the tournament.
I think this hero became a lot more meta because it's one of the best catch for Puck, and Puck is super meta this patch, especially with this 3-1-1.
საშესახტომე გმირები რო არ ყავთ მოწინააღმდეგეს ესე ეკრევე და გერდა.
On said Earthshaker, and he's dead.
Yeah, and it's really hard for OG to kind of team fight into Aster. They have this Rave Pack timing.
Oh, Wukong's command and a blink out from Ori.
ზეოპლიოს მორალი დაუბრუნდა პაც.
კი,
moifoda. A rotation here as well, but Aster also here in numbers. Tons of eidolons.
Oh, ჰუკი გაარტყა.
So Aster just resetting.
საღო.
He's got blink on the tree.
მოიგეს.
არაფერი არ აქვს რო იჩხუბა
Okay,
დასაპირე.
he's got his black hole coil only onto one.
აჰა,
It's the
დაიდო ის
fattest hero in the
რაღაცა.
game.
სიო.
So Ori's going to be just fine. Sets up the hook again.
არა, მაგის ოკი არაფერი არ არის. აუ, ის ღერთია ტინიზე რამე უშვერე. აქაც აქვს ამ ვერსოით.
კი, ყველას. გადარჩა ვითომ პაჯი? გადი!
აიცა პაჯისკის გამჯობინა თავის თიმის გადარჩენა.
თიმის გადარჩენა.
არა, ყავდა და დაასტოპა და აქ ეთქნა, არ ვიცი.
მე მგონი ვიჟენი, ანუ არ იყო დარწმუნებული რომ ყავდა და თან ვიჟენიდან გავვიდა პაჯი, არიდოთ აქეთ.
He's definitely very strong, and especially with the Dazzle Grave save, like he has no fear for his life. He always knows this Dazzle will have his back.
I mean, that's another
at
least in the NA region and EU, we didn't see a whole lot of it other than Fly kind of spamming it by himself.
Oh, BKB უნდა ჩაიდოს.
I don't know what it is, but the Graves have just been completely consistent.
Yeah, it was like Fly and Insania that were really playing that hero.
And Amar.
Holy
Locket is finished. Of course, that one, if I'm not mistaken, is when you take damage during borrowed time, it just heals your teammates, right?
So
you just stay outside. As Seb is dead, not even able to get off another fissure there. So Ori, another flesh heap stack. Siamese cat forced to. He's gonna get stuck. OG do find a pick off and end up kind of getting a trade across the map. BZM close to his
back შეუულია მოგება რა.
ბიჭო, მანქის ხიდან დახტომა ფიშავს ტელეპორტს.
ტელეპორტს არა. უცებ მეგონა რომ damage to აკეთებს.
Monet making great use of that battle fury, already taking out a juicy ancient
Blinks fishals უბრალოდ.
Almost done with the mithril hammer, so the BKB not too far away.
ისე მაგ-kings დაგერიშა და
At what point does Aster want to turn things up? Is it that BKB? Is it Ori's Ags? I mean,
არასდროს არ მინახავს.
I think it's probably right now.
Daži, აი, დაბალ
finishes BKB and maybe join the fight.
აი ეს რო აგილითიანობდა რა.
He's looking mid.
Sniper's დახტომა მინდოდა და აპისალტო.
Baboka gets off the avalanche toss.
ეს აწვდის საჭმელს ამ დედამისივით. აი საჭდის სულ რა ყვებავს.
Seb though, look at Seb. He's got the blink dagger. He's been hiding it.
აი თუ ვერ არ ტყავს უკებს.
Rot continuing to do that damage over time, and here comes your Ragi.
Monkey's a good snow.
Now the focus is on the Ori. Of course, the Grave is available if they want to use it. Wukong's command is there as well. Able to get out of it though as the coil connects on the two. Now the focus is on the Grave himself. So Siamese Cat will likely fall here in just a moment, but Seb buys back into the game, has that Echo Slam still available. So with this, Aster will likely have to try to back off as another missed
Oh lol, ra. Mains nubia.
Is from Amar.
Oh ra, magradi
Siamese Cat. So OG, they lose
double
one.
kill
Seb buy back and win the fight.
ამარასაგანები ძალიან ბევრს.
პრაივეტი გააკეთეთ, ეხლა და გო უიჩხუეთ.
Thinking about maybe not going. I mean, Abaddon, a very good hero with the Curse of Avernus stacks. But XXS, he still has his goal. The Malefice into the hook is there, but the instant fissure from Seb into the Echo Slam is trying to take out this Enigma, and they do it successfully.
Trolli mains ვერ იქნებს ხელს. აი, რამდენი ძიგნა იგა.
ანაირიგმია, ინჩატასი კუთხეში მიამწდეს. არა, ვერაფერი ვერ.
Tiger just rips him a new one. And Monet, he is horribly outnumbered here, but not afraid to continue this fight, apparently. Avalanche toss from above.
No, უტი მოასწრო.
Just barely gets off the battle trance, but
просто targets ვერ ცulis.
He's going to heal up to a high degree, though, Ziragi.
არა, რა თქმა უნდა target-ი. Ну, байбеки მოუწია просто პაის. Ну, Roshan's კი აი.
As Rosh did take a decent amount of damage.
Yeah, and especially Puck has no resources. He has to go back to base, so it's very likely OG will have to forfeit this Roshan. But maybe Seb can try to steal it.
Yeah, he's thinking about it.
A
little bit of, they just hook out the Puck cone, the only vision. So Seb's going to have to completely guess on this. And of course, this would technically be a dieback for him to get bought back a little bit early. He's going to go in, but Monet...
ვაიმე მეთქი მოპარა. ესე ზუსტად დრო როგორ გათვალა.
რავი მაგის გიზგით
was actually there for him. He just got instant disconnect.
მომენტ ეგრე ზუსტად თუ იცოდა სტაინს რომ შემოგვარა.
რავი მაზარი არა.
It really was. And it was so patient from Monet. He could have ultied with the double damage in the previous fight, but he held it until the very end. It turned out to be the perfect ulti. Yeah, went from 0 to 100% HP with the healing.
Yeah, and Dazzle was like 10 seconds on Grave too at that point as well, so he could not have been saved by the Grave. He needed the ult. If he used it earlier, he dies in that fight, and then this Roche goes to OG.
Exactly. It was actually a very clutch play by Monet. I think 99% of troll players would have ulted a lot earlier in that fight.
Well, XXS with a blink dagger now. As it's being delivered, he has the Wraith Pact already in his inventory.
Baboka buys a smoke. They want to do something with this.
Yeah, the question is, do they see the blink dagger? Will it be revealed? Or are they able to keep it a surprise? Nope, it's going to show it right now.
Looking for Uragi in the trees. Yeah, he was...
just doing Monkey King things. He has the Echo Saber. And still working on that BKB.
Yeah, OG doesn't really want a team fight anymore. They know that Aster is really strong with this Aegis, and they kind of need to wait for Abaddon's Agadam's timing if they want any chance of winning a team fight. So they're doing their best to kind of split OG Aster up and just get the farm that they can on the map.
And Amar is very close to it. He's about 1,100 gold away. He's been kind of silently farming this whole time. Not as far as we're used to seeing him. But enough to get the Aghanim Scepter at a decent time.
Yeah, still a point booster and Ogre Club away, so effectively halfway there.
He's got the Ogre Club. It's just point booster.
Oh, okay.
I think he's building into BKB and Sanj afterwards, so he will be using a lot of Ogre Clubs this game.
Monet working on his tier 2 tower. It's already at half HP. Still with that 3-minute expiration time on the Aegis. And it's going to be a freebie for Aster, which means outpost control for them. And they can likely defend this top tier 2 if they want, as it is being pushed a bit. They have a smoke, though.
Yeah, Monet, he's got his BKB. He did not have that for the last fight, and that's why he had to hold the ult. Oh, mid lane.
Yeah, into the black hole. BZM is dead. That is the counter to Puck.
მამაზე უკეთესში რა შეუნდა გამოიყენო,
stuns. And Aster get a very valuable kill with still 2 minutes left on the Aegis, so we'll see what else they want to get out of the map. Scouting out from above. Obviously no vision here for Aster.
Monkey will come back there, but the ulti araperi ara აქვს, შეიკერი, მაგრამ
to prevent anything else coming out from Amar. And that's going to be another easy kill for Aster. 5k lead for Aster as they are looking to try to snowball this game in their favor.
Oh, Monkey ნელა ფარმოს. რა უდევს вообще Monkey
as well.
ეხო და
Yeah,
ბეკავეს.
there's just not much OG can do about this.
ხო რავი, Milestorm-ი რო ედოს კიდე
Aster's just going to find man and not really give him the opportunity for any pickoffs, or they might even go high ground now with the Aegis.
Yeah, and typically we don't really see this from the first Aegis, but still with a minute and a half, and the fact that they've taken basically every outer tower outside that.
აკეთ მარტო პაკია ჯან.
12 წუთზე ედოთ ბიჭო. Wraith Pact 12 წუთზე ედო იმ.
Ori with the Aghanim Scepter now for the Pudge.
ნუ ძალიან ძვირიც არ არის, მაგრამ აუ.
It's invisible right now. Gets off the waning rift, and you can see XS trying to find him, but it is a Puck after all. Monet able to maintain the Aegis, still with a minute to go, as Ori's going to be spotted by Uragi, but the focus is onto the Dazzle. Trying to save him, but the Endless from Seb takes out the Dazzle in turn, and Monet actually pops the BKB, despite still having the Aegis for another 45 seconds. Kind of getting caught right now, but Ori, the big dismember onto Taiga looks to be his death at the very least, so it's a 1-for-1 support for support. As the ultimate from Monet onto Amar, who already popped the borrow time as well, so he's back to full HP. Aegis another 30 seconds, so they're likely just trying to wait this out. But Baboka couldn't back shots the big avalanche, but he gets hooked by accident, and now Seb taken out by the right clicks of Monet, who has a double kill. So despite Aster not really executing everything to the capabilities that we've seen so far, they're just so far ahead right now, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, and the team fight from Aster's lineup is just too much, and with this Wraith Pack as well and the Aegis, I think OGs just can't really team fight back.
Silence comes out though just at the right time into the coil, but again the barracks are already down. XXS jumps in, no black hole quite yet. Hook missed from Ori, despite it being a stationary target. Like watching myself play, he's still winning the game. Monet, he's gonna drop inside this Wukong's command. 50 seconds of no troll.
Oh, they're gonna keep going.
So OG gets something out of this, but the Metal Strike misses and the TPs are coming. XXS out. And the only one remaining is Ori, who also gets killed indeed. So Aster. OG already losing a Rax at the 25-minute mark.
Yeah, Monet was just a little too deep in the base. Without any defensive BKB or ultimate, he just overextended.
Yeah, and his Dazzle was dead too. Trying to walk back to the fight that was happening. Did have a haste rune, but not quick enough.
BZM and Seb trying to find an opening here, knowing that this troll is dead, but it's not the longest death timer. And Amar, how close is he to Ags? It's still 500 away.
Yeah, and he's trying to finish at bot lane, but they have this really good ward on Aster. He might get caught. His whole team is converging.
Oh boy. Yeah, just so desperate to find this item. Ori shows up, and you can see, just walks up, dismembers, and a very ambitious team is canceled by 2 different spells, and he's brought to his knees. So still waiting on this axe.
I think he knew he was going to suicide for that, but he wanted all of those range creeps. It's just that the shield was not enough damage to pop and kill the range creeps quick enough before Aster got to him.
BZM, he's working on a Dagon apparently, just trying to get some pick-off itemization, but obviously very far away from actually completing.
I feel like this is to jump the backline Dazzle. Just dagging him from full HP and try to kill him in a silence.
Yeah, you kind of have to when you're playing Puck versus Dazzle or any saves in general. You kind of have to find the saves, but good itemization from Aster is dazzled. He has the Glimmer Cape ready, and he's queuing up the shard to play against this Puck next.
Yeah, that's going to be really annoying. Onto the Puck. But from the side of OG, how big of a deal is the Aghanim Scepter? I know that we were talking about this the whole game, but would that potentially be a turning point, or is it just they still need more on top of that?
I mean, it's definitely...
They just
don't have enough juice, but with this Aghanim's...
Maps უფრო თამაშის პროცესს ვფიქრობ, რომ უფრო აკვირდება რა. Support.
They lose their dazzle, but it's
ანუ კაპიტანი რატოა რა ძირითადად.
Monet really ready to fight as a hook connects for Ori. See how slow he is. Must have taken that talent level 10 as well. Yeah, absolutely out of control. Yoragi pops out Wukong's command along with his BKB.
Вообще პროთინებში 20 წუთამდე კაპიტანს მარტო კაპიტანი. მე შეცხოველი ქერია ყოველთვის.
ხო, ეხა ხო იძახის წავედით ვიჩხუბოთ ეს მაგ ბაზარია.
Yeah, right. He has absolutely nothing. So he's just dead. They get a core out of it at the very least. So 3 for 1. OG find a favorable fight for the first time in seemingly forever. But now the BKB online for XXS, and things continue to get harder for OG.
Taiga has an Orchid on Enchantress.
What? Really?
Yeah, he went for an Orchid.
Wow.
It's actually pretty good because there's a lot of channeling spells on both Enigma and Pudge.
Monet already popping the battle trance, and Yoragi just dies.
Chemi.
That's disastrous. Carry v carry. That is worth popping everything for on the Nay.
Siamese, they're going to put down the sentry, so BZM has vision here. Gets off the Waning Rift as well, and he's just dead. TP was canceled there from Aster, knowing that there is no point.
Yeah, but OG won't be able to get much from this because they don't have their carry alive. They just don't have enough damage for this Roshan that's spawning, so Aster can still collect a good fight and pick up this Aegis.
Yeah, Monet with a Satanic now. So The only thing that he was kind of having trouble with is when this BKB is on cooldown, needs a way to dispel that silence, but now he has that. Along with the extra HP is Taiga getting dismembered, and easy kill for Aster. Now, how many kills do they need to be able to go into the Roche pit? Is another BKB online for Aster in the form of Ori's Pudge.
I mean, they can walk in anytime they
Ჯერ
want.
ხა ფაჯირო BKB-ს და იმას BKB-ს რო იდევს რა.
Yeah,
93.
OG is just lacking a lot of damage right now. Even though they have this pretty much invincibility for 8 seconds from Abaddon, they just don't have enough people to do the damage in the fights.
Yep, as we have Roche at half HP, OG. I mean, they have good team fight in the pit with the Wukong's command and Echo Slam coil.
Oh, the old double wraparound play.
Yep,
Yeah,
Aster trying to bait this out. Ori focusing on Amar for now as the BKB's already popped. He's gonna use his ult along with the black hole onto 2 cores from OG, and already Yuragi is dead. Amar already pops that borrowed time, but he is surrounded, and it's only a matter of time before they can chew through him. As a double kill for Monet and second Roche for Aster.
Yeah, the ATF was too late to press his ultimate, so then they focused fire to Monkey King before his ultimate could proc. It was kind of a clutch thing.
Alright, well, we'll see Rampage. You know what Rampage is, Snake King?
It's hard to see those when you're playing support.
A shard for who? Oh, they gave it to Ori.
Yeah. No. That's to save his Dazzle, so Dazzle can save somebody else.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, Black Hole
მოხდა რამე ისეთი?
disables all spell usage, so unlike other stuns, you cannot press the Abaddon ult, which means it has to be procced by damage, and they just weren't focusing him until the carry was dead.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of games where Abaddon is focused on, and it just hasn't felt like it matters. Like his borrowed time.
Gets
hooked, comes out, dismember. That's a dead Taiga. Monet getting healed up. Despite being blocked by the fissure, tossed back to safety. They don't want to waste this Aegis because there's still plenty of time to work with. Obviously, we're looking for a little bit more of a valuable kill to be able to go high ground, but with the Satanic, Monet should be able to get back to full HP relatively quick.
Yeah, I don't know how impactful that hook was, but I'm just happy for Ori that he's finally able to get that pesky Taiga with the hook for once.
If you see the percentage on that, it's probably not the greatest this game.
No,
And Ziragi on the trees can see all this. Monet trying to focus on Amar to start, but you can see Siamese Cat getting bursted with the Dagon.
Wow,
coming out from Seb as Amar pops his ult to try to
Wow.
his Seb up to good HP, but it's not going to be enough to save him. Double buyback on each
Totaro Tanabari
BKB dismembering Yuragi though. Yuragi trying to get out the Wukong's man. He does, but then
really
dies the
good.
second after. And now Amar to the Whirling Axes. Double kill from Monet. So despite a pretty good initiation from OG, just not able to do much as this fight ends with a triple kill from Monet and BZM, the last member of OG alive.
Dota's თამაში მინდა რა.
OG's pretty much gonna have to expend all buybacks here.
ბიჭო, ანუ ძალიან დიდი ხანია უყურებ და Dota's თამაში მომდა რა, ძალიან თან.
Oh, that was a good attempt, but BZM blinks out. Just trying to push these waves and be annoying, but again, Monet and this troll can decimate these buildings.
მე ვჭამე. უკვე.
So we're going to see the second set of racks for Aster, and they could probably just get the Mega Creeps. Still
აზრი არ აქვს, ჩა თავი გაუხი.
ასია თუ ისია მე წავედი მაგას
სად მიხარ? ლოგინი?
Despite having the shard, not able to really use it. Either way,
კარგად ბრძანდებოდეთ
focusing on
ბატონო გია.
objectives. That is gonna be Mega Creeps going the way of Aster in this game number 1.
Still a Rax top.
That is not Mega Creeps going the way of Aster in game number 1.
I mean, the Creeps might take it though. They need to defend this.
That is gonna be Mega Creeps for Aster in game number 1.
Taken. What in Gaben's name?
That is unfortunate. The music comes out and Aster in commanding spot here. 22k lead. Troll still with the Aegis for 2 minutes. I mean, I can't remember the last time we've seen the first row that much value. They got that first set of racks really, really early.
Yeah, it's a really good lineup by Aster. They kind of planned this 5-man death ball ahead of time, and they executed perfectly.
Yeah, I hate to say it, but this is one of the most impactful Roche games that we've seen. And there's been a lot of impactful Roche games as Monet picks up a DD
ჩადიხარ თუ ამოაქვს ხოლმე.
Maybe they're thinking twice now that he has that.
Did they spot that? That's the only question.
I'm not sure.
Smoke from Aster, they have everything available, including that black hole. And Seb just looking for some sort of opening, but it's going to be in the cover of smoke, and they have to worry about this top lane as the Mega Creeps continue to push. It's going to be popped here in just a moment, or actually just expire of its own accord. Just a few seconds.
They're just looking for a pick off here.
Yeah, and they can just use the cover of the creeps because somebody has to defend at some point.
Yeah.
They're going to see the orb. Monet, he's going to walk in the old-fashioned way. Not able to hit the whirling axes, but they spot Uragi. He's going to get up the Wukong's command. Enigma's dead right off the bat, so a good start for OG. But the Dismember inside the Wukong command for Uragi. Or 8 half HP just trying to run. You can see Monet just ripping him a new one. 75 seconds of no Monkey King. And this looks to be the beginning of the end of game number 1 in favor of Aster. They don't even need the buyback, it seems. The buyback comes out from Amar instead. The Dagon being used to full effect, but the GG's come out, and Aster just dominating in game number 1.
Yeah, they had some pretty decent lanes, but I think their first few moves were extremely good. They knew that essentially if they just go late game, they would win. They have this Enigma with the black hole. They have Ori, who is absolutely popping off on Pudge. And Monet the whole time, he's just hitting.
I think the biggest problem in OG's
ATF
kind of got a lot of bans on him, and
then
they last picked his hero, but it's not a hero that's you would think of ATF would be specialized on. He didn't have a lot of pressure in his lane, and especially after OG tried to rotate to his lane and help him, and even still then, they could not pressure this troll whatsoever. It kind of really slowed down OG's game, and this Enigma, with his Vlad's timing, he just snowballed really hard. One thing led to another, and they just got Roshan, and the game just incredibly hard to play.
So this is one of the first games we've seen.
It
feels like it never works.
It never works, but it worked this time.
Yeah. So game number 1 goes the way of Aster. Will they put an
guys.
on every major outside the Shanghai, which nobody really remembers?
Keeper Cry.
Game number 1.
Thank you so much, guys. Aster take a game number 1. Putting OG on the ropes here with their life on the line at the Arlington Major. Now, panel, what do we think about that game?
Super strong laning stage, honestly. Like, I think they just found really good solutions to the entire draft. This Monet troll with the Dazzle pairing, just such a strong safe lane where Omar.
You have 4 of them up there? I like this one because the lights, but the bed on the other one looks better. Maybe I should just change each day.
Oh, I'm sure.
You can change each day. And a pool table.
LOL-შიც რაღაც ჩემპიონატი მიდის. LOL-ს აწავს ლიკვიდი?
კი.
Nice job. This is looking like the match.
We got this.
Chat, I want to try a different mouse because I got so many sent to me, like a Steel Series or a HyperX or what else did I get? And that's it for mice. Anyone here use a Steel Series mouse or HyperX mouse? I'm on the Death Fighter right now.
Blind B. Tethered.
Smoking me main. Actually, my one way stairs. One way stairs.
Gary's bam. Sorry, that. 140 on fifth.
Nice.
8 140.
Fuck, that was not play.
What do you want me to do, man? I don't need it right now, okay? I don't need it. I don't need it, I could destroy it right now.
Imagine I like spike. I'm like spiking. Holy shit.
აი, ერთი კაცი გვაკლია. ეს არ შემოდის ბუთო, არ ვიცი სადა.
I kinda need it right now.
Manika.
Oh my god, Magus ran out.
Sure, it's fine. I have the Cobalt giving vision, speed for everyone, block with the Cobalt, block with the Cobalt. Cobalt, speed. The Cobalt's on the chase. The Cobalt's hitting him. Easy for the Cobalt. He's actually bald too. Can I kill this shit? Oh damn, I will go! No! Get back to the plantation bar! Whoops! 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 I thought I told you there's no place for centaurs! Whoops! Whoops! Your kind isn't welcome here, centaur! Whoops! Whoops! I've seen your mythical creatures on the other side of the forest! Whoops! Whoops! Go back to Radiant Bar!
აუ რავად არის მე ისონა ჩემ. პლუს 1 ვინმე არ ხართ გაის ჩატიდან? Hello? ერთი კაცი გვაკლია.
He's gonna use it now to get away from Saberlight, but the black hole is invisible! It's on the crystal!
You can duel him, bro. We have burst. We can kill any DK. I will orchid the desert. Don't worry, bro. I am Superman. I can orchid the desert. He cannot grip. If you duel somebody, I will orchid. Don't worry. I'm rank 1. Just duel him, bro. I will orchid. Okay. Wait. I can explain. I thought he's bottom. He's fucking top. He's brain dead.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Your turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
რა ვიღო? Carries.
Shake.
Your turn to pick.
Outroll უნდა რო ყავს ნახე. Shake-ერი.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
შეიკერი აიღე და თუ მინდა იმას მოგცემ. არ ჩანს.
ლარდარი რო ავიღო რა. Madness ჩაიდე დაამთავრე თამაში.
From the deeps I rise. Look to the foe.
Prepare for battle.
I rush to defend.
Short sword.
Patrol.
აქ შემოგვეტანებიან წესით.
კი, მოვლე.
ან პაჯის უგზე.
Deep ones guide me.
აი, პაჯი.
მოუარო თქვენად?
თვითონ მოვლე, რატომაც გული მიგრძნობს. აი ეს პაჯი.
თავს მოახოკინებ.
აი, მოდის.
I go.
ვარდიაკ.
დავაი, go. დედა მე უკან ვიხევ.
Yes.
აუ ჩატრესა. დედა.
ეს ვიგადავში ჩემ ფეხად.
მაგრა გაკლახეს. ოჰო. აი დასაწყისი.
აუ ტელეფონზე რომ მიდეკავენ ინტერნეტი მეტი.
კაროჩე სამი გმირი მოგვიწლეს და 4 რუნა აიღეს რა.
არა easy game-ია.
კი. არა, არ დაბლოკო, არა.
Onward. On their tail. You get nothing. On guard. Attack. Yes. No delay. I rush to defend. Onward. Deep ones guide me. In over. I'm under attack. Guard well.
მოგეკლატო.
Look to the foe. Jigs up. Yes. No delay. I go.
კი არ მინდოდა. საბოლოო ჩემში გადარჩა.
Yes. Keep a lookout. I'm on to not for you. You're in deep water. Yes. Keep a lookout. No delay.
Your middle tower is under attack.
No mercy. Look to the
ვეღარ გავიგე
foe.
მესამე პოზიცია აჯია თუ ვენჯე
Slither.
ალბათ
Cowards. The scales. I rush to defend. Guard well. It's not time yet.
ეს ნეიტრალ კრიპები რატო გამომივარდნენ ჩემს თავად
Money changes hands. Yes. I go. Deep ones guide me. Face me.
Cold
Keep a lookout. Patrolling. Relieved of duty. Killing spree. Double kill.
რა დღეშია ეს
Your middle tower is under attack.
To the I'm under attack. These ones guide me into the black seas of infinity.
Your top tower is under attack.
The deep ones return me to duty. No delay. Guard well.
Your top tower is under attack.
Shiny as souls. Look to the foe. You're in deep water. Sight of it. Slither. I'm not ready.
I guess they
It's not time yet. Look there.
Your top tower is under attack.
Yes. Guard well. Not yet. Pleasure for the depths. Patrolling. No delay.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack.
Cut the losses. No mercy. Slither. I'm on to you. Keep a lookout. To the fight. Look to the foe. A soldier's fortune. Hammer of milk. I rush to defend. Deep ones guide me. We see you. Onward. On guard. Go.
Your top tower is under attack.
I rush to the
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack.
guard well.
რაღაც დიდი ეჭვი მაქვს
Your
რო
top tower is under attack.
Deep ones guide me. No delay. Keep a lookout. Onward. Slither. My strength
Dire's structures are fortified.
over your head. It's not time yet. Patrolling. Look
bottom tower is under attack.
დაგერი მომდის ეხა ბოის და ვისაც დავახტები ჩავაქრობ.
Your bottom tower is under attack. The enemy's bottom tower is being demolished.
Keep a lookout. Attack. The steel. Yes. Deep one's guide. Fresh meat.
Mortimer.
Guard well.
Your middle tower is under attack.
No delay.
Your middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh, Sid.
Invisibility.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
I rush to defend. Keep a lookout. the foe. Slither. Not yet. I go. Treasure this. No delay.
Well done. Nice. საიდან აგროვე მაგდენ უფრო?
Gates swing wide.
Pač sa už blinky.
Radiant's courier has been killed. Your middle tower is under attack. Is it punch?
I'm not ready.
Aid
თქვენთან, sorry.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Guard well.
დრო უნდა მისი ყტილდეს რა გარჩ.
Deep
Your
ones
bottom tower is under attack.
Вообще Рошани მოვკლა.
Keep a lookout. My power to the dead zone with you. Yes.
არა ძალიან ბევრს მაკალებს. იმენა ძალიან ბევრს. ვერ ვაკალებს.
Triple kill.
ანუ სხვას თუ ვათარგეთებ მთლის და თუ მაგას ვახტები კიდე სხვები მთლიან.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
46 არმორია. შიქხო არა აქ ამ.
Your middle tower is under attack.
დროუს აქ 46 არმორია.
Your middle tower is fallen.
ასტერს არ უყურებ OG ასტერს?
ბიჭო, პირველ თამაშს უყურე და მე
თამაშს OG-ის უყურე.
Your middle tower is
უყურე თამაშებს ყველას.
tower is under attack.
Under attack. slither.
ბიჭო, ისა ჯაყელი, გავიდეს ვინმე, ანუ როგორც კი გავა ფართიდან ვინმე, რავი, სიამოვნები. ესე გაგდება არ მინდა რომ გავაგდო.
ვაშო თამაშო? Там single draft.
Строгас.
Keep a lookout.
Ho. Low maxes.
მე მოხსენიება.
ჩემი უტირა.
ეს ორჯერ ჩამიქრა შუბი და ორი აბატონი და 4 წელი მოვიდა ჩემ.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Look to the foe.
Radiant structures are fortified. Your bottom tower is under attack.
ბოტომს არა.
Your bottom tower.
მაგთავერი დავიკიდოთ, დაველოდოთ ჩვენიანებს და ვინმე წავაპნიოთ. ვინმეს რა დრო უნდა მოხდეს რა.
Onward.
Draw, follow the draw.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Mid lanes წამოვწრო. ბიჭო, ვიცი ხო დავინახე, просто დრო მინდოდა რომ მომეკრო.
Keep a lookout. Not yet. Double damage. On their tail. Yes.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
To the fight.
არქნას მოქი არა. მაინც გამოსასვლელები არიან ბაზიდან. აქ იმაზე დაველოდოთ, რა ქვია, ჩვენ ვიჟენზე დაველოდოთ, ლაიონ თილად. ანუ ვაჩვენებთ რომ აქ ვართ, просто დაველოდოთ, უეჭველი მოვა.
Keep a lookout.
Radiant structures are fortified. The enemy's middle tower has fallen. The enemy's middle barracks has fallen. The enemy's middle has fallen. Enemy's bottom barracks has fallen. Enemy's middle tower has fallen. Radiant victory.
გაიხათ თავები. ლაიონმა მუშარდი რომ მომცა ეგ იყო ძალიან ყადაო. ჰა?
მაგათ.
ბიჭო ხო? ძალიან გამიკვირდა, მაგრამ ასაულტი რო ჩავიდე და 25 ლეველი რო გავხდი, რა მაგრა ვცემდი ნებისმიერს. ვახტებოდი დაგერით W-ს ურტყავდი, თან ის ტალანტი მქონდა რო ვერ იხსნის და შარდი და просто მადნეს ვაჭერდი და კვდებოდი. Nice, all guys. ინოკერმა კარგად ითამაშეს ხათაშოები. არ ველოდი. ეს კიდე ბუსტერი იყო ეს ნაბოზარი. Throw.
Your turn to ban. Five seconds remaining.
თუ გინდა გაგისვაპავ მე ორაკულს. მართლა. ამე არა მომწონს ეს ქმირი და თუ რამე სხვა დამდგა და ავიღებ ეს.
5 seconds remaining. Your turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
მაგარ კომბოებს გავაკეთებ ახლა ჰერცოგამით.
ფიშტი ტრიკანაქსი მყავს ხო არ გინდა? თამაში მოგცე.
მიშა რა პირას ვეთამაშებთ. Nice.
Prepare for battle.
Yes.
წავიჭროთ. მოვდივართ, კაროჩე ჩვენ და წავაყაროთ.
ვეცდები ვიჟენი დავდგა.
I'm not ready. Lives are not taken. Yes, master. Unleashed.
Aji, pila.
I scramble. Yes, master. You can't make me. Yes. Finally. No chains can hold me. I'm under attack. Spray your nuts. Master required. Finally. Yes, master. I creep forward.
Oh, Jimmy did that.
I scramble. Keep your goal. Crawling.
Kuidas pagizro? Akats moito.
Yes, master.
Ara ver mokavt magas.
Lives to speed. No. Trick you.
Radiant structures are fortified.
From limb. Killing spree. For the master. Yes. Oh, dazzle. Yes, master.
Okay.
No
Okay.
chains can hold me. I scramble. I creep forward. Lives for the taking. As the master requires.
Your middle tower is under attack.
It's not time.
Your middle tower is under attack.
ჯერჯერობით არ არის ადგილი.
Just eagerly.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Akse gakoldan kudariya. Gakoldan kudar. Ay khat.
My pleasure. Finally.
Ulti rato არ დამატე.
ეხლა გამიხსნა რომ მოვკალი. 6 ლეველზე არ მქონდა გახსნილი.
გაიგე შე.
Can't make me. Yes. Light. Tiny indeed. Your life is crushing me. Sweet, sweet eyes.
მორქს თუ გაქოლავ კიდე მოკავთ. ოღონდ სანამ იმას ჩართავს.
lives to steal. Yes. Fall. Let me at them.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
You can't make me.
Your middle tower is under attack.
It's not done. Yes, master.
Your middle tower is under attack.
A journey no longer.
Dire structures are fortified.
Morphiema.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Actually, morphiema this station.
I scramble. Lives for the taking. I bite the hand that feeds me.
ეგრევე სკადის ამირის ან ლინკენს.
As the master requires. Yes, master.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack.
Offline იმაზე. და ჯანდაბა უნდა ჩავდე.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack.
Gone your entrails.
Back to full.
ეკაზე. How იგივე სიდებენ რასაც იმაზას. რა იქო საბრი? არმლეტი ეკო საბრი ისა რა. რა ჯანდაბა ქვია.
და სახებობი ხდეს რა და ლაივზე კარგად ვიდეო და მე კაცი დამიზდება და უბრალოდ და არაფერი. შეგვიძლია ლენსი
Radiant structures are fortified.
Chains can hold me. I'm not ready. Yes, master. You can't make me. Not yet.
under attack. The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Aura, ხელა გოლდი ჩავუტანე. Nice killers.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is
ბიჭო ეს რა არის? გაჩანზე არიან მოსულები ესე როგორ
სმოკი გაშალეს.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
ახლა то там все сандენი კაცი.
I'm not ready. I'm not ready. Forward.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Your top tower is under attack.
It's not done yet. Yes! I creep forward.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Lives to steal.
მე არ უნდა მოვკვდე და ეს კადი
შანსი არიან ტესტი
ჩახტი, მიდი როშანში ჩახტი.
არ მაქვს ლინკი.
არა უშვებს, просто შედი მასში. ლინკი არა აქვს. სადა ქაფ?
Your top tower is under attack.
No, Hex Meteorზე აქ მორფასი.
Your top tower has fallen. Roshan has fallen to Raiden. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
კილო.
სკადი მინდა და გავლახავ. სმოკი გვაქვს, ბოის? შეგვიძლია გავსმოუქდეთ აქსში ჩავხტები და
მოდი რა მოვა. ან პოსტა ვიჟენი ვარ. მგონი. სადი. აი საერთოდ.
კუნკა უნდა მოკვდეს რა.
მოდი რა. ესეთთან მივიდეთ და გავხსნათ.
მე მაგნარელი.
კუნკაზე მიდი.
To steal. Bloody creeps, you can't make me. Yes, master.
Your top tower is under
ძალიან
attack.
დიდი HP-ები აქვს.
Your top tower has fallen.
Yes.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack.
Well, game sabía esto.
Your top barracks has fallen. Your top barracks are under attack. Your top barracks has fallen.
I scramble. Not yet.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Axe Klaus არა და მორფას იზიზე.
აი ბლაიგმელი არ ხდება.
Radiant structures are fortified.
გუშველეთ ამას აკსი არ უნდა მოგვიწყლა. გაბექე პროსტა. MKB მინდა რა ბოს.
ვინც დაგადებ გაქრებით ხოლმე.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I scramble.
Кат, нахе, Марко.
Yes.
Help, 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 help. აუ არა, როგორ მოგიკუდით ორი ისეთ საპორტს. აი, ბაიბექს ვაკეთე. ბაიბექს ვაკეთე მოგვია.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I never miss a trick.
მიუტრიალდი, არა.
Your middle tower is under attack.
So much life.
Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle barracks has fallen.
ასირობა. როშანი შეგვიძლია მოკლათ. ой, შენ ტოპი იმას ქენი. ორაკ.
Started on.
გაბექე აქ ცოდნავ.
Paji, წამ. აქ არ იქნება Twitch-ი.
იქეები აქ მაგ პაჩს რო იცოდი. არა, მორფა ის არა. მორფა გაცოცხლდა. არა, ხომ არა BKB აქვს და მორფა გაცოცხლდა. არ გადახვიდი აქვს მან. რავი, ძირითადად SF-ები იდებენ ხოლმე მაგას და როგორც კიდე.
აი მე მაგას ავიღებ, შორიდან უნდა გადავდო.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen.
You can't make me. It's not monkey going my way.
მოკვდები. ხილად აქვს ბაიბექი არ გაქვს, გამოდი, ესებს უნდა დაველოდოთ. ერთი X მარკი დაგედება და მოკვდები. გესმის აქვს? უნდა გავყიდო. Bravo.
I scramble.
წეღან ვიყიდე სანთები.
Is that here? Flickering. Silence მოიხსნი ხოლმე მგონი. როგორც მახსოვს გადახდა.
კი, იხსნის silence.
კუმ გადაიხენ.
არა, high ground boys.
Damage ქონდა ძალიან
ვაიბექი არ მაგდო.
As the master.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Steal ahead.
Your bottom tower has fallen. Your bottom barracks are under attack. Your bottom barracks has fallen. Dire structures are falling. Your bottom barracks are under attack. Your bottom barracks has fallen.
Stolen right out.
Your middle barracks are under attack.
Yes,
ეგრევე მე გამაქრეს.
ხილა ჩადავფინ.
No chains can hold me.
ლეინები გვაქვს ჩასაწევი და როშანი გვინდა კიდე. არა, როშანი არ არის. ვერ გავიდი რა.
აგანი მიხორცნება.
არ ვიცი, შეიძლება ჩიზი კონდეს ან რეფრეშერი იყოს.
Welcome to the secret shop.
დავაი. ეხა გავს მოუგდეთ თუ არის საშუალება. აურაკლი მოგვიკლეს. მაინც შეგვიძლია აქს მოდი ჩავხტები შენში და მორფას დაახტი კლაუდს. აქ არის. მიდლეინი წამოწიეთ რა ბოის.
Your middle barracks are under attack.
ვეჩხუბოთ წამო.
გაბლიკა.
ევიჟენი უდევს.
Steal ahead.
ეხლა იქნება როშკა. მოკლავთ მედაში.
Lives to steal.
აგანი შენ აიღე.
Easy,
Chains can hold me.
Go, ჩავხტეთ აქ შეუძლია ისა დაზლი გამოყვეს, ის დარჩეს და დაიცვას ორაკმა. აქსი არ არის იმაში. ორაკმა დაიცვას და დანარჩენე ხო. ესებს დაელოდე. გოგო. BKB დაითრი აქ არ გინდა ეგ ისა შივასი. აქ არიან თუ არ ვწდები. მეგე.
აქ ვიჯენი ექნებათ ახლა და შეიძლება.
დაიკიდე, გავლახავთ პროსტო მაგრად. ესეფი მოასწრებს შემოხტომას.
არა. ეგ ბლინკია.
ბაიბექი არ მაქვს. სამწუხაროა. არ გაიჰუკო.
Your middle barracks are under attack.
ჭამა არა აქვს იმას აჯს და სანამ ჭამა არა აქვს რომ შეხტეს ესებს ჯობს. დაუკასტეთ რამეები ლიქები, არ გაატანეთ. აკაიტე, просто აკაიტე, ეულიც აკაიტე, შეგიძლია ულტი დაკასტო. არა უშავს. კი, ჯაყელი ვიცი. ჯაყელი, გავიდა. აბა ჯაყელი, სათხარ მომეცი აიდი. ბაჩი, ბაჩო. მაგრამ ამას ლო უაწევს. შემდეგი ორი კაცი გჭირდება. აუ, რატო გავვაგდები? ექსეპტი უნდა გამეკეთებინა და ფართიდან გავვაგდი. Молодец. Guys, +1. მოდი მერე. მიდი, შენ თუ გონია აქ მეტი MMR-ის კომანდა ვარ ძალიან ცდები. სულ ჰერალდები ვარ უკვე.
Вали, бля.
ერთხა სადგაი.
Dude, his razor. Oh my god. Oh my, he's gonna go in, he's doing it. He's fucking doing it. It's done.
He bought back to die.
Oh my.
Who's pausing?
Wait, that's so nice. He paused right before Armor dies, so he doesn't get the.
He's question mark.
Oh, never mind.
Good.
No jogger.
That's illusion.
Your turn to ban.
Fast.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
ეხან მიძევინ იყო.
Your turn to pick. 10 seconds remaining.
გავიდი მე რა.
ძილინების ხოთითი. სიზმა რა. Bacho? Paj banshi არის ყოველ banshi იყო paj. Paj ძირითადად არ ფიქში არის არ banshi. უფრო banshi.
Faceless void. A path foreseen.
Prepare for battle.
The march of time. Road to oblivion. Yes.
რომ მივალთ ლეინზე დავჭრე.
I go. My path unspools.
30 seconds to battle.
Foreseen is forearmed. It shall be. Face forward. Time flows. Inexorable. I'm here. Ah. Dark portents ahead. Dark portents ahead. Face forward. Yes. Attack you wish. I'm under attack. Inexorable. I go. It shall be. The march of time. My path unspools. Feel my mace. Time to fight. Time flows.
არა, სტანი ჩააგდე. ხილი არა იყო ორზე.
არა.
საილენსერის მოკლა შეგვიძლია.
Time's up. The march of time.
რატო არ ბაშავს ჩემი გმირი boys?
Your top tower is under attack.
რო ბაშავდე გაიქნებოდა.
It shall be.
ნუ ეხა ყოველთვის ვერ მეიძი. არა უშო.
Dark portents ahead. My path on spools. A path to see. I'm here. Yes. Face forward. Time flows. I go. I'm under attack. Your time runs out. Primal shard. Inexorable. Out of time. Road to oblivion. Face forward. My path on spools. A path for
Your top tower is under attack.
It shall be. You lose face and life. Attack. I go. Time flows. Yes. Time is the cruelest cut. Inexorable. Dark portents ahead. The march of time. Your end comes. You get nothing. Yes.
Your middle tower is under attack.
A path foreseen. Time flows. Face forward. I go. Lost one that face the future. It shall be. Foresee, I'm under attack. Road to oblivion. It's not time.
Fuel for my fire.
My path on spools. Dark portents ahead. It must be. Face the future. Fate takes you. Attack. The march of time. Whinz. I'll take that.
Inexorable. The march of time. Foresee. Inexorable. Bury me with my path unspooled. A path foreseen, my gratitude. Yes. Road to oblivion. Gold is forever. Face forward. Your time runs out. I go. Dark portents ahead. Time flows. It shall be. Time flows. Primal charm. A path foreseen. Time to fight.
No, 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 no.
Face forward. I'm under attack. The march of time. My path unspooled. Indeed. Dark portents ahead. Road to oblivion. Yes. It shall be. I'm here. Dark portents ahead. I go.
მოკლათ ორივე გარეთ ქრონოს გარეთ და დეის
შენ დაიჭირე და მაგ
Time flows. Yes. A path foreseen. It shall be.
აუ რატო გადავხტი?
Silence is broken.
It's not the heat, it's the humiliation.
რატო გადავხტი? რა ლამელი ვარ?
აი ეს გადავჭი.
მეთქი ავიცილებ თოი ასოს რუბი გამოდგავ თვითონ ამაც
Face forward. No android. I'm under attack.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Time is the cruelest cut.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Inexorable.
I'll take that.
Road to oblivion. Time flows.
Your top tower is under attack. Double damage. Your top tower is under attack.
Road to oblivion. The march of time.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower
Inexorable.
is falling.
Attack.
Lol boys.
You're in comes.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I go. My
Your
path
bottom tower is under
unspools.
attack.
Dark portents ahead. Face your doom. Time's up. It's a path foreseen. As foretold. It shall be. Face forward.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Dark portents ahead. I'm here.
Dire structures are fortified. Your top tower is under attack.
I go. Time's up. I'm under attack. Inexorable. Yes. Attack. Time flows.
How is milestone master always.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Feel my mace. Road to oblivion. Road to oblivion. Time is the
Enemy's
coolest
middle
cat.
tower has fallen.
Face forward. It must be. Inexorable.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Dark portents ahead. The march of time.
Your top tower is under attack.
Attack. A path foreseen. My path unspools.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Face your doom. Dark portents ahead. Road to oblivion. Time flows. Primal shard. So it must be.
Dire's courier has
I'm
been
here.
killed.
You're in. I go.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
The march of time. A path foreseen. Time is the cruelest cut. It shall be. Time quickens. Time flows. Face forward. A path foreseen. It shall be. My path unspooled.
რა იქნები უდევს ბიჭო არ გამაგიჟოთ ხა ჩემ
Road to oblivion.
ხوار გადა აკაცია
Yes.
Your top tower is under attack.
Inexorable.
Your top tower has fallen.
Dark portents ahead. Your end comes. My control improves. I go. The march of time.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Attack.
Smoke emote just a smoke tower.
Road to
Bottom tower
oblivion.
is under attack.
The path foreseen.
Your bottom tower
მაგარ
is
ზმანებს
under attack.
აწრობა
Inexorable.
My path unspools. Time flows. Road to oblivion.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I go. This will give them the envies. A path foreseen. Yes. I'm here. Face forward. Time flows. It shall be. My path unspools. I'm here. Face the future.
The enemy's bottom tower
Face
has
forward.
fallen.
Your time runs out. It shall be. Road to oblivion. Dark portents ahead.
Radiant structures.
A path foreseen. It must be.
Your top tower is under attack.
ოქტარინი კაია გეთანხმები, მაგრამ არ უნდა ჩაიდო პირველ აითემად ისეთი აითემი, რომელიც სამკაზე ძვირიღის, იმიტომ რომ რა ვიცი, სანამ ჩაიდებ, ტიტველი დარბი ხარ.
Inexorable.
Yes. Radiant's courier has been killed.
Time. I foresaw your death the moment you were born.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
ანუ ეს აითემი არის magic build-ის აითემი, ეს ორი არის physical build-ის აითემი. გაქვს ტალანტი გაქაღებული physical build-ის. კი არა და magic build-ის.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
The launcher. Face to face. Face forward. I'm here. Road to oblivion. I'm under attack.
I go with it.
Dark portents ahead.
Your bottom tower
It
is
shall
under
be.
attack.
It's worth it. Your lips. The march of time.
Enemy's bottom tower is
A path foreseen. Time flows.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
My path unspools. I'm here. Yes. Inexorable.
სკილები აღარ გააკეთო ლინა, სკილები აღარ გააკეთო.
Dark portents, I'm here. So it must be. Face forward. Road to oblivion. Inexorable.
რა თოთა ბლოკი ხო გისვე რამდენი ხანი ველოდებოდი მაქს ტაქსა ვარსა და დაბლოკა
My control improves.
ერთი 15 წუთია მოწვავა
Face forward. I'm here.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
I go. Dark. I'm under attack. It must be. The march of time.
The enemy's top barracks has fallen. Enemy's top barracks has fallen.
Road to oblivion.
მე მეგობრო ფამად
It shall be. It's not time yet. My path unspools. I'm here. Yeah. The march of time. Time flows. Look who's back. I go.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
portents ahead. A path foreseen. Road to oblivion. Time flows. I'm under attack. It shall be.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Inexorable. I'm here. Road to oblivion. Dark portents ahead. A path foreseen. My path unspools. I go. I'm here. The march of time. Yes. Face forward. My path
The
unspooled.
enemy's middle tower has been denied.
მეტი როგორ დავეხ
Dark portents ahead. I'm here. It shall be. My ceiling. The great wind still blows. Yes.
ბიჭო არა ცუდად აისავაში просто ანუ ძალიან ჩამოუყალიბებელი აითემები გეტყვი. ოქტანის თუ იდებ. ოქტანის თუ იდებ. მაშინ დრაგონლენსი და კრისტალისი რაღაცი გინდა. მაშინ წადი. სანჯა კაია.
5 seconds remaining.
Magic damage, აგანიმი, ანუ იმენა magic damage, refresher-ი ათამაშე, რაღაცე. დრაგონლენსი იმენა ფიზიკალია, კი, წადი. დრაგონლენსი და კრისტალისი ფიზიკალია რა.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Your turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining.
Baji კიდევ ვერ ავიღეთ, ხო?
5 seconds remaining. Your turn to pick. 10 seconds remaining.
I am Ricky. Whom shall I kill?
Prepare for battle.
I sprint. Quiet as cat's feet. Oh, look, it's me. It's not time yet. It's not time yet. Quickly, quickly. Oh, as you bid.
30 seconds to battle.
See no evil. Not yet.
The battle begins.
Into the shadows. Like a whisper. Yes. Quickly. Since you put it like that. Here I am. Paid in full. At your service. I'm under attack. Attack. You will die in a house fire. Ah. As you bid. I go in silence. Silent as smoke. I grow stronger. I'm your fate cleaves. Post haste. Quietly now.
ახლოს ის მოვა, აწიებ ფეხებთან დამეშვი და შემოვწოშე.
See no evil. No, no. I go in silence. Since you put it like that.
სადღაც ავაწყობს.
Quiet as can be. Who shall I kill? As you bid. At your service. Yes. See here. I fight. Who shall I kill? Made a killing. Dispatched. My cunning grows. Oh, yes. Yes. I'm under attack. Wish fulfilled. You're mine now. Oh, look, it's me. Quickly. Oh, yes. Quickly, quickly. See no evil. You can't run. Dispatch. For services rendered. Quietly now. Oh, look, it's me. At your service. Defend yourself. Not for the likes of you. Light up. Forebodings now make sense. As you bid. Denied. Here I am.
That's it.
I go in silence. Yes. Where's the brush?
wait, it doesn't want me to.
I sprint. Since you put it like that. I strike. Silent as smoke. Denied. Post haste. Whom shall I kill? Since you put it like that. Here I am. Oh, as you bid. I'm under
Your top tower is under attack.
Oh, look, it's me. Post haste.
Double kill.
Silent as smoke. Quietly now. Expect to see less. At your service.
გამეულდი არ გამოშთა, გამოშთა.
Yes.
კუნკა მოდის ფხილად. ბეկ, თორა. ბეկ, კუნკაკ, ბეկ.
What you see is what gets you.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Quickly.
Ulti smoke to მიაშენე.
არა, გამო.
Oh yes. That should help. See no evil. Wish fulfilled. Faster and stronger. Dispatched. Yes. Like a whisper. As you bid. Steeled and tempered. Quiet as cat's feet.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
I sprint. I go in silence.
Dire structures are fortified.
Silent like smoke. Yes.
თუ მიახტები შენ დაგადებ ამას, ა?
Quietly now. I do my work. I think not. Oh yes. Silent as smoke. Here I am. I'm under attack. I sprint. Quickly. Shh, like a whisper. A new target.
Shine on.
You're already dead. Like a whisper. Oh, as you bid. Post haste. Quickly. Oh, you're dead. Death's bounty.
A bounty which my matriarch would prize.
As you bid.
მანა შემივცე რალი.
The veil is drawn. Silence like smoke. At your service.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's courier has been killed.
Dispatched. I go in silence.
Radiant's courier has been killed. Radiant structures are fortified.
Whom shall I kill? Evil. Attack. Quiet as cat's feet. That's the bounty.
Your middle tower is under attack. None to burn.
Double damage. I sprint. Oh yes. I go in silence. See here. Here I am.
Shamani blinkita.
წამოისმა არყის თავდეთმან.
Like a whisper. Look, it's me.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is falling.
Wait. Quiet as cat's feet.
Monster kill.
Unseen bliss.
რა ჯანდაბა საკითხებს ბიჭო ეს კუკა ნორმალურია.
სადაც წახვედით ყველგან მოვიდა.
See no.
არა თავის თავზე იდებს X marks და გვდება მე.
Quietly now. At your service. You were my target all along. Post haste. Quickly. Since you put it like that. Whom shall I kill? Faster and stronger. Oh, as you bid. Quickly. Yes. I go in silence. As you bid.
Enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
I sprint. Anyone could see that it was death's bounty. Here's smoking.
Radiant's turret has been killed.
Since you put it like that. Silent as smoke. As you bid. Quiet as cat's feet. Like a whisper.
Hey, რაღაცამ გამოაკეთე სექსტას.
კრიტმა გამოახოხა თავისკენ.
საცოდავი ჩემი.
See no evil. Yes.
Your top tower is under attack.
Stealth makes wealth.
Your top tower is under attack.
I go in silence. Smoke for your life.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
What a growl!
Quiet as a cat's bed.
Your top tower is under attack.
I grow stronger.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen. Your top tower is under attack.
Oh, look, it's me.
ის ფუშავს.
Your top tower is under attack. The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Here I am.
Your
Who
top
shall
tower
I
is under
kill?
attack. The enemy's middle barracks.
Post haste. Yes.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
As you bid. But I predicted a long life. Stop.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
როგორ გამორბოდა ლინა ბიჭო. კუნკა როგორ მოსდევს.
აღარ წახვიდე.
As you bid.
რა მომივსო ეს ყველაფერი ხო რა. მანა როგორ ამევსო, არ უყურებდი ეკრანს.
რა მაგონქონე.
აჰა, nice.
Since you put it like that. Quickly.
Whoa, look at me go!
I'm under attack. Deliver my options. I see no evil.
სიგარეტს უკიდებდი, sorry.
ვიჟენი აქვს.
Dispatched.
Enemy's middle tower has fallen.
I go in silence. Here I am. Oh yes.
Your top tower is under attack.
Jimmy, apa tu ranaya damina? Როგორ დამინა ხე? Mani Jamie აქვს.
Invisibility.
Izdecīja წავაგეთ აზრი აღარ აქვს.
My graveside mana.
ეხლა რომ მივალ მაგადა თავს გაუტეხავ. აი მე მოვლენა. აი იმედი რომელიც ჩაესახა.
Post haste. I'm under attack.
Your middle tower has fallen.
on delivery.
I've never stepped into the same sea twice.
I go in silence. Quiet as cat's feet.
აი როგორ დაგინახეს.
I sprint.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Nice.
My family have
აი, დავიძინებ, ხა დავიყალე ბოი. აბა ძილინებისად, guys, ვისაც გძინავთ, ტკბილად იძინეთ და ვინც ძილს აპირებთ, იმათმაც ზუსტად იგივე გააკეთეთ, რასაც ისინი აკეთებენ, ვისაც გძინავთ. კარგად. Bye.